At 2 a.m., the girl was dragged into a deserted alley by a group of thugs. Half of her clothes had been removed, and as she lay on the ground, her eyes were empty and lifeless, as if she already knew the outcome of tonight. Yet, you, the only one present, were drinking beer not far away. Thinking back to not long ago, the unrequited love you pursued for 5 years, Bai Yueguang, suddenly messaged you, saying she wanted to accept your confession. But when you arrived at the KTV, she claimed she lost the game of truth or dare. Feeling disheartened, you came alone to the roadside to drown your sorrows in alcohol. Unexpectedly, you saw several thugs cornering a young girl at the street intersection. Despite the girl crying and begging for mercy, all she received in return was a beating from the thugs. Initially, you had no intention of getting involved, but when you saw the thugs preparing to assault the girl, you couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, they're a bunch of beasts." After looking around, you picked up an empty bottle from the ground and charged towards them. Taking advantage of the situation, you knocked down 2 of them with the bottle. Then, you quickly grabbed the girl's hand and ran towards the distance. After running for who knows how long, you arrived at a deserted street. Breathing heavily, you looked at the girl beside you. You hadn't paid much attention before, but now it was no wonder those 2 thugs targeted her. Her face, as delicate as carved jade, blushed crimson, her white blouse soaked by the rain, revealing glimpses of fair skin underneath. The girl noticed your unwavering gaze, prompting her to cast a cautious look and step back to the side. Standing in place, you awkwardly chuckled and advised, "You should hurry home, it's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night." After speaking, you took out a damp stack of coins from your pocket and placed them in her hand. As you were about to turn and leave, you felt something tug at your clothes unexpectedly. When you turned back, you realized the girl was holding onto your clothes with both hands. With a hint of pleading in her eyes, she asked, could you lend me 10,000 yuan? I'll pay you back soon." You rubbed your ears in disbelief, wondering if you misheard. Could this girl really be asking a stranger for 10,000 yuan? You looked at her with confusion, thinking to yourself, could this bold girl be a runaway from home? Otherwise, whose daughter, so fair and delicate, would appear alone by the river at night? You tentatively asked, "Did you have a fight with your parents? If so, you could just apologize and make up with them." The girl remained silent, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. She then lowered her head slowly and said, "I'm not going back. I refuse to marry someone I've never met." The amount of information in this sentence is quite substantial, making it hard for you to distinguish the truth from falsehood for a moment. However, looking into the girl's clear and transparent eyes, it seems like what she's saying is not a deliberately fabricated lie. "So, what do you plan to do?" "I don't have much money on me either, but I can help you find a place to stay." Seeing the girl looking worried, it seems like she is pondering something. Then she slowly spoke, "Can I temporarily stay at your place? I won't stay for free, I'll pay you rent." Upon hearing this, you immediately refused without hesitation, as your current apartment only has 1 bed. Moreover, taking in such a stunning girl, you couldn't guarantee that you wouldn't have any improper thoughts. Then you said, "Figure it out yourself," and turned around to leave. Only when your figure completely disappeared from the street did the girl's eyes fall into utter silence. Come to think of it, she doesn't know the other person, why should she believe in him? The girl, with nowhere to go, could only huddle in front of a closed shop, shivering in the cold wind mixed with the rain on a rainy night. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. You could only see your slightly displeased face saying, "I only have 1 bed at home. You sleep on the floor, I'll sleep on the bed." "No, the floor is too hard." "Well then, goodbye, I'm leaving." Alright, I'll sleep on the floor." And so, you brought the girl back home. You don't even know what you're thinking. Clearly, your own life is already very miserable, but seeing the other person helpless squatting on the roadside, you can't help but feel sorry for them. On the road, you learned that the girl's name is Xia Yuyo, and her family is in business. And today is her 18th birthday, originally a day that should have made her happy. But she was demanded by her father to be engaged to a greasy man 20 years older than her. Unwilling, she sneaked out on this rainy night. Upon hearing this, you unconsciously touched your chin, pondering whether it was a family-arranged marriage. It is said that many business families use their children's marriages to achieve a mutually beneficial situation. With this in mind, his father could be accurately described as a beast. Back at home, Xia Yuyo stood trembling in place, unable to stop shivering. She couldn't help but sneeze a few times, showing signs of catching a cold. Abiding by the principle of putting ladies first, you urged Xia Yuyo to take a hot bath first. After a brief explanation, you walked into the bedroom. Xia Yuyo, in the bathroom, was slightly stunned. She couldn't believe that such a small place could be a bathroom, even larger than her entire room. At this moment, you went to the living room to prepare the bed for Xia Yuyo, while the large mattress in the bedroom was, of course, reserved for yourself. After a dozen minutes, Xia Yuyo peeked out from the door wrapped in a towel. "Hey, do you have a hairdryer at home? My clothes are wet." You seemed speechless at his words. Of course there is a hairdryer, it's just like drying clothes, the yellow flowers are already cold. As you regained your senses, you took out 2 pieces of clothing from the closet. As for the underwear worn by girls, you couldn't help with that. As you approached Xia Yuyo, you handed her a clean towel. You handed her the clothes and also reminded her that wearing clothes soaked in rainwater can cause skin diseases. After saying that, you turned and went upstairs to sleep. After all, you were really tired today. The next day, you couldn't help but stretch as you woke up. As you walked out of the room, you noticed a girl lying on the sofa in the living room. It seems like what happened last night wasn't a dream. At this moment, Xia Yuyo hadn't woken up yet, maybe due to the heat. Most of the blanket on her had been kicked off, revealing her cartoon-like jade legs on the side. You chuckled and patted your head, saying, "This sleeping position is quite unique." As you came to your senses, you went forward to cover her with a blanket. Regardless of whether she's hot or not, if you don't cover her, you'll catch a fever. After washing up, you left 200 yuan on the table and wrote a note saying, "Go home early, no need to return the money." Then you rode a small electric scooter and set off for work. However, you were dumbfounded when you returned home from work. You saw your neighbor Zhang Xiaobai holding a stick, standing sneakily at your doorstep. You hesitantly patted his shoulder and asked, "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobai gestured to lower the volume, as your TV was left on, occasionally making strange noises, most likely indicating a thief. You have known Zhang Xiaobai for over a year, and he rarely sees you bring anyone home, which is why he is suspicious. As you arrived at the door, you took out your keys and unlocked it. At that moment, at the corner of the shoe cabinet, Xia Yuyo cautiously peeked out his head. Surprised to see he hadn't left, you asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Behind you, Zhang Xiaobai curiously approached, but upon a closer look, he froze. Turns out, it's a super cute girl. You sly fox, you always seemed innocent, but hiding a beauty at home. Seeing Zhang Xiaobai, Xia Yuyo hesitated and shrank back. Seeing this, you swiftly closed the door, leaving Zhang Xiaobai at the door, looking envious. Upon entering, you looked at Xia Yuyo, who was hanging his head, wanting to question him but held back. Helplessly, you calmly asked, "Are you really not planning to go home?" Hearing this, Xia Yuyo shook his head. "You can't stay here forever. Aren't you afraid I might do something bad to you?" Finishing your sentence, you gave him a lecherous look. "You wouldn't do that, because you're a good person." Although Xia Yuyo says this on the surface, his true thoughts are if you do something bad, he'll bite you, or even exchange a few punches with you. After all, he used to learn Taekwondo. Standing still, you naturally don't know these things. If you knew, you might even say, "This is a villain, get ready for a fight." At this moment, Xia Yuyo pats the softness in front of him and says, "Just 1 week, how about it? I'll pay back all the expenses by then." You helplessly scratch your head, ultimately deciding to compromise, all because of the girl's situation in front of you that evokes sympathy. Then, you bring paper and a pen from the room, drafting an agreement for Xia Yuyo to sign, to avoid being turned against later. Xia Yuyo, on the other hand, shows a hint of resentment. This situation is different from the anime plots he used to watch. In theory, shouldn't he be taking good care of himself at this time? Then, gradually, wonderful emotions develop between the two as they spend time together. Coming back to his senses, he feels a blush on his cheeks, wondering what he's really thinking. After signing, you ask him to take out his phone and take a picture for backup. Unexpectedly, Xia Yudo awkwardly rubs his hands and says, my phone was stolen by an old beggar." It turns out that when Xia Yuyo first arrived in this city, he happened to meet an old lady at the train station. He said he couldn't reach his grandson and wanted to borrow a phone to make a call. Then his phone was stolen. While he was looking for the old lady, his luggage was stolen. After hearing his story, you couldn't help but sigh, how could there be such an unlucky child? At this moment, Xia Yuyo's stomach beside you couldn't help but growl. You gave him a glance and then turned to the kitchen. Half an hour later, Xia Yuyo looked at the delicious food and couldn't help but wipe his mouth. He then ate 4 bowls of rice in one go. In no time, he finished all the food. As you cleaned up, you couldn't help but say, "Girl, your stomach doesn't look big, but you have a big appetite. You eat like a pig." Unexpectedly, Xia Yuyo only heard the word pig. He walked up to you sulking like that. Looking at the little one in front of you with a fierce look, you couldn't help but find it funny. "Are you trying to hit me or bite me, while showing off your arm muscles?" Feeling his self-esteem hurt, Xia Yuyo got angry. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 delicate little fangs, and bit your arm. But just as he was about to bite down, he remembered the delicious meal you had prepared for him, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became a bit strange. The bite that was supposed to be forceful ended up looking more like a nibble. Realizing it, Xiaoyu hurriedly let go of his mouth, but to his surprise, something unexpected happened. His saliva actually formed a thread. This instantly made Xiaoyu's face flush, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing the awkward situation, Yu hurriedly walked into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu stood nervously in place, at a loss, occasionally stealing glances at Yu washing dishes in the kitchen. He shouldn't think I did it on purpose, right? Does that count as kissing him? Then, wouldn't my first kiss be so beautiful? With his head drooping, he came to the living room in frustration and plopped down on the sofa. Shortly after you came out of the kitchen, you saw Xiaoyu intently watching TV. You originally intended to join in the fun, but as soon as you sat down, Xiaoyu screamed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. What are you doing? It was just a misunderstanding. We are absolutely not possible. His heart was like a nervous deer, causing his sweatshirt to ride up, revealing a patch of pure white thigh, which he quickly covered up. You looked at the other person speechlessly, thinking about what was going on in the mind of a 2000s generation. Forget it, you stay at home, I'll go out to fix a phone. Hearing that you were going out, Xiaoyu excitedly jumped off the sofa. I want to go too, and let's buy some delicious food on the way. You seem puzzled at the words. If you have no money, just buy an egg. You have money, right? Consider it borrowed from me. Upon hearing him say that, you chose not to argue further, because ever since you decided to help him, you never thought about making a profit. That's fine, but are you really going out like this? I'm not mistaken, your lower half should be in a state of emptiness. Noticing the gaze you cast, Xiaoyu's tender and elastic face instantly turned crimson, subconsciously squeezing her legs together. You go out first, I'll change clothes. You, in a displeased tone, pointed to the wet clothes hanging on the balcony. If you plan to wear just one outside, it's easy to get infected. So, what do you suggest? Xiaoyu blushed and bit her lip in embarrassment. Soon he saw you walk out of the bedroom, holding a pair of socks. Fatso, wear mine first. They're brand new, not even opened. Before you could finish, Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. Refusing to wear your clothes is already his limit. How could he wear something so intimate? You said in an annoyed tone, if you don't want to go out, or if you want to go out in the nude, just ignore what I said. Hearing you say that, Xiaoyu was about to explode in anger. This Zheng-he is really annoying. Clearly his words were meant to take care of her, but every time he speaks, it's so infuriating. She seriously suspects that you're deliberately trying to provoke her to leave. You want me to go? Well, I won't leave then. After Su Yuyo finished speaking, she took the packaged box, tiptoed into the bathroom, and soon the sound of unpacking could be heard. After a while, Su Yuyo walked out of the bathroom. Although the underwear was new, it was still men's boxer briefs. Wearing them felt a bit strange, but oddly comfortable, not tight at all. Finally, Su Yuyo put on Lu Chen's size 45 slippers and walked out together. Her shoes weren't dry, so she had no choice. They arrived at the nearest night market street. Lu Chen first went to a repair shop, where the technician said the motherboard was fried and replacing it would cost at least a few hundred. Not worth it, better to buy a new one. Lu Chen had been using this phone for several years, so replacing the motherboard wasn't worth it. He then went to the nearest phone store and bought a smartphone for about 3,000 yuan after the discount. Su Yuyo wanted to buy one too, thinking that having a phone would bring her money. But Lu Chen directly refused. He felt heartbroken spending 3,000 on a phone, let alone for someone unrelated. Lu Chen, please, just buy me one. Unable to negotiate, Su Yuyo began to pout with her big watery eyes. The saleswoman nearby smiled and said, we are currently running a promotion. Top up 500 yuan in credit and get a free phone. Boss, would you like to consider it? Then, the saleswoman took out a generic smartphone from under the counter and said, it has all the basic functions, smooth operation, good quality, and affordable price, no deception. Just as Lu Chen was about to give in, a middle-aged man with a briefcase walked in, took out 5 red banknotes from his pocket, and boldly said, top up 500 for me, and give this pretty girl the phone. Before he could finish, Su Yuyo immediately said, thank you, but I don't want it. This surprised Lu Chen and piqued his curiosity. Little girl, there's a saying, youth is wasted on the young. 500 yuan is nothing to me. If you want something else, I can buy it for you. The man played with the Rolex on his wrist, teasingly looking at Lu Chen. I don't want the phone. Lu Chen, let's go. Seeing this, Su Yuyo's polite smile vanished, her expression turning cold as she took Lu Chen's arm and tried to leave. The man's proud expression fell, feeling embarrassed, and with a sneer, he put away the 500 yuan and left. The unexpected appearance of the middle-aged man was probably due to Su Yuyo's innocent and charming appearance attracting him. However, Lu Chen was not influenced and wanted to see how Su Yuyo would react. This outcome at least proved he hadn't helped the wrong person. Curious, he asked, "Why did you refuse the phone when the man offered it for free?" Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "In this city, I only trust you." This statement seemed to have a magical effect, hitting Lu Chen's heart unexpectedly. He hadn't expected to gain Su Yuyo's trust after just one day of knowing her. Could it be that she liked him? At this age, it was easy to develop blind affection for someone over a small gesture. "Why?" "Because I think you're a good person." "Great, another good person card." Maybe he was overthinking it. Satisfied with the answer, Lu Chen turned to the saleswoman and said, "Bring me the phone I just looked at, add a card, and give me a phone case." These promotions of getting a phone with credit top-up were just another trick. His current 9 plan was working well, and once he upgraded, it would be difficult to switch back. Besides, the free phones given usually broke within 2 days. 3,000 yuan was indeed a lot. "It's only 3,000 yuan. Okay. No problem," the sales sister immediately agreed with a smile. Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyo again and said, "Pick a phone case you like, consider the phone money is borrowed from me." Su Yuyo happily nodded upon hearing this. In the end, Su Yuyo chose a pink cartoon phone case. Looking at the familiar cartoon pattern on it, Lu Chen thought of the underpants fluttering in the wind on the windowsill, as if they were of the same kind. Su Yuyo couldn't wait to download various apps on her new phone and confidently told Lu Chen, "I'll pay you back the money later." "That would be best," Lu Chen replied expressionlessly. After a while, Su Yuyo checked several apps in a row and found that her balance had suddenly become 0. How is this possible? The money is gone? Lu Chen, after observing for a while, probably guessed what had happened. "Lu Chen, all the pocket money I saved for over 10 years is gone. I clearly set a password, how could it disappear?" Su Yuyo said anxiously, almost in tears. Without money, how could she pay Lu Chen rent, repay the phone money, or even run away from home? But going back for a blind date was absolutely out of the question. "Tell me what happened." Su Yuyo recounted the incident of meeting a poor old lady asking to borrow her phone after getting off the car. Lu Chen was also somewhat shocked after hearing it. It's the 21st century, and there are still people who can be fooled by such a shallow scam. It's hard to say if Su Yuyo is naive or just plain stupid. Most importantly, Su Yuyo's password was actually 123456. Scammers like this usually work in groups, and when encountering one with a bit of technical knowledge, transferring the money away is a matter of minutes. Your best option now is to report it to the police. As long as the money hasn't been transferred abroad, there's still a chance to recover it, Lu Chen suggested. "No, absolutely not. Once I report it, my parents will definitely find me." Su Yuyo shook her head like a rattledrum. "I can't keep supporting you forever." Lu Chen glanced to the side and saw Su Yuyo looking at him with pitiful eyes. Just as he expected. Keep track of the debts. Lu Chen wasn't really worried that she was a scammer. A family that could raise a daughter in such a perfect way must be extraordinary, not to mention his interactions with Su Yuyo. In summary, innocent-looking, seemingly vigilant, but actually just a naive girl. Which 18-year-old girl cries like a little kitten watching a matchmaking show? If she really scammed him, he would consider it a lesson learned. "Thank you, Lu Chen, you are a good person." "Alright, got the third good person card." The two then made their way to a clothing store. Looking at the bustling night market street, Su Yuyo seemed to have discovered a new world. She first entered a lingerie store, her eyes gleaming at the cute underpants with lovely patterns. "Boss, how much is this one?" Su Yuyo asked excitedly. The boss, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, with a pair of shrewd eyes that seemed to see through everything, warmly replied, "You have a good eye, these are all made of top-quality Xinjiang long-staple cotton. You are so beautiful." They were originally selling for 100 yuan each, but I'll give you 3 for 200 yuan. "Really? Thank you, boss," Su Yuyo said excitedly. This boss is really honest in business, such a good person, and most importantly, she praised me for being beautiful. Su Yuyo turned around to find Lu Chen and saw him right behind her, so she said excitedly, "Lu Chen, 3 for 200 yuan, please buy them for me and keep it on credit." Looking at Su Yuyo, who was sold without hesitation, he was even more certain that she must be a young lady from a wealthy family. In a night market where underpants cost 100 yuan each, how dare she, believing it would be a ripoff if she trusted it. Even college students know how to haggle for a few bucks. Actually, even if Su Yuyo didn't say anything, he planned to buy her 2 sets of clothes. Just one set of clothes isn't enough for changing and washing. Lu Chen stood next to a dazzling array of lingerie stalls and glanced back at Su Yuyo's size, asking, C or D? What do you mean by C or D? When Su Yuyo realized, her face instantly turned as red as an apple, and in a mosquito-like voice, she said, D. Lu Chen, really, why so straightforward? She's a girl, can't you be a bit more subtle? I guess so. Lu Chen turned to the boss with a smile and said, 3 panties, 3 bras, all for 200. Boss, you can't bargain like this, my cost price is even higher. The boss looked like he was taking a big loss. Alright, then I'll go check out somewhere else first. Lu Chen shook his head, stood up, and then he grabbed Su Yuyo's hand and left without looking back. Lu Chen. Su Yuyo tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Chen's hushing sound. 1, 2, 3. Hey, boss, hold on. Just as the third count fell, the boss's voice came from behind. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile and led Su Yuyo back to the stall. 200 it is, no profit for me on this one, pick what you want. The boss sighed, looking like he was taking a big loss. Not making a profit is definitely a lie, but if you don't let the boss make some profit, what's the point of doing business? The boss also knows how to adjust prices. If he meets older aunties or grandmas, the prices might even be lower. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed the various socks placed on the side and said with a smile, Boss, throw in 2 pairs of socks for me. Alright, you're quite something, young man. After settling on the price, Lu Chen turned to Su Yuyo and asked, What? Want me to pick for you? Before Su Yuyo could react, it was just 200 for 3 items, but now it became 200 for 6 items? And now there were 2 extra pairs of socks. She carefully selected a few cute pieces from the dazzling array of lingerie and panties. After Su Yuyo finished selecting, the boss packed them up and handed them to her, jokingly saying, Your boyfriend is quite something. Not many young people these days know how to bargain. Hearing this, Su Yuyo's face, which had just relaxed a bit, blushed like a red apple again, waving her hands repeatedly, anxiously explaining, He's not my boyfriend. I understand. The boss, looking like an experienced person, stared at Su Yuyo, wearing a men's hoodie and oversized slippers. Just now they were holding hands. She must be a shy girl. Her face was all red now. Well, you have to admire the old. At this age, even if I were slapped, I might not blush so delicately. Seeing Su Yuyo's flustered look, Lu Chen walked over to defuse the situation, said thank you, and led her away from there. Far from the lingerie stall, Su Yuyo's nervousness finally eased a bit. She couldn't help but look at Lu Chen in front of her, feeling touched. Upon closer inspection, he was quite handsome, just a bit annoying in his way of speaking. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that her hand was being held by Lu Chen. She wanted to quickly break free, but then she remembered that Lu Chen seemed to be pulling her away to help her. She couldn't keep holding hands like this. What to do? Just as Su Yuyo was pondering this, Lu Chen stopped at the entrance of a women's clothing store, letting go of her hand and saying, Pick a few clothes, I'll bargain. Okay. Su Yuyo breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at her freed left hand, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. Lu Chen's hands were broad and warm, not rough at all, giving a sense of security. Su Yuyo picked out a few clothes and skirts in the shop, surprised to find so many nice outfits in such a small place. The most crucial part was 3 sets of clothes, which Lu Chen surprisingly sold for 200 yuan, and even had the boss throw in 3 pairs of nice socks. She thought Lu Chen was simply amazing. 200 yuan, she couldn't even afford a pair of socks before. An hour later, Lu Chen's hands were full of bags, realizing for the first time how many things a girl needs for daily life. Passing by a grocery store. Lu Chen, I want to buy a notebook. What do you need that for? I want to keep track of the money I owe you. When I have the money, I'll pay you back. If you want it, go ahead and pick one. Lu Chen didn't mind much. Those who care need not say much, and those who don't care need not say a word. Su Yuyo showed a cheerful smile, walking lightly and happily into the grocery store. In no time, she picked a pink notebook. Back at the apartment, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaobai had just returned from outside. He had gone out for a walk, had some barbecue, and now full of inspiration, he planned to unleash his creativity at home. The moment Zhang Xiaobai appeared, Su Yuyo immediately moved to Lu Chen's left, using his body as a shield. She really disliked the way he looked at her. Although Lu Chen had also given her some suggestive looks, this guy gave her a creepy feeling. This scene, publicly, it hit Zhang Xiaobai hard. His mind went blank. As a hardcore fan of anime, being disliked by such a cute girl was more painful than killing himself. The inspiration that had just emerged vanished instantly. After greeting the silent Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Chen led Su Yuyo into the house. With a bang, the door closed tightly. Should I shower first or you? Lu Chen placed the items on the table, turning to look at Su Yuyo. What do you mean shower first or me? I told you I would pay back the money I borrowed from you, but it will never be with my body. Just when she had started to feel a bit fond of Lu Chen, it all disappeared in an instant. This guy was indeed a pervert. You shower first, I'll go later. Lu Chen went upstairs on his own, used to the other party's wild imagination. He brought a set of clean clothes and entered the bathroom. At that moment, Su Yuyo realized from her imagined scenes that she had misunderstood Lu Chen. But Lu Chen was also at fault. Why was he always staring at her legs as if she hadn't noticed? After Su Yuyo finished showering, she looked at the skull hoodie and gray shorts, feeling a bit distressed. The clothes she bought outside were unwashed, and her washed clothes were not dry yet. She could only wear her original clothes. But she had sweated. I've left the clean clothes at the door, just reach out and grab them. Lu Chen's voice came from upstairs. Hearing no more noise from the bathroom, he guessed Su Yuyo had finished showering. The bathroom door opened a crack, revealing a small white stool outside, with a neatly arranged blouse and pleated skirt on top, pink cartoon panties and bra on the sides, and white knee-high socks. The washing machine has a drying function. The underwear is dried separately with a hairdryer, not mixed together. It seemed like Lu Chen's voice came down from upstairs again to reassure Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo's cheeks suddenly felt hot. So Lu Chen not only touched her underwear, but maybe he had secretly watched her while she showered, maybe even. This kind of plot was common in island country anime. Just thinking about it, her mind automatically pictured Lu Chen holding her panties, chuckling creepily. After much internal struggle, Su Yuyo finally reached out and took the clothes inside. She really didn't want to wear those ugly gray underwear and the hoodie with a skull print. On the soft bed, the four-piece set belonged to Naruto, the anime that had accompanied him throughout his life. Lu Chen was like Naruto, encountering the young love of Sakura, pursuing her for years only to end up empty-handed. But he was not entirely like Naruto because he achieved the dream of becoming Hokage, and when he looked back, the best Hinata was still waiting for him. Ding! The phone data transfer was complete. Lu Chen picked up his phone, the familiar scent of the app still lingering. Opening the green bubble app, messages popped up like a flowing stream, with the most prominent one at the top, from Jiang Wan. He opened her message. Lu Chen, what do you mean? My colleagues went to your place for bubble tea, to support you, and you made them pay. Do you know how embarrassed you made me feel? Tomorrow morning, bring 20 cups of the most expensive fruit bubble tea to our department, and make it up to them. That's how we'll settle this. Otherwise, I won't talk to you again. He. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at himself, not at anyone else but at himself. In her eyes, her pride was important, asking him to apologize, without considering his feelings. 1 cup for 20, 20 cups for 400, I'll give you a 5% discount. Give me 380, and that's it. Without the filter of moonlight, Jiang Wan was just a slightly above-average-looking woman. After pursuing her for 5 years, he was now being asked to apologize to a group of ordinary colleagues. It was truly ridiculous. After sending this message, Lu Chen was about to put away his phone when he noticed the typing indicator on the message interface. In the past, he would have stared at the screen, afraid of missing any messages. With a swift motion, Lu Chen cleared the green bubble app from the background. Feeling bored, he opened the long-forgotten game King of Glory, which had played a significant role in opening his bubble tea shop. Unfortunately, the game had lost its appeal. The once glorious game was now like a lotus emerging from the mud, while the current version was like rotten fish in a sewer. Perhaps it was due to his age that his perspective on things had changed. Ding ding. Someone messaged him. It was the Wild King, who he used to play games with, known as Dog Slayer. True to his name, he was fierce and skilled at jungle clearing, just like slaying dogs. Fonga, finally saw you online. Wanna play a game? Sure. Lu Chen's rank had dropped to Gold 3, so he could only play matches with him. During the matchmaking, Lu Chen messaged, voice chat? I'm in the dorm, not convenient, sorry. Seeing this cute emoticon, Lu Chen used to suspect the other person was a girl, but after voice chatting together, with a deep voice and eloquent speech, he was undoubtedly a rough man. Fonga, it's been a while since I've seen your rice planting king, wanna try it? It's been a while since I played, hope I won't drag you down. In this kind of match, even using your feet could win. Alright then. In the game, Lu Chen chose the rice planting brother, a hero that required high skill due to recent nerfs, and not many people played him now. He had a survivor skin, which had the best feel. As he entered the game, Lu Chen touched the familiar keys. Even though it had been a while, his muscle memory kicked in, and he quickly got into the zone. If our team had a high-ranked player, the opponent would likely have a similar one. In the end, Lu Chen and Dog Slayer focused on the top lane Hua Mulan, facing opponents with rapid silences and heavy sword damage reduction, skills not easily mastered by ordinary players. Fonga, this person in the peak match has at least 2,000 points, a good opportunity for you to practice. Hand Butcher, who was basically in a fish-raising state, either cleared the jungle or watched Lu Chen's every move. Lu Chen was completely focused. After being solo killed 3 times in a row, he finally managed to secure a kill with the help of the defensive tower. Fomgo, why are you still using the Grandmaster? Your margin for error is not good. Just used to it. With the bounty from the kill, and after clearing 2 waves of cockroaches in the mid lane, his economy finally caught up with Hua Mulan's. By the time Hua Mulan returned to the lane, Lu Chen had already stored 2 spears, and the moment she appeared, he picked up one of the spears and charged forward. At the same time, in the Cat's Tooth Flower God's live broadcast room, there was a lively atmosphere. The Flower God, who had won several small national championships, unexpectedly crashed while playing with a girl, being killed under the tower by a mere golden-ranked rice planter. Although the Flower God had solo killed the opponent 3 times, he was a streamer, while the opponent was just a small golden-ranked player. Amidst the sighs and mockery in the live broadcast room, the Flower God lazily lay on the esports chair, unconcerned. He had just been careless, facing a mere golden-ranked player. Even if he was there to fish, so what? Noticing Ma Chao initiating an attack, the Flower God sneered, directly confronting him head-on, preparing to use a set of lightning-fast silence and heavy sword skills to take him down. Just as he was about to touch Ma Chao dodged a flash, avoiding Hua Mulan's first skill. Without hitting anyone or minions, the first skill didn't even trigger the second stage. Coward! The Flower God uttered a disdainful voice in front of thousands of viewers. The audience in the live broadcast room also thought Ma Chao was afraid and trying to escape, until a spear fell at Hua Mulan's feet. Collect! Insert! Slow down! Collect! Insert! A quick combo, having the health of Hua Mulan in the light sword state. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the Flower God wanted to flash away, but the flash had already been used just as he crossed the tower. Seeing this, the Flower God's reaction was also very quick, switching to the heavy sword, intending to control Ma Chao in the moment he lunged, then switching back to the light sword for a lightning-fast silence kill. Compared to the Flower God, he was still too inexperienced. The next second, Ma Chao's thrust missed its mark, followed by a faint thrust, as if he had already predicted everything. At this point, Hua Mulan's attempt to escape was already too late. Another set of thrusts. Hua Mulan was taken away by Ma Chao under the tower unscathed. Impressive, Lu Gu, your skills haven't diminished at all. Hand Butcher, who was watching, typed excitedly. Just used to it. Indeed, he had gotten used to it. Back when he was a substitute player, he only thought about how to win quickly, predicting every move of the opponent, and now it had become muscle memory. When Hand Butcher started to exert his strength, this match was easily won. Hand Butcher's Luna, in the last wave, flew solo around the high ground. When Luna finally stopped, there was only one low-health Hua Mulan on the opposite side, flashing back to the fountain. The killer was Luna. Luna activated her ultimate and charged into the fountain. She performed a combo that instantly changed 3 items in the fountain. The Flower God's live broadcast room erupted. It was one thing to be killed by a rice planter, but to be killed by a lowly golden-ranked player was embarrassing. Obviously, the rice planter on the other side was indeed very weak at the beginning, but his strength visibly improved at an astonishing speed. The Flower God, maintaining his tough attitude in the live broadcast room, said, "It must be a great god playing with Luna, one mistake doesn't mean anything." Faced with the buzzing of disapproval in the live broadcast room, the Flower God could only pretend not to see it. Ding! A pop-up message appeared on the phone, a message from Jiang Wan. "Who are you? Where is Lu Chen?" For a moment, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud when Jiang Wan mistakenly thought someone else had messaged her. He's playing a game. Then who are you? I'm Lu Chen. Are you trying to fool me? Who are you really? Even now, Jiang Wan still doubted his identity. The old her was indeed quite humble. She opened Jiang Wan's profile and found the blacklist interface. With a gentle swipe, the whole world seemed peaceful. Hand Butcher 5 Dogs sent a message, saying, "Lu bro, you're not going to disappear for another year or 2, are you?" "No, I'll have plenty of time in the future," Lu Chen typed. "Alright, let's play together next time. By the way, scan a code to verify. I know you're busy, I'll help you rank up. This match is too bad, not fun." "Code? What code?" "Oh, Lu bro, you haven't played King of Glory in the past 2 years, have you?" "That's right. Okay, I'll tell you how to do it. Exit the game, there's a scan code login in the top right corner." Knowing how to proceed, Lu Chen suddenly realized that besides the game, he didn't have the other person's contact information. So he re-entered the game to ask for the contact information with a green speech bubble. In no time, Lu Chen found the other person's username, Sleepy Little Bear, with a profile picture of a white little panda bear. He had seen this panda bear online before. It seemed to be called Hua Hua, After a series of actions, Lu Chen's phone received a message about a remote login. Shashi. The other person was also in Shashi. Before Lu Chen could ask, a message came from the other side. It's time, I'm going to sleep. Good night, Lu bro. Okay. Lu Chen also wanted to say good night, but those two words just wouldn't come out. Especially the other person's emoticons made him shudder. Two grown men, what's the point of saying good night? Jiang Wan's home. After much hesitation, Jiang Wan typed a long text and sent it. When a big red exclamation mark appeared, she could hardly believe her eyes. After much contemplation, Jiang Wan called her best friend Lu Qian. The phone rang and Lu Qian answered. Jiang Wan told her everything that had happened. Lu Qian was her best friend, they had known each other for 3 years and shared everything, so Lu Qian knew all about Lu Chen and often gave her advice. Wan, I've analyzed it for you, there are only 2 possibilities for this matter. First, Lu Chen did this on purpose, trying to break through your psychological defenses with this retreat strategy. I understand men's minds too well. Second, Lu Chen lost his phone, and the person who found it is playing a trick on you. Third, she continued to analyze methodically. Jiang Wan guessed it was the second possibility. She knew Lu Chen too well, he wouldn't have the courage to talk to her like that. Shen, but if it's the second possibility, how does he know the price of the most expensive fruit tea in Lu Chen's shop? You're so naive, the prices at milk tea shops are pretty much the same nowadays. I see, thank you, my treasure. You're welcome. Remember, you have to be strict with men, otherwise you'll be the one at a loss in the future. If you have any problems, feel free to ask me anytime. Good night, my treasure. The call ended. Jiang Wan pondered for a while, she decided to confront Lu Chen face to face tomorrow. If he lost his phone and didn't even bother to get a new one, leaving her to be played with. And all the employees in Lu Chen's shop, they were all replaced, not a single familiar face. In the living room, Su Yuyu stared at the washing machine full of buttons, almost turning into a bitter melon. Why were things in Lu Chen's house so strange? The water heater was strange, and the washing machine was also very complicated. There wasn't even a voice control. Lu Chen, can you come over here, this washing machine won't open. After fumbling for a while, Su Yuyu had to tilt her head 90 degrees to look up at Lu Chen. Looking down at a 75-degree angle, there's a hidden handle right in the center, Lu Chen said. Oh. Following Lu Chen's instructions, I first looked down at a 75-degree angle, then found the hidden handle in the center. I remembered it all. My memory is good. Su Yuyu blinked her eyes innocently, staring at the empty white wall in front of her, her face filled with confusion. Why is the washing machine's handle on the wall? Lu Chen, why can't I see any handle? Hearing the commotion, Lu Chen looked down and saw Su Yuyu touching the white wall, unable to hold back his laughter. What are you doing? Didn't you say the hidden handle is at a 75-degree angle? Su Yuyu stood with her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed up, glaring angrily upwards. Turn around and face the washing machine, Lu Chen said. Oh. Stare at the white wall at a 75-degree angle downwards. If you see the black and white indentation in the center of the washing machine, that's it. Su Yuyu followed all the instructions, reaching out to touch the indentation, and indeed, there was a handle. Before she could be happy for half a second, Su Yuyu blushed, realizing Lu Chen's intention. She had been staring at a big white wall for so long. Ha ha. Finally, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. How could there be such a silly and cute girl in this world? No wonder she had been tricked into losing her phone and luggage. If they hadn't left her behind, she should be grateful. Lu Chen, don't laugh at me. Ah. Su Yuyu blushed and stomped her feet, seeing Lu Chen still laughing. She quickly kicked off her oversized slippers to run faster, barefoot, rushing upstairs. She was definitely going to bite Lu Chen. At the end of the bed, Su Yuyu pounced on Lu Chen. Lu Chen was prepared, quickly pulling himself out from the middle of the blanket and hiding at the edge of the bed. Su Yuyu landed on the air-conditioned blanket. Before she could react, she was wrapped up in the blanket, becoming a sandwich roll. Lu Chen was the creator of the roll, firmly pressing Su Yuyu onto the bed, leaving only her head exposed. Lu Chen, you cunning jerk, let me out, I want to challenge you. Su Yuyu struggled and threatened. You jumped in yourself, can't blame me. If you want to get out, you can ask me nicely, and I'll let you out. Lu Chen smirked. No way. Su Yuyu showed a fierce expression. As you wish. Lu Chen pressed the blanket with one hand and reached down with the other, soon finding Su Yuyu's smooth foot. I'll give you one more chance. Beg me, and I'll let you out. You jerk, when I get out, I'll bite you to death. Lu Chen used 2 fingers to tickle Su Yuyu's foot, a game he used to play as a child, itchy and torturous, with no way to escape. Lu Chen, you big villain. So itchy, so itchy. Wait until I get out. I will. Stop teasing me, I was wrong. I can let you out, but you have to promise not to retaliate against me. Okay, I promise. Hearing the promise, Luchan quickly bounced away, releasing the blanket and running downstairs like a monkey, to avoid Su Yuyo turning hostile and biting him. Su Yuyo, freed from the blanket, blushed, her black hair messy, her round eyes shimmering with watery light, as if about to shed tears. She had never been bullied like this before in her life. He actually scratched the sole of her foot. That cute little beauty, let's forget our grievances with a smile. I'll treat you to bubble tea another day, how about that? Seeing Su Yuyu's silence on the bed, Luchan quickly apologized. As a guy, it was wise to show some humility. 2 cups will do, 1 taro pearl milk tea, 1 strawberry pudding, how does that sound? Luchan held up 2 fingers. It was the best-selling bubble tea in their shop, especially loved by girls. Seeing this, Su Yuyu held up 1 finger, add another taro bubble tea, half sugar, less ice. Alright, no problem. Luchan agreed without hesitation. That's about it. Su Yuyu's lips curled up imperceptibly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. As Su Yuyu went downstairs, Luchan earnestly explained the functions and usage of the washing machine to her. Most things were already set up, just throw in the clothes, add some detergent, switch it on, and press start. Got it? Luchan asked. Of course, it's so simple, you go upstairs, I'll do it myself. Su Yuyu pushed him away. When Luchan went back upstairs, Su Yuyu smoothly opened the washing machine lid and found Luchan's clothes inside. She glanced at the clothes she had just bought. No, you two definitely can't be together. What's wrong? Luchan had been watching from above and asked when Su Yuyu stopped. Why haven't you washed your clothes? Su Yuyu asked. Just 1 shirt and 1 pair of pants, of course, I'm waiting to wash them with your pile of clothes, otherwise it's a waste of water. Don't worry, my washing machine has never washed underwear and socks together, they are always hand-washed separately. That won't do either. You've been wearing my clothes, what's the difference? It's not the same, anyway, it won't do. Alright, I'll listen to you. Luchan compromised, it was only a few cents for water, so it didn't matter, mainly he didn't want to waste it. So Luchan went back downstairs to take out the clothes and pants, let Su Yuyu wash first, while he went into the bathroom to hand-wash everything, since he still had underwear to wash. In fact, there is authoritative medical evidence that machine-washed underwear has 10 times fewer bacteria colonies than hand-washed ones, but most people don't believe it. Holding the clothes, Luchan noticed a pair of gray square underwear on one side, which Su Yuyu had worn. Thinking she wouldn't wear them again, and following the principle of not wasting, he washed them together. In just over 10 minutes, all the laundry was done, and Luchan deliberately left most of the balcony space for Su Yuyu. Back in bed, drowsiness washed over him, and not long after, Luchan fell asleep. Perhaps he didn't even notice himself, but after the recent commotion, the negative emotions brought by Jiang Wan's message had already drifted far away from him. The washing machine finished washing the clothes. Su Yuyu propped up the drying rack to hang the clothes, looking at the cute underwear and boxers in the air. The more she looked, the more she liked them, her taste was really good. At this moment, a strong autumn wind blew in. The underwear and boxers on the balcony swayed in the wind, heading towards Luchan's conspicuous square underwear. No way! Oh no! Su Yuyu quickly used the drying rack to block in between, preventing the accident from happening. Phew! She breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she reacted in time. But she couldn't stay here forever. So she targeted the skeleton print hoodie, blocking it between the 2 sets of clothes. Since she had worn it, it was hers, so it was okay. Looking at the skeleton print hoodie, she remembered something even more dreadful, so she turned and ran into the bathroom, only to find that the square underwear in the corner was gone. Ah, how could she forget about that underwear? Luchan actually washed it for her. Pervert. Weirdo. At this moment upstairs, Luchan lazily turned over, scratched his butt, his lips curved in a faint smile, as if he had dreamed of something amusing. Seeing Luchan asleep, Suyu quietly took out her notebook and meticulously noted down the money owed to Luchan. After double-checking all the accounts, she didn't stop there but began to write in her journal, recording the important events of the day. Huanyan, October 12, 2023. On the second day of running away from home, this lady decided to temporarily stay at Luchan's place. I was extremely reluctant because Luchan always leered at my legs and even touched my underwear. Most importantly, he made me sleep on the floor. But Luchan seems alright. The next morning, Luchan rode his electric scooter to the milk tea shop. Working the early shift today were Shi Jiang and Xu Yao. Xu Yao graduated from a vocational school, born after 2000, and came here to work because she couldn't find a job in her field of study. Her personality was completely opposite to her quiet name, very lively and straightforward, with the downside of speaking her mind without beating around the bush. Yesterday afternoon, when she took over the shift and learned about the tasks assigned by the boss, she was the most excited one. She confronted Jiang Wan and the other colleagues that evening, even thinking of freeloading and dreaming big. "Boss, last night Jiang Wan's colleagues wanted to freeload again, so I gave them a good scolding. You won't blame me, right?" Shu Yao wiped the counter as Lu Chen walked in through the door. "Well done." Lu Chen gave Shu Yao at the counter a thumbs up, resolutely upholding all the boss's interests. Shu Yao stood in place, merging her index and middle fingers into a gesture towards Lu Chen, her mischievous appearance even making sure Jiang, the big straight guy, smile. "Boss, just curious, did you have a falling out with Jiang Wan?" Shu Yao asked with a gossiping expression. "Sand that can't be held, might as well let it go." Lu Chen walked into the storage room backstage, tidying up things, speaking with a sense of relief. "Well said, boss. In that case, I can finally confront Jiang Wan. I've been fed up with her every time she comes over with that arrogant look. Mind your influence." Lu Chen turned around and gave her a stern look. Hee, got it, customers are gods, customers are our bread and butter. I will uphold your principles, as long as she pays, I'll greet her with a smile. Shu Yao patted her chest, guaranteeing, "Give me a supersized strawberry tapioca milk tea, with extra strawberries, and it must be from Dandong." A woman dressed in a bright and glamorous outfit walked in, white shirt, tight skirt, black stockings, high heels, exquisite makeup, swaying her waist, looking superior. "Sure, one supersized strawberry tapioca milk tea, with or without ice, how sweet." Seeing a customer, Shu Yao changed her playful demeanor, offering professional guidance with a smile. "Less ice, normal sweetness, make it quick." The woman sounded impatient, even a bit condescending. "That will be 20, WeChat or Alipay?" Shu Yao maintained her professional smile. She liked to banter, but when it was time to be serious, she was very focused. If she had been completely out of line, Lu Chen would have fired her long ago. "WeChat or Alipay? Are you new here? Do you know who I am? I'm Jiang Wan's best friend. Hurry up, I need to go to work." The woman furrowed her brows, raising her voice several notches to scold. "Everyone has to pay, including Jiang Wan." Shu Yao's once bright smile suddenly faded. She put down the hand preparing to print the label, and gave the woman a cold look. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Where's your boss? Get him out here, I'll make sure he fires you." The woman was none other than Lu Qian. Being despised by a small shop assistant, feeling humiliated, pointing at Shu Yao angrily. "I'm here." Lu Chen walked out from the backstage storage room. His appearance slightly deflated the originally hostile Lu Qian. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be really here. Did he hear everything just now? So what if he heard, without giving her a reasonable explanation, she would talk to Jiang Wan later? "I instructed them, any problem with that? Also, she is my shop assistant, not some object. If you want to drink milk tea, please pay first. If not, the door is right there." Lu Chen walked up to Lu Qian, politely gesturing towards the door, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. He had thought a lot these past 2 days, let go of many things. There was no need to quarrel with unnecessary people, it was pointless and only added to the troubles. "Lu Chen, are you drunk on fake alcohol? How dare you speak to me like this? Believe me, I will tell Jiang Wan what kind of person you are." Lu Qian said angrily. "Feel free. Lu Chen, don't regret it. As long as I'm here, you will never be with Jiang Wan." After leaving this harsh remark, Lu Qian left the Milky Way milk tea shop with an air of arrogance. After Lu Qian left, the shop fell into silence. Shu Yao and Shi Jiang looked at Lu Chen in shock, almost unable to believe that these words had really come from the boss. "Boss, so domineering." Shu Yao admired, giving a thumbs up. "Stop chattering, get back to work, it's almost peak hours soon." Lu Chen spoke. "Got it." Shu Yao smiled and nodded, feeling exhilarated from the recent events. The motivation to work today was suddenly at its peak. Lu Chen finished checking the operation of the shop and helped Shu Yao and Shi Jiang to handle the peak hours. By around 10 o'clock, the flow of customers started to decrease, and they could finally take a break. As it approached noon, Lu Chen took out his phone. There were several missed calls. Note, Baby Wanner. Looking at this note, he didn't rush to call back or change the note. Instead, he opened the settings and blocked the number directly. Since he wanted to cut ties, he might as well do it decisively. After blocking Jiang Wan, he also deleted her contact. He considered his efforts over the past 5 years as feeding a dog. It seemed a bit insulting to dogs. Dogs are much more loyal. In the office, Jiang Wan was completing the tasks assigned by her superior. Perhaps due to not sleeping well last night, she was absent-minded today, unable to focus. Ring ring ring. Jiangwan picked up her phone and saw it was a call from her good friend Lu Qian. Without hesitation, she answered the call. Hey, why are you calling me so early in the morning, darling? Wanner, I have something urgent to tell you. I finally understand why Lu Qian is ignoring you. Turns out he's involved with one of his employees in the shop. That's why he's in a hurry to distance himself from you. Lu Qian revealed everything that happened in the shop, especially emphasizing the scene where Lu Qian protected the female employee. I always said we should test Lu Qian for a few more years. It's only been 5 years, and his true colors are already showing. Wanner, men are all the same, they are all visual creatures. Don't expect them to truly have feelings for you. The sooner you cut ties with such people, the better. On the other end of the phone, only Lu Qian's voice could be heard, full of anger, clearly not taking what Lu Qian did lightly. Hey, Wanner, did you hear me? You wouldn't really like that scumbag Lu Qian, right? He's not worth it. Tonight, I'll set up a gathering, come out for a drink. We sisters will always be your strongest shield. Let's have fun together until we're old. Who needs men? Lu Qian added. It's okay, I'm busy with work right now. Sigh, how could I possibly like Lu Qian? Let him go after whoever he wants. Treasure, I have to get back to work. Jiangwan hurriedly hung up the phone, indifferent to continue working. She stared at the densely packed words on the computer screen, things she could usually handle with ease, but today she was completely lost. She poured herself a cup of black coffee, but even after finishing it, she felt no better. Sister Wan, why don't you just call brother Lu Qian and clear things up to avoid any misunderstandings? I think he's a pretty good guy. Song Ji, who was beside her, whispered. The only two in the office, she had also heard the conversation on the phone just now. Song Ji had only been with the company for a few months. She was Jiang Wan's apprentice and knew a little about her master's affairs. From various indications, Song Ji didn't think Lu Qian was a scumbag, but rather saw something valuable in him. In this fast-paced era, a guy pursuing you for 3 months is already rare, not to mention 5 years. 5 years is also a boy's youth. Do your copywriting, Jiang Wan impatiently replied. Then she stood up from her desk, holding her cup, and left the office. This time, instead of going out for coffee, she followed the safety corridor to the staircase. Hesitating, she still took out her phone and dialed Lu Chen's number, the one she had saved as Stinky Lu Chen. The number you have dialed is not available at the moment, please try again later, beep. Jiangwan furrowed her brows slightly, tried calling a few more times, but the same message played. Lu Chen. She knew Lu Chen too well. His flirting with female employees was definitely fake, most likely a joint effort to provoke her, trying to play games with her using cat and mouse tactics. You've read too many stories. Jiangwan made a firm statement, closed the screen with a snap, and left the stairwell. Today was Saturday, and the busiest time for the bubble tea shop was not during the day, but at night. Especially in Shushi, known as the city that never sleeps, the nighttime foot traffic was the highest. It was already 10:30 when Lu Chen was ready to close the shop. Pulling down the shutter, Lu Chen carried a bag of bubble tea. He remembered Su Yuyo at home, who had left 100 yuan on the table before she went out this morning. A person of her size wouldn't starve herself, right? Brother Lu Chen, what a coincidence, closing so late. A clear voice came from not far away, sounding somewhat familiar. Lu Chen turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw Song Ji walking towards him. There were more customers today, so I delayed closing for a bit. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly, but when his gaze fell on the graceful figure not far behind her, his expression immediately changed. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s, with delicate features and a hint of aloofness. She was wearing a fitted black fishtail skirt that perfectly showcased her hourglass figure. In terms of looks and figure, Lu Chen had to admit that she was indeed outstanding. Jiangwan's delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she naturally noticed Lu Chen, but instead of walking towards him, she stood on the side of the road, seemingly preparing to hail a cab home. Go home early and stay safe, Lu Chen politely said before riding away on his electric scooter. Seeing this scene, Song Ji, who was still standing there, looked helpless. She had intended to come over and ease the tension between the two, but Lu Chen's attitude was unexpectedly firm. It seemed like Master had really hurt his heart. Jiangwan watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. I've already given you a way out, why don't you know how to cherish it? She opened the door and returned home. Lu Chen looked at the pitch-black room, thinking that Su Yuyo should be asleep, or perhaps thinking of going back home. He took out his phone flashlight for illumination. As he walked into the living room, Lu Chen noticed a slender figure curled up on the floor, tightly wrapped in a blanket, her delicate body trembling slightly. It was indeed Su Yuyo. Sensing something was wrong, Lu Chen quickly turned on the light to check. He saw Su Yuyo's pretty face flushed as if scalded by boiling water, reaching out to touch her forehead, confirming that she had a high fever. Lu Chun. I feel terrible. Feeling her touch on his forehead, Suyuyo slightly opened her eyes, her crimson face, breathing with her mouth open, resembling a sickly little kitten, making a faint mosquito-like sound. I'll take you to the hospital. Lu Chen lifted the burning hot Suyuyo, placed her on his back, and hurriedly left the house. Standing by the roadside, after waiting for several minutes without seeing a taxi in sight, he realized that his place was not in a bustling area. Taxis usually avoided passing by at night because there were no passengers. Lu Chen. I'm cold. Don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital. He thought about going back to the apartment to get his electric scooter, but that would take too long. The nearest hospital was not far, so he supported Suyuyo's legs, secured her, and ran towards the hospital on foot. Finally, they arrived at the hospital. Lu Chen rushed into the emergency room with Suyuyo on his back. Doctor! Doctor! Come and see her! The urgent voice echoed in the emergency room, immediately attracting nurses and doctors. After a brief examination, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't shout in the emergency room." Sorry. Doctor, please help. She's burning up. Please see what you can do. Lu Chen urged anxiously. The doctor glanced and said, "First, put her on the observation room bed." Okay. Lu Chen didn't dare delay. He took Suyuyo into the observation room and gently laid her on the hospital bed. After the nurse measured her temperature, it was found to be 39.8 degrees Celsius. Any higher would be a serious condition. After a series of examinations, the doctor prescribed medication and started the 4-drip. By the time all this was done, it was already early morning. Inside the ward, Suyuyo lay curled up in the white blanket, her head heavy and dizzy. She could barely remember how she ended up in the hospital, only recalling Lu Chen talking to her on the way, urging her not to fall asleep. "Hello, little sister, what's your name?" A young nurse walked in, holding a bottle of medicine. Suyuyo. After changing the medicine, the nurse smiled and asked while tidying up, "Where's your boyfriend?" He's not my boyfriend." A blush crept onto Suyuyo's pale face. It wasn't the first time someone had mistaken her relationship with Lu Chen. Did they really look like a couple? Inadvertently, Lu Chen's face appeared in her mind. No. How could I like Lu Chen? The gossiping nurse said with a grin. Not yet, huh? He was so worried about you, rushing into the emergency room with you on his back, looking all panicked, almost screaming for help. We thought it was a life-threatening situation. It gave us all a scare. He must be. We really aren't a couple. Suyuyo wanted to come up with an excuse, but couldn't think of one at the moment. I'll leave you two alone. The nurse left the observation room with a smile. Shortly after the nurse left, Lu Chen walked in with a few bags. Seeing that Suyuyo was in good spirits, he sighed in relief. There's nothing to eat at this late hour, so I bought you a bowl of wonton soup to warm you up. If you want something else, I can go get it for you. As he spoke, Lu Chen brought out the bowl of wonton soup and handed it to her. Thank you, Lu Chen. I don't have the strength in my hands. Suyuyo's voice was soft, her face looking sickly, evoking sympathy. Seeing this, Lu Chen looked helpless. Let me feed you. Despite his disdainful tone, his hands were not idle as he scooped a wonton, carefully blew on it, and handed it to Suyuyo's lips, making sure the soup wouldn't drip on her, and deliberately holding a few pieces of tissue in his hand. Looking at Lu Chen so close, Suyuyo stared at him for a while, then quickly averted her gaze, opened her cherry-like mouth. The wonton entered her mouth, warm and delicious. Enjoying the wonton, she occasionally stole glances at Lu Chen, the nurse's words still echoing in her ears. Since meeting Lu Chen, he seemed to have taken care of her all along. He was really nice. Lu Chen, do you like me? Suyuyo held a wonton in her mouth, cheeks slightly puffed, looking at Lu Chen expectantly. She regretted asking this question. What if Lu Chen confessed to her now? What should she do? Should she agree? No, they've only known each other for a few days. Absolutely not. If you choke, who will pay me back? Don't forget about this medical bill, a total of 280, plus 8 yuan for the wonton. Lu Chen said indifferently. Humph. Indeed, Lu Chen was just afraid she wouldn't pay him back. She had overthought it. Making her angry would have serious consequences. She ate several wontons in big bites to vent her frustration. By the time all the medication was administered, it was already 3 a.m. It was the same nurse who came to remove the needle from Suyuyo. Suyuyo extended her hand from under the covers and noticed 2 thick circles wrapped around the 4-tube, so she curiously asked, "Nurse, what is this? I've never seen it when I had injections before." "It's a warm baby, don't you know? It's not from us, your friend put it on." The nurse hinted at Suyuyo with envy, admiring the girl for being so beautiful and having such a handsome and caring boyfriend. Surprised by the explanation, Suyuyo looked at Lu Chen sleeping at the foot of the bed. He didn't mention the warm baby when they were calculating the money. Exhausted from a day's work and bringing Su Yuyo to the hospital, Lu Chen was already fast asleep at the foot of the bed. When he woke up with numb hands, he saw Su Yuyo had turned in a different direction, propping her chin with one hand, staring at him with watery eyes. "Don, feeling better?" Lu Chen stretched lazily. Su Yuyo's eyes dodged. Still a bit weak. "Well, let me carry you then." Lu Chen crouched down, leaning his back towards Su Yuyo. Unsure of what to do, Su Yuyo had been carried to the hospital by Lu Chen when she wasn't fully conscious. Now that she was fully awake, leaning on him would mean being very close. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out her delicate hand and gently placed it on Lu Chen's shoulder. "Hold on tight." Feeling the warmth behind her, Lu Chen carried Su Yuyo's smooth legs and placed them securely on his back. The touch of her legs made Su Yuyo's cheeks blush slightly, her heart beating faster, reminding her of the night when Lu Chen tickled her feet. Back at home, Lu Chen gently placed Su Yuyo on the sofa. Seeing her weak state, he looked at the floor for a moment and said, "You sleep in my bed tonight." Su Yuyo trembled slightly at his words, her round and moist eyes stealing a glance at Lu Chen, shaking her head repeatedly, whispering, "No, not yet." Even though Lu Chen is quite good, relationships need to develop gradually. How can they just sleep together all of a sudden? She might not even like Lu Chen. What, still not okay now? The bed upstairs is more comfortable, I'll sleep on the floor. Of course. If you mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. After hearing this, Su Yuyo realized she had misunderstood, burying her whole head down and murmuring softly, "You misunderstood, I meant it's almost there." Lu Chen felt that Su Yuyo was acting strangely tonight. Could it be that she's gone crazy? "Come up." Lu Chen squatted with his back to the sofa, urging her. With the previous contact in mind, Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment this time before lying down. Walking to the loft bed, Lu Chen carefully placed Su Yuyo on the bed, yawning and saying, "Call me if you need anything." After saying this, Lu Chen walked downstairs. "Lu Chen." Just a few steps out, Su Yuyo's light voice sounded behind him. Lu Chen turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" "Thanks to you today, thank you." Su Yuyo pursed her pink lips, her beautiful eyes watery, looking at Lu Chen very seriously. "If you really want to thank me, think about how to repay me." Lu Chen waved his hand and walked downstairs. Unnoticed by anyone, a tired smile appeared on his face. Lying in the sleeping bag on the floor, he couldn't help but think, a big bed is still more comfortable. His nose lightly twitched, a faint fragrance lingering in the bedding, the same as the scent on Su Yuyo, quite pleasant. Before long, drowsiness overtook him, leaving only the sound of deep breathing. Wrapped in the soft bedding, Su Yuyo peeked out half of her head. Although the fever had subsided, her body was still weary. Smelling a different scent on the bedding, similar to what she had smelled when lying on Lu Chen, she would have found it unbearable before. However, this time, she didn't feel repulsed but rather a special sense of security. Listening to the breathing by her ear, Su Yuyo couldn't help but turn her head to look downstairs. The bright moonlight outside the window illuminated the room, revealing Lu Chen's rough black hair, handsome face, and dark eyebrows. After observing for a while, Su Yuyo felt sleepy, like a little kitten, and gradually fell asleep on the bed. When she woke up, Lu Chen was nowhere to be seen in the room. The golden sunlight streamed in from outside, giving the entire living room a warm feeling. She tiptoed downstairs. Breakfast was prepared on the table, millet porridge with custard buns, all in a thermos, just the right temperature. With a soft hand, she squeezed the custard bun, taking a bite and feeling the sweet sensation filling her heart. Su Yuyo's mouth curved into a satisfied smile, her eyes squinting like crescent moons. She had a particularly good appetite today, finishing the millet porridge and 4 custard buns in one go. Then she noticed a note and a packet of medicine under the thermos. "Finish breakfast and take the medicine in half an hour." Looking at the neat and clean writing, her heart felt as if it had been touched by honey, sweeter than the custard bun. With a smile on her lips, she lazily leaned back on the sofa. After a while, she took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, and made a call. "Hello? Who is this?" A voice on the other end sounded as if the person had just woken up. "Xiaoyu, it's me. Yuyo. You finally contacted me. Where have you been? You don't reply to messages or answer calls." "Well, the feelings have faded, no love anymore. I have someone else now, so I don't need Xiaoyu." Just now, a voice that was weak and feeble suddenly became crisp and clear, speaking a long passage in one breath. From the tone, it seemed to be a lively girl who talked a lot. "Ah, special circumstances." Su Yuyo wore a worried expression, sighing deeply. "There's a situation. Hurry, tell me quickly, I've already prepared snacks." In a luxurious villa hundreds of miles away, Yi Xiaoyu, curled up in the air-conditioned blanket, quickly sat up, grabbing the snacks on the table next to the bed, looking expectant. Su Yuyo couldn't help but roll her eyes. She and Yi Xiaoyu had known each other since kindergarten, and she was used to her friend's unconventional personality. Although she was usually unconventional, Su Yuyo considered her the only person she could trust at the moment, so she began to recount her experiences of the past few days. "Ah, you're actually living with a man." A deafening scream came from the phone, followed by the sound of snacks being crunched. "Hurry, tell me, what does it feel like to live with a man? Has he done anything to you?" Our Yuyo was once the school flower of Jiangxia High School. Which man can resist her? Oh no, am I going to be an aunt soon? Whether it's a boy or a girl, boys are too naughty, girls are better. I'll dress her up beautifully when the time comes. Su Yuyo had a black line on her face, and after a while, she faintly uttered a few words. "If you keep this up, I'll hang up." "Don't. I'm sorry. Yi Xiaoyu put away her teasing thoughts and said, "So what are you going to do now? You can't really live with a strange man. What if he loses control one day? Oh, just thinking about it is scary." Hearing this, Su Yuyo couldn't help but imagine various scenes, but she quickly shook them off. Indeed, Lu Chen would occasionally sneak glances at her, especially at her legs, but in the days they had spent together, she found Lu Chen to be a principled person, much better than the hypocritical boy she had known before. Apart from being a bit rude, she wondered what he was doing now. Ugh, I shouldn't be thinking about what he's doing, but let's not talk about that. "Xiaoyu, can you lend me some money?" Su Yuyo finally revealed her true intention. In a moment, a notification sound came from her phone, indicating that Yi Xiaoyu had transferred the money. "I can only transfer you 10,000 for now, I'll send you more tomorrow, my account has been limited by my stinky dad." Yi Xiaoyu complained. "You're still the best, Xiaoyu. I'll treat you to a big meal when I come back." Su Yuyo smiled. "You better take care of yourself first. I've heard my stinky dad mention your situation before. I didn't expect you to hide it so well. You were betrothed at birth, and the other party seems to be the son of the CEO of a top international technology group, worth at least $1 billion, you're quite lucky." "Lucky my foot, don't you know he's much older than me?" These uncles who have been struggling in the business world are all greasy men, fickle big radishes. He might even have a beer belly. Oh, just thinking about it is scary. Laughter came from the other end of the phone, seemingly reminded of something funny. "Xiaoyu." Yi Xiaoyu quickly suppressed her laughter and said seriously, "Yuyo, as your good friend, I have to remind you to come back before something irreversible happens. The outside world is more complicated than you think. Go back, apologize and act cute to Uncle Su, and everything will be fine." I don't think Uncle Su would sell his own daughter for a deal. Have a good talk with him, there might be some misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo said with full resentment, "I'm not going back. He always thinks that everything he does is for my own good, never asking for my opinion. He even forgot my 18th birthday. He came back just to arrange for me to meet that so-called son of the boss." Ah, how could Uncle Su do this? Sai, I don't know how to advise you. You're alone out there, you must protect yourself. It's best to find another place to stay. I'll go find the other sisters later and ask them to transfer some money to you, just to tide you over for now, Yi Xiaoyu said. "No, you can't go. He must have arranged everyone around me. As soon as you say something, he will definitely get the message," Su Yuyo hurriedly reminded. "Alright, if you need me to do anything, just give me a call. Rest assured, even if I die, I won't betray you," Yi Xiaoyu assured on the other end of the phone. "Good sister. Hee, of course." After chatting for a while, Su Yuyo hung up the phone. Accepting Xiaoyu's transfer, Su Yuyo opened the chat box with Lu Chen, waved her hand, and boldly sent 8,000 yuan over. With confidence, she sent a voice message, "Lu Chen, I have money now. The extra is for the rent and food expenses for my temporary stay at your place." Originally, she planned to repay Lu Chen's money and then pack up and leave. Yi Xiaoyu was right, it was indeed too dangerous for a girl to stay here alone. When she was about to say the prepared words, she changed her mind. What to do? What to do? Su Yuyo sat cross-legged on the sofa, scratching her hair in frustration. As she contemplated, she remembered that the green bubble could retract messages within 2 minutes. Quickly manipulating the phone interface, she found that more than 2 minutes had already passed. What should she do now? How could she say such words about a temporary stay? It must be because Lu Chen's cooking was too delicious. Yes, that's the reason. Just stay for a while, enjoy Lu Chen's cooking until she got tired of it, then leave. Su Yuyo pursed her lips, quite satisfied with this idea. Inside the Star River milk tea shop, Lu Chen happened to be moving goods in the storage room when he heard the notification sound on his phone. He took out his phone to check. Seeing the transfer information from Su Yuyo, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Where did this guy get so much money when he was almost broke? After listening to the voice message, Lu Chen asked in a questioning tone, "Where did you get the money from?" This guy was too naive. He couldn't rush to repay him just because he was anxious, touching on things that shouldn't be touched, like borrowing money. Hearing Lu Chen's stern tone, Su Yuyo pouted, "I borrowed it from my good sister. I promised to repay what I owe you." Lu Chen suddenly said, "But it's not your money." "You." Su Yuyo clenched her fists in anger, her feet stomping on the ground. In the storage room, Lu Chen knew the money was borrowed. He shook his head, relieved, but from what he heard, she had no intention of going back but planned to stay with him for a long time. If Su Yuyo's parents were truly materialistic people, with Su Yuyo's innocent and naive nature, advising her to go home now would be like throwing her into the fire. If she truly wanted to decide her own fate, she had to grow up and not rely solely on others' help. After much contemplation, Lu Chen said bluntly, "If you really want to repay me, do it on your own. I happen to be hiring here. You can come work for me. I'll pay you 20 yuan per hour, plus commission. I didn't expect you to be a boss. So stingy, you must be a profiteer." "I'm not going," Su Yuyo rejected without even thinking. "Alright, miss. I'm busy now, no time to deal with you." Having said what needed to be said, Lu Chen put his phone in his pocket, picked up a box of raw materials, and prepared to go out. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and when he checked, it was a call from Su Yuyo. "What's up? I'm busy. Where are you?" "I'm coming to work for you." Su Yuyo's tone was clearly angry, just like Lu Chen's helpless attitude, almost identical to his father's, always treating himself like a child, perfunctory. "It's just a job. Others can do it, why can't she? You don't want to come, do you?" Lu Chen's mouth unconsciously curved up, this guy, quite proud. "Mind your own business, send me the location, I'm coming right now," Su Yuyo said stubbornly. "Can you handle it? Why not just rest at home and come tomorrow?" Lu Chen thought of Su Yuyo just recovering from a cold, so he said, You can't do anything. How do you know?" You. Just 2 sentences left Su Yuyo at a loss for words, her pretty face blushing and angry. Why is Lu Chen so annoying? After some thought, Lu Chen still sent Su Yuyo a location, feeling her forehead in the morning and finding that the fever had completely subsided, so he allowed her to come and take a look first. Putting his phone in his pocket, Lu Chen continued to be busy. Today's business was exceptionally good. Busy until noon, as the number of customers gradually decreased, Lu Chen felt drowsiness creeping up. Having only slept 2 or 3 hours last night, his sleep was far from enough. "Boss, why don't you go rest in the storage room for a while, me and Jiang are here." Shu Yao had noticed that the boss was not in good shape today, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious he hadn't slept well. Seeing the boss yawning, she said. Lu Chen yawned again, nodded after some thought, "I've ordered food for you, thank you for your hard work." As he prepared to enter the storage room, he remembered something and instructed, "If a girl named Su Yuyu comes to work later, Shu Yao, you take care of her and guide her." "Boss, you're so considerate. By the way, that Su Yuyu, is she new?" Shu Yao asked curiously. "Sort of." Lu Chen casually replied and then entered the storage room where there was a folding bed in the corner, specifically for resting. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lu Chen tidied up his clothes and walked out of the storage room. As for lunch, skipping 1 meal wouldn't kill him. He greeted the busy Shu Yao and Jiang at the bar counter, about to tidy up the tables and chairs in the shop when he noticed someone was already doing it. Looking closely, wasn't it Su Yuyu? Today, Su Yuyu was wearing a cartoon print white t-shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, white knee-high socks on her slender legs, showcasing her fair legs, coupled with her flawless face, attracting many customers to steal glances. "Boss, you're awake, you just slept a short while and Yuyu came, she's very smart and diligent, she learned everything after just 1 instruction," Shu Yao said as she made lemon tea by hand, smiling at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, observing Su Yuyu's every move, including the slight fake paleness on her cheeks. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Su Yuyu raised her head slightly, working even harder. "It's just a job. Easy to handle." At this moment, Lu Chen walked towards Su Yuyu, and when he was just a foot away, he reached out and brushed away the sweat-dampened hair from her forehead, his hand resting on her forehead for a moment before he withdrew it and said, "Go rest for a while." Su Yuyu's delicate body trembled slightly, from a proud and expectant look to feeling her cheeks burning. She was indeed very tired, but had been gritting her teeth and persevering. Gurgle. The sound came from Su Yuyu's stomach. Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brows, meaning she hadn't even had lunch. Just recovered from a cold, already weak, and not having lunch, with Su Yuyu's petite frame, how could she endure it? Lu Chen turned around and walked quickly into the storage room. Seeing Lu Chen's angry look, Su Yuyu stood still in place, feeling a bit at a loss, wondering what she had done wrong. After a moment, Lu Chen took off his work clothes and walked out, instructing the two at the bar, Jiang, Shuyao, I'm taking Yuyo out for lunch. Call me if you need anything. The two at the bar exchanged a glance and nodded. Once Lu Chen left with Su Yuyo, Shuyao's gossip nature took over, and she turned to the stiff Jiang, saying, something's off with the boss. Jiang looked puzzled. What's off? The boss has always been good to the employees. Why are you so dense? After all this time here, didn't you notice the boss was clearly showing some concern for Su Yuyo just now? Shu Yao rolled her eyes. Jiang calmly replied, the boss said he's taking Su Yuyo to lunch, so it must be because he saw that she hadn't eaten. What's so strange about that? There's no point in telling you. Shu Yao felt frustrated but had to suppress her gossiping spirit. It was close to 10 o'clock in the evening. The busy day's work had finally ended. Shu Yao, at the entrance of the milk tea shop, stretched her body, took off her work clothes, and wore only a small t-shirt on top, accentuating her slender waist. She then cheerfully linked arms with Su Yuyo and complained to Lu Chen, boss, you must keep Yuyo here. If you don't hire more people, my old back will give out sooner or later. It depends on whether she wants to stay. Lu Chen looked meaningfully at the tired Su Yuyo. He had let her go back to rest in the afternoon, but she insisted on staying with him until now. Throughout the day, he had sensed something amiss. Su Yuyo seemed to hold some resentment towards him. Recalling the events of the day, he had a rough idea of what the problem might be. He wondered how long she could endure this feeling once it was revealed. Hearing the boss's words, Shuya knew there was hope, so she smiled at Su Yuyo and said, Yuyo, stay here. The boss is the best boss I've ever seen, very kind. Once you're a regular employee, your salary won't be lower than those in the office. As Lu Chen had suspected, Su Yuyo was already having second thoughts, feeling exhausted and sore after the day. She felt so sour and swollen. Hearing Lu Chen and Shu Yao's conversation, Su Yuyo was torn. Her gaze fell on Lu Chen, and when she saw him looking at her with a playful expression, she straightened her head stubbornly and said, of course, I want to stay. I'll be back tomorrow. That's great, Yuyo. Welcome aboard. From now on, we're colleagues. Excitedly, Shu Yao held Su Yuyo's delicate hand, feeling a strong protective instinct towards her. She finally understood why guys like gentle girls. She, as a girl, liked it too. Thank you, Sister Shu Yao. Su Yuyo forced a smile, not because she was excited, but because she was too exhausted. If given a bed at that moment, she could demonstrate what instant sleep meant. Seeing this, Shu Yao cheerfully said, see you tomorrow, little Yuyo. After bidding farewell to Shu Yao, only Lu Chen and Su Yuyo remained at the door. As for Jiang, he had left after finishing his work in the afternoon, and Shu Yao had stayed to cover for someone else. Are you tired? Not too much. Will you really come back tomorrow? I said I would, so I will. Oh, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be quite tough. Lu Chen gave Su Yuyo a thumbs up and smiled. Hearing the praise, Su Yuyo couldn't help but show a joyful expression, her delicate nose tilting up high. Humph, there's nothing I can't do that I set my mind to. Impressive, impressive. Yes, have some of this to refresh yourself. Lu Chen took out a cup of freshly made taro bubble milk tea from his handbag and handed it over. Seeing the taro bubble milk tea, Su Yuyo's eyes lit up, but she was also surprised because wasn't the taro bubble milk tea sold out long ago? Holding the taro bubble milk tea, she discovered that it was actually warm. Could it be that Lu Chen had just cooked this? Unable to resist, she took a sip and a satisfied smile instantly appeared on her face. This cup of taro bubble milk tea, for some reason, was incredibly delicious, the best milk tea she had ever tasted in her life. At the same time, Lu Chen pushed the electric scooter over and patted the back seat, smirking, let's go, get on. Su Yuyo nodded vigorously, finally able to go home and sleep. No, not go home, but go back to sleep. Facing the evening breeze, the white electric scooter disappeared down the street. Unnoticed by anyone, two figures descended from a building on the opposite street, Jiang Wan and Song Ziyi, who had just finished work, watching the two happily chatting companions leave. Jiang Wan's face turned pale, she suddenly threw her designer bag aside, increased her pace by 100%, and walked away. Song Ziyi, who was following closely, dared not say a word. The master had been making mistakes these days and had been criticized by the leaders, and as the apprentice, she naturally suffered a lot of consequences. She wanted to say something, but after some thought, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Unpleasant truths are hard to hear, and some things are better said only once. Back at the single apartment building, Lu Chen was about to ask Su Yuyo to get off the scooter when he noticed that Su Yuyo, leaning against him, had fallen asleep at some point. Her rosy lips were slightly parted, tightly holding the unfinished taro bubble milk tea in her hands. After a long day, even Lu Chen, who was used to it, felt sore and tired, let alone Su Yuyo, who was experiencing this for the first time. Looking at the sleeping Su Yuyo, he couldn't help but be captivated. She breathed lightly, her eyes peacefully closed, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow, her lips curved slightly, as if dreaming of something. She stuck out a tender little tongue, licked the corner of her mouth, and then smiled contentedly. There was a time when he had also fantasized about a girl leaning on his shoulder, but he never expected that the first girl to appear would be Su Yuyo, whom he had only known for a few days. Coming back to his senses, he carefully parked the scooter, then slowly turned to cradle Su Yuyo's face in his hands. Seeing that Su Yuyo was completely unaware, afraid of waking her up, Lu Chen had no choice but to princess carry her back home. Gently placing Su Yuyo on the bed, he released his clenched hands, took a deep breath, covered her with a blanket, and headed downstairs. Taking a shower was definitely not suitable at this hour, the noise would be too loud. He would do it tomorrow morning. Lying on the floor, Lu Chen yawned and soon fell asleep. Upstairs, on the soft bed, Su Yuyo opened her sleepy eyes, turned halfway, and looked downstairs with a faint smile on her lips. She had indeed fallen asleep on Lu Chen due to exhaustion, but when Lu Chen carried her, she had already woken up. She had thought that Lu Chen would take advantage of her while she was asleep, but to her surprise, he was quite a gentleman, holding her with clenched fists the whole time, never crossing the line. Being held by Lu Chen was quite comfortable, so she decided to continue pretending to sleep. Throughout the day, Yexio's reminder had been on Su Yuyo's mind. However, after today's events, her perspective had changed significantly. Besides getting to know Lu Chen better, she had gained a new understanding of the world. She realized that the world was not as simple as she had imagined. Even making a simple cup of lemon tea involved so many steps. Therefore, she decided to stay here, to prove that she was not a delicate flower in a greenhouse, and she also wanted to embrace her own blue sky. Gradually, Su Yuyo's eyes closed, entering a gentle dreamland. Splash! Splash! The next morning, before the alarm clock could ring, Lu Chen was awakened by the sound of flowing water by his ear. Struggling to open his eyes a crack, Lu Chen glanced towards the bathroom and then at the bed on the second floor, confirming that Su Yuyo was showering. He reached for his phone to check the time. He could sleep for another 10 minutes. So, Lu Chen closed his eyes again. Not long after, the bathroom door clicked open, and a head popped out, dark hair adorned with water droplets glistening. Su Yuyo gazed at Lu Chen lying on the floor, still asleep. After a brief internal struggle, she grabbed a bundle of wet clothes and headed towards the clothes on the sofa. She had clean clothes to change into, but as she reached for a shirt on the rack, it slipped to the floor because it was too high. She didn't want to wear dirty clothes. It was early, and he was definitely still asleep. If she just had a minute, she could get another set of clean clothes. Drip! Drip! The water droplets from Su Yuyo's body fell on the floor, the sound not loud but crystal clear to Lu Chen sleeping on the floor. Dame, you can't! Seeing Lu Chen about to open his eyes, Su Yuyo quickly threw the clothes she was holding at his head and grabbed the clothes on the sofa before running into the bathroom. As Lu Chen grabbed the fabric blocking his view and scanned the room, he noticed he was holding a pink cartoon underwear. What's going on? Lu Chen exerted force on his waist, sat up abruptly, and surveyed the surroundings of the floor, white shirt, pleated skirt, and a warm white bra. Su Yuyo quickly changed clothes and walked out. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Lu Chen holding her intimate underwear, looking somewhat perverted. In fact, Lu Chen hadn't fully recovered, still in a daze from sleep. Pervert, pervert, give me back my underwear, Su Yuyo exclaimed. Rolling the pink underwear into a ball with one hand, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and threw it towards Su Yuyo. All these scenes were captured by Su Yuyo's eyes. Lu Chen. Lu Chen actually dared to rub her underwear in front of her, truly a super pervert. Why are you shouting so early? Do you think this is your home? When people just wake up, they may be irritable, especially when they haven't slept well and are falsely accused. Lu Chen's tone was somewhat impatient and low. The deep voice echoed in the room, effectively silencing it instantly. Until Lu Chen finished washing up and left, he and Su Yuyo didn't exchange a single word throughout. Walking along the apartment path, Lu Chen glanced at Su Yuyo's side profile, recalling his words in the room and realizing he might have been too harsh. She was forced to marry as soon as she came of age, deceived of everything in a strange city, and encountered a lecherous rogue. If it weren't for him, who knows what could have happened. Should he apologize? As a proud man, apologizing to a young girl wouldn't be shameful. He had plenty of experience from his past interactions with Jong-won. Before the first word could form, Su Yuyo, who had been silent and looking down, suddenly stopped in her tracks, gritted her teeth, raised her head, and loudly said, "I'm sorry." Su Yuyo had struggled internally for a long time. No matter how she thought about it, it was her fault. In her world, right was right, wrong was wrong. If it was her fault, she should apologize. Hearing these 3 words, Luchan stood there in shock, unable to believe they came from Su Yuyo's mouth. Lucan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you this morning, can you forgive me? Su Yuyo stared sincerely at Lucan, clearly the one apologizing, yet couldn't help but look pitiful. A passing middle-aged woman on her way to buy groceries glanced disdainfully at Lucan, seeing the pitiful look on the young girl's face. In her mind, nowadays boys have no sense of responsibility, only knowing how to bully girls. Lucan stared intently at the close Su Yuyo, recalling the conflict that had occurred between him and Jiangwan the first time, a fierce argument where it was entirely Jiangwan's fault. After a few days of Cold War, the final outcome was Jiangwan messaging him, saying that if he didn't apologize, they shouldn't contact each other again. In Jiangwan's words, as a boy, he should indefinitely tolerate girls, as girls are never wrong. Looking back now, he found himself quite ridiculous. I forgive you. I was also wrong, shouldn't have been so harsh on you, can you forgive me too? Looking at the adorable and pitiable Su Yuyo, Lucan subconsciously reached out and flicked Su Yuyo's delicate and pretty nose. Hearing this, Su Yuyo broke into a smile, like a lotus flower adorned with dewdrops. I forgive you too. The two exchanged smiles, leaving the apartment together, with Lucan driving the electric scooter carrying Su Yuyo towards the Milky Way milk tea shop. Along the way, Lucan stopped at an old noodle shop for Su Yuyo. This shop, as Lucan knew, had been open for over 20 years, not very fancy in decor but with authentic flavors, and most importantly, devoid of technology and hustle. Finding a seat for Su Yuyo, Lucan smiled at the bustling and plump shop owner. Boss, 2 bowls of spicy fried pork handmade noodles. All right. Seeing Lucan, the shop owner's smile brightened. Lucan was a regular here, and they were quite familiar with each other. In no time, the shop owner brought 2 steaming bowls of handmade noodles. After a quick glance at Su Yuyo, the shop owner gave Lucan an approving look. The two didn't exchange many words but it felt like they had said a lot. Seeing the doubled portion of toppings in the bowl, Lucan knew the shop owner had intentionally added more for her. Thanking the shop owner with a smile, Lucan noticed the shop owner returning the gesture. If one didn't know better, they might mistake the two for mother and son. Smelling the fragrant handmade noodles in the bowl, Su Yuyo couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and taste it. After a mouthful, a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. So delicious, both fragrant and spicy. Su Yuyo praised with full marks, her words slightly muffled. Eat slowly, don't choke. Lucan helplessly watched Su Yuyo, noticing the oil stains around her mouth and a bit of noodle corner, gesturing towards his own lips. 1 second Su Yuyo was happily eating noodles, the next she became calm. Just because he brought her to eat noodles, did he have to be kissed? The shop owner happened to bring a bowl of rice to the next table. Seeing the lovely and quiet girl, she grew fonder the more she looked. Noticing the residue at the corner of her mouth, she kindly smiled and pointed to her own mouth. Seeing the hints from Lucan and the shop owner, Su Yuyo pondered, was this a unique custom of Sha City? If it were someone else, Su Yuyo wouldn't even consider it, but Lucan was her benefactor, treating her so well. If it was just a kiss on the cheek, it shouldn't count as a first kiss, she had checked on her phone. A first kiss only counted if lips touched lips. So Su Yuyo gathered her courage, first wiping the oil stains off her mouth with a tissue, then leaned towards Luchan's cheek. A small peck. Su Yuyo lightly pecked Luchan's cheek, blushing, then sat back down, burying her head to focus on eating noodles. This time, Luchan's heart was boiling. Did he just hallucinate? Su Yuyo had just kissed him. Feeling the lingering moisture on his cheeks, Luchan's heart skipped a beat, as if his heart had stopped for a moment. This was not an illusion. Young couples these days are different. The scene was captured by the landlady, who smiled like an old aunt reminiscing about her youth when even holding hands required privacy. Well, one had to respect the elderly. After finishing the noodles, the landlady came over with a smile, tidying up the table and saying, Xiaoxia, your girlfriend is from out of town. She came all this way, you should take her out and show her a good time. Our Sha City is not a popular city now. I'm old and don't know what fun places there are. You young people must know, take her out and have fun. You can put the shop's matters aside for now, the landlady kindly reminded. Thank you, Yan Jia, I was just thinking about that. A few words of small talk later, without giving Su Yuyo a chance to explain, he took her away from there. In the car. Luchan, why don't you explain? I'm not your what? Su Yuyo complained. You dared to kiss me in front of so many people. Do you think my explanation just now would have been useful? Luchan chuckled. Isn't this a custom here? Just now, you and the landlady both pointed to your lips. Isn't that what it meant? Su Yuyo asked in confusion. Ha ha ha. Luchan couldn't help but laugh out loud. So that was it. Luchan patiently explained to Su Yuyo, and after listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Su Yuyo couldn't laugh anymore, her cheeks blushing as she lowered her head, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Hearing Lu Chen still laughing, Su Yuyo became annoyed. Why didn't he just tell her directly and let her misunderstand? So she pinched Lu Chen's waist hard. Ouch, madam, I was wrong. Seeing Lu Chen begging for mercy, Su Yuyo finally let go. Because of this incident, Su Yuyo felt too embarrassed to look at Lu Chen all day, let alone communicate with him. It wasn't until the person coming to take over in the afternoon arrived that the two finally left together. On the way, Lu Chen saw that it was still early and remembered the landlady's reminder during the day, so he turned to Su Yuyo, who was only holding onto his clothes, and asked, "Do you want to go out for a walk? The university town is not far from here, there are mountains, lakes, and several streets with good food. Is it better than the noodles we had this morning?" Su Yuyo's voice came out with a hint of complaint. Clearly she hadn't gotten over what happened during the day. Each has its own merits, you'll know once you've tried it. Well, let's go take a look then. Sure. Lu Chen smirked and suddenly accelerated the electric scooter. So, unprepared, Su Yuyo tightly pressed against Lu Chen. Lu Chen, are you doing this on purpose? Su Yuyo scolded in a tender voice. Sorry, I didn't notice just now. Lu Chen hurriedly slowed down again, and Su Yuyo, who had just stabilized herself, instinctively hugged Lu Chen's waist again. Lu Chen, you are doing this on purpose. Su Yuyo reached out to feel the most tender part of Lu Chen's waist, wanting to use the same method from the day to deal with him. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen accelerated suddenly, and Su Yuyo's delicate body pressed against him again. The first two times were not intentional, but this time, he. Hearing Lu Chen's mischievous laughter, Su Yuyo didn't spare him, and ruthlessly pinched his waist. Not content with just one side, Su Yuyo, with her other hand, also grabbed the excess flesh on the other side. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Oomph, I won't let go. Who told you to bully me like this? Su Yuyo had a smug expression, a smiling face, eyes like cicada wings, curved like a crescent moon. You won't let go, huh? Don't regret it. Lu Chen endured the pain in his waist, and so he repeated the same tricks, accelerating, decelerating, accelerating, decelerating. The playful demeanor and laughter of the two attracted the attention of many passers-by on the road, especially the girl sitting on the back of the electric bike, causing jealousy among many men and making ambitious men in luxury cars grind their teeth in frustration. Why him? What makes him so special? The playful behavior of the two eventually caught the attention of an undercover traffic police officer at the intersection. Without exception, they were asked to pull over and undergo a 10-minute video lesson. I know you young people are full of vitality, but you must abide by traffic rules without any carelessness. Since you both are wearing helmets, I won't fine you this time. If I catch you again, there will be severe consequences, understood? A seemingly fierce but somewhat indulgent old policeman lectured the two verbally. Su Yuyo had never encountered such a scene before and nodded obediently like a good baby. As for Lu Chen, the old hand, he cooperated with the traffic police with a smile. A few minutes later, the old policeman chuckled and said, "Stay safe, have fun." "Thank you, officer." Su Yuyo blinked cutely at the old policeman, as if afraid he would take him away. Seeing Lu Chen's lack of response, Su Yuyo discreetly placed his hand on Lu Chen's waist and pinched him hard. Ouch! Lu Chen winced in pain and locked eyes with Su Yuyo, who threatened him with a look, prompting him to bend down and thank the elderly officer. With a girlfriend like her, you must cherish her. The veteran policeman, who had roamed the streets for decades, couldn't help but be amused by Su Yuyo's antics and sternly advised Lu Chen. "I will." Without waiting for Su Yuyo to explain, Lu Chen promptly agreed. As Lu Chen drove Su Yuyo away, the old policeman kept his gaze fixed for a long time, shaking his head in the end, sighing deeply, reminiscing about his own past. In the evening, Jiang Wan stepped out of the office in custom high heels. Other colleagues in the office area glanced up once and then deliberately looked back at their computers. Today, Jiang Wan had only applied light makeup, wearing a black fitted dress. Despite this, with her naturally good looks, she was the most eye-catching presence on that floor. Lately, Jiang Wan had been making some minor mistakes repeatedly, and the boss had criticized her not just once or twice. Anyone slightly clever would not hit a snag at this time, and some even took pleasure in her misfortune behind her back. As Jiang Wan left, two female colleagues who had been with the company for a few years began to gossip. "Xiaofeng, guess why team leader Jiang has been so distracted these past few days?" "Humph, as if no one knows." Xiaofeng scoffed disdainfully. "Then tell me. Anyone with eyes can see it. This is probably related to the owner of the Milky Way bubble tea shop across the street. I heard long ago that Jiang Wan and that owner were college classmates. It's said that he pursued Jiang Wan for years without success. They even interviewed together here, and after Jiang Wan got the job, he opened a bubble tea shop across the street. Xiao Fang shook her head as if immersed in the story. From what I've observed these past few days, it seems the guy has given up. It's a pity. Nowadays, it's hard to come across such sincere guys. Why can't I meet someone like that? If heaven could let me meet him, I'd be willing to lose 50 pounds. Jasmine, looking disdainfully at Xiao Fang's excess weight, remarked, "You really eat a lot." Xiao Fang ignored the comment and continued, "In my opinion, Jiang Wan deserves this. Stringing someone along for so many years, if you don't like him, just say it directly. It's just to have a backup like him around, to show off your superiority complex. Disgusting." Ahem. At that moment, Jasmine cleared her throat and glanced sideways, hinting at something. Xiao Fang followed her gaze and saw Jiang Wan walking in with a cup of coffee, apparently standing there for quite some time. "What are you afraid of? I'm telling the truth, and I haven't taken anything from her or owe her anything." Xiao Fang glanced at Jiang Wan disdainfully. Although Jiang Wan was a team leader, she wasn't Xiao Fang's team leader and couldn't control her. Jiang Wan looked expressionless, walked into the office as if nothing had happened. After closing the door, Jiang Wan couldn't hold back the emotions hidden in her heart, and her eyes quickly turned red. She was always generous and polite to her colleagues, so why treat herself like this? She remembered the words of Lu Chen, who had warned her that colleagues should always remain colleagues, and emotions should not be mixed in beyond work. Because of this incident, she had even mocked Lu Chen, saying he didn't understand anything. It took Jiang Wan a while to compose herself before she continued working. She worked tirelessly until 8 o'clock in the evening, barely finishing what she had to do. Her stomach growled. She hadn't eaten dinner and only now realized she was a bit hungry after unburdening herself. Subconsciously, Jiang Wan took out her phone and habitually tried to message Lu Chen, only to remember that Lu Chen had blocked her on WeChat and even on the phone. Thinking about this, Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. Was it necessary for things to escalate like this just because she asked a colleague to have a few cups of milk tea with him? Or as Lu Chen said, was Lu Chen trying to make her surrender to him in this way? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After packing up, Jiang Wan walked out of the building with light steps, looking at the bustling crowd on the street. She couldn't help but glance at the Milky Way milk tea shop. She didn't know if Lu Chen was there. Unconsciously, Jiang Wan found herself walking across the street, and as she waited for a taxi, she glanced at the shop but didn't see Lu Chen. Was he leaving early today? Just as Jiang Wan was about to focus on hailing a taxi, a familiar white electric scooter caught her eye not far away. Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel a twinge of joy, but before she could put on a cold attitude, a graceful figure behind Lu Chen caused her proud heart to crumble. The figure embraced Lu Chen's waist, and the two of them chatted and laughed, carrying bags as if they were an intimate couple. Jiang Wan's eyes were fixed on the figure, and she mentally eliminated all the female employees in Lu Chen's shop. For the first time, Jiang Wan felt a hint of powerlessness when she compared herself to the girl in terms of figure, skin, and appearance. Moreover, the girl was only wearing minimal makeup, yet she outshone a group of heavily made-up women. Her only advantage was that she was taller in high heels. Who was she exactly? Why had she never seen her by Lu Chen's side before? Lu Chen parked the electric scooter and walked straight into the shop. After all, he was the boss and couldn't just leave everything to others. Su Yuyo remained seated on the electric scooter, swinging her legs contentedly, attracting the attention of passers-by. They say a woman's sixth sense is particularly sensitive. The girl was no exception. In no time, Su Yuyo's gaze met Jiang Wan's from a distance. Confirming that no one was beside her, Su Yuyo felt that Jiang Wan was sizing her up with what seemed like hostility. After pondering for a while, Su Yuyo couldn't recall ever meeting this person, so why was she staring at her like that? From the hostile look in the other's eyes, Su Yuyo vaguely guessed what was going on. She had seen countless romantic animations, and this seemed like the look a love rival would give. Was it because of Lu Chen? Feeling uncomfortable under the other's constant gaze, Su Yuyo felt as if ants were crawling all over her. Just as she was about to move away, a graceful figure emerged from the milk tea shop and, upon seeing Su Yuyo, approached her with a bright smile. "Yuyo, what are you doing here?" Shu Yao looked surprised. Noticing the small white electric bike she was sitting on, she quickly made a connection. Sure enough, the relationship between the boss and you was not simple, especially with the changes in the boss these days. Thinking of this, Shu Yao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Lu Ken brought me here. Suyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Suyu's flustered appearance, Shu Yao smiled knowingly. I understand. Shu Yao, you've misunderstood. I'm just temporarily staying at Lu Chen's place. Suyu hurriedly explained. And cohabiting. Shu Yao's eyes widened like copper bells, exclaiming excitedly. It's not what you think, I pay rent. It's just temporary. Suyu explained repeatedly, but the more she explained, the more confused it became. Looking at Shuyao's uncontrollable smile, she knew that even if she explained until she was blue in the face, the other party wouldn't believe her. She was now like an ant on a hot pan, at a loss. Ha, I'm just teasing you. A cute and beautiful girl like you should at least be matched with a wealthy CEO, although the boss is not bad. Compared to you, he's a bit older and lacks in looks. Shu Yao analyzed seriously. Hearing about the wealthy CEO, Suyu thought of the man her father was eager to introduce to her, subconsciously showing a look of disgust, then said, Liu Ken is good. Shu Yao immediately teased, oh, so your heart has already been won over. No, Liu Ken has helped me a lot, he's a good person. How good? Just good. Oh. In just a few words, Suyu's rhythm was completely led by Shu Yao. Compared to Shu Yao, Suyu was like a little white rabbit while Shu Yao was a sly old fox. In the midst of their banter, Shu Yao caught sight of Jiang Wan on the side of the road. A look of disgust involuntarily appeared on her face at the sight of her aunt's smiling face. She was not one to hide her emotions, and she felt a natural aversion towards Jiang Wan. Shu Yao, do you know her? She's been staring at us. Suyu noticed Shu Yao's change in mood and asked, Humph. A disgusting woman. Compared to you, she's miles behind. Do you want to know why she's looking at you like that? Shu Yao turned to Suyu, her expression softened, and she couldn't help but pinch her baby-like face. Although they had only been together for less than a day, as a woman, Shu Yao could tell that Suyu was one of the most innocent girls she had ever met. Suyu curiously nodded, like a little chick pecking at grains. Shu Yao began to describe in detail everything she knew. She had been in Xinghe for almost a year and knew about the boss's affairs to a large extent. After a long discussion, Shu Yao tried to describe every detail, as if she was venting, and let out a long breath. Suyu had been listening carefully to everything Shu Yao said. She never expected Liu Ken to have such a sincere side, nor did she expect there to be such a woman in the world. If she thought Liu Ken was not good, why not just say it openly? Why torment Liu Ken like this? Suyu's eyes filled with tenderness as she watched Liu Ken busy in the shop. For some reason, she felt a pang of pity. Thinking of Liu Ken lying by the river, her thoughts suddenly cleared. The first time she saw Liu Ken, she could clearly feel the loneliness and desolation between his brows. Something must have happened during that time that made him very sad, otherwise, how could such a calm person lose control like that? Why was such a good person treated like this? After being taken care of by Liu Ken for so long, a voice in her heart reminded her that she might have to do something. Sister Shu Yao, wait for me here. Suyu pursed her pink lips, her eyes showing a hint of determination as she walked straight towards Jiang Wan, who was still waiting for a car on the roadside. Shu Yao wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. She never expected that after listening to Suyu's gentle words, she would take the initiative to find Jiang Wan. Will there be a fight later? Thinking of this, Shu Yao quickly followed, determined to protect Yuyo in case something happened. Jiang Wan noticed Su Yuyo approaching, and despite her years of experience in society, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. But soon she calmed down, composed herself, and stood confidently. In no time, Su Yuyo stood next to Jiang Wan and earnestly said, Hello. The soft voice made Shu Yao's lips twitch involuntarily. How could such a voice have any power to harm? Jiang Wan glanced at Su Yuyo with an air of superiority and coldly asked, What do you want? I want to ask you for a favor. Please stay away from Liu Chen in the future and stop bullying him. You are really beautiful, I believe many people like you. If you don't like Liu Chen, please spare him. He is a good person and should not be treated this way. The gentle words seemed enchanting, filled with a penetrating power that struck straight to the soul. Shu Yao couldn't help but curve her lips slightly. Why did she feel a hint of tea house vibe? No, this couldn't be called tea house, it was more like a boss's good little sister. Jiang Wan didn't reply immediately. Despite her calm appearance, her body trembled slightly, indicating her inner turmoil. Who are you to him, and what right do you have to say such things? It took Jiang Wan a long time to squeeze out these words through gritted teeth. Being a team leader at a young age, besides excellent work abilities, she also had a sharp tongue. But facing the gentle Su Yuyo, she felt like she was losing no matter if she retorted angrily or replied indifferently. In the distance, the sound of rolling shutters could be heard as Liu Chen finished tidying up and closed the door. Liu Chen turned to look towards the direction of the electric scooter, only to find that Su Yuyo was not there as he had instructed her to stay and rest. His brows furrowed slightly, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Su Yuyo. And Jiang Wan was standing beside her. Liu Chen's relaxed and content expression darkened, and he hurriedly walked over. Normally, he would have explained the situation, but this time he wasn't looking to explain anything. He was worried about Su Yuyo getting hurt, this was his business, and he didn't want Su Yuyo to be involved. Su Yuyo, standing still, listened to Jiang Wan's words, pondered for a while, and finally mustered the courage to face Jiang Wan directly. I am her girlfriend. Please stop bullying him. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, striking the hearts of the three people. Shu Yao was somewhat prepared, having guessed it earlier. But Jiang Wan and Lu Chen, who had just arrived behind her, couldn't remain calm after hearing this, especially Lu Chen, who seemed frozen in place. After a while, Su Yuyo, seeing that Jiang Wan had no intention of responding, said, sorry for the disturbance. In fact, Su Yuyo was extremely nervous at the moment, her palms sweating. She hurriedly turned and left, but as she turned around, she bumped into Lu Chen, who was standing close by. She touched her forehead, looked at Lu Chen in front of her, and was startled. How did he end up here? Did he hear everything she just said? Lu Chen, is what she said true? Jiang Wan spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment, grievance, and even anger. No wonder Lu Chen suddenly distanced himself, did everything to avoid her. There was someone else in his heart. Others only knew that Lu Chen had been pursuing her for 5 years, but who else knew that she had never accepted any other guy in those 5 years because of Lu Chen? Wasn't what she had done enough? This has nothing to do with her. Pausing for a moment, Lu Chen's voice lowered as he spoke again. My matters have nothing to do with you either. Noticing Shu Yao beside them, Lu Chen, who was meticulous in his thoughts, figured out something. Su Yuyo couldn't possibly know about him and Jiang Wan's situation. It must have been Shu Yao who said something. Knowing Shu Yao well, Su Yuyo must have been influenced by Shu Yao's emotions for this to happen. He held Su Yuyo's soft hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and gave Shu Yao a cold glance. I hope this is the last time. Shu Yao stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe. For so long, she had never seen her boss so angry. She just wanted to help her boss, never expecting her boss to care so much about Yuyo, making things awkward. As Lu Chen drove away with Su Yuyo, Shu Yao felt like a deflated balloon, relieved. Her boss just now was so imposing, so manly. Turns out her boss had this side to him, quite handsome. Unintentionally, Shu Yao found herself daydreaming. As for Jiang Wan, she just glanced over, hands on her hips, sneering triumphantly as she left. The three of them left one after another, leaving Jiang Wan standing alone by the roadside. Watching Lu Chen disappear, she still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. She had known Lu Chen for over 5 years, understanding his personality well. Whatever she liked or wanted, Lu Chen would fulfill. Almost everyone in the school knew that Lu Chen liked her. And just now, the look Lu Chen gave her. Cold, disdainful, indifferent. Wasn't it just because she hadn't agreed to his confession? If she persisted a bit, wouldn't she have agreed? The reason she hadn't agreed all this time was that once you men get what you want, you don't cherish it. Everything she did was to test Lu Chen and deepen their relationship. And now, he would say such hurtful words for a girl who had just appeared not long ago. Soon, a taxi stopped by, and Jiang Wan got in like a wooden puppet. The reason she couldn't get a taxi earlier was simply because she hadn't decided to leave yet. Sitting in the car, a wave of grievances surged up, choking back a sob. She couldn't hold it in and cried in the back seat. With such a big incident, Lu Chen rushed over as soon as she received the news. Seeing Jiang Wan crying like a kitten, Lu Chen couldn't believe it. She had never seen Jiang Wan in such a distressed state. See? I told you, men are all no good. Lu Chen, this scumbag, if I catch him, I'll make him pay. Dear sister, don't be sad. I've called our other sisters. We'll take you to the Imperial Dynasty KTV later to relax. Put all your sorrow and anger into the songs, everything will pass. Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk. At the front desk of the Imperial Dynasty KTV, 2 female night shift employees were chatting. Xingqing, have you ever seen the guy I described? Thanks to him that day, otherwise I would have been drenched like a drowned rat. And, that guy was quite handsome, but he seemed a bit off that day. What do you think? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of people coming in and out of here every day. Even if I had 2 heads, I couldn't remember them all. Hong Yan. Stop daydreaming about handsome guys, it's impossible in this lifetime. Sigh. If only I could meet him again. Hong Yan propped her chin, her mind wandering back to that rainy day scene. A BGM of a Korean drama started playing, depicting the encounter of the male and female leads, just like in those dramas. A guest is here, focus, if we get a complaint, we'll lose money. Upon hearing the sound, both of them perked up, putting on professional smiles to welcome the 4 new female customers. After arranging the private room, Xingqing returned to the front desk and exchanged a knowing smile with the other person, saying, if I'm not mistaken, one of those 4 customers just now must have had a breakup. Let's bet a cup of milk tea on it. Ha, even a fool could tell, it's the one in the black dress in the middle. During their chat, Hong Yan took out neatly arranged umbrellas from the drawer, noticing that there were 4 English letters engraved on them. JWLX, Xingqing glanced and chuckled, your oppa probably had a breakup that day too. On the way back to the apartment, Suyuyu tugged at Luchen's clothes corner, prepared to be scolded by him. She wondered why she, as a bystander, had interfered in Luchen's affairs. Because of her, things might have gotten even messier. I'm sorry for involving you, Luchen said. No, it's not your fault. It's mine for meddling in your affairs. I didn't mean to, Suyuyu blamed herself. It's not your fault. Did Shuyao say something to you? Shuyao didn't say anything. Don't blame her. Thinking back to Luchen's attitude towards Shuyao earlier, she feared he might be angry with Shuyao because of this incident and shook her head. Luchen had no intention of pursuing the matter. Even if Suyuyu said nothing, he could guess. He knew Shuyao meant well, and reflecting on his own tone just now, he might have been a bit harsh, but it was a lesson for Shuyao to be more sensible and not overstep boundaries. After a long silence, Suyuyu suddenly broke the silence and asked Luchen, do you still like Jiangwan now? Luchen was taken aback. He didn't expect Suyuyu to ask this question, as she didn't seem like someone interested in gossip. He had long come to terms with this question and calmly shook his head, as if he had already given an answer. If life only resembles the first meeting, why does the autumn wind mourn the painted fan? Impulsive youth would eventually fade with time, coming to an end. Oh, Suyuyu seemed to understand the meaning. Recalling her impulsive actions just now, a blush appeared on her fair face. Was it really just gratitude that led her to do such a ridiculous thing? Did she really like Luchen? Impossible. Impossible. She had only known Luchen for a few days. How could her feelings be so casual? But thinking of the countless touching romantic dramas she had watched, most of them started with love at first sight, then deepening affection at the second meeting. Zhao Yuzhen and Li Hani's lives were just a few brief encounters. Ugh. What am I thinking? Luchen and I have completely different views on choosing a partner. Suyuyu failed to notice that in the reflection mirror, a pair of dark eyes were occasionally stealing glances at her. Back at the apartment, Suyuyu took a relaxing bath, then happily ran upstairs, laying out the clothes and dresses she had bought in the afternoon on the bed, admiring them on herself. By now, her collection of clothes had reached over a dozen pieces. Unable to help it, Luchen had to arrange a separate wardrobe for Suyuyu to store her clothes. Otherwise, the small room wouldn't fit too many things. Besides clothes, Suyuyu had also bought many beautiful and delicate accessories from a part-time female college student, ultimately getting 30 sets for the price of 3 sets for 10 yuan. If it weren't for Luchen stopping her, she would have bought everything from the girl's entire stall. Near the university town, there is also a 5A-grade mountain. Suyuyu, full of enthusiasm, wanted to climb the mountain, but was sternly stopped by Luchen. Having attended classes during the day, climbing the mountain now would not only fail to experience the joy of climbing but might have to give up halfway. After some consideration, Suyuyu thought Luchen was right and agreed to come back for climbing another time. Sorting out the clothes and jewelry on the bed, Suyuyu took out her phone and downloaded a game, muttering excitedly, King's Glory, start. While downloading the resource package, Suyuyu turned her body to look downstairs. She seemed to have heard Luchen playing King's Glory that day. If Luchen knew she could reach King's Glory in solo mode, he would surely admire her. Thinking about it, she started to plan. When she reached the top rank in the game, she would tell Luchen and amaze him. Relying on the pillow, Luchen was unaware of Suyuyu's thoughts. While checking his phone messages, he noticed a message from Sleepy Bear. Luge, log in to check. Attached was a screenshot of Honor of Kings, Undying Phoenix. Expecting the other person to have reached the king's rank, Luchen was surprised to see that they had already reached Honor of Kings in such a short time. This person's skill was as impressive as ever, even surpassing expectations. Impressive, Luchen replied. Shortly after, the message came again, is that all? Luge, let's do something practical. How about dinner? I see your IP address is also in Shushi. After a long time, the other person replied, okay, but I'm busy these days. I have to attend a few events. Let's make plans for another day. Okay, Omega, let's settle on that. Luchen's smile faded slightly, and he typed helplessly, let's make a deal, let's not use emoticons. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist hitting you next time we meet. Hehe, Omega, Omega. You again? I'm used to it, degree Omega degree. Alright, I have things to do, let's chat another day. Luchen quickly ended the conversation. He had intended to relax by playing King's Glory, but realized it wouldn't be as fun alone. He suddenly felt like he had just woken up from a dream. It wasn't that he was tired of King's Glory, but rather that he couldn't find the friend he used to play with. Perhaps this was the enduring charm of King's Glory. No one can stay 18 forever, but there is no shortage of 18-year-olds. Quiet days passed by. Every day, Lu Chen would take Su Yuyo to work at the Milky Way bubble tea shop, slurping noodles together, making delicious bubble tea together, and discussing new products together. The days were simple yet fulfilling. Gradually, Su Yuyo adapted to working at the bubble tea shop and became familiar with the other staff. Lu Chen fabricated a story for Su Yuyo, claiming she was a relative's child experiencing life with him. This explanation not only justified why Su Yuyo lived with him but also avoided misunderstandings about their relationship. As for Su Yuyo's true identity, Lu Chen guessed she was not some wealthy heiress, otherwise, in this age of advanced technology, there would have been news about her. Her parents wouldn't force her to go on blind dates at such a young age. Another busy day came to an end. Downstairs in the apartment building, Lu Chen carried Su Yuyo on his back, holding her small legs, heading back home. He had thought Su Yuyo's stubbornness would last at most 2 days, but to his surprise, almost a week had passed, and she hadn't given up. Lu Chen, my legs are so sore. I'll give you a massage later? Okay, but do it over the blanket. Su Yuyo lazily leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder, too tired to even open her eyes, complaining on one hand and reminding Lu Chen not to take advantage of her on the other. Sure. Lu Chen smiled and lifted her legs a little higher. It's not because Su Yuyo is too fat, or because he's tired, but because Su Yuyo's legs are so smooth that they get a bit slippery when sweaty. He opened the door with one hand and walked into the room. The room that came into view was still the same, but it had unknowingly undergone a big change. Originally, Lu Chen's home had only some simple furniture, but now it had been adorned with many decorations. There were beautiful flower arrangements on the dining table, soft pillows on the sofa, the big bed that belonged to Lu Chen had been replaced with a creamy 4-piece set, the balcony was filled with pink underwear and various clothes and dresses. The most noticeable change was the scent in the room, a faint fragrance that could be smelled every time one entered. It was as if Lu Chen was the newcomer. Placing Su Yuyo on the sofa, she lazily lay down like a muddy loach, deftly turned on the TV, and watched the Fox Demon Red Lady Jean Chensi episode. Lu Chen went to freshen up first, and soon came back towards the sofa, drying his hair. Why not take a bath first? It'll be more comfortable, Lu Chen suggested. Su Yuyo reluctantly moved her gaze away, looking at Lu Chen and instructing, I paused it, don't touch it. Alright, go ahead. Lu Chen casually agreed. He had already finished watching this series, and judging by the plot, it should be the Jean Chensi episode, with a small climax coming up. The most popular part of this anime was the dialogue at Wonkwon Manor. If we can make it out alive, through all the trials and tribulations, would you be willing to accompany me? This time, Su Yuyo washed up particularly quickly, rushing out in less than 10 minutes. Dry your hair first, don't catch a cold again, Lu Chen reminded her, glancing at her. It's okay, I'll dry it later. Su Yuyo, wearing pink bunny slippers, hurriedly rushed to the sofa. Water droplets glistened in her black hair, reflecting the light, twinkling. She didn't pay any attention to Lu Chen's words, immediately pressing the play button. Remembering Su Yuyo's spoiled appearance that night, Lu Chen helplessly fetched a clean towel and wiped her hair dry. Lu Chen, be gentle, it hurts, I. Even so, Su Yuyo's eyes remained fixed on the screen. The scene had already reached the point where Baiyu Chu was influenced by Jean Chensi. I'll be gentle. After drying Su Yuyo's hair, Lu Chen took the plug and stood behind her, using the hairdryer to finish the job. Once done, Lu Chen sat on the sofa armrest, watching the climax together. Although he had seen it before, such a classic scene, he didn't mind watching it again. Do you want me to massage your legs? Lu Chen asked. Su Yuyo nodded without moving her gaze, then lifted her feet and placed them on Lu Chen's legs. As she raised her foot, her skirt swayed with inertia. Vacuum! Although it was just a moment, he was sure he hadn't seen it wrong. Lu Chen glanced at Su Yuyo, thinking she had probably forgotten because she was engrossed in the TV show. Ahem! Lu Chen cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness, unsure whether to continue. Remember to use a blanket as a barrier, Su Yuyo instructed. She hadn't forgotten about that. Lu Chen had already prepared the blanket, so he reached out and covered Su Yuyo's slender and fair legs, gently massaging them. You can press a bit harder. Okay. Lu Chen nodded in response and increased the pressure. Su Yuyo couldn't help but let out a soft cry. What's wrong? Is it too hard? Lu Chen stopped his hand and asked. No. Su Yuyo squinted her eyes slightly, looking like she was enjoying it. It feels so good. Can you go a bit faster? Sure. And press harder. Okay. Faster. Just like that. Wow, I didn't expect your skills to be quite good. In the future, I'll open a massage parlor and hire you as the chief masseur. He. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, Lu Chen had been massaging for over half an hour. The climax of the fox demon inside had passed, and Suyuyu's delicate body leaned slightly on the sofa, only the sound of very faint breathing could be heard. "Yu-yu?" Lucan called out softly. Seeing no response, he carefully lowered Suyuyu's legs, walked to the front, squatted down to check, and looked at her closed eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep. The workload at the milk tea shop was so heavy every day, and this fool didn't even know how to slack off, making it hard for her. Staring at Suyuyu at this moment, Lucan found himself reluctant to leave. He wanted to reach out and touch her face, but hesitated in midair. Carefully, he carried Suyuyu to the bed and tucked her in. Standing by the bed, he stayed for a while before finally going downstairs. On the floor, Lucan lay there tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. His recent actions undoubtedly reminded him that something was wrong. He could clearly feel that Suyuyu's appearance had added a lot of color to his dull life. He enjoyed the present days, even feeling a bit nostalgic. But he knew that this kind of life would be disrupted sooner or later. Suyuyu was still young and naive, and he couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. After a while, he should persuade Suyuyu to go back home. Before that, Lucan would do his best to protect her, considering it a beautiful episode in life. Finally understanding everything, Lucan felt tired and gradually drifted into dreamland. Late at night, a flash of blue lightning outside the window was fleeting, followed by a powerful thunder. The sound of heavy raindrops pounding on the window intensified, sounding dense and powerful, as if countless little ghosts were drumming. Lucan was immediately awakened. Turning to look outside, another lightning bolt streaked across the sky, momentarily illuminating the whole world. Another thunderstorm. The weather had been so unpredictable lately, it was fine during the day. Despite his eyelids protesting, Lucan forced himself to sit up and walk towards the window where many clothes, especially Suyuyu's, were hung out to dry. With the strong wind, he quickly brought in the clothes. Suddenly, something fell on his face, covering his vision. Pulling it away, it was a pair of orange-printed panties. Ahem! Lucan's face turned red, feeling guilty as he glanced upstairs. Seeing the bulging quilt undisturbed, he couldn't help but sigh. Youth is really good, not even reacting to such loud thunderstorms. After tidying up all the clothes, just as Lucan was about to crawl back into bed, a trembling voice sounded in his ears, one he immediately recognized as Suyuyu's. Lucan! Lucan immediately threw off the covers, turned on the light, and ran upstairs. The last time he heard this voice was when Suyuyu had a high fever. "Yu-yu, are you okay?" With no response after a while, Lucan reached out and slowly pulled back the covers. In front of him was Suyuyu curled up like a frightened pangolin. Suyuyu turned her head to look at Lucan, tears swirling in her eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. Her cherry lips slightly parted, breathing noticeably quickened, her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, like a fragile flower swaying in a storm, pitiful and lovable. Seeing her like this, Lucan knew Suyuyu wasn't sick with a fever but had been frightened by the thunderstorm outside. "Don't be afraid, it's just thunder." Although he said so, it didn't ease Suyuyu's fear. "I'll be right here, not going anywhere." Lucan sat on the side of the bed, covered Suyuyu with the blanket, and leaned against the wall. Thinking that he should wait for the thunder to stop, he decided to go down. But the weather was not on his side. Another series of thunderous roars echoed, and Lucan could clearly feel the bedding tremble suddenly. He knew many girls were afraid of thunder, but he didn't expect Suyuyu to be so scared. After careful consideration, Lucan reached out and held Suyuyu. Of course, it was through the blanket. It was this gesture that eased Suyuyu's trembling. Unconsciously, Lucan felt the bedding moving, as Suyuyu slowly edged closer to him, perhaps using this method to alleviate her fear. Tonight's thunderstorm was particularly intense, one thunder after another. Their floor was quite high, and they could still hear the fierce wind outside. Another thunderous roar shook the room. Startled, Suyuyu let out a scream. Lucan suddenly felt something soft in his arms, a refreshing fragrance lingering in the air as Suyuyu turned around and buried herself in his embrace. Gazing at the tender figure in his arms, he gently rubbed her head and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "Don't move," Suyuyu warned sternly. "You realize you're the one hugging me now. Say something nice, or I'll leave." Lucan smirked. "I don't care." Stubborn Suyuyu wouldn't easily succumb to Lucan's threats. Just as she was about to wriggle out of his embrace, another louder thunderclap resounded, accompanied by the howling wind outside, which even made Lucan nervous. Instead of moving away, Suyuyu held on tighter. Then I'll leave," Lucan said, preparing to get up. "No, don't go." Suyuyu clung tightly to Lucan's waist. When she looked up, her delicate face was wet, her beauty fading. Suyuyu's fear of thunder far exceeded his imagination. His earlier words were not meant to take advantage of her vulnerability but to distract her from her fear. I was just joking. I won't leave. I'll stay here with you. Lu Chen sat back down, his hands hesitating in the air before gently embracing Su Yuyo. He silently recited, "A gentleman's demeanor restrains his desires and follows propriety. I am not a lecher." The thunderstorm continued for a while before gradually subsiding. Leaning against the wall, Lu Chen was tired but couldn't sleep, especially with Su Yuyo in his arms. She wasn't heavy, but still an adult, and his legs had gone numb. Looking at Su Yuyo's furrowed brows, he softly called out, "Yuyo?" Seeing no response, she must have fallen asleep. Lu Chen tried to put Su Yuyo back on the bed quietly, only to find her limbs clinging to him like an octopus. If he stayed like this all night, his back would ache in the morning. Trying to move her hands, she held on tighter. He had to free one hand, grab a pillow, place it behind him, and shift his body slightly to get comfortable. With a new position, he felt much better. Unconsciously, a sense of drowsiness crept over Lu Chen, contemplating taking a short nap. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the room was bathed in warm sunlight, like golden powder sprinkled on earth. In the attic bed, after a night's sleep, the two had undergone a complete change in sleeping positions. Su Yuyo's entire head was pressed against Lu Chen's chest, her right hand around his waist, her right foot bent and resting on Lu Chen's thigh. Her worried expression had long since relaxed. Lu Chen's hands held Su Yuyo tightly, his chin resting on her small head. Their current state was like a sweet couple in the early stages of a relationship. Gradually, Su Yuyo stretched lazily like a little kitten, her sleepy eyes opening, her pink lips moving slightly. "Ah, stinky Lu Chen! Bad Lu Chen! What are you doing here?" Su Yuyo tried to break free from Lu Chen's embrace, but as soon as she exerted force, she felt her waist being supported by a large hand, pulling her closer to Lu Chen. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Just a short sentence made Su Yuyo stop struggling. The scenes from last night played in her mind like a revolving lantern, as if she was the one who asked Lu Chen not to leave. "Oh no! What should I do? I'm impure, sob. I actually slept with Lu Chen." She remembered the joke Yi Xiaoyu made before. Would this lead to having a baby? Sob, am I going to be a mother? Unnoticed by Su Yuyo, Lu Chen was squinting with one eye, stealing glances. He had woken up when Su Yuyo struggled in his arms, and the image of Su Yuyo's furious outburst played in his mind. So Lu Chen had to continue pretending to sleep and casually muttered something in his sleep. With Su Yuyo's innocent mindset, she would surely believe it. Seeing Su Yuyo stop struggling and the blush on her cheeks, it seemed she fell for his plan perfectly. There's an old saying, a man may not be drunk, but his acting skills can be excellent. At that moment, Su Yuyo suddenly lifted her head and stared at Lu Chen's face, prompting him to quickly close his eyes, or his previous act would be in vain. Su Yuyo stared fixedly at Lu Chen. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen was actually quite handsome, just a bit older. He was already in elementary school when she was born. When she first met Lu Chen, he had no gentlemanly manners at all, always leering at her legs and teasing her by tickling her feet. He made her sleep on the floor while he took the big bed, always eager to send her home, not wanting any trouble. But as time passed, she could feel that Lu Chen was always caring for her unintentionally, making her sleep on the floor, yet providing a thick cotton pad for her. When she had no clothes to wear, he prepared clean clothes for her, and in special circumstances, he would avoid eye contact, surely to take care of her emotions. When she was hungry, Lu Chen would cook delicious food for her, especially her favorite tomato and egg stir-fry. When she had a high fever a few days ago and lay on Lu Chen, she could see how nervous he was. She had always been paying attention. After pretending for a while, Lu Chen saw no movement outside and couldn't help but open his eyes slightly. At that moment, his eyes met Su Yuyo's gaze. "Lu Chen, you were pretending to sleep. You big bad guy. Pervert." In just a second, Su Yuyo's long-held fondness instantly vanished. She broke free from Lu Chen's embrace, grabbed a pillow beside her, and threw it at Lu Chen. Caught in the act, Lu Chen awkwardly smiled, quickly jumped up and distanced himself from the furious Su Yuyo. "Little beauty Yuyo, considering I took care of you all night, can we just pretend nothing happened?" Lu Chen suggested, standing at the end of the bed. Su Yuyo had heard similar lines before, like we were just playing around. Let's pretend nothing happened, okay? Scumbag. Scumbag. Scumbag or not, do you like me? If you want to be with me, just say it. It's not that it can't be done, it's just that you're a bit silly and a bit silly, sigh. I'll just take the loss, after all, I'm a good person. Who would like you? Only a fool would like you, you big villain. You're the fool. Lu Chen. Su Yuyo clenched her delicate fist. She was really angry, the kind of anger that could pierce the earth. Lu Chen saw that the situation was not right, turned around and ran away. Su Yuyo wouldn't easily let Lu Chen go, Clutching her delicate fist, she chased after Lu Chen. Today, she was determined to teach Lu Chen a lesson. As she hurried down the stairs, Su Yuyo was so focused on scolding Lu Chen that she suddenly missed a step and stumbled, falling towards the ground. The out-of-control Su Yuyo was scared pale. The height of the stairs might not be high, but if she really fell, she could end up with bruises or even serious injuries. Fortunately, Lu Chen was quick to react, catching Su Yuyo as she fell, but he also fell hard to the ground due to the inertia. Lu Chen, are you okay? Su Yuyo quickly got up and asked with concern. Get off me first. Lu Chen winced in pain. Su Yuyo immediately got up, but in her understanding, getting up meant changing from lying on Lu Chen to sitting on him, putting all her weight on his thighs. Hey, you're crushing my legs. Oh, sorry. Su Yuyo quickly moved away from Lu Chen. After a while, Lu Chen sat up from the ground, shaking his head helplessly and muttering, "These old bones almost gave out. It's all my fault, I didn't mean to." Su Yuyo's eyes were teary, clearly still shaken. Sigh. Lu Chen sighed helplessly, knowing that he was the one who got hurt. I'm fine, it's not your fault, but about last night, considering that I just risked my life to save you, can we call it even? Lu Chen took this opportunity to negotiate. No. Su Yuyo's attitude suddenly became very firm upon hearing this. Hey, don't be so petty. I only went upstairs last night because I saw you were scared. I fell asleep accidentally because I was too tired. It wasn't intentional, so why be so stingy? Lu Chen said displeased. Being scolded by Lu Chen, Su Yuyo's eyes welled up even more, with a hint of crying in her voice. What about the child? Lu Chen stared blankly. What child? Subconsciously looking at his pajamas, he was sure he didn't do anything last night. After a while, Lu Chen finally reacted, realizing that this silly girl might think that sleeping together would lead to having a baby. He explained helplessly, just sleeping together won't make a baby. You have to do certain things, and even then, there's only a chance of getting pregnant. What certain things, and even then? Su Yuyo stared at Lu Chen intently, as if asking in 3 big words, why? It's just doing certain things, you'll understand later. Anyway, we definitely didn't make a baby last night, so don't worry. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. Really? Su Yuyo still had doubts. I swear on it. Lu Chen said. Oh. Su Yuyo half believed she would check on her phone later. With the misunderstanding cleared, Lu Chen carefully got up from the ground, realizing that his old waist was a bit uncomfortable, probably strained. In this situation, they definitely couldn't go to the milk tea shop, so they had to rest first. Sitting down next to the sofa, Lu Chen called Shijiang, but no one answered, which was usual for him. Shijiang was definitely the only person he knew who could live without a phone, often not carrying one. So Lu Chen called Shuyao, who was on duty today. Hello, boss. On the other end, Shuyao's crisp voice came through, indicating from her tone that she was in a good mood and unaffected by yesterday's events. Shuyao, I won't be coming in today. Thank you for taking care of things. I'll give you a bonus this month, Lu Chen said. No problem. Shuyao readily agreed, then added after a moment, boss, about last night, I didn't mean it. I'll be more careful next time. Lu Chen replied, don't be mad at me too much. How could I, boss? But it's the first time I've seen you take a day off. Is everything okay? Shu Yao asked with concern. Twisted my waist, just need some rest, should be fine, Lu Chen said. Not from overexertion, I hope. Shu Yao speculated. Took a tumble this morning, what do you think? Lu Chen almost rolled his eyes at Shu Yao. Oh, is Yu coming in today? Lu Chen looked at Suyuyu, who was focused on her phone, and considering how tired she had been lately, he said, she's also taking a day off. Oh, boss, take care of yourself. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep. Before Lu Chen could reply, Shu Yao had already hung up. Lu Chen knew Shu Yao had misunderstood, but he also knew she was joking. That's how it goes. Leaning back on the sofa, he glanced at Suyuyu staring at her phone, blushing, and knew she was up to something. After a while, Suyuyu let out a long breath. Just sleeping together won't lead to pregnancy, kissing won't either. It has to be like that, in that way. Thinking about this, Suyuyu's blushing face gradually turned crimson, stealing glances at Lu Chen from time to time to make sure he wasn't paying attention to her. For breakfast, Lu Chen ordered takeout, as he couldn't go downstairs in his current state. As for Suyuyu, forget it. She could easily get lost with her naivety, and he'd have to go find her later. With nothing else to do, Lu Chen asked Suyuyu to bring him the computer to check the accounts of the milk tea shop. Aren't we going to the milk tea shop today? Suyuyu asked from the side. I've told Shu Yao. You've been tired these days, so take a day off, Lu Chen said. Suyuyu nodded, perhaps feeling guilty for injuring Lu Chen. She obediently stood there for a moment, then went to the bathroom to wash her underwear. Suddenly, a deafening scream came from the bathroom. Blushing, Suyuyu stared at the pink panties on the shelf, which she had prepared for yesterday's shower. Now they were here. Suyuyu clenched her legs tightly. Indeed, they were empty. Recalling the scenes from last night, especially when Lu Chen massaged her legs, he wouldn't have seen anything, right? Suyuyu blushed and stomped her feet in place. She often forgot at home too, but the housekeeper aunt would remind her. You? What's wrong? Lu Chen turned to ask. Nothing. There's a cockroach. Suyuyu made up. A cockroach? Let me check. Perplexed, Lu Chen stood up. He had been living here for so long, always emphasizing cleanliness, yet he had never seen cockroaches or mice. No need, I've already taken care of it, Suyuyu hurriedly replied. Hearing this, Lu Chen knew Suyuyu was probably fooling him. A girl who was even afraid of thunder, how could she not fear cockroaches, the archenemy of girls, and even many men were scared of them? Helplessly shaking his head, Lu Chen's attention returned to the computer. Inside the bathroom, Suyuyu squatted on the floor, clenching her legs, muttering to herself, didn't see it. Saw it. Didn't see it. Saw it. Got it. As the last finger was counted, Suyuyo's heart turned ashen like a pickled cucumber. He indeed saw it. Lu Chen was truly a super-duper villain, a pervert, a peeping Tom. Balancing the accounts on time, Lu Chen stretched lazily, the soreness in his waist dissipating mostly, nothing major. Why is this guy so honest today? He looked around for Suyuyo's figure. She was airing freshly washed underwear on the windowsill, along with the clothes he had brought into the room last night. The clothes on the windowsill were divided into two halves, with Lu Chen's clothes occupying 30% and Suyuyo's 70%. The colors on both sides were in stark contrast. Lu Chen's clothes were mostly white or black, while Suyuyo's were colorful, with pink, sky blue, warm white. Unfortunately, no lace. Lu Chen's appreciative expression was captured by Suyuyo, who had just finished hanging the clothes, firmly establishing his identity as a super-duper pervert. Their eyes met, caught in the act. Lu Chen awkwardly smiled and turned away. At a loss, Lu Chen took out his phone and, unprecedentedly, said, "Want to play King of Glory with me?" Suyuyo also played King of Glory, he had noticed long ago. "I don't need you to guide me, I'm the strongest King of Glory." Suyuyo smiled confidently, even with a hint of provocation, finally able to outshine Lu Chen. "Then guide me? Fine, seeing how sincere you are, I'll reluctantly guide you." Suyuyo proudly raised her head. "Logging in?" "Logging in." They smiled at each other, in agreement. After adding Lu Chen as a friend, Suyuyo immediately checked Lu Chen's profile. Seeing the title of Glory King, her proud face lost its smile. How could this guy be so good at gaming too? Looking at Lu Chen's game record page, it was all MVPs. However, Suyuyo soon discovered a clue. The timing of Lu Chen's account was off, all recent. She was almost always with Lu Chen. How could she not know if he was playing games? Boosting. Lu Chen must have paid for boosting. She had many girlfriends around her. If she couldn't rank up, she would find someone to help. Thinking of this, Suyuyo regained her confidence. The title of the strongest King of Glory was earned by herself. "Your rank seems too low, can't play ranked, let's do a match." Lu Chen fiddled with the interface, not playing for a while, many things had changed. Suyuyo suppressed a laugh and nodded. This guy must think she hadn't noticed, still pretending. "Let me bring out golden label Xiao Qiao and amaze you." In the game loading screen, Lu Chen played around with Li Bai in the jungle. His jungle skills might not be as good as the top lane, but they were not inferior at all. Suyuyo successfully picked Xiao Qiao. The large golden label was eye-catching, along with the Noble 10 emblem, filling the screen directly. The remaining teammates were by Li Shouyu, support Jiang Zia, and top lane Yuan Pai Xiaohodun. On the other side, the top lane was a hero Lu Chen had never seen before, named Ji Xiaoman. Mid lane was Yang Yuhuan, bot lane Mark with Yao Mei, jungle Lanling Wang, nicknamed Xiaomimi Reaper. Just as the match started, Lanling Wang on the opposite side sent a message, "Xiao Qiao, want to team up?" Suyuyo couldn't be bothered to respond, focusing on developing steadily in the mid lane. Lanling Wang was a natural counter to Xiao Qiao, she was well aware, so she had to be cautious in this match. Less than 2 minutes later, Suyuyo sitting next to Lu Chen suddenly screamed, accompanied by the in-game sound prompt, "First Blood." "Is this Lanling Wang crazy? Coming to gank me at level 2, Suyuyo pouted angrily. Another message popped up in the chat, "Xiao Qiao, if you team up with me, I won't kill you. I'll even take you to Glory of Kings." Nerve-wracking. Suyuyo retorted without hesitation. Prince Lanling added, "Xiao Qiao, don't blame me for being ruthless. Here's some advice, you'd better hide in the blood pool." In less than 4 minutes, Suyuyo's heartstrings suddenly tightened, and an exclamation mark appeared above her head. She quickly used flash and retreated under the tower. However, Prince Lanling's dart still hit Xiao Qiao as planned, followed by a combo and basic attacks, taking her out directly. Xiao Qiao, call me a good brother, and I'll spare you, Prince Lanling mocked. As the words fell, a voiceover suddenly came from Su Yuyo's phone. The phoenix returns to its homeland, roaming the four seas in search of its mate. Prince Lanling, who was going for a tower dive, was swiftly taken out by the arrival of Li Bai. Liu Ken, well done! Su Yuyo exclaimed excitedly. When she looked at Liu Ken, she noticed his serious expression, showing exceptional focus. This side of Liu Ken was rarely seen, except when she had a cold and saw him from behind, or last night. Was it because she was being bullied that Liu Ken was acting this way? Oh, the flower protector is here, just taking advantage of a tower defense loophole. I'll show you what a small country standard is later. Prince Lanling sneered. Liu Ken remained silent, calmly analyzing the situation on the field. Xiao Qiao was at a disadvantage, unable to force Yang Yuan to use her ultimate ability. Up top, Ji Xiuman's and Lu Chen's skills were unknown, so Liu Ken refrained from going there recklessly. Although Mark and Yao Mei were a strong combination, they were weak in the early game. Liu Ken decided to make a breakthrough from here. While clearing the jungle, Liu Ken approached the bottom lane where Bai Li was pressuring Mark and Yao Mei deeply. The moment Zhang Ziya's first skill hit, Li Bai, hidden in the grass, revealed himself. With a 3-foot sword, love and entanglement are endless. Meeting you is a destined fate for eternity. Taking out 2 enemies with a double kill, clearing the minion wave in the bottom lane, and taking down a tower, Liu Ken received praise. Liu Ken, it seems Prince Lanling is coming for me again. Xiao Qiao's exclamation mark appeared, but fortunately, Su Yuyo hid deeply, not giving Prince Lanling a chance. You be sneaky for a while. The present Li Bai was no longer the same as before, with his ultimate ability no longer providing lifesteal and reduced damage, making him weak in the early game without economy. After securing a double kill in the bottom lane, Liu Ken moved from bottom to top, clearing jungle monsters and relieving pressure on the minion waves. In less than 6 minutes, Liu Ken had completed his core items. Prince Lanling on the opposite side was strong, having killed almost everyone except Liu Ken multiple times, with an economy 500 gold higher. However, the hero mechanics were at play. Liu Ken arrived at the small bush next to the mid-tower, and as expected, an exclamation mark appeared. Xiao Qiao, here I come. As the dart hit Xiao Qiao, the taunting words appeared in the chat again. Defying the heavens, breaking through the realms of life and death. The moment Prince Lanling appeared, Li Bai emerged from the side, smoothly executing a combo with Xiao Qiao's ultimate, resulting in Prince Lanling's instant death. Liu Ken, you arrived just in time. Seeing Prince Lanling die miserably in front of the tower, Su Yuyo felt a sudden release of pent-up frustration, feeling relieved. A jungle death could disrupt the game pace significantly. Liu Ken cleared Prince Lanling's jungle resources completely and also took down the 2 enemies in the bottom lane effortlessly. If you're capable, come and solo me. You're just taking advantage of me being matched with a few trash teammates, Prince Lanling taunted again. Challenge accepted. As the blue buff respawned, the newly appeared Prince Lanling heard a confident voice in his ears. With a 3-foot sword, love and entanglement are endless. Instant kill 100%. Liu Chen's speed is so fast that Lanling Wang couldn't even touch Li Bai with a single skill. With an economic advantage, it's now Li Bai's solo show. Anyone who gets close to Li Bai's range, even Yang Yuan using her ultimate, is taken down the moment they land. The game is about to end. 2 prominent words pop up, is that all? Li Bai 21-0, ending the game without a single death. Liu Chen, you're amazing. Damn Lanling Wang, feeling proud? Shut up now. Su Yuyo, who was standing still, couldn't contain her excitement, quickly put down her phone and pounced on Liu Chen, hanging onto his neck. Liu Chen instinctively supported Su Yuyo's buttocks, but relying only on his neck strength, he couldn't handle Su Yuyo, especially since he had injured his waist in the morning. The soft touch made Liu Chen blush. He turned away and mumbled, basic skills, basic skills. Another round, my Xiao Qiao is also very powerful. If it weren't for this Lanling Wang, you wouldn't have had the chance to shine. Su Yuyo seemed to have discovered something. Blushing, she quickly got off Liu Chen and excitedly suggested, alright. A new round begins, and coincidentally, the opponent is once again Lanling Wang. This time Liu Chen plays as Lan, killing from the start until the crystal explodes, ending the game. Lanling Wang remains silent throughout. When exiting the game, Lanling Wang's avatar had turned black. Games are for entertainment. Being too arrogant will always find someone stronger. Playing smoothly all morning, not losing a single game. Liu Chen's rhythm is as meticulous as silk. Once he seizes the opportunity, it's a whole game of dominating. Boosting is not about editing skills, only strength, no fluff. Even if it's been a while, he's not someone ordinary can compare to. Lu Chen, I didn't expect you to be so good. When I rank up, will you take me to glory? I've never been there before. Su Yuyo blinked at Lu Chen. I can, but what do I get in return? Lu Chen smirked. What do you want? Su Yuyo shrunk her neck. Wary of Lu Chen, she distanced herself a bit, not willing to sacrifice everything just for ranking up. Go out with me tonight, Lu Chen casually said. Is that all? What else do you want me to ask for? Unless, if you beg me, I might sacrifice myself. Oh, being a good person is such a burden. Lu Chen teased, lying back on the sofa as if ready to be taken advantage of. You're so bad. Rascal. Su Yuyo clenched her fists, blushing and stomping her feet. I'm just trying to cheer you up. Isn't that what you wanted? Or are you too embarrassed to say it? Who's disappointed? I didn't mean that at all. I'm getting angry. I could pierce through the solar system. Su Yuyo puffed her cheeks, her inner power bursting out, angrily pouncing on Lu Chen. One attacking, one defending, entangled on the sofa. Suddenly, Lu Chen revealed a mischievous smile, withdrawing his hands and not resisting anymore. Su Yuyo, focused on attacking, never expected Lu Chen to play this trick, losing her balance and falling into his arms. Still saying you have no feelings for me? Lu Chen teased. It's clearly you playing tricks. I didn't. Su Yuyo felt electrified as she moved away from Lu Chen, trying to explain, completely unaware of her jumbled thoughts. What tricks am I playing? You say no with your mouth, but then take advantage of me on purpose. No wonder they say online, high-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. I'm just too naive. Today, I, Lu Chen, admit defeat. Come, be gentle with me. Lu Chen opened his arms again, looking like he was ready to be taken advantage of. I really didn't. Woo-woo. Su Yuyo's last bit of reason was thrown out the window, and she squatted on the ground, crying in grievance. Oh no, it's gone too far. Lu Chen stood up with a start. By now, Su Yuyo's eyes were teary, looking like a pitiful little kitten, muttering, Lu Chen is a super-duper big villain. I really didn't do that. I was just joking with you earlier. I was wrong. I apologize to you. Lu Chen quickly squatted down to comfort her. Su Yuyo was very angry and didn't want to talk to Lu Chen. Triggered into passivity, her agility increased by 100%, and she quickly turned her back. Lu Chen followed suit and continued to comfort her. How about I treat you to a large cup of taro bubble milk tea tomorrow? Extra large. Hearing about her favorite taro bubble milk tea, Su Yuyo lifted her teary eyes, pouting in a pitiful manner, and asked, really? Absolutely, as true as can be. Lu Chen pointed to the sky, looking serious. HMPH, that's more like it. Su Yuyo, victorious, wiped away her tears with a smile. Lu Chen felt embarrassed. Girls truly were the most unpredictable creatures in the world. Night fell. The bustling pedestrian street was filled with people. Among them, besides tourists, were mostly young couples. Lu Chen, I want to play that. At the entrance of Zhou Liufu jewelry store, a beautifully dressed young lady held a microphone. Beside her was a cake tin, and many people were lining up to play the ring toss game. If you got 3 rings on a peg, you'd win a small prize, and 5 rings would get you a luxurious gift. A classic marketing strategy. On this street, there were at least 8 out of 10 similar setups. Su Yuyo dragged Lu Chen to the queue, and after a short wait, it was their turn. Su Yuyo excitedly took the 5 rings handed to her by the sales lady. Standing just over a meter away from the peg, as long as you weren't clumsy, getting 3 out of 5 rings was easy. 1 minute later, Su Yuyo failed miserably, not getting a single ring on the peg. Su Yuyo's expression at that moment, seeing everyone else winning prizes while she got none, Su Yuyo looked up at Lu Chen with pleading eyes and said, Lu Chen, why don't you give it a try? Lu Chen had no interest in this little trick, but he honestly picked up the rings and casually tossed all 5, hitting every single one. Lu Chen, you're amazing. Su Yuyo, still unaware of the trick, jumped with excitement. Getting 5 rings meant winning a luxurious gift. Congratulations to both of you for winning our store's luxurious gift. Please come inside to claim your prize. The sales lady politely gestured towards the store, her job being to lure people inside, leaving the rest to the persuasive salesperson. Su Yuyo happily pulled Lu Chen into the store, not realizing that she was holding his hand. Feeling the soft touch in his hand, Lu Chen's brain seemed to have caught a virus, causing a bit of a glitch. After a persuasive speech from the salesperson, Su Yuyo found out that the grand prize was a 500 yuan discount coupon. The key to this marketing strategy was to exploit people's desire to save face. With so many people around that night, there were bound to be some who fit the criteria. Miss, take a look at these couple bracelets. they are our store's newest products. The salesperson enthusiastically presented 2 bracelets made of red rope, each adorned with a pure gold jade rabbit. The store is having a promotion right now, and it's a big one. If DY places an order and you use the discount coupon, you can take 2 items for only $999. The salesperson introduced with a smile. Without giving Suyuyo a chance to refuse, the salesperson continued, "Let me put one on you to try." The salesperson gently held Suyuyo's delicate hand and praised, "Beautiful, your skin is so smooth and fair." Then, looking at Luchin standing beside her, "You're really lucky, handsome guy, to have such a beautiful girlfriend." In just a few words, if they were a real couple, they would probably have been won over. Even if they weren't a real couple, any guy hearing those words wouldn't hesitate to make the purchase. Suyuyo looked hesitant, wanting to explain that she and Luchan were not a couple, but the salesperson didn't give her a chance. With one compliment after another, the inexperienced Suyuyo slowly succumbed. Thinking it wasn't the first time she had been misunderstood, she decided to buy it anyway. The bracelet was indeed pretty, just a bit small. Luchin just smiled and picked up another bracelet, checking the small tag attached. Pure gold 999, 42G. In other words, the 2 bracelets together didn't even weigh 1G. Technology nowadays is really advanced. This gold rabbit looked substantial but was actually hollow. "Let's pack it." Luchin spoke slowly, and based on his usual character, he wouldn't be easily deceived. Seeing Suyuyo's delighted expression, "Well, sometimes you have to take a loss." "Sure, boss." The salesperson's smile was particularly bright. Even though it was a small sale, every little bit counts. "Miss, would you like to cut a few strands of hair?" The salesperson smiled. "Ha?" Suyuyo didn't understand, looking puzzled. The salesperson smiled patiently. "There's a special meaning in using hair to make a bracelet, mainly symbolizing happiness between lovers, hoping they will have a blissful relationship. In ancient times, it also symbolized a married couple." After hearing the explanation, Suyuyo blushed instantly, looking at Luchin, who was already aware of the meaning. In the end, Luchin intervened, "Let's just make a simple red string bracelet." "Okay, please wait a moment." As a salesperson, their greatest skill was observing and understanding people's expressions. This young couple had probably just started dating. They seemed quite shy. Before long, the salesperson finished making a brand new red string bracelet and put it on Suyuyo's wrist. Surprisingly, with this small addition, it looked quite nice. Not far from leaving the Zhou Lu jewelry store, Luchin took off the bracelet from his right hand and put it in his pocket. Suyuyo noticed this and asked eagerly, "Luchin, why aren't you wearing it? Is it not nice?" "We're not really a couple. It's not appropriate for me to wear it." "Oh, why, do you want me to wear it?" "Of course not, don't overthink it." Suyuyo averted her gaze. Luchin just smiled, unperturbed. Walking along the bustling street, Suyuyo looked at the bracelet on her wrist, reminiscing about moments with Luchin. Unconsciously, a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Humph, if he doesn't wear it, he doesn't wear it," Suyuyo muttered softly. The two walked side by side, encountering many interesting things along the way. Suyuyo was curious about everything, as if she had discovered a new world, like a chatty canary, fluttering around. Luchin followed closely behind, his gaze always on her back, afraid of losing her. Arriving at a crossroads, Luchin looked at the brightly lit center and paused. He once stood here in front of everyone, holding carefully prepared flowers, confessing his feelings to Jiangwan. Of course, it ended hastily. Even after returning, she scolded him for not informing her in advance, making her feel embarrassed and humiliated. Because of this, Jiangwan ignored him for 3 days. At this crossroads, everything had changed. When he came to his senses, Luchin looked to the side. Where was she? Suyuyo was no longer standing in her spot. He looked around anxiously but couldn't find Suyuyo. Unable to find Suyuyo, he noticed a figure he was all too familiar with. Damn! The person was none other than Jiangwan. Beside Jiangwan stood Lu Qian, and a man with a good appearance and height, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking calm and composed. The man was Liang Hao, Lu Qian's boss's son. Initially, Jiangwan had only invited Lu Qian to come, but upon arriving here, she found out that Lu Qian had brought someone else. She had seen this person before. Lu Qian had introduced him briefly. He was a returnee PhD, the boss's son, tall, handsome, and quite reliable. Since their first meeting, Liang Hao had often asked Lu Qian to help set them up, but there had been no progress. Taking advantage of Jiangwan's unhappiness, she had called Liang Hao, which was sure to be twice as effective. Liang Hao, your experiences are so rich, you've traveled to so many countries and encountered so many interesting things. I really want to travel abroad too, but I've never had the chance. Lu Qian's face darkened slightly, expressing envy and regret. That's nothing. I'll take you guys to the Maldives someday, Liang Hao promised, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses. You better keep your word. But if I go with you, won't I be a third wheel? Lu Qian gave Jiang Wan a meaningful look, a look that said it all. Qian, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Wan gave Lu Qian a reproachful look and then turned apologetically to Liang Hao. I'm sorry, Liang Hao. Qian is always like this. She was just joking earlier, don't take it to heart. Liang Hao stopped in his tracks, smiled politely, and said earnestly, no problem, whenever you want, I'm available. Hey, Liang Hao, you're biased. Last time when I wanted to borrow your yacht, you kept me waiting, but with Warner, you're always available. Double standards. Lu Qian chimed in, the ultimate wingwoman. I had a real reason for that. Liang Hao scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Jiang Wan, trying to gauge her reaction. As the two chatted happily, Jiang Wan suddenly stopped in her tracks, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she noticed Yun Feng across the street. Seeing Jiang Wan's reaction, Lu Qian also noticed Lu Chen. Why do we keep running into this pest everywhere? Lu Qian couldn't hide her disgust. Liang Hao's expression darkened slightly as he squinted at Lu Chen not far away. Was this the milk tea shop owner that Lu Qian had mentioned? He didn't seem like much. He adjusted his custom-made shirt sleeve, revealing an expensive watch, and smirked confidently. Not to mention the watch, just the shirt itself was worth several thousand. What did this kid have to compare with him? According to Lu Qian, this kid was hindering his and Jiang Wan's relationship. Seizing this opportunity, he would show him the difference. Seeing Lu Chen's unchanged expression, Jiang Wan gritted her teeth and suddenly made a bold move, wrapping her arms around Liang Hao's, smiling sweetly and with a hint of coquettishness, she said, Liang Hao, I want to go to the mall. Ha! Sure. Liang Hao caught on, feeling elated inside. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Go with the flow. Liang Hao reached out and held Jiang Wan's waist, casting a smug smile towards Lu Chen not far away. It was a joy to win over such a beauty, and doing it in front of this person was simply exhilarating. Jiang Wan couldn't help but furrow her brows at this gesture, shifting her delicate body slightly to the side, but she didn't say much. She glanced at Lu Chen from the corner of her eye, curious about his reaction. Every detail was captured by Lu Chen's eyes. This place was not that big. He maintained his indifferent demeanor, treating her like a stranger. Since that night, he and Jiang Wan had no connection. As for who she wanted to be with, it was her freedom, and he had no right to interfere. Turning around, he took out his phone to call Su Yuyo. Just as he turned, a cheerful and hurried voice came from behind, as melodious as a lark. Lu Chen, come see what I found delicious. Su Yuyo ran over with a bowl of sticky buttered baba, noticing many people eating it on the way, indicating it must be delicious. As soon as she spotted a vendor selling it, she rushed over. Su Yuyo smiled foolishly, her eyes as thin as a crescent moon, leaving only a slit. It seemed that this buttered baba suited her taste. After all, few girls could resist the temptation of sweets. Ha! Su Yuyo felt the air heavy and finally noticed Jiang Wan not far away. Seeing Jiang Wan with another man, a look of disdain involuntarily appeared on her face. This woman was not only bad but also despicable. Seeing the smug expressions of the two beside her, she felt even more indignant for Lu Chen. A bright idea flashed through her mind, and she turned around with a smile, facing Lu Chen softly and tenderly saying, "Let me feed you one." Before Lu Chen could react, a shiny buttered baba was already at his lips. "Here, open your mouth." Su Yuyo cooed. Lu Chen awkwardly opened his mouth and took the buttered baba, the sweet taste spreading throughout his body, followed by the sticky texture, indeed enjoyable. Delicious, right? Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen with anticipation, blinking her eyes, waiting for praise. Silly girl. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Su Yuyo's adorable appearance, rubbing her head. He knew Su Yuyo did it on purpose to save face for him. This feeling was sweeter than the buttered baba in his mouth. "You owe me a large cup of taro bubble milk tea," Su Yuyo whispered. "I'll double it for you." Lu Chen reached out and flicked Su Yuyo's nose, readily agreeing. Their intimate actions made Jiang Wan's face even more unsightly. She almost gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go." "Okay." Liang Hao's gaze reluctantly left Su Yuyo, surprised that this guy could find such a good-looking girlfriend, ranking top in both looks and figure. Moreover, she seemed quite young and fresh compared to Jiang Wan. Shortly after, Jiang Wan briskly walked into the mall with Liang Hao, disappearing from view. Lu Chen didn't rush to catch up but deliberately slowed down, walking up to Lu Chen and sarcastically said, "Lu Chen, with Jiang Wan's conditions, even if she randomly picks someone, they would be 1,000 times better than you. You're only fit to manage that small milk tea shop, living a life of toil." Before Lu Chen could respond, Su Yuyo stood in front of him and asked, "Auntie, may I ask how old you are?" "Who are you calling auntie?" What does my age have to do with you? Lu Qian frowned. And how is Lu Qian's life any of your business? You live by the seaside, yet you're so nosy. You little brat, sharp-tongued, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Qian had never suffered such injustice before. Fuming with anger, she raised her hand and viciously slapped towards Su Yuyo's face. Su Yuyo was caught off guard by the sudden attack, her neck shrinking as she closed her eyes. There was a crisp sound echoing around. When Su Yuyo slowly opened her eyes, the slap had not landed on her face, not even touching a single strand of her hair. Lu Qian's arm was suspended high in the air, firmly held by a broad hand. As Lu Qian grabbed her wrist and forcefully pushed it back, there was a loud thud. Lu Qian ended up sitting awkwardly on the ground, wearing a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, making it hard for her not to stumble. Lu Qian, I didn't want to bother with you before, but don't push your luck. You should be grateful I'm here. If you dare harm her, I'll make you crawl in your next life. Lu Qian's dark eyes turned icy cold, a hint of hostility flashing by. His words were not just empty threats. Opening an independent brand bubble tea shop within the Sand Market's first ring wasn't just about talking. In that moment of eye contact with Lu Qian, even Lu Qian, who couldn't afford to lose face, couldn't help but dodge his gaze in fear, a hint of dread rising in her heart. What are you doing? The enforcement officers from the commercial street rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The security in Sand Market was top-notch, especially in the pedestrian street area, where enforcement officers were everywhere. Two uniformed police officers walked to Lu Qian's sides, with an older officer in front of them. With the police present, Lu Qian suddenly gained confidence, pointing at Lu Qian and shouting, "Officer, you must stand up for me. In broad daylight, he attacked me for no reason and even threatened me. Arrest him and lock him up for 10 or 8 days. You're lying. You were the one who attacked first." Su Yuyo was on the verge of exploding upon hearing this, unable to fathom such shamelessness. Fine. Let's check the surveillance footage then. Lu Qian calmly suggested, gently pulling Su Yuyo behind him, giving Lu Qian a faint smile, unfazed. In this commercial street, surveillance cameras were more abundant than during the college entrance exams, capturing every angle without blind spots. The truth would be revealed by reviewing the footage. Upon hearing about checking the surveillance, Lu Qian's expression became evasive, clearly showing signs of guilt. She sneakily glanced around and indeed found a surveillance camera behind her, pointing towards their location. Lu Qian, let's wait and see. You'll regret your actions today. Lu Qian got up in a sorry state, swung her bag forcefully, and warned as she left. Young man, what do you think of this situation? The old police officer quickly grasped the situation with a few words. Dealing with such people was the most troublesome. Even if they were taken to the police station, it would only result in a brief lecture. Sorry for the trouble. Lu Qian nodded. It's okay. Just be more careful next time. If anything happens, you can contact us directly. The old police officer nodded expressionlessly. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Qian replied. With the excitement over, the onlookers dispersed. The police officers returned to their posts. On the way back to the apartment, Su Yuyo channeled her anger into appetite, biting down hard on the buttered pancake in her mouth. No wonder Sister Shuyao disliked Jiangwan so much. She never expected the people around her to be even more detestable. Bad woman, I'll bite you to death. Oh. Anger her, and she'll snap the steel bar. As she chewed on the buttered pancake, Su Yuyo's mind replayed the scene where Lu Qian had pulled her behind him just now. He was clearly angry. Was it because of her? It must be. In the time she spent with Lu Qian, she knew he was a very rational person. Even with the most eccentric customers at the bubble tea shop, he always greeted them with a smile. But just now, she could clearly sense Lu Qian's anger, even fury. After finishing the last bite of buttered rice cake, Su Yuyo bounced over to Lu Qian and leaned against him, smiling as she linked her arm with his, looking all cheerful. Lu Qian turned his head and asked with concern, "Are you scared?" Not really." Su Yuyo drawled out the last sound, chuckling and shaking her head. "You're acting strange, come on. Are you craving something again?" Lu Qian's lips curved into a slight smile, his eyes filled with indulgence. Su Yuyo patted her round belly, grinning, "I'm full, don't feel like moving. Come here." Lu Qian gazed at Su Yuyo with a hint of exasperation, shook his head helplessly, and slowly crouched down. Hee, I knew you were the best, Lu Qian." Su Yuyo comfortably lay on his back, like a sloth, completely at ease. "Let's go home." The next afternoon, inside the Milky Way bubble tea shop, Shu Yao lay bored on the dining table, wondering why business was so slow today with people stopping by but not buying anything. Boss? She turned around to find the boss teaching Su Yuyo how to make taro bubble milk tea, showing a look of disdain. "If they don't finish soon, I'll walk all the way to Hushi University City." Boss, I want a cup of taro bubble milk tea. No taro, no milk tea. Shu Yao propped her chin with one hand, raised an eyebrow at Lu Chen, not in the mood for nonsense. Let Shi Jiang make it for you. Lu Chen tossed the pot to Shi Jiang, who was tidying up nearby. Without hesitation, Shi Jiang nodded and asked, Shu Yao, do you want a large or medium cup, hot or cold? I'm suffocating, I want to drink air. Shu Yao pouted, not wanting to talk to the clueless Shi Jiang, who didn't even know about the latest trends. Lu Chen, what kind of milk tea is Shu Yao talking about? Can I try it? Su Yuyo asked curiously, her eyes wide open. Hearing this, Shu Yao perked up immediately, speaking in a sweet tone. Boss, did you hear that? Yuyo wants one too. If you have nothing to do, there are still many materials in the storage room to organize. Lu Chen glanced at her. You're such an unfeeling boss, those materials are heavy, how can a weak girl like me move them? Shu Yao complained with a pout. I'm strong, I'll go, you organize outside. Before Shu Yao could respond, Shi Jiang strode into the storage room, the sound of moving goods echoing from within. Shi Jiang was the kind of person who did what he wanted without ulterior motives. Many part-time students at the tea shop found him a bit simple-minded, but to Lu Chen, he was genuine and diligent. In this fast food era, everyone had been tainted, making Shi Jiang seem out of place. When murkiness became the norm, clarity became a sin. I'll help you. Boss, you and Yuyo handle things outside. Shu Yao also entered the storage room. Her casual complaints were nothing new, the boss was good to his employees, or else why would she, a part-timer, worry about the business? Don't forget to make milk tea for Yuyo, no taro, no milk tea. Shu Yao's teasing voice echoed from the storage room. This piqued Su Yuyo's interest, as she grabbed Lu Chen's arm and shook it. You owe me several cups of milk tea, and I want them now. Do you really want to drink? Absolutely and definitely, don't forget I helped you yesterday. Then here I come. Lu Chen finished speaking and leaned in with a mischievous smile towards Su Yuyo's cheek. Su Yuyo was startled by the sudden approach of Lu Chen, standing there dumbfounded, staring at the close Lu Chen. She nervously fidgeted with her fingers, eventually closing her eyes like a silly deer. Moments passed. Su Yuyo felt nothing, her tense body relaxing involuntarily. She slightly opened her eyes to find Lu Chen smiling at her. I seriously suspect you have ulterior motives towards me. Who has ulterior motives towards you? The person I like is 1 in a million, sunny, handsome, and gentle. You always bully me, not showing any mercy. Su Yuyo blushed, stomping her foot in frustration. Clearly, you were eager for me to make bubble tea, not me forcing you. Lu Chen spread his hands. I never asked you to make bubble tea. Taro bubble tea, without tea, what's left? After a moment of thought. Lu Chen, you know very well that you didn't tell me. There's also Shu Yao. Su Yuyo turned her head in anger. The curtain leading to the storage room was half open, revealing a familiar face, Shu Yao. Boss, you're useless even when given a chance. Just as Lu Chen was about to make a move, to everyone's surprise, it was a feint. Didn't he notice that Yuyo had closed her eyes? No wonder the boss chased Jiang Wan for 5 years without success. Men are bad, women love them. This is a law passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years. Shu Yao, unaware of Yuyo's glaring eyes, was feeling regretful about what had just happened. Shu Yao, you're done for. At that moment, Yuyo unleashed her power and used her ultimate attack. Tickling. Before Shu Yao could react, she swiftly entered the storage room, where sounds of playfulness and laughter could be heard. Initially, Shu Yao was laughing, but soon only Yuyo's laughter echoed. Clearly, Shu Yao was winning. Suddenly, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, placing the prepared taro bubble tea with a straw aside. He turned to the front of the counter, composed himself as a customer walked in. Hello, what would you like to drink? You can also scan the code to order. Lu Chen's gaze paused on the person in front of him, a young girl of about 18 or 19, with 2 black and red horns on her head, a sky blue wig, and dark stockings extending from her calves to thighs, clearly a cosplayer. This character, he seemed to have seen her somewhere before. She was quite pretty, with a round and full face. In the cosplay world, she must have some reputation. Once, passing by a comic convention, he glanced over and it was obvious. Even without beauty filters and slim legs, she was still attractive. A black business car was parked outside, presumably waiting for her. Hello, I'd like a small cup of strawberry milkshake, please. Her voice was light and sweet, indicating she was a sweet girl. Please wait, 1 strawberry milkshake. Lu Chen tapped the screen to place the order. I'd like it with 3/4 sugar, thank you. Sure, 3/4 sugar. Printing the label, Lu Chen skillfully started making the strawberry milkshake. In less than 2.5 minutes, the milkshake was ready, packed, and handed to the girl. Thank you. The girl was polite and courteous. You're welcome. Encountering such a customer made Lu Qian's mood unexpectedly pleasant. After the girl left, the door to the business car opened slowly, and it drove away. On the leather seats, the cosplaying girl inserted a straw into the drink, took a sip, and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This tastes really good. Xiaoxiong, isn't it bad? I told you these unbranded milk teas are all made of inferior ingredients, another cosplaying girl in the back seat said. No, it's quite tasty. It must have been enhanced with a bunch of technology and tricks. Let me try it. The girl in the back seat took the milk tea, tentatively took a sip, and her serious expression turned into confusion. Isn't the owner losing money? He's using Dondong strawberries, and the quality is definitely not bad. I'll go buy a cup of mango pudding to try another day. The girl called Xiaoxiong took back her milk tea and enjoyed it happily. She recalled the voice of the milk tea shop owner just now, feeling a bit familiar. At the top of the technology building, Lu Qian was off today and brought a cup of milk tea she had queued for several minutes to find Jiang Wan, with a brand name bag hanging on her shoulder, obviously brand new. Jiang Wan stood by the office window drinking coffee. From this angle, she could see the starry milk tea shop. Ding ding ding. Hearing the crisp knock on the door, Lu Qian turned around and said, "Come in." Seeing it was Lu Qian, Jiang Wan was both surprised and delighted. "Bestie, look what I brought you, queued for an hour for this." Lu Qian lifted the milk tea and narrated her hardships. "You're the best." Jiang Wan welcomed her with a smile, took Lu Qian's arm, and gestured for her to sit on the chair. There was another person in the office, Jiang Wan's apprentice Song Zi. Seeing Lu Qian's arrival, she politely smiled and continued working. "Wanner, did you notice anything different today?" Lu Qian suddenly teased. "Did you buy a new bag?" Jiang Wan smiled slightly. She had noticed Lu Qian's new bag as soon as she entered. She recognized the style, worth tens of thousands. "Not that, did you see that scumbag's milk tea shop? Business seems to be bad today, right?" Lu Qian's eyes flashed with resentment. She wasn't just talking, she had promised to make Lu Qian pay. Jiang Wan's expression stiffened, pausing involuntarily. With Lu Qian's reminder, there seemed to be something. "What did you do?" Jiang Wan asked in a serious tone. "Humph, don't forget I work at a media company, a beauty blogger with 80,000 followers. It's easy to find a few friends in the same city, post a few videos. Now, with just one software, there are already hundreds of thousands of views. I can guarantee that within a week, Lu Qian's milk tea shop will have to close down," Lu Qian said. "Baby, I'm good to you. I didn't spare any effort to help you out. I was busy until dawn last night. Look, I even have dark circles. But for you, it's all worth it." Song Zi, who was busy with her head down, looked up. She didn't like Lu Qian because she sensed that this woman wasn't a good person. She never expected her to use such means against Lu Qian's milk tea shop. Jiang Wan's smile faded upon hearing this. She stood up solemnly. "Shanshan, get your friends to delete the videos immediately." "Why so serious all of a sudden?" "I did all this for you." Lu Qian pouted impatiently. "It's already this late, and you're still helping him. Look at what kind of person he is, finding a new love interest and quickly distancing himself from you, fickle and insincere. Shanshan, if you still consider me a friend, get your friends to delete the posts now," Jiang Wan said sternly. Seeing Jiang Wan's serious expression, Lu Qian suppressed her inner dissatisfaction and reluctantly agreed. "Got it, I'll call them later." "Shanshan, don't blame me for being harsh on you. When Lu Qian first opened this shop, many competitors tried to undermine him. There were even incidents of people damaging the milk tea shop sign late at night, but he managed to handle it all. He even helped some of them out. I don't want you to get involved. This is between him and me. Since Lu Qian wants to settle things this way, let him be." Jiang Wan narrated calmly, while only Song Zi, watching in front of the computer, could sense the fleeting loneliness in his master's eyes. All right, I got it. I'll listen to you. I'll ask my friend to delete the post immediately." Lu Qian raised her right hand high, looking like she was about to make a vow, smiling. I'll treat you to a song another day." Jiang Wan also smiled. "You're busy now, so I'll leave first. Oh, Liang Hao asked me to tell you that he's inviting you for a boat ride by the river tonight. He'll be waiting downstairs for you after work. Bye." Without giving Jiang Wan a chance to refuse, Lu Qian left the office. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Wan decided to message Liang Hao, saying she was too busy today and couldn't make it. Liang Hao was indeed outstanding in every aspect, and she could tell he was interested in her, but she just couldn't muster any interest. Maybe she was just not in the right mood. Looking at the coconut milk tea brought by Lu Qian, her favorite flavor, Jiang Wan took a sip and frowned slightly. It was too sweet. She usually preferred it mildly sweet. With that thought, an image involuntarily surfaced in her mind. He was someone she would never forget. In the evening, Su Yuyo lay on the bed in a cool camisole dress, playing King's Glory. Since Lu Chen had given the bed to Su Yuyo, it now belonged entirely to her. To prevent Lu Chen from peeking, she even wrapped herself in a blanket. After easily achieving a 3-game winning streak, she was in a particularly good mood. She stuck her fair legs out from under the covers, swaying them rhythmically in the air while humming a light nursery rhyme. When difficulties arise, lift your left hand. The left hand represents direction. Arg. That darn Lanling Wang, why does he only target me? One moment she was happily singing, the next Su Yuyo angrily threw her phone. How come it was Lanling Wang again, not even clearing the jungle monsters, and he came straight to camp her under the high tower? Just like Lu Chen, a real psycho. So infuriating. Drawing a circle to curse all Lanling Wang players. After the game ended and her mood was ruined by Lanling Wang, Su Yuyo lost interest in playing. She looked downstairs at Lu Chen holding a computer and asked, Lu Chen, what are you doing? So engrossed. Earning money. On Lu Chen's computer screen, many official websites were open, and he was categorizing and transferring downloaded videos to a USB drive, solid evidence. Earning money? Su Yuyo put on slippers and tiptoed down from upstairs. Standing behind Lu Chen, she watched for a while, showing a hint of anxiety. Lu Chen, these bloggers are just talking nonsense. Like finding maggots in the milk tea. Moldy strawberries. Expired milk. All baseless accusations. Why do these people spread rumors like this? She had seen the fruits delivered to the milk tea shop every day, all of good quality, and the place was cleaned thoroughly daily. It was clearly all lies. I'll report them right now, Su Yuyo said, reaching for her phone. It's fine. After downloading the last few videos onto the USB drive, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa nonchalantly, stretching lazily. What do you mean it's fine? Shuyao said today's business was much worse than usual. It must be related to these videos. Su Yuyo said anxiously. These are all blessings in disguise. Lu Chen smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, the milk tea shop will be fine. It's just that everyone is tired during this period, let them relax. Lu Chen took out his phone and called everyone one by one, granting them a 3-day paid leave. Long live the boss, I love you. The most excited was undoubtedly Shu Yao, and Lu Chen could hear the sound of kissing the phone on the other end. This guy. Boss, I have something important to tell you. Have you seen DY, Zaya Honshu? Many bloggers are defaming the Milky Way bubble tea shop online. When mentioning this, Shu Yao's tone became somewhat heavy. No big deal, enjoy your leave in peace, Lu Chen said. I knew you, boss, would have a solution. Bye now. Yeah, have fun. Beep beep beep, Lu Chen hung up the phone. The calmer Lu Chen appeared, the more anxious Su Yuyo beside him became. She knew well the power of public opinion, even her father had to be on high alert. In this day and age, people online are most prone to following the trend. Lu Chen is usually so steady, why is he not in a hurry now? Noticing Su Yuyo, who was more anxious than himself, Lu Chen smiled. Are you so worried about me? Su Yuyo's cheeks immediately flushed, her eyes avoiding his gaze. Who's worried about you? I'm afraid you won't have money to pay salaries. Really? Then why are you blushing? I'm not blushing. Su Yuyo fanned herself with her hand, it's just too hot. No wonder. Lu Chen's gaze shifted downward, pausing in front of Su Yuyo for a moment, this guy, showing off again. No peeking, no peeking. Su Yuyo blushed instantly, covering her chest with her hands, shouting loudly, and quickly ran upstairs with small hurried steps. It was too hot during the day, so she wanted to let them breathe at night. Just now, she was so angry with Lanling Wang that she forgot she wasn't wearing it when she came down to see what Lu Chen was doing. I didn't see anything, Lu Chen said. Do you think I'll believe that? Then I saw it. You didn't see anything. Lu Chen shook his head, helpless JPG. Ding ding, Lu Chen's phone rang, a message from Sleepy Bear. Lu Ji, I'll come find you after the last event. No problem, what do you want to eat? My treat. Bubble tea plus hot pot. How about hot pot heaven? Sounds good, Omega. Can you stop sending emojis? Nope. You win. Lu Chen couldn't help it and closed the chat bubble app. The next day at the technology building's top floor, Jiangwan looked at the Milky Way bubble tea shop that had never opened since its inception, except for Chinese New Year, feeling puzzled. She messaged Lu Qian, Xian, did your friend delete the video? Deleted it long ago, not a trace left. That's good. After the chat, Jiangwan walked out with a coffee cup. In the office, Song Ziyi hesitated to speak. Master never used to drink coffee, saying it was too bitter, but now he treated it like water. She hadn't even seen him drink his favorite bubble tea. Sigh. Song Ziyi thought of a lyric, those loved have no fear. In one of the media company's rooms, Lu Qian looked through the comments about the Milky Way bubble tea shop. Most of them were insults. It seemed everyone's emotions had been fully stirred up. Even if she did nothing, this matter would continue to escalate. It wouldn't be long before the bubble tea shop would have to close for good. As for Jiang Wan's advice, she didn't care that much. Lu Chen had humiliated her twice in public. She had said she would make him pay. Finding out that the Milky Way bubble tea shop had unexpectedly closed today, Lu Qian's gaze deepened, thinking this was the end. This is just the beginning. So boring. Can't even beat that wicked Prince Lanling. Su Yuyo, with a touch of melancholy, lay on the lazy sofa, sunlight filtering through the white gauze curtains, casting intricate patterns of light on her. She wore black and white knee-high stockings, swinging her legs aimlessly in the air, feeling uninterested as she turned over, facing the ceiling like a lump of clay. There was a brisk tapping sound by the desk, as Lu Chen sat busy in front of the computer. Hearing a sound, Lu Chen turned to look at Su Yuyo, his gaze involuntarily drifting to her lower body, which was reflecting white light. After a moment, he casually averted his gaze, ready to continue his work, when he heard a playful exclamation, "Lu Chen, don't think I didn't see you peeking, you pervert." Lu Chen calmly replied, "The rosy glow on the balcony is so beautiful, I was just admiring the beauty of the Diderot effect. Do you think I'll believe that? Take me out to play, and I won't hold it against you." Su Yuyo, looking mischievous, started scheming in her mind. Then hold it against me. Lu Chen was not falling for it. Come on, just take me out for a stroll. Don't forget, the day before yesterday, I saved you from a tight spot. I've never fed any guy before, so you owe me. Taro bubble milk tea. I don't feel like milk tea now, I want to change my request. Take me out to play. You had 3 cups yesterday. 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening. Oh my. That doesn't count, I paid for that one, deducted from my salary. Lu Chen, please, please. I came to this strange city all alone, I have no friends here, except you, I trust no one else, just take me out to have some fun. Su Yuyo leaned in, staring with her charming eyes. So, where do you want to go? Lu Chen's ears were almost calloused from listening. He closed the computer and stretched lazily. I want to go to Fairy Mountain, they say there are lots of windmills and grasslands there, and you can see the stars at night. Su Yuyo exclaimed excitedly. Fairy Mountain. When Lu Chen heard this, he was visibly stunned for a moment. It was a famous spot in the suburbs of Sha City, known for its picturesque sunsets and gentle breezes, as praised by netizens. Climbing to the mountaintop, one could see the rolling peaks, feel the cool autumn breeze, and behold a serene and vast landscape, truly refreshing and leisurely. He knew about Fairy Mountain because he had been there before to scout the location. He had planned to invite Jiang Wan to go with him and confess his feelings there. Little did he know, Jiang Wan rejected the idea without a second thought. What's wrong, Lu Chen? And nothing. Are you sure you want to go there? It will be late if we go now. It's fine, if we go now, we can catch the sunset, we can camp on the mountain, and leave tomorrow morning. You seem to have everything figured out, looks like I have no choice but to agree. So, you agree? Yes. Nice. Nice. Lu Chen, you're the best. Su Yuyo jumped up and headed to the wardrobe, determined to dress up nicely for such a beautiful place, surely to take some beautiful photos. An hour later, Lu Chen sat on the sofa, with a travel backpack already prepared in front of him. As for Su Yuyo, she still couldn't decide what to wear, trying on almost all her clothes, still undecided. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Su Yuyo emerged with a light and graceful step. She was wearing a gentle warm-colored floral dress, paired with an elegant beige knitted sweater. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, like a painting. This was her newly bought dress, paired with simple white shoes, perfectly showcasing her fair and slender legs. Isn't this dress pretty? Su Yuyo lightly twirled the corner of her dress, smiling gently like water. It's okay. Lu Chen was momentarily distracted, then quickly took out his phone from his pocket to shift his focus. Then let me change into another one. No, let me rephrase that. This outfit is extremely beautiful, a scene that belongs only in heaven, like a fairyland on earth. That's about right. Su Yuyo smirked, revealing dimples on both sides of her mouth, looking gentle and lovely. She was also very satisfied with this outfit, sure it would match the scenery on the Mountain of the Immortals. Let's go, we might miss the sunset later, Lu Chen said, hoisting his travel bag onto his back. Okay. Su Yuyo nodded lightly, following behind Lu Chen. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of fluorescence, murmuring softly with pursed lips, silly. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lu Chen and Su Yuyo finally arrived at the Immortal Mountain. Standing at a spot on the mountaintop, layers of peaks connected one after another, a gentle autumn breeze blowing, sweeping away the fatigue from climbing. Although it was already deep autumn, the sunlight was still scorching. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Chen bought a sun umbrella and a sun hat for Su Yuyo. Even so, it was still hot standing here waiting. Let's find a place to set up the tents first, Lu Chen suggested. Okay, Su Yuyo nodded. The two first went to a shop on the mountain to rent tents, spending 400 yuan on 2 tents, 300 for the rental fee and another 100 as a deposit. They also got some camping tools. The shop owner had a bit of conscience, but not much. There was a designated area on the mountain for pitching tents, but it was crowded with tourists and families with children, making quite a racket even during the day. If they wanted to find a quieter place to enjoy the scenery, they had to look elsewhere. Along the road, the two arrived near a large windmill, only to find someone had the same idea, with tents already set up. If they didn't want to share the same spot, they had to find another place. Hello, are you looking for a place to pitch tents? A guy and a girl emerged from the tent, the girl smiling warmly and friendly, with a familiar attitude. Judging by their age and attire, they seemed to be college students here for a trip. Sharing a tent implied a close relationship between the two. Since they had greeted them, it would be impolite not to approach, so Lu Chen led Su Yuyo over. After a brief conversation, they indeed turned out to be college students from a prestigious university in Sha City, living near the Hushi University City. The guy was called Yi Ming, and the girl was Xinjiai. Since the school was on holiday, they decided to take advantage of the break and come here for a trip. Why don't you pitch your tents here together? It's good to have someone to look out for each other, and we can help you set up the tents, Xinjiai suggested with a smile. Sure. Su Yuyo agreed cheerfully without much thought. Lu Chen chuckled helplessly on the side. He had been thinking of politely declining, as they were a couple, and he didn't want to intrude. They say it's easy for girls to find common topics. In no time, the two girls were chatting like old friends. With Yiming's help, one tent was set up in no time. When Lu Chen took out another tent, Yiming leaned over and joked softly, Lu Chen, you haven't made a move yet. You've got it wrong. We're not a couple, Lu Chen clarified with a smile, understanding the implication behind the comment. Oh, then how long have you been pursuing her? When I pursued Jiayi at first, it took me a whole year. Su Yuyo's appearance is at least on the level of a schoolflower, so it's normal to spend a longer time pursuing her. Since she's willing to accompany you on this date, she must have you in her heart. Initially, Lu Ken thought Yiming was a reserved person, but he turned out to be quite lively. We really are just friends. Look at me, then look at her, do we seem like a match? Lu Ken casually remarked. Lu Ken, it's already this era, why do you still hold on to such outdated views? Love can transcend mountains and seas. As long as two people like each other, nothing is a problem. Conversely, if two people don't truly love each other, even if they are a perfect match in others' eyes, it's just for show. Yiming said indifferently. It's a pity you don't participate in debate competitions. Lu Ken changed the subject. Speaking of debates, I remember a debate in 2022 where the fourth speaker from the affirmative side said, falling in love with someone is nothing special, but continuing to love is remarkable. You claim your love is rational and restrained, while I say your love is weak. Jiayi is 2 years older than me, and she's even the president of the student council. I wasn't afraid at all. What are you afraid of? Yiming became more excited as he boasted about his past achievements. The misunderstanding was now impossible to resolve, so Lu Ken could only nod in agreement. He couldn't tell the other party that Su Yuyu was someone he had picked up. However, Yiming's words did touch Lu Ken. He rarely admired others, but Yiming was an exception. On the other side, Xinjiai led Su Yuyu to a grassy area to sit and enjoy the scenery. Xinjiai envied Su Yuyu's delicate hands, wondering how she maintained them so well, like a peeled boiled egg. Yuyo, which school is your boyfriend from? He looks handsome and steady, unlike my Yiming at home. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he's actually quite a player, Xinjiai said with a smile. He's not my boyfriend. Su Yuyu blushed and explained. Not yet. Xinjiai squinted, smiling mischievously. Really, he's not. Then who is he? Could he be your brother? You two look nothing alike. No, we're just good friends. Then he must be pursuing you. No, he's not. Don't be shy. I'm sure Lu Ken likes you too. Maybe he'll take this opportunity to confess to you. Su Yuyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Jai, you must have misunderstood. How could Lu Ken like me? Oh, caught red-handed. Xinjiai chuckled, her smile particularly bright. If you don't like Lu Ken, you should say, I don't like Lu Ken, or I just see him as a friend, not how could he like me. Su Yuyo, who had a simple mind, was suddenly caught off guard and blushed, waving her hands repeatedly. Jai, you've really misunderstood. We really are just friends. Don't be shy, we are all young people, this is very normal. I guess Lu Chen will confess to you tonight, what if? Oh right. Are you prepared for that thing? Jiayi thought of something. Ha? What thing? Su Yuyo felt like her brain was not enough. That thing. When the atmosphere is right, hormones take over the brain, and by then it will be too late. Girls need to learn to protect themselves when they are out. Luckily, I brought 2 boxes, I'll give you one. Jiayi carefully took out a square box from her pocket and quickly stuffed it into Su Yuyo's hand. Su Yuyo completely didn't understand what was being said. She opened the box in her hand and saw that it seemed to be some kind of gum based on the packaging. When several eye-catching large characters came into view. Ultimate ultra-thin, ice-cold sensation. Whoosh! Su Yuyo's fair cheeks were completely flushed, and she quickly handed the box back to Jiayi. Be prepared, you'll need it sooner or later. Jiayi stuffed another box into Su Yuyo's pocket, with a meaningful look. Su Yuyo nervously looked towards Lu Chen's direction. Thankfully Jiayi's voice wasn't loud, otherwise Lu Chen would have heard everything. By this time, the tent was set up. Yiming and Lu Chen walked over together, ready to help take photos. Lu Chen took out his phone and looked at Su Yuyo in surprise. Why is your face so red? Mind your own business. Su Yuyo tightly covered her pocket, repeatedly confirming that the box wouldn't fall out, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Jiayi on the side didn't forget to give her a meaningful look. Under the setting sun, the rosy light adorned Su Yuyo's face like rouge. Without any makeup, she was already stunning. Lu Chen's photography skills were decent, he had studied them independently, so even with a phone, there was a hint of a professional camera feel. Of course, the key was the model's good foundation. Lu Chen, let me see how your photos turned out. Su Yuyo walked over with an expectant look. Not great, landscapes look better. Lu Chen shook his head inside. Su Yuyo's inner volcano was about to erupt. She placed a hand on his waist when he wasn't paying attention. If you dare to take an ugly photo of me, you're done. After she took the phone to check, a slightly mischievous glint appeared in her eyes as if a galaxy had lit up. Every photo, whether in angle or lighting, was adjusted exceptionally well. So Su Yuyo quietly withdrew her hand. Lu Chen, Yuyo, let's take a group photo together. Jiayi waved from a distance. The two nodded and walked over. Yiming brought a tripod, adjusted the position, and the 4 of them took a group photo. After taking the photo, Jiayi suggested, let me take a few photos of you guys, my skills are pretty good. Since the other party was so enthusiastic, it wouldn't be nice to refuse, so they stood side by side, showing a slight smile. Lu Chen, Yuyo, you guys look too stiff, like you're taking a military training photo. Lu Chen, you can get closer. Jiayi directed loudly. Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyo beside him and whispered, so I'll get closer. Okay. Su Yuyo said softly. As Lu Chen approached, there was only a narrow gap left between the two. After a while, Jiayi was still not satisfied, so she said, Lu Chen, you should put your arm around Yuyo's waist. This. Lu Chen subconsciously glanced at Su Yuyo, only to hear Su Yuyo glare at him and whisper, you're only allowed this once. The master had given his permission, so what did Lu Chen have to worry about? He smirked and boldly wrapped his arms around Su Yuyo's slender waist, pulling her a little closer to himself. Lu Chen, you. Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen with a slightly annoyed expression, her heart pounding erratically. The embrace she had imagined was just a light touch on her waist, not like this at all. In that instant, Jiayi pressed the shutter button. Alright. Jiayi revealed an excited smile, seemingly satisfied with her work. She walked up to the 2 of them with the developed photo, and as they looked at the image, they both froze. In the photo, Lu Chen was smiling down at Su Yuyo, who had a hint of shyness in her eyes as she glared at him with a pout. The moment was captured. At that instant, the 2 of them resembled a playful couple, their eyes full of each other. It's perfect. Lu Chen, Yuyo, can I keep this photo? Don't worry. I just want to keep it as a memento, I won't use it for anything else. Jiayi asked with wide eyes, genuinely liking the photo, but she wouldn't insist if Lu Chen and Su Yuyo were unwilling. Lu Chen didn't particularly recommend keeping it just as a memento. Su Yuyo nodded in agreement. Thank you. Jiayi was very happy and then added Su Yuyo as a friend, sending the photo over. The sun was setting, a gentle breeze blowing. At this moment, even with a myriad of restlessness in their hearts, everything felt calm. The 4 of them sat on the prepared mats, snacking and chatting. From what they heard from Yiming and Jiayi, the 2 of them were travel bloggers, with tens of thousands of followers online despite their budget travels. Without waiting for Lu Chen to speak, Jiayi stated that they wouldn't post anything about them online unless they agreed to it. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt relieved. As he turned his head, Lu Chen's and Su Yuyo's gazes met. They couldn't help but think of what Yiming and Jiayi had said earlier, and the atmosphere suddenly felt a bit strange, prompting them to instinctively avoid each other's eyes. Yiming and Jiayi were munching on melon seeds, noticing the change in the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle, as if they were seeing their past selves. Imperial Dynasty KTV. Star River Milk Tea Shop closed, making Lu Qian's mood exceptionally beautiful today. After work, she immediately invited a few good girlfriends to sing karaoke. After a few cocktails, Jiangwan had a hint of tipsiness, her cheeks flushed. Come on, sisters, let's have a drink together. Congratulations to Wanner for successfully getting rid of that clingy follower Lu Qian and embracing a new life. Lu Qian raised her glass and laughed heartily. Everyone stood up, and Jiangwan smiled and clinked glasses with everyone, downing another cocktail. After a few songs, Jiangwan got up and walked out of the private room, wanting to get some fresh air outside and head towards the restroom. To her surprise, the restroom was full, so she decided to go downstairs. Looking down from above, the lobby of the Imperial Dynasty KTV was grand and majestic, the layout of the counter not inferior to that of a luxury hotel. Ha! Suddenly, Jiangwan's expression froze as her gaze landed on the counter, seeming to notice something. After hesitating for a moment, she first went to the restroom. A few minutes later, Jiangwan passed by the same spot, ready to go upstairs, but she couldn't help but stop in her tracks, turning around and walking towards the counter. Hello, miss, do you need any help? Xingqing greeted with a professional smile. Jiangwan remained silent, her eyes fixed on the spot where lost items were kept on the counter, where a pure black umbrella was placed. At the corner of the umbrella, a string of English letters was faintly visible. She picked it up and saw the letters LXJW clearly displayed. How did this umbrella end up here? Jiangwan asked urgently. You mean this umbrella? There was a heavy rainstorm not long ago, and a regular customer saw my colleague without an umbrella, so he gave her this one. Do you know the owner of this umbrella? Xingqing asked. Was it left behind by a guy? Jiangwan inquired. It seems so, but I only heard about it from my colleague. Xingqing nodded. Do you know the exact time of that day? Jiangwan asked again. I'm not sure about that, maybe about a week ago. A week? Jiangwan's mind was in chaos, connecting a series of coincidences that made her certain of one thing. That on that night, Lu Qian had been here. Recalling the events of that evening, did Lu Qian hear what she said at the time, which made him draw a line between them? Can I take this umbrella? Jiangwan asked. Of course, please tell your friend thanks on behalf of my colleague. Okay. Jiangwan held the umbrella in her hand. She already had an umbrella, the first gift Lu Qian had given her, and they had met on a rainy night. Lu Qian had always attached great importance to this umbrella and would never use it unless necessary. Now, by leaving behind this umbrella, Lu Qian's intention was clear, to put an end to the past. Back in the corridor on the second floor, the noise coming from the private room made Jiangwan feel restless. She sent a message to Lu Qian on her phone and then left the place. Shortly after, Jiangwan arrived outside the Milky Way bubble tea shop and found that the once elegantly decorated door was now covered in graffiti of various colors, filled with malicious words and insults. She quickly called Lu Qian, but the phone was switched off. He had blocked her. WX2. Jiangwan stood helplessly by the roadside, feeling for the first time what it was like not being able to reach someone. In the past, whenever Lu Qian upset her, she would often block and delete him. Master, what are you doing here? A figure walked towards her on the zebra crossing. It was Song Ziyi who had just finished work. When Jiangwan looked up, Song Ziyi noticed the redness in her eyes. Though she hadn't cried, he could sense her inner turmoil. What happened, master? Song Ziyi hurriedly asked. Nothing. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? Jiangwan took a deep breath. Sure. Song Ziyi handed her the phone. Jiangwan hesitated for a moment before calling Lu Qian. Ringing. Up on the fairy mountain, Lu Qian and 3 others were playing cards in their tent. The losers would have stickers placed on their faces, and Su Yuyo's face was already covered with them. Stopping and going along this journey, following the traces of drifting youth, the moment before leaving the station, Lu Qian held the cards in one hand and answered the phone with the other. Seeing it was Song Ziyi calling, he was somewhat surprised but still answered. Hello, Ziyi. Lu Qian, it's me. Just one sentence made Lu Qian's face instantly turn grim. He knew the owner of that voice all too well. What's up? His cold tone made Jiangwan's heart skip a beat. She suppressed her displeasure and said, Where are you now? I want to talk to you. It's none of your business. Beep beep beep. Before Jiangwan could calm down, she heard the sound of the call being hung up. She was stunned, or rather, she was unaccustomed to it because Lu Qian had never treated her like this before. No matter what happened in the past, Lu Qian would always come to her with a smile, apologize, and buy her all sorts of delicious and beautiful gifts. Now, Lu Qian didn't even want to say another word to her. He hung up her phone directly. Even if she really heard what I said that day, it was just a joke. If you come and explain to me, everything will be fine. If I hadn't seen your shop covered in graffiti, I wouldn't even bother calling you. So petty, what kind of man is that? Jiangwan clenched her phone, forcefully pushed it into Song Ziyi's hands, turned and walked towards the road, angrily hailed a cab and left. Inside the tent on the mountaintop, Lu Chen, what's wrong? Su Yuyo saw that Lu Chen's face didn't look too good and asked with concern. Harassing calls. Lu Chen calmed down, also blocked and deleted Song Ziyi's number, waved his hand and continued playing cards. By nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, the initial excitement of playing cards had long faded, with only Su Yuyo still full of enthusiasm, determined to win the next round. Seeing Su Yuyo like this, clearly wanting to go back to sleep, Lu Chen made an excuse to call her outside the tent, whispering, "Stop playing, go back to sleep." "I'm not sleepy, I already know how to play, I'm sure I can beat you guys." Su Yuyo raised her nose high, a confident smile that even AK couldn't suppress. "Anyway, listen to me and go back to the tent to sleep. You still want to watch the sunrise tomorrow morning, right? If you don't sleep, others will." Lu Chen couldn't say it directly, so he changed his approach. "Well, I guess so, then I'll go tell them." Su Yuyo thought what Lu Chen said made sense, nodded, and returned to the tent to bid farewell to Yiming, Xinjiai, and the others. "Yuyo, let's watch the sunrise together tomorrow morning." "Okay, Sister Jai." When the tent was opened, Lu Chen and Yiming exchanged a glance, smiled at each other, the tacit understanding of men, all in the unspoken. After sending Su Yuyo back into the tent, settling everything, Lu Chen returned to his own tent. Lying on the moisture-proof mat, he couldn't help but think back to Jiang Wan's phone call just now. Was he really so ruthless just because he heard those words at the KTV, deciding to cut ties with Jiang Wan? No, he was just disappointed enough. Jiang Wan was his moonlight, but the current Jiang Wan had already decayed. Lying on the moisture-proof mat, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time, a figure involuntarily appeared in Lu Chen's mind, Su Yuyo. Lu Chen himself didn't realize it, but when the image of Su Yuyo appeared, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. With a tearing sound, the tent zipper slowly opened. A small head poked in from the outside, wrapped in a blanket Lu Chen brought from home. "Lu Chen, are you scared alone?" Su Yuyo shrank her neck, her eyes darting around, as if there was something around her. At first, with more people, she didn't feel anything, but when she was the only one left, she felt like there was something in front, behind, left, right, even on top of the tent. "I'm not scared." Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Are you cold?" Su Yuyo found another reason. Lu Chen was about to burst out laughing, shook his head again, "Not cold." "Then, are you?" Su Yuyo really couldn't come up with any more excuses, standing there on the verge of tears. "Well, maybe a little cold." Lu Chen rubbed his arms, deadpan. "Really?" Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuyo walked into the tent, quickly zipped it up, as if she had escaped from a monster chase, feeling relieved. She carefully approached Lu Chen, sharing half of her blanket with him. The blanket was only long enough for one person, so to cover both of them, they had to get closer. Before long, their arms touched. The temperature on the mountaintop at night wasn't very high, but the warmth between the two kept rising, a faint fragrance lingering in the air, the scent emanating from Su Yuyo's body. The night was quiet and deep. The rapid breathing of the two became particularly evident, and if the light were on, one could clearly see the blush on Su Yuyo's cheeks. The last time she and Lu Chen slept together was just an accident, or perhaps it was unconscious. But this time, she took the initiative to get closer, her heart in turmoil. Lu Chen wouldn't lose control and do something beastly to her, right? "Yuyo." Lu Chen suddenly spoke. Su Yuyo's delicate body trembled as she turned her head, cautiously asking, "What's wrong? What did you put inside your skirt that feels so strange?" "Ha?" Su Yuyo hadn't reacted yet, and by the time she came to her senses, Lu Chen had already furrowed his brows and pulled out something from her pocket. "Bubble gum?" Looking at the hard paper box, he shone the light from his phone on it. "Ultimate ultra-thin, ice-cold sensation." The striking 8 characters clearly presented in front of them. Su Yuyo's brain seemed to have crashed in an instant, not knowing who she was, or where there was a hole to hide in. Earth was no longer suitable for her, she wanted to immigrate to Mars. Lu Chen's eyes widened like copper bells when he saw this thing. After confirming multiple times, it wasn't bubblegum, let alone tissues. Su Yuyo, whose brain had rebooted, snatched the thing from Lu Chen's hand and quickly stashed it in her pocket. "You. Don't speak, I'm not listening. Can't hear you, I can't hear anything." Su Yuyo covered her ears tightly with both hands, as if by doing so, she could forget everything. After Lu Chen fell silent, the tent became incredibly quiet again, their breathing and heartbeats reaching a peak. Im. At this moment, a faint sound came from outside the tent. Lu Chen and Su Yuyo looked at each other simultaneously, confirming that the sound didn't come from either of them. Then their gaze fell on the direction of the tent where Yiming was. To ease the awkwardness, Su Yuyo took the initiative to change the subject, saying, "Why haven't Jiayi and the others slept yet?" "They are using something from your pocket," Lu Chen suddenly said. With this reminder, Su Yuyo instantly understood. They were. The thought made the blush on Su Yuyo's face, which had just eased a bit, rise again abruptly. Should we? Lu Chen probably guessed the origin of this box, but he still intended to tease Su Yuyo. No. You're all prepared, don't be shy. It's not that, it's… What? Did it jump into your pocket by itself, or did you pick it up? No. This was given to me by Shinjai. Su Yuyo finally said this sentence, thinking she had explained it clearly. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard Lu Chen's voice again. Then why didn't you refuse? I consider you a friend, and you want to have a child with me. No wonder you came to the Immortal Mountain, you had it all planned. Su Yuyo just wanted to find a river and jump in. She pulled all the blankets over her head, bent over on the moisture-proof mat, wishing she could bury herself underground. Well, since we're good friends, I'll reluctantly sacrifice myself. Lu Chen! Stop it! Su Yuyo's pent-up frustration finally erupted. She realized Lu Chen was doing it on purpose, so she threw off the blanket, bared her small fangs, and fiercely bit Lu Chen's arm. Ah! This time, Lu Chen couldn't help but cry out, unlike last time. This time, Su Yuyo really bit him. After a while, Su Yuyo finally let go, leaving 2 rows of teeth marks on Lu Chen's arm. However, Su Yuyo still couldn't bear to be harsh, leaving only a mark without drawing blood. Otherwise, Lu Chen would have to consider getting a rabies vaccine. Say that again and I'll bite you. Su Yuyo threatened with a snarl. Inside the other tent, Shinjai nestled in Yiming's arms, hearing the commotion and screams coming from the neighboring tent, couldn't help but chuckle. Shinjai told Yiming about the gifts she received during the day, and Yiming smirked mischievously and flicked Shinjai's nose. You always think things through, my dear. Of course, don't you know me by now? When I get impulsive, I don't care about anything. What's there to fear? I've wanted to marry you for a long time. Who wants to marry you? I'll ignore you. Shinjai said she didn't want to, but her face was filled with a happy smile. Inside the tent, Su Yuyo drew a line on the moisture-proof mat with her finger, glaring fiercely. If you dare to cross this line, I'll bite you. No problem. Lu Chen nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he wondered if as long as he wasn't afraid of being bitten, he could cross it. Of course, he only dared to think about it. The bite marks on his hand had not yet faded. The 2 of them lay on the moisture-proof mat like honored guests. Su Yuyo kept stealing glances at Lu Chen, seeing him behave honestly until his breathing became steady, gradually relaxing her guard. Seeing Lu Chen had only covered himself with a small blanket, she couldn't bear it and tugged the blanket towards him. When Su Yuyo closed her eyes, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Su Yuyo who was close by, a smile in his eyes before closing them again. As the night passed, a hint of red glow outlined the sky, like countless specks of gold dust scattered on earth. Inside the tent, the line drawn by Su Yuyo had been flattened long ago. She blinked sleepily, opening her eyes to see Lu Chen's face less than a foot away, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her head was resting on Lu Chen's arm, most of her body pressed against his, her limbs clinging like an octopus. How did it end up like this again? She instinctively wanted to scream, but a shred of reason told her she must not wake Lu Chen, or he might think she had ulterior motives. The thought of Lu Chen's smug look only strengthened Su Yuyo's resolve. She cautiously began to move her hands and feet, more nervous than playing Jenga. If Jenga blocks fall, they can be rebuilt. But if she wakes Lu Chen, how could she face anyone? After a few minutes, Su Yuyo finally managed to move her hands and feet away. Just as she was about to move to the side, she suddenly saw a hand reaching towards her. Su Yuyo was on the verge of collapse. How did Lu Chen turn over at this moment? She tried to break free, but instead of calming Lu Chen down, it seemed to startle him, as his hand around her waist tightened even more. Endure! Su Yuyo suppressed the boiling blood in her heart, carefully prying open Lu Chen's hand once again. 1, 2. Finally, on the 5th attempt, Su Yuyo was thrilled, quickly pulling herself away from Lu Chen. As she distanced herself from him, a sense of rebirth washed over her. Ha! Lu Chen couldn't help it. The smile on his lips was like a nuclear bomb, unstoppable. Being an early riser, how could he possibly wake up later than Su Yuyo, especially with such a commotion? In fact, he had been awake for a while, but finding Su Yuyo pressed against his arm and body, he didn't dare move. If he woke Su Yuyo, she would surely think he did it on purpose. Just as he was pondering what to do, he noticed Su Yuyo's eyes twitch, so he continued to pretend to be asleep. Lu Chen, you scoundrel. Big villain. I'll bite you. Shame engulfed Su Yuyo's entire body, and with a tiger pounce, she lunged towards Lu Chen, opening her small mouth, revealing two sharp little fangs. Chasing each other playfully, Lu Chen took the opportunity to unzip the tent and quickly ran out. Su Yuyo followed closely behind. Yiming and Shinjiai had already woken up, sitting embraced on the laid-out carpet, watching the playful duo with a sense of accomplishment written all over their faces. The red glow on the horizon gradually ascended, like a flower bud slowly blooming. As Lu Chen softened, he finally managed to calm Su Yuyo's anger. Yiming and Shinjiai happily leaned on each other, a sight to envy. While admiring them, Su Yuyo couldn't help but glare at Lu Chen beside her, who only seemed to know how to tease her. How about I lend you my shoulder to lean on? Lu Chen patted his shoulder generously. No way, Su Yuyo pouted, turning her face away. Gradually, the sun hidden in the clouds rose completely from the horizon, painting the entire sky in gentle shades of orange and red. Sunlight pierced through the morning mist, casting beams of light on the two of them. Looking at this breathtaking scenery, Lu Chen suddenly felt the warmth on his shoulder as Su Yuyo leaned against him. He remained silent, gazing at the sky with Su Yuyo by his side. As the warm sunlight turned scorching, they quickly cleaned up the remaining trash and packed it up while it was still early. While Lu Chen and Yiming dismantled another tent, Su Yuyo entered Lu Chen's tent to fold the blanket neatly. Folding the blanket into a satisfactory square, she found a travel bag in the corner. Upon opening it, Su Yuyo couldn't help but exhale a hot breath under her nose as she discovered another blanket inside. Lu Chen had another blanket all along but didn't tell her, making her worry about him being cold and leading to their close proximity that morning. What a rascal! A big villain! Su Yuyo was very angry, and the consequences were severe. She could explode the entire galaxy. But suddenly she realized something was off. Why was she only angry and not feeling disgusted or repulsed? Yuyo, I'm going to dismantle this tent. Are you done packing? Lu Chen's voice came from outside the tent. Yes, I'm coming out now. Su Yuyo pushed aside her jumbled thoughts and walked out of the tent. Not long after, Lu Chen finished packing the last tent, returned it to the owner, and the four of them agreed to walk down the mountain together. Going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. This saying is not just a saying. Although the fairy mountain had a cement road, the mountain path was steep, and with the heavy dew on the mountain, the friction on the ground noticeably decreased. Su Yuyo watched Lu Chen walking ahead and couldn't help but envy Yiming and Jai, who were holding hands and supporting each other without worrying about stumbling, unlike Lu Chen who only cared about himself. However, she soon noticed something unusual. Although Lu Chen had been walking ahead of her, he always stayed about a foot away, and she also noticed that Lu Chen kept glancing at her from time to time. Lu Chen, are you afraid I'll fall? Su Yuyo couldn't help but ask. If you fall, I won't carry you back, Lu Chen replied, turning his head. Humph. She knew Lu Chen wouldn't be that kind-hearted. Feeling sulky, she inadvertently didn't pay attention to the round pebbles under her feet. With a swish, Su Yuyo completely lost her balance and fell to the ground. Before she could hit the ground, Lu Chen's hand had appeared around Su Yuyo's waist, catching her. Are you okay? Lu Chen looked at the pale-faced Su Yuyo. I'm fine. Su Yuyo's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Looking at Lu Chen's anxious expression, she realized he cared for her, but she stubbornly didn't admit it. Caught red-handed, huh? You're just pretending. Lu Chen had no idea that at this moment, Su Yuyo could still come up with a lengthy essay in her mind. After helping her up, he extended an arm and said, you better hold on to me. Oh. Su Yuyo reached out with both hands and grabbed Lu Chen's arm, and indeed her body stabilized a lot. What they didn't notice was two people behind them looking at them with smiles. Shinjiai proudly boasted to Yiming, thanks to my guidance yesterday, their relationship has developed so quickly. What do you mean? It's obviously because of me. You don't know, with just a few words from me yesterday, I made Lu Chen go all emo, Yiming retorted unwillingly. Give you a chance to rephrase. Shinjiai glared. Yiming, embarrassed, immediately changed his tune. My wife is intelligent and clever. If it weren't for my wife taking the lead, how would I have the chance to play support? That's more like it. The two then looked back at Lu Chen and Su Yuyo, the joy of adults, something ordinary people wouldn't understand. Of course, the premise is that one is beautiful themselves. Otherwise, seeing others show affection is more painful than killing oneself. 1 or 2 hours quietly passed, and the four finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Chen, Yuyo, you must come to our school when you have the chance to play. I'll take you to climb Moonlight Mountain. Many interesting things have been built on the mountaintop, especially. It's perfect for you, Shinjiai teased. Definitely. When you have time, come to my shop for milk tea. I'll give you a special discount, free for life. Lu Chen treated sincere friends generously. Jai sister, Lu Chen makes delicious milk tea, you must come, Su Yuyo chimed in. No problem, I'll definitely come. Waving goodbye warmly to the two, Lu Chen hailed a taxi on the roadside and returned to the apartment with Su Yuyo. Once home, Su Yuyo couldn't wait to lie down on the recliner, sighing, finally home. Lu Chen put down his travel bag and asked, do you want to shower first? You go first, Su Yuyo replied, tapping away on her phone. The smile that was on her face had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a growing unease as time passed. On her phone was a chat box with Yi Xiaoyu. Yuyo, I have some news to report to you, don't be angry when you hear it. My dad said Uncle Su has stopped searching for you, and he's gone to the UAE with Auntie to discuss business. They won't be back for at least half a month. Su Yuyo nonchalantly replied, it's none of my business, they can do whatever they want. I'm doing fine now. He had never cared about her from the beginning, so Su Yuyo wasn't surprised that he had given up looking for her. She just didn't expect her mother to have gone abroad as well. Despite appearing unaffected, the redness in her eyes had already betrayed her. With his abilities, if he truly wanted to, how could he not find her? Unless he simply didn't care about her at all. Lu Chen walked out of the bathroom after showering and looked at Su Yuyo sitting on the couch hugging her knees. He could hear her quiet sobbing. Yuyo? Lu Chen walked over and squatted beside her, tentatively calling out. Suddenly, Su Yuyo threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, holding onto his neck tightly. There was no trace of her usual cheerfulness when Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyo, tears wetting her cheeks, resembling a small flower cat. Lu Chen, they don't want me anymore. With a loud cry, Su Yuyo couldn't hold back the tension in her heart and burst into tears. Lu Chen didn't know the full story, but he could guess what was happening. He patted Su Yuyo's back and comforted her softly. How could that be? There must be some misunderstanding. Parents wouldn't not love their daughter. He didn't know what kind of people Su Yuyo's parents were, but he knew Su Yuyo. A girl as pure and kind-hearted as her, who understood things clearly, must have been nurtured and guided by someone since childhood. As the saying goes, a child is a mirror of their parents. Tell me what happened. Su Yuyo rubbed her eyes, sniffled lightly, and with her bright almond-shaped eyes, she repeated what she had heard from Xiaoyu. After understanding the truth, Lu Chen was also puzzled. Why was this happening? There was another crucial piece of information. Going to the UAE for business? He had thought Su Yuyo came from a remarkable background, but this exceeded his expectations. His parents were also in business, naturally understanding the level of power needed to expand business to the UAE. Would such a wealthy little princess really be left alone like this? If his parents wanted to find her, his apartment would probably be surrounded within 3 days. Lu Chen, did I really make a mistake? If I had listened to them, would they have cared for me? Tears glistened in Su Yuyo's eyes, large drops falling from her eyes, tracing down her cheeks and onto her skirt, a pitiful sight that evoked sympathy. It's not your fault, Lu Chen didn't know what to say. I'm just a terrible person, stupid and foolish, always causing trouble, unable to do anything right. It's right for them not to want me. Su Yuyo's emotions were almost at their lowest, her gaze somewhat vacant. Who said that? Lu Chen said solemnly, everyone has the right to determine their own destiny, even parents can only guide and not interfere. I haven't known you for long, but I know you're a pure, kind, and sensible girl. You're only 18, just starting on the path of life. When I was your age, I only knew how to eat, sleep, and play video games. What are video games? Su Yuyo asked with a choked voice. That's not the point. Lu Chen changed the subject and continued, in my eyes, you're excellent, and you'll only get better in the future. Show them that Su Yuyo is the most amazing girl in the world. After speaking, Lu Chen couldn't help but blush. Why did he suddenly sound like a teenager in a coming-of-age story? Really? Su Yuyo gradually stopped crying after hearing these words, her eyes still watery, a mix of pitiful and sympathetic. Words from the heart, every word is true. Looking at Lu Chen's unwavering expression, Su Yuyo couldn't help but curve a beautiful smile. Thank you, Lu Chen. Thank you for what? We're friends and roommates after all. As long as you're willing, my place is always open to you. I'll sleep on the floor, you can be my employee, and I'll be your boss. He didn't say anything like I'll take care of you in the future. This statement was indeed touching. But to him, it seemed to be based on charity. Su Yuyo was Su Yuyo, not anyone's accessory. Okay, stop crying. It's not pretty when you cry. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll go buy groceries. Lu Chen squatted in front of her, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes, tapping her nose lightly, flashing her a bright smile. Su Yuyo touched her stomach, lowered her head and said softly, I want tomato and egg stir-fry. Is that all? I also want shrimp. Su Yuyo said timidly. sour and spicy vermicelli, cola chicken wings, scallion tofu, spicy stir-fried pork. Don't you want those? I've decided, we'll have all those dishes tonight. No need, it's too much, we won't finish it. Su Yuyo knew Lu Chen didn't like wasting food. If we can't finish it, we'll have leftovers for later. Lu Chen stood up, gently ruffled Su Yuyo's head, and instructed, stay home, watch TV, stop overthinking, I'll come back and make you something delicious. Watching Lu Chen disappear at the door, Su Yuyo's eyes shimmered with a gentle light, like a small stream flowing. She was just a bit slow to react, not foolish. How could she not feel that Lu Chen was taking care of her emotions? Xiaoyu often scared her, talking about how terrifying and bad men outside could be. But in her eyes, Lu Chen is super invincible. The best in the world. No, Mom is the best in the world, Lu Chen can only be second. But why doesn't Mom come to find her? She must have been forced by him, it must be like this. Leaving the apartment, Lu Chen rode his electric scooter to the market to buy groceries, thinking that it wasn't far from Xinghe, so he drove to the milk tea shop planning to make a cup of taro bubble milk tea to take back. Arriving at the entrance of Xinghe milk tea shop, he saw many people standing outside, taking pictures with their phones. As he got closer, he found the whole storefront in a mess. There were graffiti, paint, there was even a pile of garbage thrown here. This is the terrifying aspect of the internet. The next step would be enthusiastic netizens doxing his identity. The outcome is predictable. Over the years, countless innocent people have been destroyed by the internet. Even if they are eventually cleared, what does it matter? Time cannot be turned back. The scars left on the body can never disappear. The development of the situation ultimately exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. Lu Chen looked at a corner of the shop, confirmed that the surveillance was intact, then left the place, bringing back a cup of taro bubble milk tea from a milk tea shop on the way. Back at the apartment, Lu Chen didn't mention the milk tea shop incident. He just handed the purchased milk tea to Su Yuyo and went into the kitchen. In less than an hour, a table full of dishes was presented on the dining table. Under the influence of delicious food and milk tea, Su Yuyo's mood improved significantly. After dinner, the two of them cleaned up the kitchen table together. Although the rented room was not large, it felt particularly spacious and warm at that moment. Yuyo, I have something to do, you stay at home, call me if you need anything. Lu Chen packed his laptop bag and instructed Su Yuyo on the sofa. Can I come with you? Su Yuyo asked. It might be troublesome, you stay at home. Lu Chen thought for a moment. No. Su Yuyo shook her head, I want to accompany you. Lu Chen's expression management was indeed very good, but it didn't mean he was flawless. Su Yuyo still noticed some clues. All right. Lu Chen nodded. The two of them rode through the streets and alleys on their electric scooter, and when the vehicle stopped, they were already at the Municipal Public Security Bureau headquarters. Su Yuyo had guessed many places, but she never expected it to be this kind of place. Stay close to me later, Lu Chen instructed. Su Yuyo nodded. She had thought that Lu Chen was going to hand her over to the police, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Lu Chen was not that kind of person, something must have happened. Her clever mind flashed, thinking of the rumors about Xinghe milk tea shop on the internet a few days ago. Could it be because of this? Walking into the police station, Su Yuyo obediently followed Lu Chen. In the lobby, Lu Chen roughly explained the situation, handing over all the neatly organized materials and videos to the person in charge who received him. In addition to the video evidence of online defamation against Xinghe milk tea shop, there were also all the accounts and surveillance videos of Xinghe milk tea shop for the past month. As long as they were compared, it would be clear whether what these people said was true or false. Comrade, we will take this matter very seriously. After verification, we will deal with it immediately. Please keep your phone open, we will contact you at any time. Thank you for your help. After reporting to the police, Lu Chen did not go back, but went to the highest people's court in Shushi. When he arrived at the entrance, a man in court work clothes was waiting for him. Lu Gu. The man named Ji Tianxi, who looked about the same age as Lu Chen, waved vigorously when he saw Lu Chen, quickly ran over, and unceremoniously put his arm heavily on Lu Chen's shoulder. Whether it was Su Yuyo's illusion or not, she sensed a hint of respect in the man's tone. You, kid, have made it to the Supreme People's Court, so mind your image, Lu Chen teased with a smile. It's easy to change the country's fate, but hard to change one's nature, right? That's how you see yourself. Lu Chen continued, you should have received all the documents I sent you. I've got them all. Leave it to me, I'll take care of it. Ji Tianxi patted his chest confidently. Here's the complaint. Do you see any areas that need to be modified? Lu Chen took out the complaint he had prepared long ago, learning from online sources. Forget what I do? I've had the complaint ready for a while now. Just be patient and wait for updates. True, then I'll leave it to you. Lu, if you say that, I might get angry. We have a good relationship. I'm more than happy to help you. You, kid, it's been a while, but your words are getting sweeter. After all, it's my bread and butter. At this moment, GTNC noticed Su Yuyo standing quietly beside them and raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Lu, who is this? My friend, Su Yuyo. Lu Chen introduced. This is GTNC, my buddy. Don't be fooled by his serious appearance. This guy used to be quite a playboy. Lu, give me some face in front of such a beautiful girl. GTNC scratched his head awkwardly. What's up? Got any ideas? Lu Chen smirked. Forget it. GTNC wasn't stupid. Seeing how these two interacted, he knew the situation with the girl's eyes almost glued to Lu Chen. Lu, let's catch up sometime, GTNC suggested. Sure. I've been free lately, so I'm available anytime. How about you? I need some time for this matter. I'll give you a call when I'm free in a few days, okay? No problem. Then it's settled. You're making me sound like a slacker. Ha ha. After a simple farewell, GTNC stood at the door watching Lu Chen ride away on his electric scooter. Back in the office, a female colleague who was close to GTNC witnessed everything from upstairs and asked, puzzled, Tianci, who is he? He looks so shabby. Do you really need to go see him in person? GTNC's expression darkened instantly as he stared at her, saying, I considered you a friend, but if you insult my friend again, we'll draw a line here. He and Lu Chen had met in a CSGO game. When his mother fell seriously ill and needed a large sum of money, he couldn't gather it from anyone. In his despair, Lu Chen, a gaming friend, lent him a large sum of money, helping him through the tough times. Lu Chen was not only his friend but also his mother's savior and his own. Just a joke. No need to take it so seriously. I have to go. At dusk. On the electric scooter, Su Yuyo hugged Lu Chen from behind and peeked from the side. Lu Chen, I've noticed something. Go on. Why do you act all serious and mature outside, but when you come home, you only know how to tease and bully me? Do you think I'm an easy target? Through the rearview mirror, Lu Chen noticed Su Yuyo pouting in a fierce manner. He chuckled. What do you think? I know, but I'm asking you. Some things are better understood than explained. Figure it out slowly. At that moment, a small hand landed on Lu Chen's waist, threatening, Are you going to tell me or not? Don't move, there's a traffic cop. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo immediately calmed down like a startled bird, vividly remembering the scene of being caught by a traffic cop last time. But as she looked around, there was no sign of any traffic cop uncle. Lu Chen, you're teasing me again. Su Yuyo was scolded by the traffic police uncle last time for not disturbing the driver while driving, of course, also scolded Lu Chen not to play around on the road. Well-behaved Su Yuyo naturally kept it in mind, while Lu Chen obviously didn't listen. Wait till we get home, I'll show you. Su Yuyo pouted. What? Are you going to use the weapon Shinjai gave you against me? What? Lu Chen had already sped off, while Su Yuyo was still swaying in the shaky car at 1 yuan per minute. After a while, Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed, and she coquettishly exclaimed, Who said anything about using a weapon against you? What if there are children? Lu Chen, I'm here. Su Yuyo, oh. Omega, tonight, the faint evening breeze unknowingly became somewhat sweet. Online. The video about the rumor of the Milky Way milk tea shop disappeared overnight without a trace. Many rational-thinking netizens noticed something was wrong because all the bloggers who had posted these updates had stopped for no reason. In a few days, Lu Chen received a call to visit the police station. The evidence he provided had been confirmed, and those leading bloggers were all invited to the police station for a chat, now wanting to negotiate face-to-face with Lu Chen. At the same time, these bloggers received subpoenas from the court. If they missed twice, they would be directly sentenced in absentia. This time, Lu Chen did not bring Su Yuyo with him. He didn't want Su Yuyo exposed to the public eye, which could potentially bring her unnecessary trouble. He vaguely remembered a girl with pink hair who, in her prime, was sent down a path of no return by online rumors. Arriving at the police station, Lu Chen met the bloggers who had spread rumors about him. Looking at these people, Lu Chen recalled the protagonist in the video. Reality and the internet were truly worlds apart. Online, fair-skinned and beautiful with long legs. In reality, short and unimpressive, a big dark girl. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of rhyme in his heart, truly shocking him. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that the mastermind behind this incident would be Lu Qian. It made sense. She worked in a media company, living off the internet, so having several internet bloggers around her was normal. Several bloggers begged Lu Chen to withdraw his appeal, tears streaming down their faces, some orphaned from a young age and raised by their grandmothers, some divorced with children to care for, each telling a more tragic story than the last. These sign anchors, once they lost the case, would face exorbitant penalties from the company, something they couldn't bear. In the end, they shifted all the blame onto Lu Qian, claiming she paid them to do it, otherwise they had no connection to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, do you have to be so ruthless about this? Seeing her former friends turning against her and accusing her, Lu Qian's brows furrowed into a big S shape. Perhaps due to lack of sleep, after a few days, she seemed particularly haggard, as if she had aged 10 years. If Wonner finds out about this, she will definitely cut ties with you, don't expect any chances with her again. This made Lu Chen chuckle. Hadn't she realized her own situation yet? Lu Chen, with a righteous air, continued, Lu Chen, let's just leave this matter here. I'll put in a good word for you in front of Jiangwen later, that should be enough, right? The young female police officer beside them couldn't help but roll her eyes at this. Strange people were everywhere, and it seemed like there were more and more in recent years. Lu Chen, I used to think you were materialistic, but now, you're truly the ninth wonder of the world, overturning my values, challenging my intelligence, and making me admire you unexpectedly. Lu Chen sneered, not wanting to stay here for another half a minute, politely said to the female officer beside him, Comrade police officer, let's not negotiate, let's handle this according to the law. Okay. The policewoman nodded, fully agreeing with Lu Chen's approach. Such people should not be let off easily. Lu Chen looked at several bloggers and said in a deep voice, since you are not the main culprits, I can withdraw my lawsuit against you. As for the damages you caused to my store and reputation, I will give you a quote. If you disagree, we will see each other in court. No problem, no problem. The group nodded repeatedly. Money can be earned again, but if they were locked up, it would be all over for them. Lu Qian was stunned. She couldn't believe Lu Chen would really treat her like this. She shouted loudly, Lu Chen, don't think you can deal with me like this. I will find the best lawyer and see who can outlast whom. I'll be waiting. Lu Chen calmly replied with 3 words and then left the room. As he left, a female police officer stopped Lu Chen and said, based on the surveillance footage you provided, we have also caught several people who damaged your store. They want to negotiate with you. Okay. Following the policewoman, Lu Chen entered another room where there were 4 men in their 30s and 40s, all looking unkempt. After a conversation, it turned out that these people were die-hard fans of those bloggers and acted out of anger. Realizing the situation, they all looked regretful. Lu Chen didn't bother to say much and asked each of them to compensate with 3,000. That settled the matter. It's best to avoid contact with such extreme individuals. Lu Chen's demands were not high, and they knew they were in the wrong, so they agreed willingly. After dealing with this matter, as he left the police station, it was already dark outside. He thought of Su Yuyo, who was probably snacking again. Thinking of Su Yuyo's hamster-like appearance, the unpleasantness at the police station vanished. He found an electric scooter on the roadside and prepared to go home. Beep, beep. A car horn sounded behind him. Lu Chen turned around to see a BYD sedan, and the window rolled down to reveal a round face. It was the female police officer from earlier, but she wasn't in uniform. Lu Chen, let me add you on WeChat for easier contact. The policewoman's expression was serious, a demeanor even absent at the police station. The police station had his phone number, and besides, no police officer would contact through WeChat. Nevertheless, Lu Chen took out his phone. The more friends, the better. After successfully adding the police officer as a friend, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Lu Laoban, do you remember me? Lu Chen looked at her for a moment and suddenly showed a surprised expression. Have you been to my tea shop several times? Why did you cut your hair short? I didn't recognize you. The policewoman pouted and flicked her hair. Lu Laoban, I often take care of your business. You don't recognize me after a haircut. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. You look heroic in a police uniform, and delicate with long hair. It's a bit hard to tell. As expected of a boss, sweet-talking. You have comprehensive evidence, and I heard there are people helping you at the court. Don't worry, even if Lu Chen hires the best lawyer, she won't win this lawsuit. If all goes as expected, she should spend some time in jail, but the compensation will be less. The policewoman said. Thank you. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. Don't thank me, I'm just stating a fact, not doing you any favors. Thank you for stating the fact. It puts my mind at ease. Being so calm and handling such matters, you already know the outcome. Usually, you appear amiable, but you're quite steady. Thank you for the compliment, officer. I am honored. Stop flattering, I'm he Momo. Outside of work, I'm just an ordinary person. You can call me Momo. Momo. Lu Chen repeated softly, seeming a bit too intimate, unable to say it out loud. Alright, when your milk tea shop reopens, I'll come to support you. Waving her hand, he Momo drove away. Watching the car disappear, Lu Chen rode away on the electric scooter. Back at the doorstep, he took out his keys to unlock the door. Suddenly, the door next to Zhang Xiaobai's house opened. Lu Chen instinctively looked down, but there was no sign of takeout. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Xiaobai coming out in sportswear. It had only been a short while, but he looked much better, with a lively gleam in his eyes. "Good evening, Lu Chen," Zhang Xiaobai greeted, waving his hand. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then replied, "Gee, good evening, what's up? I'm going for a run, care to join?" Zhang Xiaobai invited. Lu Chen was taken aback. "No, I have something to do. Maybe another day." "Which day would that be? How about tomorrow?" Zhang Xiaobai persisted. With things having gone this far, Lu Chen found it hard to refuse and reluctantly agreed. "See you tomorrow then," Zhang Xiaobai said cheerfully before disappearing down the hallway. "Yes, it's a hallway. This place has over 20 floors." Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen opened the door and stepped inside. The next moment, a pungent smoke filled the air. His nerves instantly tensed. Fire! Su Yuyo was still inside. Quickly covering his nose and mouth with his clothes, he rushed in without hesitation, frantically searching the room. When he saw the figure standing by the kitchen, he breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze fell on the burning stove, emitting unknown fumes from the pot. He understood what had happened. He hurriedly turned off the stove, switched on the exhaust fan, and opened all the windows. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a soot-covered Su Yuyo emerged. Seeing Lu Chen, she smiled brightly. "You're back, I was making. Do you even know what you were doing? How dangerous it was." Lu Chen's face flushed red as he scolded loudly, his voice echoing through the entire floor and even reaching upstairs and downstairs. This was the first time he had been so angry, the first time he had exploded at Su Yuyo like this. He couldn't bear to think what might have happened if he had come back a little later. Su Yuyo could have suffocated or worse. At the sight of the chaotic kitchen, the burnt food, and the lingering smoke, Su Yuyo's smile froze. She knew she had messed up again. I am sorry, I saw how busy you've been these days and still came back to cook for me, so I wanted to make a simple dish for you. I watched the video several times, I thought I could do it. I'm sorry." Su Yuyo lowered her head in self-blame, looking at the furious Lu Chen. She thought of her father, who would also get very angry every time she did something to seek his attention. Suddenly, Lu Chen grabbed Su Yuyo, pulling her into his arms as if afraid she would disappear, holding her tightly. He didn't blame Su Yuyo, he was just shaken. When he opened the door just now, he admitted he had panicked. Panicked so much that he was at a loss, disoriented, not feeling like himself. "No matter what you want to do, you must tell me. If you want to learn to cook, I'll teach you. Okay?" Her trembling voice carried a plea, touching Su Yuyo in a way as if she had been electrified. Lu Chen wasn't blaming her. He was worried about himself. This nervous demeanor, she had only seen it on her mother's face. "Lu Chen." Ding dong. The urgent knocking on the door interrupted. Lu Chen released the stiff figure in his arms and softly said, "I'll go open the door first. You rest on the sofa for a while." Su Yuyo's mind was blank, filled with images of Lu Chen just now. As he arrived at the door and opened it, he was greeted by the property management and security guards. "Hello, a homeowner called to report a fire at your place." "What happened?" "There's smoke billowing outside," the head security guard spoke up. "I'm really sorry, my friend was just cooking and forgot to turn on the exhaust fan." "I apologize for the trouble we caused you," Lu Chen said politely. "Cooking can produce so much smoke? Are you kidding me? We need to go in and check," the security guard insisted. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. With so much smoke, the other party wouldn't believe him without seeing the evidence. So, he turned to the side and extended his hand to invite them inside. The group carefully inspected the entire house, searching for suspicious objects. When they saw Su Yuyo looking disheveled on the sofa, they were stunned. Seeing Lu Chen's embarrassed expression, they began to wonder if what he said was true. When they reached the kitchen, they saw the charred object in the pot. Their mouths twitched involuntarily. The head security guard helplessly averted his gaze, patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, and said, "Be more careful next time, and don't force yourself too much." After seeing off the property management and security guards, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they didn't trigger the fire alarm. Back in the living room, Lu Chen looked at the soot-covered Su Yuyo, feeling amused and distressed. He fetched a towel from the bathroom, cleaned the little cat, revealing her original appearance. Then he went to the stove and gazed at the charred contents in the pot. "Yuyo, what? Were you cooking?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "I was cooking eggs." Su Yuyo's head almost buried itself in the two meatballs in front of her. She thought that even if her cooking wasn't as good as Lu Chen's, it shouldn't be bad either. She didn't expect Lu Chen to not even know what was in the pot. It was pretty obvious. The more she thought about it, the deeper Su Yuyo buried her head until she almost couldn't breathe, then she stopped. These two lumps of charcoal should be 2 eggs. Lu Chen's gaze fell on a pile of eggshells in the trash can. There were probably 7 or 8 of them. As he scraped the bottom of the pot with a spatula, he heard the sound of grit and realized it was the remnants of eggshells. It was a pity not to let Su Yuyo research biochemical weapons. After cleaning up the stove, Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyo, who was still blaming herself, and called her over. Yuyo, let me teach you how to cook. Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment before cautiously walking over to Lu Chen. Lu Chen first took Su Yuyo to where the rice cooker was placed. Opening the lid, as expected, the rice was uncooked. It was fortunate that it wasn't cooked. If the electrical appliance short-circuited and caught fire, it would be even more dangerous than a gas stove. Yuyo, let me teach you how to cook rice. After cooking a bowl of rice, you can get about 2 to 3 bowls of rice. I usually eat 3 bowls of rice, so if you want to eat 2 bowls or 1.5 bowls, cooking 2 bowls of rice is enough to avoid waste. When washing the rice, wash it twice. Don't use your hands to rub it, it's unhygienic and will lose nutrients. After draining the water, add water to cook. If you can't control the amount of water, stick out your own finger, about the height of one segment of your finger. Once you're skilled, you can tell with a glance. Remember to wipe the bottom clean, or it may cause a short circuit. Lu Chen patiently explained each step. Su Yuyo nodded earnestly beside him, watching intently. She realized that cooking rice had so many details. Looking at the narrating Lu Chen, her gaze gradually shifted from the rice cooker to his serious face, and she couldn't help but be captivated. Yuyo, come here, I'll teach you how to make seaweed egg drop soup. Oh, okay. Coming back to her senses, Su Yuyo revealed a sweet smile and obediently followed Lu Chen. When teaching Su Yuyo how to make scallion tofu, Lu Chen first fried one side and then handed the spatula to Su Yuyo, saying, "It's your turn to flip it." Okay. Su Yuyo had long been eager to try on the side. Quickly reaching out, she grabbed the spatula and also grabbed Lu Chen's hand that had not yet let go. Feeling each other's warmth, both of them were a bit flustered, and it took Lu Chen a while to hand the spatula to Su Yuyo. Successfully flipping all the tofu, a strong sense of satisfaction appeared on Su Yuyo's face. Under Lu Chen's guidance, this bowl of scallion-flavored tofu successfully made it to the table. Nervously, Su Yuyo tasted her own creation, which tasted almost the same as Lu Chen's. She couldn't wait to hand the chopsticks to Lu Chen and say, "You try it." Lu Chen nodded with a smile, took the chopsticks, and tasted a bite. The taste was indeed good, he could be proud of it. Suddenly, Su Yuyo remembered something and looked at Lu Chen in shock, who was holding the chopsticks in his mouth. She was so happy that she forgot she had just used those chopsticks. In this way, doesn't it mean indirectly? Kissing. At this moment, Su Yuyo's heart was pounding wildly, realizing that she had lost her first kiss. Let's stop here for today. I'll cook, you go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Lu Chen at the stove didn't pay attention at all. In his view, tasting the dish was nothing out of the ordinary. After dinner, Su Yuyo took a shower, changed into a pink and white camisole pajama, went upstairs, lay on the soft bed, and watched the latest episode of the famous detective series. Lu Chen leaned back on the recliner, took out his phone, and replied to a message from GTNC. In a few days, it would be the day of the trial. GTNC assured him that they couldn't lose the lawsuit. If they could lose this, he would just quit. Of course, it was all a joke. Ding ding, a message from Sleepy Bear came, saying, "Lu Ji, want to play a few rounds when you're free?" Sure. Since he had nothing else to do, Lu Chen agreed. Entering the game, Sleepy Bear pulled Lu Chen in. Unexpectedly there were 3 other people in the team besides him, but judging by their usernames, carrying girls? And 3 at once. Can you handle it? Lu Chen teased in the chat. Hee, don't underestimate them, they can all reach the top 2000. Oh, that's quite impressive. Being able to reach the king's rank already surpassed most players, and being in the top 2000 meant surpassing over 90% of the king's rank players. Of course, this was just an estimate. During the hero selection phase, the 3 girls chose Yao, Yang Yuan, and Sun Shengxian. Before Lu Chen could decide which top laner to pick, Hand Butcher had already locked in Ji Xiaoman. Me jungle? Lu Chen typed. Yeah, going for the tank? You're the tank, Lu Ji. I'm single since birth, every morning I rise like a pillar. The other person was typing. With no response for a long time, Lu Chen closed the chat window and focused on the game. In the end, he randomly picked Han Xin. Looking at the opponent's lineup, it seemed like a tough match. Ming Shirin, Lu Bang, Zhuang Zhou, and Sun Bin, they were missing a support. When Hui was picked, Lu Chen suddenly understood everything. They had encountered a pig-raising team. This lineup reportedly had a win rate of over 90%. With their hero composition, they had already lost most of the battle. Little Rain, Gong Sunli were going down in the first round. Pudding super sweet, Yao so disgusting. That Huan, Yang Yu won, just do your best. If we can't win this round, there's nothing we can do against this pig-raising team. In their minds, they didn't have much hope for this Han Xin. Without even a badge, how could they win? Even with a badge, facing a professional pig-raising team would be futile. The game started, and Lu Qin chose to start from the red side. This Han Xin's awareness is average, he's definitely going to be caught by the blue side. Hou Yi is the core of the pig-raising team. Lu Bang will definitely play sneakily. With early tower protection mechanisms, how could they establish a rhythm? I thought Flowing Moon was a top player, turns out he's just average. 6 minutes, next round. What Lu Qin didn't know was that he was currently in the live stream of 4 king-tier anchors, all with considerable popularity. With a red flash, Lu Qin spoke through the mic. Yang Yuhuan, head to the right river bush after reaching level 2. Yang Yuhuan hesitated for a moment before replying, okay. In the live chat, comments flooded in, not that strong, but good at pretending. Does he really think he can counter jungle at level 2? Ming Shireen is strong in the early game, and the others aren't fools either. After clearing the red buff, Lu Qin headed straight towards Yang Yuhuan's position. As he entered the bush, the figures of Hou Yi and Sun Bin appeared. Go! Both emerged from the bush one after the other. Although the pig farmer strategy was terrifying, it was only the beginning of the match, and Hou Yi didn't deal much damage yet. Empowered by the red buff, Hou Yi attempted to escape, but Yang Yuhuan kept her second skill ready, while Lu Qin had a displacement skill prepared. First blood. Hou Yi fell, and Sun Bin escaped with low health. Invade their blue area. Without hesitation, Yang Yuhuan followed up as the enemy had started at red buff. After clearing most of the blue area, Lu Qin retreated to his own jungle to farm. Yang Yuhuan then spoke through the mic, revealing herself as a girl with a somewhat mature voice, making everyone feel a bit itchy. Han Xian, how did you know what the enemy was planning? With Sun Bin coming out with boots, they probably want a gank at level 2. And how did you know Ming Shireen started at red buff? The core of the pig farmer strategy is Hou Yi. Ming Shireen can't catch anyone, and at level 4, he'll directly engage with Hou Yi. I see. After this exchange, the negative comments in the chat decreased, indicating that Han Xin indeed had some skills. However, facing the pig farmer strategy wasn't something that could be easily dealt with in one move. Once Hou Yi's economy picked up, it would be a disaster. Yuhuan, provide false vision for a strong gank. After taking his blue buff, Lu Qin gave the order. Okay, on my way. Yang Yuhuan replied through the mic, placing false vision in the bot lane and then circling back to the top lane with her boots of mobility. Ji Xiaoman didn't need a reminder, she had already set up the lane under her tower, forcing Lu Bang to come out. The second kill was secured as planned. Yuhuan, we can get another kill. Yang Yuhuan understood. So, between the first and second towers, Lu Bang at level 3 was sent back to the fountain, and they also secured the enemy's blue area. Han Xin, should we gank bot lane next? No, let's continue top lane. Lu Qin glanced at the economy panel. Hou Yi's economy was 200 higher than his, benefiting from farming 2 lanes in the blue area. Shortly after, the level 4 Lu Bang was killed under the tower, and the first tower fell. On the enemy team. Lu Bang, what are you doing, dying 3 times in 3 minutes? Are you blind? Can't you see Han Xin and Yang Yuhuan focusing on me? How can I defend with only 1,000 gold? Why don't you teleport? Ha ha, forget it, I have the highest economy. After farming 2 more waves, we'll push as a group. Han Xin, should we gank Lu Bang again? Yang Yuhuan inquired. Yes. And so, the squishy Lu Bang died once more. The second tower fell. The 4 live streams erupted with excitement. Even if they lost the game, the entertainment value was top-notch. Some comments in the chat were mocking. Lu Bang, with a 300 gold ruby crystal, why don't you rob a bank? Lu Bang, Sun Bin, sell your knowledge gem, I'll apply for welfare. Lu Chen's skills gradually gained recognition from everyone, including Gong Suanli and Yao, who joined in, asking, Han Xin, are you trying to force Hou Yi to defend? Hou Yi's economy is not low, even if Lu Bang is out, we can't beat them. Lu Chen said, no worries, once Hou Yi goes back, you guys can push the bot lane. Got it. Lu Bang's situation, if left unattended, will lead to a direct breakthrough on the upper lane, with all red zones except the first wave belonging to Han Xin. Over there. Lu Bang, you go to the bottom lane, hide under the tower from the Qing soldiers, I'll take over the top lane. Once I get the red buff, we'll push straight up the top lane. Alright. After 3 of them disappeared from view, Gong Sunli and Yao began to push the bottom lane, all the way to the second tower. Lu Bang obediently hid under the tower, taunting by recalling to base. Opening the dialogue to everyone, is it useful to catch me? The next moment, Han Xin, Yang Yuhuan emerged from the side, turning the trio into a quartet, directly engaging in a strong kill. Teleportation? Ha! Gong Sunli also opened the dialogue to everyone. Clown. Yao, clown +1. Yang Yuan, clown +2. Yi on the opposite side, frustrated, said, Lu Bang, didn't I tell you to clear the soldiers under the tower? Guess where I'll die? Defend the tower, as long as we delay them, they can't beat us. Maybe. Lu Bang looked at the shop, why don't you go steal? Han Xin, how should we proceed next? Everyone's focus gradually shifted to Lu Chen. Because of him, the live stream room had a third more viewers than usual, and the numbers were still rising. Come back to defend the tower, I can't do anything, focus on farming first and wait for an opportunity, don't clash head on with we've only lost one tower, maybe I can sneak the high ground tower later. The reason why the pig farming strategy has such a high win rate is that is practically unkillable, one mistake and he'll trigger the twilight of the gods. Alright, 10 minutes into the game, with defending, the opposing team had only lost one high ground tower. Lu Chen took the Lord first, not the Abyssal Dragon, to limit the enemy's minion waves. If the enemy had minion waves, would definitely sweep through. Yuan, hide in the brush near the second tower on the top lane later, don't show yourself. Engage with make them feel like they have to fight, switch to resistance boots, don't get caught by ultimate. Last chance, let's see if it works. They replied, okay. After clearing the bottom lane, Lu Chen placed the dragon on the top lane, then he went up as well, all five revealing their positions simultaneously. Over there. Lu Bang clears the bottom lane, let's team fight. Friction erupted on the top lane, with there, 2 arrows forward and half of the health was gone. Proudly said, wait for my ultimate, then we'll team fight and push straight. Looking at the map, he added, Lu Bang, Han Xin hasn't shown up, don't teleport over. As the minion waves approached, a team fight was imminent. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Lu Bang was clearing the dragon minions, while keeping an eye on the map, ready to teleport over at any moment. Lu Chen finally showed up. With his high economy and lifesteal, Lu Bang stood no chance. When he was at half health, Lu Bang quickly teleported to Little did he know that Lu Chen let him go on purpose, otherwise he would have been taken down long ago. The dragon minions had only a quarter of their health left, enough. The enemies said, damn, hurry back. After that team fight, one Ming Shireen from the opposing team died, while on their side, Gong Sunli, Yao, and even Ji Xiaoman carrying the Whirlwind Girl, all fell to the ground. Just as the four were about to recall to base, Lu Chen said, Yuan, get them. Got it. Yang Yuan already knew Han Xian's plan, using one skill followed by another, directly interrupting the four from recalling. In a moment, Yang Yuan was killed. White smoke enveloped her, Yang Yuan revived, once again interrupting Yi's recall. At the brink of death, Yang Yuan used her ultimate to ascend, delaying for a moment. Upon landing, she activated her invincibility skill. After the invincibility, she even had a famous sword. As the scene froze, excitement appeared on everyone's faces. They had truly won. The barrage in the 4 live streams reached its peak. Witnessing a victory over a professional pig farming team in a 50-star match was indeed rare. Phew! Lu Chen exhaled a breath, thinking it was just for fun, but it felt like a peak competition. In the team interface, Shu Tuwu Tiago proudly said, my friend is amazing, right? Awesome. Awesome +1. Awesome +2. Ding ding, Lu Chen received a message from Sleepy Bear on WeChat. Lu Ji, do you know how many people were watching you just now? Lu Chen was puzzled. The 4 of us are all king-level anchors. If we add up the viewers in the live room, it's almost 1 million. Why not register a Douyu account? With your skills, I can get people in the circle to help promote you, guaranteeing high popularity. I appreciate your kindness, but being an anchor is too troublesome. I just want a simple life. Who said you have to be an anchor? Register a Douyu account, play a few games, record material, and edit it to become a tech blogger. You record, and I'll edit. When we start making money, don't forget to treat me to a meal. Lu Chen replied in surprise, why are you helping me like this? I don't want your skills to go to waste. After some thought, Lu Chen said, I'll give it a try. If there's real profit, you get 30%, I didn't do much after all. No, I get 30%, you get 70. Then forget it. Come on, let's split it evenly. You record, I edit, we each get half. Fine. Happy cooperation, for all. Lu Chen looked at the cute emoticon, feeling that what had to happen had happened. Under Sleepy Bear's guidance, Lu Chen learned to record videos, just needing to send the automatically recorded videos to the other party. It seemed like he was getting the better end of the deal. After playing a few more games, Lu Chen found a reason to exit the game and added each other as friends. Ding ding. Lu Ge, remember to send me the video. Right away. Sending the original video, Lu Chen thought, if he really made money, he would give the lion's share to him. Putting away his phone, Lu Chen stretched lazily. Getting old was inevitable. In the past, playing for a day and night was no problem, but now after just 2 or 3 hours, his neck and back were sore. Looking upstairs, a pair of smooth legs were swaying, quite a sight. This guy seemed to enjoy lying down and watching anime, unbothered by being squashed. Anyway, Lu Chen registered a new Douyu account on his phone. He actually had another account, the promotional account for the Milky Way milk tea shop, which he initially managed but later handed over to Tongyu. Tongyu's expertise was in networking and new media, her strong suit. Managing the account for him also came with a decent commission. For Tongyu, it was both a part-time job and practical learning. Searching for the Milky Way milk tea shop, Lu Chen found the related account. 8,867 followers, just over 1,000 not long ago. How did it grow so fast? Opening the latest video, seeing more comments than likes, Lu Chen could guess what was going on. Indeed, the comments section was full of insults. All sorts of disgusting words. The only comforting thing was that a small group of people in the comments were defending the Milky Way milk tea shop, seeming to be regular customers. Lu Chen called Tongyu boss. Tongyu's voice was low, as if it wasn't convenient to talk. So Lu Chen quickly said, Tongyu, don't worry about the account on Douyu for now, don't let the online filth affect you. Clatter clatter. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the phone, followed by the closing door, and Tongyu's voice grew louder, boss, I'm fine, don't worry about me. But, I heard about the milk tea shop. Don't worry about me. In a week at most, get ready to come back to work. It might get busy, and I'll give you a raise then. Really? Don't worry, boss, I will definitely come, I'll ask for leave to be there. Studying comes first, contact me anytime you're free. Thank you, boss. Don't mention it, you're helping me make money. Well, thank you too. A cheerful voice came through the phone. Alright, I won't disturb your rest anymore. Lu Chen guessed the other person must be in the dormitory, deliberately coming out to answer the call, not considering it thoroughly. Good night, boss. Sleep early. Hanging up the phone, with one less worry, he felt much more at ease. Lu Chen, who are you talking to on the phone? The anime sound from upstairs stopped. Su Yuyo turned around at some point, looking directly at him. Tongyu, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. Your phone call was too loud. I couldn't hear anything. The anime sound once again filled the room. Who was making all the noise? A woman's heart is like the depths of the sea. A girl's heart is as deep as the ocean. Perplexed, Lu Chen chose to turn off the lights and sleep. Late at night, Lu Chen, with sleepy eyes, opened his eyes, feeling like there was something moving beside him. In the moonlight, Lu Chen's gaze met Su Yuyo's. Wrapped in a bundle of blankets, Su Yuyo was trying to lie down next to him quietly. What are you doing? Well, the bed is too soft, I can't sleep comfortably. Lu Chen stared at Su Yuyo's evasive eyes, not believing her words at all. She had complained about the floor being too hard before, and now she was saying the bed was too soft. Tell the truth. That's the truth. Then I'll sleep on top. Lu Chen picked up the blanket, ready to go upstairs. Alright, I'll tell you. Su Yuyo grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve, feeling embarrassed. I had a nightmare, I didn't dare to sleep alone. But you can't sleep with me either, it's too dangerous. Lu Chen firmly refused. What danger do you have? I'm the girl here. Have you forgotten how you reacted last time when we accidentally slept together? I can't guarantee that you won't end up lying on me again after falling asleep. I promise I won't this time. That's still not okay. What's wrong now? The floor is too small, it can't fit 2 people. It turned out to be about that. Lu Chen also had his foolish moments. Su Yuyo immediately said, let's just sleep on the top bunk together. That works. But you have to promise not to do anything to me. I'm still a young man in my prime. Jerk, who would do anything to you? That's more like it. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, carrying the blanket upstairs. Lying on the soft Simmons bed, he sighed, this is much more comfortable. Su Yuyo brought a pillow, placing it between them, warning, you're not allowed to come over. Ignoring her, Lu Chen went straight to the edge of the bed, leaving 2/3 of the space for Su Yuyo. I'm going to sleep. Soon, the sound of Lu Chen's even breathing could be heard at the edge of the bed. This guy sleeps like a pig, he fell asleep so quickly. Looking at the pitch-black room, Su Yuyo grew more and more afraid, so she buried herself in the blanket. Realizing her calf was still exposed, she quickly pulled it back in. Mentally reassuring herself, as long as she didn't leave the bed, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. For a long time, Su Yuyo still couldn't find a hint of sleepiness, even the slightest sound around her felt magnified 1,000 times at this moment. If only she hadn't watched Detective Conan. Lu Chun. Su Yuyo whispered softly. Seeing no response from Lu Chen, she cautiously moved towards his position, and when her back leaned against him, she finally felt a sense of peace. Stifled under the covers for a while, Su Yuyo found it hard to breathe and had to clutch the blanket, poking her head out to breathe, afraid that making too much noise would attract something. At this moment, Lu Chen, who was sleeping on his side, suddenly turned over. Separated by the blanket, the two were almost face to face, with Lu Chen's left hand naturally resting on Su Yuyo's slender waist. Sensing Lu Chen in front of her, Su Yuyo subconsciously wanted to move away but dared not, more afraid of the things around her than Lu Chen. Anyway, with the blanket in between, it didn't count as sleeping together. Thinking like this, Su Yuyo nestled back into Lu Chen's arms, feeling completely unafraid of ghosts and monsters. After a while, Su Yuyo finally fell asleep. The tension in her body gradually faded away. As she slept, Su Yuyo was like a kitten not yet weaned, her eyelashes fluttering like cicada wings, her cherry-like lips curved into a gentle arc. What Su Yuyo didn't know was that Lu Chen had never fallen asleep from start to finish. Holding the person in his arms, he had a feeling as if he possessed the whole world. Morning. Su Yuyo woke up groggily from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and was surprised to find herself pressed against Lu Chen's chest. The blanket that had covered her was kicked to the end of the bed by someone. The pink and white camisole slipped down from her shoulders, revealing her fair skin and the crescent-shaped collarbone. Most terrifyingly, her skirt was completely flipped up, and Lu Chen's hand was resting on her slender waist. How did it end up like this again? Clearly, they were both wrapped in blankets last night. Did Lu Chen take advantage of her while she was asleep? She wanted to find an excuse, but the blankets on them were clearly Lu Chen's. Recalling the scene from last night, she had voluntarily leaned towards Lu Chen. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes fell on Lu Chen's cheek, silent for a long time. Although she didn't want to admit it, it seemed like she really liked Lu Chen. If it wasn't liking him, why did she go to find Lu Chen first thing last night and let him accompany her? If it wasn't liking him, if it were someone else being so frivolous with her, she would have been furious, even calling the police. But he was Lu Chen. Because he was Lu Chen, even sleeping together didn't make her resist internally. She guessed that Lu Chen must also like her, otherwise why would he be so concerned about her, protecting her time and time again, and taking care of her so considerately? But why didn't he express his feelings to her? Was he too embarrassed? Listening to Shu Yao's sister saying that he had quite a few tricks when pursuing Jiang Wan. Thinking of this, her expression turned fierce. Lu Chen knew he was teasing her. Lu Chen, stop pretending, you've been awake for a while, haven't you? Su Yuyo noticed the slight opening of Lu Chen's eyes and said coquettishly, Hee, do you believe me if I say I just woke up? Lu Chen awkwardly opened his eyes. What do you think? If you don't move your hand away, I'll call the police on you. Lu Chen quickly withdrew his hand, swearing on his conscience that it wasn't intentional, waking up to find himself in this situation. Do you want me to help you put your skirt down? He tentatively reached out with one hand. No, don't be polite with me, I prefer to do good deeds. Su Yuyo gradually revealed her sharp little fangs. I'll go make breakfast. Lu Chen pulled up his pants and hurriedly ran downstairs. Night. Outside the Night Fragrance barbecue restaurant, Lu Chen rushed over after receiving a call from Ji Tianxi. This kind of occasion wasn't suitable for Su Yuyo, so he didn't let her come along. After a few bottles of beer, both of them were a bit tipsy, and Ji Tianxi, with a red face, said, Lu Gu, how long has it been since we've come out to hang out together? It's been about a year or two, right? After graduation, time feels like it doesn't belong to oneself anymore, passing by exceptionally fast. Thinking back to when we used to game together, it seems like a distant memory now. Who isn't like that? By the way, how are things between you and her now? The past is gone with the wind, like a fleeting cloud. Ji Tianxi's expression slightly stiffened, as if he had guessed something. He raised his glass and said, Come on, Lu Gu, let's drink to deep emotions. Alright, bottoms up. The cool beer went down, a refreshing breeze blowing, bringing a sense of comfort. Lu Gu, is the girl by your side during the day really just a friend? Sort of. Sort of? Then it doesn't count. Don't blame me for being nosy, even if that girl during the day is just a friend, whether in appearance or personality, she's much better than that Jiang Wan. And I bet she probably likes you too. In one's lifetime, it's not easy to meet someone genuine. If you have the chance, seize it, don't leave regrets. Let's not talk about that, let's drink. Lu Chen opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Ji Tianxi. Without waiting for Ji Tianxi, Lu Chen downed most of the bottle in one go, looking somewhat melancholic. Ji Tianxi put down his empty beer bottle and said seriously, Lu Gu, with what happened at the milk tea shop this time, if you don't take this opportunity to close it down, it would be a waste of your talent to stay there. You definitely didn't tell Jian Wan about that incident back then, did you? You're really heartless. Without you, she wouldn't have achieved what she has now. Finishing the remaining beer, Lu Chen lazily leaned back in his chair, not showing much emotional turmoil at GTNC's words. What's done is done, there's no point in regretting. The milk tea shop is my hard work. It's really hard to close it down like this. Once this matter is resolved, I might consider just being a silent partner. Lu Chen pondered. What are you planning to do then? I have a friend in Huainan who is currently working at a Fortune 500 tech company. He's doing well now, would you consider going there? GTNC suggested. I'm used to being the boss, going to work now feels a bit strange. I recently applied for a postgraduate program at Jiangxia University. If I get in, I'll probably continue studying. Lu Chen calmly explained. Hearing this, GTNC sobered up a bit, grinning widely. If you get in? With your abilities, it'll be a breeze. He raised a new bottle of beer. Let me congratulate Lu Gu in advance. If I get in, I'll treat you to a drink. Lu Chen smiled in agreement. I've already decided on this drink. The beer bottles clinked, and before they knew it, a whole case of beer had been emptied. Late at night, GTNC supported the heavy Lu Chen and finally arrived at Lu Chen's doorstep. Taking a deep breath, he sighed, I really can't handle my alcohol, just a few bottles of beer and I'm this drunk. Finding the keys in Lu Chen's pocket, he opened the door and helped Lu Chen into the room. Hearing the door open, Su Yuyo, who was curled up on the sofa sleeping, immediately opened her eyes, put on her slippers, and ran to the door. Oh my god! Their eyes met, and GTNC was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, instinctively reaching for his belt, thinking it was a thief. But when he focused and saw that it was the girl from the day, he realized she was living in Lu Chen's house. Damn! Lu Chen really kept it well hidden, they were actually living together. What's wrong with Lu Chen? Seeing the unconscious Lu Chen on the floor, Su Yuyo's eyebrows furrowed with concern and urgency as she quickly approached, her tone showing a hint of worry. Realizing the situation, GTNC grinned at Su Yuyo and said, Sorry, sister-in-law. Long time no see, we chatted a lot, and Lu Go accidentally drank too much. Obviously, GTNC misunderstood their relationship. Su Yuyo was used to it early on and couldn't be bothered to explain. She turned on the light and gestured to make room, saying, Can you help him to bed? No problem, sister-in-law. GTNC nodded, carrying the heavy Lu Chen forward. Noticing the bedding in the hall, he thought of something and carefully placed Lu Chen on the floor. Phew! GTNC took a breath and clapped his hands, then turned to Su Yuyo and said, Sister-in-law, I have something to do tomorrow, so Lu Go will trouble you. Ah, okay. The repeated calling of sister-in-law made Su Yuyo embarrassed, her pretty face blushing like she had applied rouge. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Without waiting for Su Yuyo's reply, GTNC left with a smile, even remembering to close the door behind him. Looking at Lu Chen, who reeked of alcohol on the floor, Su Yuyo stood nervously by, clenching her fists in worry, unsure of where to start. She had always been taken care of by others since she was young. How could she take care of someone else? But if she just left him on the floor without doing anything, Lu Chen would definitely catch a cold. Lu Chen always took care of her, how could she not take care of him? After some internal struggle, she braced herself and squatted down, laboriously helping Lu Chen up and struggling to take off his dirty t-shirt. Next up was his pants. Lu Chen was wearing casual pants, just needed to untie the knot and pull them down. Nervously reaching for the knot, when she touched it, she recoiled as if shocked. Ah, what am I doing? How can I undress a man? No. At this moment, too little Su Yuyo appeared in her mind. The angelic one urged, if you leave him here, he will really catch a cold. The other devilish one coldly snorted, cover Lu Chen with a blanket, let him clean up by himself in the morning. You are a girl, how can you do such things? Ungrateful person, have you forgotten how Lu Chen took care of you? Each to their own, a girl must keep herself clean and avoid suspicion. If others find out, how will you get married in the future? It's just taking off a pair of pants, what's the big deal? There's no one else here, besides, he's Lu Chen. Absolutely not. I say it's fine. Su Yuyo was extremely conflicted internally. Watching the heavily drunk Lu Chen, she didn't feel repulsed, but after all, she was a girl, and Lu Chen was a boy, there should be no intimacy between them. This was a principle she had heard since she was young, not to mention touching such private areas. No, absolutely not. She reached for a corner of the blanket, ready to cover Lu Chen. But looking at Lu Chen's messy appearance, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and reached for the belt, mentally chanting, can't see, no one saw. Ah! Because she closed her eyes, she accidentally grabbed the wrong place. A bright blush spread across her face, so she opened her eyes, aimed at the belt, quickly untied it, and smoothly took off the casual pants. In just a moment, she was flushed with heat and sweating. With determination, Su Yuyo encouraged herself silently, stood up quickly, ran into the bathroom, and soon brought a basin of hot water to wipe Lu Chen. Yuyo! Lu Chen frowned and called out softly. The voice was not loud, and even Su Yuyo, who was right beside him, did not hear it, so she bent down, trying to hear what he was saying clearly. Suddenly, Lu Chen's right hand fell on Su Yuyo's waist, gently pulling her. Su Yuyo was already leaning over. This pull caused her to lose balance, and she fell directly into Lu Chen's arms. Feeling the heat emanating from Lu Chen, Su Yuyo's mind went blank, momentarily forgetting to struggle. When she tried to break free from his embrace, she realized that her waist was firmly held by Lu Chen, and with her strength, she couldn't get out. Subconsciously, she reached out a hand and unceremoniously pinched Lu Chen's waist, intending to wake him up forcefully. Yuyo, please don't leave. With just half a foot of distance between them, every word Lu Chen spoke was crystal clear to her. Su Yuyo felt as if struck by lightning. She thought Lu Chen was pretending to sleep, so she pinched his waist hard, causing him pain with just a small amount of flesh. But to her surprise, Lu Chen showed no reaction. He wasn't awake? He was really sleeping. So, the words he just said weren't to tease her but were actually sleep talk. What did Lu Chen dream about? Was he afraid of her leaving? Nodding, she stared fixedly at Lu Chen, who was so close, scenes of him flashing through her mind, and unknowingly, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Lu Chen, I think I really like you. Even though you're so annoying, always teasing me and taking advantage of me, why can't I help but fall for you? Gradually, Su Yuyo leaned towards Lu Chen's forehead. Her pink lips lightly touched it and then recoiled as if shocked. At the same time, Lu Chen's tense brows relaxed, and the hand tightly holding Su Yuyo loosened. After a while, Su Yuyo got up from beside Lu Chen, wiped the stains off him, and covered him with a blanket. Like a startled deer, she ran barefoot upstairs, forgetting to put on her shoes. She swiftly dove under the covers, wrapping herself into a small ball. If one were to take a closer look, Su Yuyo's face was flushed, like a beautiful red rose adorned with morning dew. A night of silence. In the morning, Lu Chen struggled to open his eyes, looking around and realizing he was at home. How did he get back? Did Ji Tianji bring him back? Lowering his head, he widened his eyes, finding himself completely naked except for his underwear. Ji Tianji? Impossible. Knowing Ji Tianji, he would at most leave him in bed covered with a blanket, not strip him like this. He looked at the lump under the covers upstairs. Could it be Su Yuyo? Besides him, there was only Su Yuyo in the room, so it must be her. Feeling his refreshed body, it seemed she had helped him clean up. A slight smile crept up his lips, appreciating her unexpected care. She deserved a good reward. Quickly getting up from bed, he cleaned up, changed into fresh clothes, and started preparing breakfast. After spending so much time together, he had a good idea of what Su Yuyo liked to eat. Before long, a steaming basket of red bean buns was placed on the table, while Lu Chen was busy cooking sweet rice ball soup in the pot. Upstairs, Su Yuyo, who heard the commotion, lazily sat up. Her glossy black hair seemed to have a mind of its own, flowing in different directions, straight, curly, all shapes and sizes. Her dazed eyes glanced downstairs, seeing Lu Chen in casual clothes, holding a steaming bowl, quickly placing it on the table before touching his earlobes, pretending to be scalded. His comical act made Su Yuyo smile. Seeing Su Yuyo awake, Lu Chen smiled brightly and waved, "Hurry up and freshen up. Today we have sweet rice ball soup. It won't taste good if it gets cold." "Okay." Su Yuyo obediently nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. They were like a loving couple now, with the boyfriend making breakfast for the girlfriend, simple yet sweet. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but imagine Lu Chen making breakfast, sitting by the bed gently waking her up. What if? A kiss to wake up. Oh my. Su Yuyo blushed and covered her face. What am I daydreaming about? Silly girl, what are you standing there for? You're the silly one. Su Yuyo came to her senses and glared playfully. With that said, she got out of bed, cleaned up, sat at the dining table, happily eating breakfast with a slightly sleepy look. Watching Su Yuyo's silly and adorable appearance, with her hair all messy, Lu Chen finished breakfast in a few bites, then grabbed a wooden comb, stood behind Su Yuyo, and helped her tidy up her hair. "Don't move!" Lu Chen tapped her on the head. "Oh." Understanding Lu Chen's meaning, she nibbled on the red bean bun, not wanting to move at all. Su Yuyo's hair was very smooth, jet black, and dense, not a split end in sight, a result of careful care since childhood. He tied Su Yuyo's hair into a simple twist braid, which, paired with her cute face, made her look both playful and adorable. He couldn't help but wonder why Su Yuyo's parents were so at ease letting her be on her own outside. It puzzled him. There must be some hidden reason behind this, something Su Yuyo was unaware of. Even if they were forcing a marriage, how could they do it when she's not even around? With Su Yuyo's looks and figure, coupled with her innocent personality, were they really so confident, not afraid she might be deceived by some ruffians outside? Should he inquire about Su Yuyo's background? Contact her parents. When the words were on the tip of his tongue, he hesitated. If Su Yuyo's parents really found her, would they never see each other again? Would she be forced into a marriage she didn't want if she went back? In the end, Lu Chen held back. Let's wait a little longer. Beep beep beep. The phone vibrated. XXX Bank credited 3,000 yuan. XXX Bank credited 3,000 yuan. XXX Bank credited 20,000 yuan. XXX Bank credited 20,000 yuan. Taking out his phone, the negotiated compensation had been credited. After checking the amounts, apart from Lu Qian, not one less. Altogether, a total of 112,000 yuan. This was still the result of Lu Chen being lenient. If he wanted to push further, the price would double. He wasn't afraid of dragging it out because the longer it took, the more compensation he would receive. Most importantly, the streamers couldn't afford to lose. Facing such a clear-cut lawsuit, if they lost, the consequences would be 100 times worse. Even if they didn't lose, it would still have a significant impact on them. They were just accomplices. Always leave a way out, don't push people too far. However, Lu Chen wasn't being so kind for no reason. He demanded the streamers each post a clarification video, formally apologizing to him and keeping the video for a week. This way, the milk tea shop's reputation would not be damaged but would instead rise. This was also why Lu Chen told Tonyu that he might be busier in the near future. Lu Chen, is that compensation from those bad guys? Su Yuyo reluctantly put down the red bean bun, a hint of eagerness in her voice. Yes, except for Lu Qian, everyone else agreed to the settlement. Lu Chen smiled back in response. That's great. Does that mean the milk tea shop can reopen? Su Yuyo stood up excitedly, her eyes sparkling as if with stars. She was so pure-hearted, whatever she was thinking, she showed it all, not knowing how to conceal anything. What? Afraid the milk tea shop will go out of business, and I won't be able to support you? Lu Chen chuckled. Humph. Who said I want you to support me? I'm just afraid you'll go bankrupt, and then I'll have to go pick up trash. Su Yuyo turned her head away, but it was still clear that she was very happy to hear this news. I'll tell Sister Shuyao right away. Su Yuyo couldn't wait and pulled out her phone to contact Shuyao and the others. Not so fast, the milk tea shop won't open for a while. Why not? Let's have breakfast first, you'll know later. Okay. Su Yuyo hastened her eating speed, quickly finishing her red bean bun, cheeks bulging as she said, let's go. Looking at Su Yuyo, who resembled a little hamster, Lan Chen's eyes softened, revealing a fond smile. He reached out a hand to her mouth, carefully wiping away the remaining crumbs, and cautioned, don't choke. I know. Su Yuyo lowered her head, too shy to meet Lan Chen's eyes, recalling the scene of lightly kissing his forehead last night, her toes curling shyly against the floor. Luckily, Lan Chen didn't know anything, or else how could she face him today? After a while, Su Yuyo finished tidying herself up. Her outfit for the day was a campus style, with a lake blue camisole, black casual linen cropped pants, white socks, and sneakers. A white floral canvas belt hung on her shoulder, exuding youthful vigor. The two of them left together. Suddenly, Su Yuyo remembered something and turned her head. Lan Chen, I forgot to tell you, last night the person next door seemed to be looking for you, but you weren't there, so he left. Zhang Xiaobai? Why would he be looking for me? After thinking for a moment, he remembered that he had promised Zhang Xiaobai to go for a run together, but he had forgotten about it. He would mention it later. Arriving at the renovation company, a man in his 30s came out smiling to greet them. He was one of the managers here, and they had hired him to renovate the Star River milk tea shop. The general details had already been discussed on the phone. They were here mainly to choose the new decoration style. The manager led Lan Chen and Su Yuyo to the discussion area to rest while he went to get the documents. Lan Chen, why are we here? Is the milk tea shop going to be renovated again? Su Yuyo looked around curiously. The milk tea shop was vandalized, so it's a good opportunity to renovate it. Why didn't you tell me? It's not a big deal. Hearing this, Su Yuyo furrowed her beautiful brows, crossed her hands over her chest, and turned away, pursing her lips. What's wrong? Lan Chen was puzzled. Trying to figure out why Su Yuyo suddenly got angry about everything that happened today, he couldn't understand. After we're done here, can I treat you to some milk tea? Lan Chen tentatively asked. Oh. Su Yuyo glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Seeing that he still didn't understand, she secretly stomped her foot in frustration. Where did that cleverness go that she used to have when standing up for herself? Lan Chen, what do you think of me now? Su Yuyo suddenly stared directly at Lan Chen. This question caught Lan Chen off guard, unsure of how to answer. Roommate? Friend? Or Looking at Lan Chen's dumbfounded expression, Su Yuyo couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. She pouted, "If you really consider me a friend, you should have told me about such a big thing. Bearing everything alone in silence, do you think that's cool? No. By doing that, you only make me feel like a stranger to you." Saying this, Su Yuyo's eyes dimmed slightly, and she whispered, "In your eyes, perhaps I am just a stranger." Su Yuyo's heartfelt words almost fried Lan Chen's CPU. After spending so much time together, he certainly didn't see Su Yuyo as a stranger. He had never thought about these things before. Apart from not wanting Su Yuyo to worry along with him. Besides, over the years, he had already gotten used to being alone, or perhaps to being independent. Thinking back to his past self, he was someone with a strong desire to share, even boasting to the whole dormitory all day long after achieving a pentakill in a game. But he didn't know when it started, he no longer enjoyed sharing his own things with others. Just like his social media posts, in the past 2 years, apart from promoting a milk tea shop, there wasn't a single post about himself. Or maybe, there was no one left to share with. Yuyo. Thank you. Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes trembled, gradually lifting her head. Thank me for what? Thank you for caring about me. So, in the future, will you still hide things from me? Su Yuyo pouted. I dare not. Lu Chen grinned. That's more like it. Su Yuyo nodded, her flawless cheeks showing a hint of indignation, but more of satisfaction. At that moment, the person in charge approached with a stack of documents, politely handing them over. These are all the sample designs for the milk tea shop renovation. If you have your own ideas and designs, you can tell me. As long as we have them, we can make them for you, guaranteeing your satisfaction. Thank you. Taking the documents, Lu Chen didn't rush to look at them, but instead placed them in front of Su Yuyo. Take a look and see which one you like. Let me see? No, this is your shop, how can I decide? Su Yuyo waved her hand. Just give me some reference. After some thought, Su Yuyo picked up the documents and started to carefully select. Lu Chen entrusted her with such an important matter, he must not betray his trust, he must choose a design that is super good looking and suitable for the milk tea shop. During this time, Lu Chen discussed the pricing with the owner. This being his second time here, he was already somewhat experienced, needing to do better than the first time and keeping the price reasonable. After a while, Su Yuyo selected a few designs that she thought were most suitable and showed them to Lu Chen. After carefully examining them, Lu Chen gave Su Yuyo a thumbs up. You have a really good eye. That's because, and it's not like it's anyone else picking. Su Yuyo proudly raised her head, feeling extremely pleased inside. The main audience for the milk tea shop is girls, but the colors shouldn't be too flashy. Which one do you think is most suitable? Lu Chen asked for Su Yuyo's opinion. After some consideration, Su Yuyo pointed to one of them. I think this landscape style is very nice, it's artistic and youthful. I also think this one works. Lu Chen nodded. He turned to the person in charge and informed him of the chosen style, adding, the name of the milk tea shop needs to be changed. The person in charge nodded. Boss, what name do you want to change it to? Let's call it Yu Jian. After paying the deposit, the renovation was scheduled for tomorrow. The milk tea shop couldn't be closed for too long, or else the momentum would be lost. Leaving the renovation company, Su Yuyo asked curiously, why change the name? Wasn't the previous name good enough? Want to know? Yes. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then truthfully said, the origin of the name Xinghe was chosen by Jiang Wan. So you changed the name because of that? Su Yuyo seemed to understand, but her intuition told her it wasn't that simple. Not entirely. Then why? Su Yuyo couldn't figure it out, but her curiosity had piqued, so she stopped and stared at Lu Chen with bright eyes. Care to guess? Oh, Lu Chen, just tell me, I can't guess. Actually, it's nothing, just wanted to change the name. Lu Chen spread his hands with a knowing smile. Are you teasing me? Just realizing it now? Lu Chen, I'm here. Look, I won't bite you. Su Yuyo opened her small mouth, revealing 2 tiny tiger teeth, looking fierce as she pounced towards Lu Chen. Stop it, there are police. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo immediately transformed into a well-behaved little girl, her eyes darting around. After a moment of silence around them, she realized she had been fooled again. There were no police officers around. Besides, even if there were police officers, what could they do to her? She hadn't done anything wrong. Lu Chen, you're done. Su Yuyo was very angry, ready to explode like a supernova. Lu Chen had already taken the opportunity to run away, and Su Yuyo clenched her fists and chased after him. The playful chase between the two attracted the attention of many passers-by, who couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. The day of the trial was approaching. Lu Qian sought help from everyone who could possibly assist her, but upon learning the truth of the matter, no one was willing to get involved. If the other party didn't have comprehensive evidence, they could still delay the issue for a while. But with the other party being so well prepared, the outcome of this lawsuit was almost certain. Even if they managed to win forcibly, it would only bring more trouble. She had hired a very capable lawyer at a high price, hoping to increase her chances of winning, but the lawyer bluntly told her that winning this lawsuit was almost impossible. They could only aim for the lowest possible punishment. Ding ding ding. There were a few knocks on Jiang Wan's office door. When she opened the door and saw who it was, she couldn't help but feel shocked. It was Lu Qian. It had only been a few days, but Lu Qian not only had lost her former elegance but also looked particularly haggard, resembling a woman in her 30s or 40s. Qian, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wan quickly helped Lu Qian to sit down. Seeing Lu Qian in such a state, Songji felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Although she didn't know what had happened, she felt that this person deserved it. Wanner, you have to help me out. That despicable guy Lu Qian has taken me to court, and the trial is in 2 days. What happened? How could Lu Qian sue you? Jiang Wan was puzzled for a moment, but soon she figured it out and exclaimed, "Didn't you ask your friend to delete the video?" Avoiding Jiang Wan's gaze, Lu Qian quickly regained her composure and said confidently, "Wanner, I did it to teach Lu Qian a lesson for you. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. I've already apologized to him, but he's relentless. He wants me to kowtow 100 times to him, or else he'll make me pay a hefty compensation. Wanner, I did all this for you. You can't just ignore me. Lu Qian listens to you the most. Go talk to him, ask him to withdraw the lawsuit. I'll compensate him if necessary." Seeing Jiang Wan's dilemma, Lu Qian pretended to be angry and made a gesture as if she was about to leave. "If you don't want to help, forget it. I'll figure it out on my own. I've considered you my best friend for so many years, and now that I need your help, you can't even do that." Jiang Wan quickly grabbed Lu Qian, a look of distress in her eyes. Shen, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Lu Qian has blocked all my contact information. How is that possible? Lu Qian has been pursuing you all these years. How could he do that? He doesn't have the guts. Jiang Wan handed her phone to Lu Qian. "See for yourself." Lu Qian's eyes wandered, showing signs of belief. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze on Song Ji. "What about her? Doesn't she have Lu Qian's contact information? Just take her phone. If you don't want to help me, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." Song Ji, sitting in front of the computer, was almost amused by Lu Qian's acting skills. Unable to bear it any longer, she took out her phone from her pocket and placed it on the table, saying, "Try calling him." "What do you mean?" Lu Qian raised her eyebrows. "Lu Qian has already blocked me long ago." She and Lu Qian were not close friends, but Lu Qian had treated her to milk tea several times. When she saw the milk tea shop closed, she wanted to call and ask about it, only to realize that she had been blocked. What was the reason? It was obvious. There was a dead silence in Lu Qian's eyes. Suddenly, she thought of something and grabbed Jiang Wan's wrist, saying, "Wanner, you know where Lu Qian's house is, go talk to him in person." "You remember this now? Weren't you complaining before about how small and shabby Lu Qian's apartment was?" Song Ziyi mocked with her hands crossed over her chest. Lu Qian turned angrily. "Who do you think you are? Do you have a say in this? And who do you think you are? Believe me, I can have the security guard kick you out." Song Ziyi showed no signs of backing down. She was determined to let out her grievances today. "Alright, stop arguing." Jiang Wan, listening to the noisy quarrel, already in a bad mood, raised her voice even louder. Xian, you go back first." Jiang Wan took a deep breath and calmed down a bit. "I will go talk to Lu Qian." Hearing this, Lu Qian's face lit up with joy. She knew very well what kind of person Lu Qian was. If Jiang Wan went to see him in person, he would surely withdraw the lawsuit. Thinking of this, she added, "Wanner, please help me with this. If possible, try to negotiate a lower compensation amount." She wanted to say not to ask for compensation, but she held back. She would first have Lu Qian withdraw the lawsuit. Jiang Wan's face darkened a bit. "Okay, I knew my good sister wouldn't ignore me. You go ahead, I'll leave first." After Lu Qian left, Song Ziyi couldn't help but say, "Master, this woman is really cunning. I didn't want to interfere, but I can't bear to see you make mistakes over and over again. You don't know how much the incident at Xingha Milk Tea Shop has escalated online. Now, in the entire Sha City, almost everyone who uses a phone knows about it. The reposted videos have reached millions and millions of views. If it were someone else, not only would the milk tea shop have closed down, but even personal safety would have been at risk. The graffiti, paint, garbage, and filth outside the milk tea shop are the best evidence." Jiang Wan was greatly shocked to hear this. She knew the milk tea shop had been greatly affected, but she didn't expect things to have escalated to this extent. She usually focused on her career and rarely paid attention to such unproductive news online. But Lu Qian did this just to vent her anger. I understand, Zhang Wan said in a deep voice. Song Ziyi, feeling helpless, sighed deeply. As a bystander, she knew very well that once the master went to see Lu Chen, there would probably be no room for reconciliation between them, and even being friends would be a luxury. At night, after dinner, Lu Chen wanted to invite Su Yuyo out to eat, but Su Yuyo didn't want to go, looking as if she would rather die than go out, saying, tonight, she must rank as the undefeated king, and beat the wicked Lanling king to a pulp. You go for it. Lu Chen took out a bottle of cold soda from the fridge, then went to Zhang Xiaobai's door and knocked. Though it wasn't a big deal to be distrusted, it was still better to inform in person. Soon, Lu Chen heard hurried footsteps coming from the room. The door opened, and Zhang Xiaobai, dressed in sportswear and covered in sweat beads, seemed to have been exercising. This kid was serious. Lu Chen. Zhang Xiaobai's chubby face lit up with excitement. Exercising? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Yeah, I wanted to go night running with you yesterday, but you weren't around. Sorry, had something to attend to. No worries. Zhang Xiaobai seemed unfazed and even looked forward to it. Are you free tonight? Yes. Lu Chen nodded. That's perfect. Let's go for a run together. Come in and have a seat while I change my shoes, Zhang Xiaobai said excitedly as he ran off to switch his shoes. Lu Chen walked slowly into Zhang Xiaobai's home, looking around. In his impression, otaku guys should be messy and untidy. However, Zhang Xiaobai's place was completely different. The room was neat and tidy, with many transparent glass display cabinets showcasing various figurines. On the desk hung various types of illustrations, which, surprisingly, looked really good. On the sofa, Lu Chen noticed the lifelike replica of Mai, the senior sister in hemp clothes. Up close, it was indeed exquisite and beautiful. Lu Chen, let's go, Zhang Xiaobai called out, waving at Lu Chen. All right. The two of them left the house together. Lu Chen had not long finished eating and wasn't in a rush to run, so they took a stroll by the river first. Zhang Xiaobai mentioned he had just finished exercising and wanted to walk first. Lu Chen had a feeling that something was off with this guy. There must be something on his mind. After walking by the river for a while, seeing Zhang Xiaobai's hesitant expression, Lu Chen smiled and said, just say it if you have something on your mind. Hee, then I'll be direct. Zhang Xiaobai scratched his head. Lu Chen, can you teach me how to pursue a girl? Ha! Even though Lu Chen racked his brains, he couldn't believe Zhang Xiaobai was asking him for this. Could it be that he's thinking about Su Yuyo? Lu Chen asked coldly, who do you want to pursue? Zhang Xiaobai sheepishly lowered his head. I attended a comic convention recently, and there was a cosplayer I really like. But I'm overweight and don't know how to talk to girls. You can find such a cute girlfriend, you must be quite capable. So, I want to ask you to teach me. I'm willing to pay any tuition fee. So that's it. Lu Chen's body relaxed involuntarily, and he calmly said, you've been working out these days for this? Hee. Yes, Zhang Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly. What kind of girl could captivate this old otaku Zhang Xiaobai so much? Lu Chen was curious. I have no problem teaching you, and I don't want any tuition fee. But I need you to do me a favor. Lu Chen thought of something and spoke up. What favor? As long as I can do it, no problem. Zhang Xiaobai patted his chubby chest and promised earnestly. It's not difficult for you. You know I own a bubble tea shop and I'm planning to revamp it. I'd like you to draw a set of illustrations for me. Part of it will be printed on the bubble tea cups, and the other part will be given as bookmarks, preferably unique ones. Lu Chen felt a bit guilty but added, I will pay you a fair reward. Is that all? Zhang Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, confidently saying, Lu bro, leave it to me. I can draw not just one set, but even 10 sets for you. Money doesn't matter. As long as Lu bro, you can give me some guidance. Lu Chen nodded with a clear conscience, of course. Teaching one single guy how to date another single guy. Hee. Both of them smiled brightly, quite satisfied with this deal. Lu bro, could you teach me a few tricks first? No rush for that. First, lose some weight. If you approach girls with this weight, even with a silver tongue, you'll only get friend-zoned and leave a bad impression. Do you agree? Lu Chen said seriously. Lu bro, you're absolutely right. Let's go, let's run. Okay. After 5 kilometers, Lu Chen was still at ease, while Zhang Xiaobai behind him was drenched in sweat, already exhausted. Let's call it a day for now. Remember to get a set of knee protectors. With your weight, running for weight loss isn't suitable. Exercise more at home and focus on controlling your diet for now. Everything progresses step by step. Pursuing a girl is no different. Zhang Xiaobai nodded earnestly, gasping, Lu Ge, what you said is right. On the way home, Lu Chen noticed an old lady selling candied haws, and thinking of Su Yuyo at home who liked strawberries, he bought a string of strawberries. Seeing Zhang Xiaobai watching from the side, Lu Chen said firmly, "What is the most important thing in pursuing a girl? Buying candied haws?" Zhang Xiaobai replied, "Not candied haws, it's about details. Have you remembered the details?" Zhang Xiaobai nodded as if awakening from a dream. Realizing the importance of it all, he made a mental note to write everything down when he got back. Lu Chen was very satisfied with this, although his conscience twinged a bit. Back at the apartment, Zhang Xiaobai was digesting all the knowledge Lu Chen had imparted, when he noticed a slender woman standing at the entrance of the apartment building and couldn't help but glance at her. She was quite beautiful, with a good figure and exceptional temperament, but she wasn't his type. He preferred someone cute and lovely. He heard online that this type of woman was the hardest to pursue. One had to be presentable, mature, stable, and understand romance and humor, etc., without considering if one was suitable. Lu Chen. The woman walked towards them, leaving Zhang Xiaobai shocked that she actually knew Lu Chen. Coming to find Lu Chen at this late hour meant their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Thinking of the person at Lu Chen's home, his admiration for Lu Chen rose another level. He was determined to learn from Lu Chen and remember every word he said. Zhang Xiaobai observed Lu Chen, wanting to see how he would respond. "Why are you here? What's the matter?" Lu Chen stopped, his tone cold. The person was none other than Jiang Wan. Her words hit Jiang Wan like a sharp arrow, piercing her heart. The guy who used to cling to her now seemed to detest her. With heavy steps, she stopped not far from Lu Chen. "Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong?" She forced a smile, noticing Zhang Xiaobai staring intently. She furrowed her brows. "Let's talk alone. Just say what you have to say." Jiang Wan felt as uncomfortable as if a fly was stuck in her throat. Lu Chen's current attitude made it seem like he was facing a stranger, or even worse. Her brows furrowed. In the past, she would have probably left long ago. "Lu Chen, I have to ask you, on October 11th, did you come to Emperor KTV to find me?" "Yes." "Did you reach the door of the private room?" "Yes." Jiang Wan's face showed a hint of joy, barely noticeable. "I can explain. That day we were playing a game. I thought you didn't come. The things I said were just out of anger." Soon Jiang Wan realized something was wrong. Why was Lu Chen unmoved even after hearing her explanation? "I meant everything I said." Jiang Wan's eyes shimmered with ripples, her hands tightly clasped, nails almost digging into her flesh. Saying those words seemed to drain all her strength. "There's nothing else, I'll leave first." Lu Chen turned away, not looking back as he walked away. Facing the person who had hurt him so much in the past, he felt it was only right not to look back. Zhang Xiaobai felt like his brain wasn't enough to process everything. This plot was not unfolding as he had expected. This beautiful and charming woman seemed to be seeking forgiveness from Lu Chen. Lu Chen was truly unyielding. He was like the grandmaster of all grandmasters. Lu Chen stopped on the steps, not turning back, only his voice echoed, "If you've come to see me, it's not just to ask about this, right? Tell Lu Chen, either compensate according to my demands, or we'll see each other in court. There's no room for negotiation." Jiang Wan turned around, her eyes already red. "Lu Chen, Shanqian just wanted to stand up for me. Spare her this time, and I will warn her not to repeat it. Whatever compensation you want, I will satisfy you." "Compensation? Standing up for you? Ha ha, ha ha." Lu Chen laughed openly, then turned abruptly to glare at Jiang Wan with anger. "So, can I understand that everything she did was at your instruction? She is your best friend. When she was wronged, you knew to come to me. Where were you when she hurt me with her words, trampling on my dignity? Where were you when she arrogantly spoke in my shop? Where were you when she tried to harm someone close to me? If she is a friend in your eyes, then what am I? A friend? A male best friend? Or just a backup, a lapdog? Jiang Wan, don't disgust me anymore, and don't you dare come looking for me again. Let's save face for each other, or else, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Wan was dumbfounded, frozen in place, even startled by Lu Chen's fierce expression. But she had never heard about the things Lu Chen mentioned. When she tried to gather her thoughts to ask, she found that Lu Chen had already disappeared. Looking at the empty doorway, Jiang Wan felt a sense of emptiness and panic, as if something important had slipped away. Memories of Lu Chen flashed through her mind. Despite the unpleasant moments, most were beautiful memories she had never taken to heart. A distant memory flooded her mind. Her legs weakened, and she couldn't help but sit on the ground. Lu Chen had complained to her about Lu Qian before. Once she got very angry and warned Lu Chen that if he spoke ill of her friend again, she would never speak to him. Ding! Jiang Wan's phone received a message from Lu Qian. "Wanner, is it settled? Tell Lu Chen that I will compensate him at most 2,000. His shabby storefront is only worth that price." Jiangwan quickly typed a question and sent it over. What did you do to Lu Chen? Lu Qian's heart skipped a beat. Wanner, why are you asking me this? What could I have done? Did Lu Chen say something to you? Don't believe him, he is insincere, full of lies. I am your best friend, don't you trust me? Lu Chen asked me to tell you, either compensate or see him in court. After sending this message, Jiangwan felt drained, her hand fell limply, and she disappeared from the apartment entrance in a daze. In a luxurious apartment, Lu Qian was lying on the bed with a face mask on, thinking that with Jiangwan's intervention, she would surely win. She never expected that even Jiangwan couldn't stop Lu Chen, making her doubt herself. She quickly messaged Jiangwan, but with no reply, she called immediately. No answer. Lu Qian was truly panicked now. Frantically thinking, she suddenly remembered someone. Yes, Liang Hao, with his abilities, might be able to help. She dialed Liang Hao's number, only to be hung up on the next second. Unwilling to give up, she called repeatedly, and after 1 or 2 minutes, the call finally went through. The voice on the other end spoke first, coldly saying, "What do you want from me? Liang Hao, please help me. I am willing to do anything if you help me. Where are you now? I will come to you." Lu Qian, do you think too highly of yourself? Why do you think I would help you? What about Jiangwan? I am her best friend, I will help you find her. Don't worry about it. I will figure it out myself. You should think about how to solve this issue. Don't forget that your contract with the company is not over yet. If you breach it, you will be a debtor for life, and you won't be able to repay it. The call ended there. Lu Qian collapsed on the floor, her eyes empty and lifeless. Having just witnessed what happened, Zhang Xiaobai was in awe of Lu Chen. Back at the doorstep, Zhang Xiaobai reassured repeatedly, Lu Ji, I will make sure to settle the illustration matter as soon as possible. I'll leave it to you then, Lu Chen said with a smile. Opening the door and entering the house, taking a glance around, Su Yuyo was not in the living room watching TV. Was she still playing games? He sniffed the air. Besides Su Yuyo's unique scent, there was a faint smell of spring onions. She couldn't be cooking again. No strange smell. Phew, that's good. Passing by the shoe rack, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. She hurriedly placed the soup bowl on the dining table, then quickly grabbed her earlobe. Hot, hot. Looking at the neatly prepared tomato and egg noodles on the table, Lu Chen exclaimed, Did you make this? Su Yuyo proudly raised her head, with a confident posture. Of course, I've said it before, there's nothing I can't learn. Yes, yes. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, placing the strawberry candied ha he was holding on the table. I bought this for you, remember to brush your teeth after eating. Got it. Su Yuyo stared fixedly at the strawberry candied ha, nodding repeatedly. After giving instructions, Lu Chen walked towards the wardrobe, wanting to take a bath to relax. Where are you going? Su Yuyo asked. Lu Chen turned back and replied, Of course, to take a bath. You should finish the noodles before bathing. Otherwise, they'll get cold. Are you afraid my noodles are not tasty? I've tried them, they're not worse than yours. Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved, Su Yuyo's disappointment was evident in her eyes. These noodles were the result of several failed attempts before she succeeded. Her hands were even burned in the process, yet Lu Chen didn't even taste them. Lu Chen, who was standing still, was stunned for a moment before reacting, confirming, Is this bowl of noodles for me? Of course. Is there anyone else here? Su Yuyo frowned, turned her back on Lu Chen, refusing to talk to him. Even though she bought him candied ha, she was not ready to forgive him. Don't be angry. I thought you were hungry and made it for yourself to eat. I'll eat it now, I promise not to leave a drop of soup. Lu Chen smiled and quickly sat down at the dining table, picking up the chopsticks on the side and started eating. It's not bad. Su Yuyo's face cleared up, she smiled happily, and as Lu Chen took the first bite, she leaned over with her hands behind her back, looking expectantly. After the first bite, Lu Chen furrowed his brows and said, Yuyo, did you forget to add salt? Ha? No way. I remember I added salt. Saying this, Su Yuyo reached out from behind, took Lu Chen's chopsticks, picked up a bite, and put it in her mouth. After a moment, she glared at Lu Chen and exclaimed, Lu Chen, you're teasing me. It's delicious and I did add salt. Oh, I must have been mistaken. No, you did it on purpose, you only know how to bully me. Su Yuyo was very angry, and the consequences were severe. Her two small tiger teeth were already showing their sharpness, ready to strike. I want to eat my noodles, give me back the chopsticks. Lu Chen changed the subject. Su Yuyo instinctively wanted to return the chopsticks to Lu Chen, but then she suddenly realized something even more terrifying. These chopsticks seemed to be the ones Lu Chen had just used. Oh no! The first kiss was gone. Why are you standing there stupidly? How can I eat without chopsticks? Lu Chen urged. No, I can't let you use the chopsticks I've eaten with. It's fine, try it. Lu Chen didn't mind. It's not fine, I'll go get you a new pair. Saying this, Su Yuyo tightly held the chopsticks in her hand, then ran to the kitchen to get a new pair for Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the chopsticks and added, "This is like pulling down your pants to fart, unnecessary. Just now, the chopsticks I used, you used them too, and I didn't mind, but you mind me." It's different, Su Yuyo said sternly. How is it different? It just is. Su Yuyo stared fiercely at Lu Chen, as if he was about to pounce and show her sharp little tiger teeth with every word he said. Alright, it's different. Lu Chen surrendered and buried his head in the bowl of noodles. Su Yuyo watched this scene with satisfaction, but when she thought about using the chopsticks that Lu Chen had used, a blush spread across her pretty face. She could only console herself, it wasn't the first time anyway. After finishing a large bowl of tomato and egg noodles, Lu Chen lived up to his word and left not a drop of soup behind. Is it delicious? Su Yuyo had been standing by the side all along, with her head resting on the dining table, and when Lu Chen finished, she quickly raised her head, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Lu Chen gave Su Yuyo a thumbs up, the most delicious in the world. Really? No, it's cooked. That's not what I meant. I know. Su Yuyo pouted, gritting her teeth. Lu Chen, I'm here. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. You're so annoying, I'm not talking to you. I'm sorry, this is definitely the most delicious tomato and egg noodles I've ever had. That's about right. Su Yuyo said proudly. Lu Chen looked down at Su Yuyo's hands that had been behind her back the whole time. He had noticed this little gesture early on, it might have been unintentional at first, but always being kept behind her back meant something was up. Yuyo, show me your hands. Lu Chen said sternly. What do you want to do? Su Yuyo took a few steps back, her eyes showing a hint of evasion. If you don't come over, I'll eat the candied hawthorn. Lu Chen picked up the candied hawthorn on the table. No. Su Yuyo looked longingly at the candied hawthorn, struggled internally for a moment, and slowly extended her hands. Gently holding Su Yuyo's soft hands, Lu Chen quickly discovered the problem. Her palms were red, although there were no blisters or broken skin, it was definitely a burn. Does it hurt? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Su Yuyo pursed her lips, looking a bit aggrieved, and nodded. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you to think I'm clumsy. Sit here and don't move. Lu Chen instructed as he quickly walked to the miscellaneous cabinet, and soon found a first aid kit, taking out the gel specifically for burns. Spread out your hands. Oh. Su Yuyo obediently spread out her hands completely, her red palms resembling those of a little milk cat. Opening a cotton swab packet, he gently applied the gel to her palms. Ah. Su Yuyo whimpered. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Lu Chen quickly stopped. No, it's cool, it feels a bit comforting. Su Yuyo grinned carelessly, staring at Lu Chen cautiously. Even if it hurt a bit, it didn't matter. You can still smile. If it's a more serious burn, your fair and clean hands might have to be amputated. Lu Chen threatened. Ah, that's serious? Su Yuyo exclaimed in fear. Don't go into the kitchen in the future, just tell me what you want to eat. Do you think I'm too clumsy? I'm teaching you to cook just to let you learn an extra skill, so that one day when I'm not around, you won't go hungry. After applying the gel to the last red spot, Lu Chen stood up, tidied up the first aid kit, and reassured, it'll be fine by tomorrow morning. He then turned on the TV, tuned into Su Yuyo's favorite show, Fox Spirit Matchmaker, and went to clean up the dishes and wash up. Sitting on the lazy sofa, Su Yuyo's mind was not on the TV at all. She raised her eyebrows, staring at Lu Chen who was washing up in the bathroom, her head resting on the armrest, murmuring softly, if only you were always here. On the street, Jiangwan wandered aimlessly alone, her eyes devoid of any spark, as if she had lost her soul. At that moment, a call came from her pocket, labeled Mom. Hello, Warner, Mom's luck is not good tonight, quickly send me 5,000 yuan, I need to flip through the book. Mom, I don't have any money on me. How can you have no money? You work in such a big company, 5,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for you, right? Have you spent all your money on that guy? Let me tell you, men are unreliable, only money is the most reliable, your dad is the best example. Remember my advice, find someone with money. I only have 2,000 on me, I'll send it to you. Hanging up the phone, Jiangwan sat helplessly on a public bench, hugging her knees. An hour or two passed, Jiangwan couldn't calm down, memories of Lu Chen kept flashing through her mind like a revolving lantern, constantly replaying. Then, a small electric scooter approached from a distance and stopped by the roadside. Master! Song Ziyi came to Jiangwan's side, looking at her posture, feeling shaken, having followed the master for so long, she had always been impressed by her strength and grace, it was the first time she had seen her in such a disheveled state. Ziyi! Am I a very annoying person? Song Zi didn't know how to respond either. To her, the master had always been good. But this question was clearly not directed at her, so she could only comfort her. Master, let's go back first. Jiang Wan, in agony, held her head tightly, saying, I really don't know why things turned out this way. I am the worst person. When Jiang Wan raised her head, her eyes were completely wet with tears, her light makeup in disarray. This appearance. Even the closest person would need a moment to recognize her. Master, you have to pull yourself together. Everyone can make mistakes. Song Zi comforted her. Will Lu Chen forgive me? Well, Song Zi looked embarrassed. She had found Jiang Wan because of a message from Lu Chen, but Lu Chen had instructed her not to tell the master about it and not to contact him again. She knew this was Lu Chen's last bit of tenderness for the master, but seeing the master in such a sad state, she could only say, Lu Chen pursued you for 5 years, he must care about you. As long as you are sincere, I believe he will forgive you. I'll take you home first, get a good night's sleep, tomorrow will be better. Early in the morning. Lu Chen, my hand really doesn't hurt anymore, your medicine is really magical. In the bathroom, Lu Chen was brushing his teeth. Suddenly, Su Yuyo rushed in from outside, her hands held out in front of Lu Chen, showing her pink and white hands. Lu Chen took Su Yuyo's small hand, soft, and carefully checked it. Indeed it was fine. Then he let go and said, hurry up and freshen up, the renovation company's people are coming. I have to go greet them, I won't wait for you later. Got it. Su Yuyo smiled indifferently, took her pink cartoon cup from the sink, and brushed her teeth side by side with Lu Chen. After washing up, Lu Chen quickly changed his clothes. This time Su Yuyo changed clothes very quickly, wearing a warm white dress embroidered with many small white flowers, paired with khaki-colored leather shoes. What caught Lu Chen's eye was that she was wearing white stockings, probably around 10-15D. Su Yuyo's legs were long and straight, and with the white stockings, they looked almost perfect. White stockings are awesome. Shuyao's sister was right, you guys really like this kind of thing. Su Yuyo's tiger-like eyes stared at Lu Chen. Ahem. Lu Chen turned his head, speaking firmly, what did Shuyao tell you? Don't learn bad things from her. Shuyao's sister said to show you the 10D black stockings. Ahem, there are still some things worth learning from Shuyao, this is not unacceptable. Get lost. Fine. The two left together, had breakfast, and arrived at the milk tea shop. The decoration company's staff had already arrived. Lu Chen briefly communicated with them, gave some instructions, and they started construction according to the template, promising to finish in 2 to 3 days. The renovated milk tea shop attracted attention, with many taking photos, probably having seen videos online. Unable to help with the renovation, Lu Chen took Su Yuyo to a nearby cafe to rest and ordered some delicious snacks. The more people taking photos, the better, serving as free publicity to spread the news of the shop's reopening quickly. He called Jiang, Shuyao, and others, asking them to prepare to return to work anytime. Additionally, he informed Tong Yu to check if there were other students willing to work part-time at the school, emphasizing diligence. Hello? While Lu Chen was contemplating raw materials, a graceful figure stopped beside him. Looking up, he saw a girl in her 20s, dressed in a striking pink and white Lolita outfit, with a pleasant appearance and a cute smile. Is there something you need? He hadn't seen her before, so he asked. I'm Ruoshue, may I sit next to you and discuss something? The girl asked politely. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chen nodded. I was right, Ruoshue said excitedly, can I discuss joining your milk tea shop with you? Lu Chen was surprised. Are you mistaken? My shop is not a branded chain. If you want to join, you should look for those big brand milk tea shops with mature models and existing traffic. I know, but I want to join your milk tea shop, Ruoshue said softly. Then tell me, why do you want to join my milk tea shop? Lu Chen became curious. After a moment of contemplation, Ruoshue said, I've researched all the milk tea flavors in Quanxia City, most taste similar, but your milk tea is different, it gives me a natural feeling. Of course, that's not the main reason. Ruoshue looked at Lu Chen, smiled, and continued, I've watched the online videos, your handling impressed me. This incident has gained a lot of attention, not only bringing in a lot of traffic but also earning good reputation. Even if things calm down, many will remember this, that's why I want to join you. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire the young girl's thoughts. You're smart, but I'm afraid I can't agree to the partnership. Why? We haven't even discussed the franchise fee yet. Ruoshue looked puzzled. Franchising is not as simple as you giving me money and me agreeing. Personnel training, organizational structure, business management, product supply and sales. Honestly, I can't handle these. You should look for those well-established brand milk tea shops. Lu Chen was very frank. Facing a young girl, he had nothing to hide. If you didn't reply in a hurry, after a long silence, she spoke up. What if I only need you to help me train the staff? I can handle the rest myself. What are the conditions? Lu Chen asked. Lower the joining fee for me a bit. Just like you said, your tea shop isn't a branded one, and joining you would involve a great risk for me, you said with a mischievous smile. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. So, what price do you have in mind? 30,000. Seeing Lu Chen unmoved, you added, this price isn't low. I'm just borrowing your reputation. You only need to help me train some employees. At this point, Lu Chen's perception of you had already changed. This seemingly cute girl was actually shrewd, not inferior to some old hands. And her intention to join was clearly not a joke. For 30,000 yuan, I have to put in so much effort and even share the traffic with you. It's not a very profitable deal, Lu Chen said. 50,000. That's my limit. You hesitated. Lu Chen shook his head. I can waive the fee, but I want 20% of your store's net profit. This way, if you don't make money, neither do I, and you don't have to worry about me holding back. You're cunning. This way, I'll just be your branch. It's not exactly a branch, more like sharing risks. It doesn't harm me much. If you disagree, forget I said anything. I don't have plans to expand for now anyway. You sat there in contemplation. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chen. I'll give you 15% at most, otherwise, no deal. Deal. Lu Chen pretended to hesitate, but in reality, his bottom line was 10%. 10% might seem small, but the profit was already quite high. Although the one-time payment was substantial, with a broad perspective, as long as the other party's tea shop didn't fail, he would continue to receive a share. I haven't asked for your name. You looked at Lu Chen with a hint of admiration. In this young man, she saw a shadow of her father. Lu Chen. Boss Lu, here's to a pleasant cooperation. You extended her hand. Pleasant cooperation. Lu Chen shook her hand, feeling the softness of her palm. After discussing some details, Lu Chen escorted you to the door before returning to his seat. Unexpectedly, he gained something extra while supervising the work. In the past, whether it was franchising or opening a branch, he had no interest. His current life was quite good. The profits from the tea shop weren't very high, but it was still some extra money. Lu Chen's belief had always been that making money was making money, and life was life. But since returning from the mountain, his mindset had changed. He now wanted to earn more money. He looked over to where Su Yuyo was sitting by the window, quietly leaning there, barely touching her snack, her head turned to look outside. Are you bored? Shall I take you to the mall? Lu Chen leaned closer and asked. Su Yuyo showed no intention of responding, silently shifting her slender body inward. Why do I feel a bit sour? Are you jealous? Lu Chen lightly poked Su Yuyo's waist, a broad smile on his face. Who's jealous? How could I be jealous of you? We have no relationship, don't be shameless. Su Yuyo turned back with a scolding look, her cheeks puffed up, and she moved closer to the window, almost against the wall. We were just discussing business earlier. I have to be careful. What if I overlook something and lose money? You wouldn't want me to end up picking trash on the street, would you? Lu Chen explained. It's none of my business. Although she said so, it was clear that Su Yuyo's frustration had eased a bit. I remember last time you liked a pretty dress at the mall. Do you want an advance on your salary? Lu Chen pursued triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo glanced at Lu Chen with interest, pretending to be calm as she said, Really? Being truly innocent is not as good as being truly me. Lu Chen raised his hand above his head, as if about to make a solemn vow. I don't believe you unless we pinky swear. You're still a child. I knew you wouldn't dare, forget it. Su Yuyo leaned back by the window again, resembling a little brown bear. Shall we go to the bank? When Su Yuyo turned back, Lu Chen had already extended his pinky finger. She looked at him, then slowly hooked her pinky with his. As their fingers intertwined, feeling each other's warmth, Su Yuyo paused for a while before saying, Pinky swear, no changing for 100 years, if you change, you'll be a puppy. Lu Chen chuckled mischievously, woof. Lu Chen. Su Yuyo gritted her teeth. I'm here. I won't talk to you anymore. Su Yuyo crossed her arms, huffing towards the window, silently vowing that if she interacted with Lu Chen, she would. Drink one less cup of milk tea. Just kidding, let's go. Lu Chen said with a straight face. Really not going? Seeing Su Yuyo unmoved, Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. I was planning to treat you to the latest king milk tea, but I guess I'll have to go alone. With that, Lu Chen got up to leave. Wait. Su Yuyo quickly grabbed Lu Chen's sleeve, hesitantly said, I'll trust you one more time. Secretly thinking that the milk tea she just swore off would count towards the next time. Let's go then. Standing up, noticing the uneaten snacks in front of Su Yuyo, Lu Chen reached out a hand and said, Give me that. Looking at the outstretched hand, Su Yuyo nervously looked up at Lu Chen, her heart pounding. even though she and Lu Chen had held hands many times before, but always for various reasons. Is he trying to hold my hand? Why is Lu Chen being so proactive? Should I agree? So conflicted, waiting online. What are you staring at? Lu Chen urged. With that, Su Yuyo shyly lowered her head, then raised her arm, extending a delicate hand into Lu Chen's palm. Lu Chen stood still for a moment, realizing that Su Yuyo had misunderstood his intention. Unnoticed by anyone, he couldn't help but smile, then pretended as if nothing happened, firmly holding Su Yuyo's hand, feeling the warmth in her palm, with no intention of letting go. As for the snacks on the table, they were too sweet to waste. Leaving the coffee shop, Su Yuyo saw that Lu Chen didn't plan to ride the electric scooter. She asked, "Are we walking there?" "Yes, it's just a few steps, good for some exercise," Lu Chen replied naturally. In fact, the distance from the last mall they visited was about a mile or two away. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the clothing store they had visited before, which had many beautiful dresses in warm colors that Su Yuyo loved. Just from this store alone, she had bought several pieces of clothing. Sometimes Lu Chen wondered if he should consider moving if Su Yuyo stayed longer, as his room seemed a bit cramped. "Lu Chen, I want to try on some clothes." "Oh, go ahead." "My hand." Oh, I forgot." Lu Chen blushed, quickly realizing and letting go of Su Yuyo's hand. A young saleswoman nearby saw this and stifled a laugh, finding this young couple very memorable. They had been so polite last time, and now they were holding hands. In no time, Su Yuyo found the dress she had set her eyes on earlier and eagerly entered the fitting room. As for Lu Chen, his gaze wasn't on the beautiful clothes but on finding the soft stool from last time. Finally locating it beside the fitting room, he walked over, sat down, and waited quietly outside. After waiting for a long time without seeing Su Yuyo come out, Lu Chen walked to the outside of the fitting room and lightly knocked on the door, asking, "Yuyo, are you done changing?" After a while, Lu Chen's phone received a notification. It was from Su Yuyo. "Lu Chen, my strap broke, what should I do?" Lu Chen quickly typed back, "What strap? The strap of your clothes?" "No, it's that strap." "What strap? Be clear about it." Su Yuyo in the fitting room felt embarrassed and anxious. Why was Lu Chen so clueless? She had made it so obvious. Did he really need her to directly say that her bra strap broke? This bra strap had been on the verge of breaking for a while, and it chose this moment to snap. If she didn't wear a bra under the dress, it would definitely show. With no reply for a long time, Lu Chen racked his brains at the door, finally having a flash of inspiration. Could it be the bra strap that broke? Seeing no response from Su Yuyo, he was almost certain. He messaged her, "There's a lingerie store in the mall, I'll go buy one for you, wait for me." "Okay." Getting a positive reply, Lu Chen greeted the salesperson and hurried out of the clothing store, following the signs to a globally renowned lingerie brand store. Just a moment ago, he was in a rush, but now standing at the entrance, Lu Chen felt embarrassed to go in. Although he had been present when Su Yuyo bought lingerie before, now as a lone man entering a lingerie store full of female customers, it was quite awkward. After hesitating for a while, thinking that Su Yuyo was waiting for him in the fitting room, Lu Chen could only steel himself and walk in. As soon as he entered, Lu Chen felt like several pairs of eyes were on him. One salesperson approached with a smile, "Hello handsome, are you looking to buy lingerie?" Lu Chen inwardly complained, wasn't it obvious he was here to buy lingerie in a lingerie store? Seeing Lu Chen's silence, the salesperson introduced, "We have various types of lingerie here, seamless bras, three-dimensional bras, front closure bras, and long-line bras. Which one do you need?" Lu Chen, feeling overwhelmed, thought buying lingerie was just about stating the size. Why was it so complicated? "Oh, right." The salesperson, noticing Lu Chen's embarrassment, had an idea and whispered, "We also have sexy lingerie, would you like to have a look?" "Ahem. No need." Lu Chen felt like ants were crawling all over him and urged, "Size D, just give me 2 good ones." The salesperson smiled knowingly, went to the prominent display case, and handed 2 pink bras with Hello Kitty patterns to Lu Chen, asking, "How about these 2? "Just these 2, how much?" Lu Chen just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Buying lingerie for girls was too terrifying. 300 in total, we have a promotion now, buy 2 get 1 free, you can pick another one. How could he not be able to? Lu Chen felt like he was going crazy. "Just pick one for me, lighter color." "Sure, handsome." The salesperson seemed to sense Lu Chen's inner turmoil, went to a small room, brought 2 brand new bras, and picked one she thought was suitable, putting it in the bag. After paying, Lu Chen hurriedly left the lingerie store. Not far away, he could faintly hear the soft laughter coming from the store. This made Lu Chen's speed increase a bit more. Back at the clothing store, Lu Chen knocked on the fitting room door and whispered, "You, I bought the things, do you need help?" Inside the fitting room, Su Yuyo. Soon, the fitting room door opened a crack, and a fair little hand reached out from the middle, grabbed the bag, and closed the door. Inside the fitting room, Su Yuyo opened the bag and saw 3 packaging bags, randomly picked one and opened it. Looking at the thin gauze as delicate as a cicada's wings, her brain paused for a moment, and the blush on her face spread from her neck to her ears. What's the difference between wearing and not wearing this? The key point is, whose underwear has lace edges? Opening another package, luckily this one was normal, and the design was okay. Otherwise, she would definitely bite Lu Chen hard when she got back. So annoying. A few minutes later, Su Yuyo changed into the clothes and walked out. The first thing she did was stare at Lu Chen in amazement. Lu Chen at the door looked puzzled. What's going on now? Just a joke. Su Yuyo's appearance attracted many people in the clothing store. She was wearing a small fresh French floral dress, her fair as jade collarbone perfectly displayed, her ink black hair cascading down like a waterfall, giving off a gentle, cute, and somewhat sexy vibe. Handsome guy. This outfit is simply tailor-made for your girlfriend. It's so perfect. Can I take a photo to promote it? I'll give you a 50% discount on this outfit. The cashier walked over and admired Lu Chen. No, thank you. Lu Chen politely declined. The cashier sighed regretfully. Such a pity. Is it nice? Su Yuyo walked over with delicate steps, her exquisite eyes blinked like a butterfly spreading its wings, tilting her head at a 30-degree angle, smiling lightly at Lu Chen. Are you talking about the person or the clothes? Lu Chen asked back. Of course. The clothes? No, the person. No, not right. Lu Chen lowered his head closer, leaned in near her ear with a smile. The clothes are nice, the person even nicer. Looking at Lu Chen so close, Su Yuyo's body trembled, her cheeks blushing. She turned her head in a proud manner. No need to say, this lady is naturally beautiful. Go pay the bill. Yes, Miss Yuyo. Lu Chen made a gentlemanly gesture. When paying the bill, the cashier couldn't help but ask Su Yuyo, Miss, our company is recruiting models, the salary is very high, are you interested? Su Yuyo didn't answer immediately but looked at Lu Chen. No need. This time Lu Chen spoke coldly. You can be a remote model, the company will send you clothes, you just need to take a few photos. The salary is not low, even if you don't want to show your face. The cashier tried to persuade. Su Yuyo seemed a bit tempted, tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve. Check out. Lu Chen ignored her. Outside the clothing store, Su Yuyo followed beside him puzzled. Lu Chen, being a remote model is good. You can earn money just by taking photos. If you want a model, go back and ask for his contact information. Lu Chen's tone turned cold. Why do I feel like you're acting strange? The boss was quite polite. Why do you seem so angry? Su Yuyo pondered with her finger under her chin. After a while, Su Yuyo exclaimed, Lu Chen, are you jealous? That's why you don't want me to be a remote model. Lu Chen quickened his pace, evading the question, do you still want milk tea? Don't try to change the subject. Got you this time. You are jealous, you don't want me to show up in front of others, even if I don't show my face. Su Yuyo persistently chased after him. It's a waste if you don't become a scriptwriter. Humph, a man who says one thing but means another. So, tell me why you don't want me to be a freelance model. If you can't give me a reason, it just confirms my guess. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, lightly tapping her small head, saying, with your tiny brain, you'd be clueless even if you were sold. When they send you a contract, would you understand it? The freelance modeling world is tricky. A friend of mine was once deceived. I don't want you to go because I don't want you to be tricked. If you still want to go, I won't stop you. Really? If you don't believe me, search for freelance modeling scams on your phone. Su Yuyo's suspicious eyes looked at Lu Chen, his serious demeanor not indicating deceit. She took out her phone as Lu Chen suggested and searched, finding a plethora of scams. After browsing through them, she shuddered. It was too terrifying. Do you believe me now? Lu Chen's lips curved slightly, and seeing Su Yuyo looking at him, he quickly put on a serious expression. Lu Chen, I'm grateful to have you. I misunderstood you with all these tricks. Su Yuyo expressed deep remorse. How should you thank me then? Ha, do I still need to thank you? I've already apologized. Just apologizing isn't enough, there's no sincerity. Su Yuyo stopped in her tracks, her hands on her stomach, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, she slowly raised her right hand, blushing, and said, I'll let you hold my hand at most. Is that all? Lu Chen appeared indifferent on the surface but reached out his hand sincerely. If you don't want to, forget it. I don't want to hold your hand either. I'll treat you to bubble tea later. One moment she stood quietly, the next Su Yuyo swiftly increased her pace by 100% towards the boba milk tea shop. Looking at his empty hand, Lu Chen regretted his impulsiveness. Good news, he earned a cup of bubble tea. Bad news, he owned the bubble tea shop. He hastened his steps to catch up, taking out his phone. Someone had messaged him. It was from Himomo. Luqian wants to meet you for mediation. She's at the police station now. I heard the court is in session tomorrow, probably to ask you to withdraw the lawsuit. Do you want to come over? Ha! Luqian sneered and replied, thanks, please tell her I'm not accepting mediation right now. Alright, I'll convey that later. By the way, I passed by your place today during a mission and saw the bubble tea shop under renovation. Congratulations on the reopening. Officer you're too kind. I'll treat you to bubble tea at the reopening. Bribing me? How dare I? Just a small cup of bubble tea, it's not that serious. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Just kidding, come over when you're free. Got it, Officer After sending the message, Luqian looked up. Where did she go? Scanning the mall, he finally found Su Yuyo waiting at the boba milk tea shop, so he put away his phone and caught up with her. As he approached, Su Yuyo pursed her lips and asked, who are you chatting with? Miss Su, it was someone from the police station. Since the court is in session tomorrow, Luqian suddenly wanted to talk to me for mediation, but I didn't agree. The court is tomorrow? Are you confident? The evidence is solid, and with heaven's help, it should be fine. That's good. Luqian fetched a chair, leaned in closer, and whispered, are you worried about me? Su Yuyo moved the chair aside, turned her head, and said, who's worried about you? I'm just concerned you won't have money to pay my salary if you lose. I see. Have you ordered the bubble tea? Luqian asked. Not yet, I'm not sure what to get. I want one with taro balls, but they don't have it here. How about I go back and make it for you? Really? When have I ever lied to you? Come on, too much bubble tea is bad for your health. The two of them got up together and left the bubble tea shop, strolling along. Su Yuyo looked at Luqian and said, then why do you always cook for me? There's nothing wrong with what I cook. Luqian grinned. The pot calling the kettle black. I didn't expect you to be so self-absorbed. I personally selected the ingredients, clean and hygienic. How can that be self-absorption? It's called confidence, Luqian said, looking down at Su Yuyo. He then looked away, casually scratching his nose and whispered, I made something delicious for you. To hold hands. What? Su Yuyo thought she misheard, looking at the hand reaching towards her. She slyly smiled, pretending she didn't hear anything, humming a tune and quickening her pace. After a while, her hand was still empty, and when she looked back, Su Yuyo was already ahead. Luqian hurried to catch up, regretting his impulsive words. He reached Su Yuyo's side, wanting to make amends, when he suddenly felt a soft sensation in his palm. Looking down, he saw Su Yuyo's hand in his, accompanied by a soft voice, just this once. Late in the evening, past 9 o'clock, a crisp knock on the door was heard, and Luqian went to open it to find Zhang Xiaobai. Seeing Luqian, Zhang Xiaobai greeted him warmly and handed over a stack of A4 papers, saying, Brother Lu, this is the initial draft of the illustrations. If you approve, I'll render them on the computer and send them to your phone later. So fast. Thank you for your hard work. Luqian took the draft, flipped through it, and couldn't help but show admiration. Truly professional, the illustrations were very similar to his envisioned style, rich in youthful colors and autumnal atmosphere. No need for changes, these are already great, Luqian said. I'll render them for you tonight, and you'll have the images by tomorrow morning. No need to rush, take your time, Luqian replied. Oh, it's nothing. This is as simple for me as eating a meal, just a piece of cake. Unable to think of better words of praise, Luqian simply gave a thumbs up, saying, impressive. I'll get going then. Alright, thank you for your hard work. After seeing Zhang Xiaobai off, Luqian returned to his desk and continued working. So many things had been happening recently, preparing for the lawsuit with Luqian on one hand, and the major renovation of the bubble tea shop on the other, involving decoration, manpower, materials, and promotion, among other preparations. Ruoshui sent over an electronic contract, indicating that the other party was serious. After a thorough check, Luqian sent the contract to GTNC for reference. Once confirmed, all that was left was to meet and sign. Su Yuyo lazily lay on the sofa, turning to face Luqian and asked, Luqian, have you registered the trademark for the renamed bubble tea shop? Oh, you know about that, Luqian chuckled. Don't underestimate me, Su Yuyo paused, I just wanted to remind you to register it, nothing else. Then thank you for the reminder, Miss Yuyo, I am truly grateful. Humph. Su Yuyo lightly pursed her lips and turned back to watch anime. Luqian continued with his remaining tasks. Approaching dawn, Su Yuyo finally finished watching an entire series, sitting on the sofa lazily stretching her slender waist. She glanced at Luqian, who was still busy, and decided to make him a cup of hot tea. Shortly after, she proudly walked over to Luqian with the brewed tea. A A sudden scream echoed in the room. As expected, the unexpected had happened. Too much hot water was poured into the cup, and some splashed onto Su Yuyo's hand, causing her to instinctively let go of the cup. The entire cup of hot water spilled onto the floor, shattering the cup, creating a mess everywhere. Lu Chen hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Looking at the chaotic scene on the floor, he probably guessed what had happened. He approached Su Yuyo and gently placed her on the reclining sofa in a Princess Carrie manner. "Lu Chen, I wanted to pour you a cup of tea." "I'm sorry, I messed up again," Su Yuyo said apologetically, lowering her head. "It's okay. Just clean up. Are you hurt?" Upon hearing his concern, Su Yuyo's eyes turned red instantly. She pouted and extended her right hand, which had a red mark on it. "It hurts." To others, this might seem like a dramatic scene, but it was just a natural trait for a girl her age. Not every girl could be a strong and resilient rose like Hua Mulan or Mu Guiying. Lu Chen quickly fetched a burn gel and carefully applied it to Su Yuyo's burned hand. Phew! After applying the gel, Lu Chen gently blew on the red mark, making it feel cooler. Su Yuyo peeked at Lu Chen, who was crouching down, and although it had been painful a moment ago, it seemed to have subsided now. She knew that with Lu Chen, even if she made a mistake, she wouldn't be scolded. After blowing for a while and letting the gel set, Lu Chen asked Su Yuyo to rest on the reclining sofa while he cleaned up the glass shards on the floor. He meticulously cleaned up every piece, afraid that Su Yuyo might walk barefoot on the floor sometimes, claiming it felt cool and comfortable. He picked up the tea leaves from the floor and threw them in the trash can, looking at the wet floor caused by the spilled tea. He glanced at Su Yuyo and said with a troubled expression, "It looks like we'll have to squeeze in tonight." "No choice." Lu Chen spread his hands and said, "We don't have extra bedding at home, and at this hour, the shops must be closed. You wouldn't want me to sleep on the sofa all night, would you? I need to be in good spirits for the lawsuit with Lu Qian tomorrow." "Then, all right, but we need to place a pillow between us. You're not allowed to cross over, or I'll bite you." After thinking for a while, Su Yuyo nodded. It was because she had wet the floor, and Lu Chen not only didn't blame her but also cleaned up the mess. If she still made him sleep on the small sofa, she would be heartless. Of course. Lu Chen agreed without hesitation, yawning. "It's getting late, let's go to sleep." Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen strangely. "Have you finished your work?" "Yes," Lu Chen replied promptly. With that, Lu Chen went upstairs first, sleeping in the other corner of the bed, covering himself with half of the blanket. Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment, then followed him with small steps, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint it. Placing a pillow in the center of the bed, Su Yuyo was still not satisfied. Remembering her past experiences, she added another pillow before lying down. Lights off, time to sleep. As time passed, Su Yuyo opened her eyes sadly. She had wanted to sleep earlier but couldn't find the peace to do so now. "Can't sleep?" Lu Chen turned to her, asking softly. Do you want me to tell you a story? You can tell stories too?" "A little bit." "Then tell me one." Su Yuyo turned around, showing great interest. The two faced each other, just half a meter apart. Lu Chen cleared his throat and began softly. It was the last day of the year, Christmas Eve, extremely cold, with a blizzard raging, and night falling quietly. On this cold and dark night, a little girl without a hat, gloves, or even shoes walked in the snow. The little girl carried a small basket filled with nuclear bombs. She hadn't sold a single bomb today and was feeling extremely cold, so she pressed the remote control in her hand. Boom! Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. The nuclear bomb exploded, and that night, the whole village saw her grandmother. In an instant, Lu Chen felt a chill as he glanced to the side, only to meet a pair of cold, deep eyes staring back at him. She shouldn't have trusted Lu Chen. What kind of story is this? A little girl selling nuclear bombs? I was just teasing you, I'm serious now. Ahem. Lu Chen put on a serious expression and continued. Once upon a time, in a remote village, there was a narrow path with a utility pole. One day, a couple passing by had a car accident and died on the spot. One night, as 5-year-old Xiao Wang and his mother passed by, Xiao Wang suddenly turned to his mother and said, "Mom, look, there are 2 people on that utility pole." Ah! Su Yuyu screamed in horror, picturing 2 eerie figures standing on the utility pole in her mind. She grabbed a pillow and threw it aside, then swiftly dove into Lu Chen's arms like an alarmed pangolin, her eyes tightly shut, warning, "Lu Chen, don't say another word." Feeling the soft warmth in his arms, Lu Chen's lips curved slightly as he whispered, "Once you hear the end, you won't be scared anymore." The story concludes with 8 big words on the utility pole. Traffic safety, everyone's responsibility. It's not a horror story. After pondering for a while, Su Yuyu finally understood the meaning behind it, staring wide-eyed at Lu Chen. Suddenly, Lu Chen let out a cry of pain, clutching his side. This time, Su Yuyu's proactive skill had no cooldown time as she fiercely pinched him. Even if it wasn't a horror story, Lu Chen had planned it all along, definitely on purpose. What's selling nuclear bombs? What everyone's responsibility? This is not a bedtime story. Emerging from Lu Chen's embrace, she moved to the other side of the bed, placing the pillow and cushion between them, turning away in anger. Already having trouble sleeping, after hearing these two stories, she found it even harder to doze off. Just as she closed her eyes, she saw the pale-faced couple standing on the utility pole. Even covering herself with the blanket didn't help. That rotten Lu Chen. Bad Lu Chen. If I pay attention to you again, I'll. Anyway, don't expect me to pay attention to you again. Several minutes passed, but the image of the couple on the utility pole lingered in her mind, unable to shake it off. She sneakily glanced at Lu Chen, who happened to be looking in her direction. If there were ghosts, they would bite him first if she were in Lu Chen's arms. Su Yuyu lightly bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then decisively separated the pillow and cushion again, not giving Lu Chen time to react before slipping into his embrace. This sudden scene left Lu Chen somewhat bewildered, frozen in place. No talking, no moving, otherwise, I'll pinch you again. The warm body in his arms shifted upward, stopping just below Lu Chen's jaw. Although Lu Chen didn't understand the reason, what did it matter? He reached out, pulled the blanket over her shoulders, hesitated for a moment in the air, then gently rested his hands on her slender waist. Feeling the warmth in his arms tremble slightly, gradually, the room was filled with only 2 shallow breaths. After a while, Su Yuyu felt the drowsiness creeping in. She raised her sleepy eyes and in a soft voice said, "Once I fall asleep, you mustn't hold me anymore, got it?" It was unclear if Lu Chen heard her, as his eyes slowly closed. In his arms, holding the fragrant beauty, Lu Chen couldn't fall asleep so quickly. When Su Yuyu settled down, he slowly opened his eyes. He heard it. What's done is done. In the early morning, as the sky began to brighten, Lu Chen opened his eyes and gazed at Su Yuyu in his arms. The soft sound of her breathing escaped from her rosy lips, like a gentle breeze through a garden, bringing a sense of tranquility. Carefully slipping out of bed, he covered her bare fragrant shoulders with a blanket and tiptoed downstairs. After freshening up and grabbing his documents, he rode his electric scooter to the courthouse. The court session was scheduled for 9 o'clock and lasted until 11:30, finally resolving the dispute. In the first instance, it was confirmed that Lu Qian's slanderous accusations were true, with serious consequences. She was sentenced to 1 month in prison and had to pay nearly 30,000 yuan in compensation. Although the amount wasn't substantial, it was worth it to make Lu Qian reflect on her actions during her time in prison. Lu Qian still wanted to reconcile with Lu Chen because once she was imprisoned, it wouldn't be just about the punishment and the 30,000 yuan compensation. Initially, Lu Chen had considered giving her a chance, but her behavior in court showed no remorse or apology whatsoever. That's it. After the session, Lu Chen thanked and bid farewell to Ji Tianxi. Although he had solid evidence, without professional help, it wouldn't have been easy to resolve the matter. Stepping out of the courthouse, Lu Chen took a deep breath of fresh air. Checking the time, it was already lunchtime, and he wondered what Su Yuyu would be having for lunch at home. As he descended the courthouse steps, halfway down, a group of people holding microphones and cameras hurried towards him. At a glance, Lu Chen could tell what these people were up to. Trying to escape was futile as he was surrounded by 5 or 6 people in the center. "Hello, are you the owner of Xinghe Milk Tea Shop? We are from Shashi Orange TV station and would like to interview you. Would that be possible?" A woman in her 20s or 30s held the microphone. Lu Chen wasn't keen on engaging, but after being addressed so politely 3 times, he felt awkward just walking away. He nodded, as everyone was trying their best. However, he insisted on having his face pixelated. After answering a few questions, Lu Chen seized an opportunity to leave quickly as he noticed more people approaching with cameras. Many onlookers took out their phones and followed. Riding his electric scooter, Lu Chen swiftly disappeared at the intersection. In the evening, upon learning that Lu Chen was interviewed by Orange TV station, Su Yuyu excitedly sat on the lazy couch, tuned into the Orange channel, eager to see the interview with Lu Chen. At 7:30, the video of Lu Chen's interview was broadcasted. "Lu Chen, is this you?" Lu Chen heard the voice and walked in from the kitchen. The TV was reporting on the milk tea shop incident, and indeed, the person in the footage was him, but heavily pixelated. Quite honest of them. On the TV screen, the female reporter inquired in standard Mandarin, "How do you view the rumor-mongering incident?" Lu Chen replied, "In fact, there are many ambiguous situations around us. Kind words create good relationships, while hurtful words wound hearts. What we can do is refrain from judging when we don't know the truth and avoid becoming a weapon in someone else's hands." If our rights are violated, stay calm, wield the weapon of the law, and protect ourselves. The screen faded. Su Yuyo turned to look at Lu Chen behind her, with a hint of admiration. I didn't expect you to be quite eloquent. How did I not notice that before? I have many impressive qualities. Lu Chen boasted. You get all puffed up with just a few compliments, Su Yuyo teased, casting a mischievous glance before settling back to find a new anime to watch. After searching for a while, unable to find anything appealing, she realized she had already watched the latest episodes of her favorite series. How boring. A person didn't feel like playing King of Glory. She turned to look at Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, do you have any good anime recommendations? Forget it, you don't watch anime anyway. Before Lu Chen could speak, Su Yuyo turned uninterestedly, which made Lu Chen feel a bit indignant, as if he had never been young. Yokai Watch List, 100 Demon Spectrum, My Apocalypse Girlfriend. Lu Chen glanced proudly and said, with your brain capacity, you should be suitable to watch these. Oh, so you also watch these anime, always pretending to be serious, caught you this time. You always say I'm childish, but we're just the same. Su Yuyo lounged on the lazy sofa, propping her chin with one hand, staring playfully at Lu Chen. Lu Chen awkwardly buried his head in washing dishes. When did this little fool become so clever? He had been completely unaware of being tricked. Smugly, Su Yuyo picked up the remote control. She remembered one of the names just mentioned, Yokai Watch List. Seems like she hasn't watched it. Let's take a look. Several hours quietly passed by. Lu Chen sat on a chair stretching his muscles, preparing for the reopening of his business. The renovation was already done ahead of schedule. He had planned to open tomorrow, but it was clearly too rushed, so he decided to postpone it to the day after tomorrow. At that moment, Tong Yu called to inform him that the followers of the Rain Mirror Bubble Tea Shop's DY account had exceeded 30,000 and were still increasing. Boss, many fans are asking why you changed the name to Rain Mirror. Does it have any special meaning? There's no special meaning, just wanted a nicer name. This one wasn't trademarked, so I chose it. While Lu Chen said this, an image flashed in his mind. It was by the riverside, drizzling faintly. His gaze unconsciously fell on the lazy sofa, where Su Yuyo was sitting cross-legged, hands supporting her cute face. Oh, boss, you're so casual, but indeed it sounds much better than before. Lu Chen spoke up. By the way, the bubble tea shop is opening the day after tomorrow. Do you have time to help? I must come to support the boss. I've already taken a day off. I won't sleep until the moon sets. I'm ready to fight until dark. Boss, remember to prepare big red envelopes. Righteousness. Big red envelopes are a must, and I have some good news to tell you. What good news? The followers on your account are increasing. It's quite troublesome to manage. How about doubling your salary? Ah, boss is generous, the best boss in the world. Tong Yu's excited voice came from the phone. Her family's situation was average. Being able to earn more money through her efforts could relieve a significant burden at home. That's why she was so excited. Rest well, managing the account is hard work for you. I've got it covered. After hanging up, Tong Yu's other 5 roommates crowded around her in the dorm. Little Yu, another raise? Or is it doubled again? The boss you often mention, could he be interested in you? We've seen the news, he seems upright, we're very satisfied. In an instant, a shy blush covered Tong Yu's face like a thin veil. She said coquettishly, don't talk nonsense, the boss is a very good person, not like what you think. Oh, protecting the husband's family before even getting married, being held tightly, what will you do in the future? It's not true, please stop. Tong Yu put down her phone and stood up, pouncing on the others. Soon the dormitory was filled with the sounds of laughter and playfulness. Inside the room, after putting down his phone, Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyo on the sofa. Why was she so quiet today? He stealthily approached, lightly tapped Su Yuyo's forehead, then looked at the TV screen and said, wow, almost finished watching, impressive. Upon seeing no response, he bent down to check. He found Su Yuyo lightly sniffing at the tip of her nose, tears hanging on her cheeks, and her eye sockets were red. Why are you crying again? It's just an anime, all fake. Lu Chen gently patted Su Yuyo's back. He regretted saying that. Now he had to comfort her himself. Lu Chen, do people really have reincarnations? Su Yuyo rubbed her eyes and then looked at Lu Chen. Whether there are reincarnations, I don't know. I only know that even if there are reincarnations, it won't be the same person anymore. Cherish the present, that's what we should do. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before replying, gently wiping away the tears from Su Yuyo's eyes. It's late, let's go to sleep. Su Yuyo nodded, looking towards the window where cotton and sheets were hanging. As you can see, the sheets are dry, but the cotton absorbs water too well, so it won't dry for a while. So, tonight I can only sleep on top. We need to use separate pillows. Naturally. Half an hour passed. Su Yuyo turned to face Lu Chen and asked, are you asleep? Not yet. Lu Chen opened his eyes. I can't sleep. I didn't tell you a story tonight, don't blame me. I don't care, usually when you sleep below, I can fall asleep, but when you sleep next to me, I can't sleep. The book says that girls who don't sleep well easily get wrinkles and dark circles. It's all your fault, you have to take responsibility. I take responsibility. Then, what if I hold you while we sleep? The room fell silent for a while, then a mosquito-sized voice came softly, just hold me for a while, once I fall asleep, you can't hold me anymore. Naturally. With a confirmed answer, Suyuyo moved the pillow separating them and hesitated before snuggling against his chest, burying herself in there, smelling the familiar scent, feeling at ease. Lu Chen naturally placed his hand on her slender waist, as if holding a ball of cotton carefully, embracing the warm jade in front of him, unwilling to let go. Don't forget to let go when I fall asleep. Suyuyo's soft voice sounded, as if coquettish, irresistible. Naturally. The morning sun sprinkled into the room like golden powder. Suyuyo blinked her eyes, her dark lashes tapping upwards, her eyes shining like clear spring water. As expected, she woke up in Lu Chen's arms again. Looking up at Lu Chen, her eyes closed, messy hair covering his sharp eyebrows, not as youthful as a boy, nor as greasy as a middle-aged man, but with a sunny taste. Without the usual screams or pinching of Lu Chen's waist, because Lu Chen was the one she liked. It's okay to hug him a bit. She pulled out a hand from Lu Chen's embrace, gently pinched his nose, smiling triumphantly. Rarely did Lu Chen sleep even deeper than herself, this had to be played well. Just as she wanted to get closer, those tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, staring at her intently. Suyuyo panicked and exclaimed, let go of me quickly, you promised not to hold me after I fell asleep. Yes. I wanted to let go of you, but last night you were like chewing gum, no matter how I shook, I couldn't get rid of you, what could I do? Lu Chen said helplessly. How is that possible, how could I be like that? You must be lying, what evidence do you have? Then what evidence do you have to prove that I didn't let go of you last night? You have no evidence, I have no evidence, responsibility is shared, so it cancels out. In a few words, Lu Chen wrapped Suyuyo up, taking advantage of her lack of reaction. He quickly got up and went downstairs to the safe area, shouting upstairs, silly dear, why aren't you up yet? If we're any later, the noodle shop won't have any good side dishes left. Don't call me a silly dear. Suyuyo pouted and followed him downstairs. After breakfast, Lu Chen took Suyuyo to Rain Mirror Milk Tea Shop. The storefront had been renovated and looked brand new, making it seem like a new shop to those who didn't know. Shortly after, Shi Jiang, Xu Yao, and a few others arrived one after another to help organize the shop for the grand opening the next day. With enough help, Lu Chen went to the wholesale market to stock up on supplies for about a week. He speculated that business would be good on the opening day, as many people had inquired today, but the actual situation would depend on tomorrow. After sorting out the materials, there was one more important thing to do. Zhang Xiaobai had sent him the finished illustrations last night. He found a supplier for milk teacups and ordered a batch to be made and delivered as soon as possible. The remaining illustrations were taken to a bookmark maker for another batch. When he returned to Rain Mirror, it was already noon. Lu Chen treated everyone to a meal, and they packed the food and had a simple meal in the shop together. Laughter filled the shop, and Xu Yao lived up to her reputation as a people person, always finding interesting topics to discuss. After eating and drinking their fill, Xu Yao turned her gaze to Lu Chen and asked, Boss, I remember you live in a bachelor apartment, how do you and Yuyo sleep? Do you share a bed? What are you thinking? I sleep on the floor. Lu Chen could tell Xu Yao was trying to tease him again, dragging him into the conversation. Seeing Lu Chen's quick response, Xu Yao moved her chair closer to Suyuyo and said, Yuyo, did you not sleep well last night? You have dark circles. Did the boss snore and disturb you while sleeping? Really? But Lu Chen doesn't snore. After Suyuyo replied, she thought she had slept well last night. Xu Yao's eyes wandered, a smile playing on her lips as she continued, maybe he likes to steal the blanket while sleeping. Just as Suyuyo was about to deny it, Lu Chen immediately interrupted, Xu Yao, don't tease Yuyo. The boss is feeling guilty, afraid that Yuyo will spill the beans and reveal something. I have nothing to hide. Not giving Xu Yao a chance to continue, Lu Chen stood up and said to everyone, there's still a lot to do, let's work harder, and I'll give you all red envelopes tonight. Boss is generous. Let's get to work. At that moment, Suyuyo suddenly realized that if she had said Lu Chen didn't steal the blanket, it would have exposed that they had slept together last night. She glared at Xu Yao, feeling cunning. Xu Yao, feeling awkward under her gaze, quickly avoided eye contact and went to find something to do. They were busy until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and everything in the milk tea shop was ready. In the evening, the newly made milk teacups and bookmarks were delivered in part. Because they were rushed, there weren't many, only about 500 of each. After double-checking everything, Lu Chen took Suyuyo home. Walking into the evening breeze, Su Yuyo hugged Lu Chun from behind, resting her head on his back, humming a cheerful tune. What Su Yuyo didn't notice was that the usual 15-minute walk took nearly half an hour today. At night, Su Yuyo came out of the shower wearing loose heart-patterned pajamas. Quietly approaching Lu Chun from behind, she saw him reading some books she couldn't understand. Lu Chun, what book is this? Study materials for the postgraduate entrance exam. Are you planning to take the exam? Su Yuyo asked curiously. Exactly, I've already registered to take the entrance exam for the postgraduate program at Jiangja University. Jiangja University? Su Yuyo exclaimed in surprise. You seem quite surprised by the way. No, but if you get in, what will happen to the bubble tea shop? I plan to hand it over to Shu Yao, let her be the manager. She's full of ideas and has good emotional intelligence. Shi Jiang can be the assistant manager, he's solid and diligent, the two complement each other perfectly. Lu Chun put down his book and looked at Su Yuyo. I haven't asked you, are you still studying now? You didn't fail to get into university, did you? Su Yuyo pouted at the question. Who do you think I am? I am a student at Jiangja University. When you get in, you'll have to call me senior. Really? Of course, it's true. I still have the admission letter in my suitcase. Wasn't your suitcase stolen? It's true, I'm not lying to you. But if you don't go back to school after a month, won't the school expel you? I've taken a month off. What are your plans after that month? Su Yuyo thought for a moment and innocently smiled. I want to stay here and work at your bubble tea shop. It's quite nice, even though it's tiring. I'm happy, and I've learned a lot too. No way. Lu Chen immediately interrupted. Why, do you look down on me? Su Yuyo said somewhat dejectedly. You can stay here for this month, but after a month, you must go back to school. You can't neglect your studies after getting into such a good school. You're still young, how can you have such a short-sighted view? Do you want your parents to look down on you? Su Yuyo didn't argue because she knew Lu Chen was looking out for her. Jiangja University was also her dream from childhood to adulthood, and she naturally wanted to continue her studies. She had just lied, the main reason she didn't want to leave was because Lu Chen was here. If she went to school, it would be difficult to see Lu Chen again. Her father would soon find her and force her to meet that so-called arranged partner. But what if I want to see you? Lu Chen didn't expect Su Yuyo to ask this question. Everyone has their own selfish desires, and he also wanted to keep Su Yuyo by his side, but if he did that, it would be unfair to the future Su Yuyo. I plan to open a branch in Jiangja. Once I pass the exam, I can be a boss and study. If I work so hard at this age, you should work even harder. Su Yuyo felt much better after hearing this. Can I still work at your shop then? I want to stand on my own, and then they will look at me with new eyes. Of course, but you have to work hard during this time. If you don't do well, I won't keep you. Su Yuyo raised her eyebrows in a spoiled manner. I'll make sure to surprise you. I'll be waiting. Lu Chen couldn't help but pinch Su Yuyo's soft cheek, feeling like cotton candy, wanting to hold it in his palm. Oops. How did he unconsciously do that? Su Yuyo didn't seem angry, so he continued to pinch, fragrant and didn't want to let go. In the end, Lu Chen's arm had 2 rows of bite marks. The night passed in a flash. The countdown to the opening of the bubble tea shop had begun. As the boss, he couldn't sleep in, so early in the morning, he drove over with Su Yuyo. Shortly after opening the shop, Shi Jiang, Shu Yao, and others arrived one after another. Not only did people come, but many of them were holding beautifully decorated flower baskets with different blessings written on them. Shu Yao was the first to approach, smiling. Boss, I'm giving you a lucky basket. The bottom layer symbolizes smooth sailing, the middle represents rolling wealth, the sides are filled with auspiciousness and prosperity, on top lies success and eternal happiness. Wishing you great success in your business. Thank you. Lu Chen took out a red envelope from his pocket and joked, you must have carried this for a long time. Next was Shi Jiang, standing straight and saying, Boss, I wish you a prosperous opening and abundant wealth. Is that all? Lu Chen stuffed the red envelope into Shi Jiang's pocket and smiled. Shi Jiang glanced at everyone, then suddenly looked at Su Yuyo on the side and loudly said, I wish the boss and his wife a lifetime of happiness together. Shu Yao was shocked and immediately applauded, exclaiming, well said, Jiang Zong. Not only Shu Yao, but Lu Chen and others were also surprised. Shi Jiang, what did you just say? In an instant, a blush spread from Su Yuyo's neck to her ears. Ahem. Shi Jiang, why don't you go and put the flower basket over there? He shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Next was Tong Yu. Her flower basket was the smallest, but it didn't look like it was bought, more like homemade. She did put thought into it. Regardless of whether the guests brought a flower basket or not, Lu Chen gave each of them a red envelope. Bringing a flower basket was a gesture of goodwill, not bringing one was acceptable, but Lu Chen would remember this gesture. As they prepared to enter the shop, an unexpected person appeared. She wore a black off-the-shoulder dress, with exquisite makeup on her face, exuding a ladylike demeanor in every gesture. Behind her were 4 uniformed staff members, each carrying oversized flower baskets, all quite expensive. Jiang Wan instructed the workers to place the flower baskets at the forefront of the milk tea shop, then stopped in front of Lu Chen, softly saying, "Lu Chen, I haven't handled many things well in the past, I apologize to you. I will change in the future. Congratulations on your reopening, may your business prosper and wealth flow in." Speaking these words in front of so many people proved Jiang Wan's sincerity. Behind the crowd, watching this scene, Su Yuyo clenched her hands tightly together. She should be blessing Lu Chen, who had pursued Jiang Wan for so many years. Now that Jiang Wan was willing to make a change, it could be considered that true love had finally come to fruition. But why couldn't she feel happy at all? Shu Yao quietly approached Su Yuyo, seeming to understand something, and gently placed her hand on Su Yuyo's back. She didn't want Yuyo to be hurt, but this was ultimately the boss's affair, and she had no right to interfere. "Yuyo, bring me my big red envelope." Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then smiled and looked at Su Yuyo behind him. "Ah, okay." Hesitating, Su Yuyo walked up and stood beside Lu Chen, taking out a large red envelope from her bag and handing it over. This was the overtime red envelope that Lu Chen had prepared for everyone, a bit larger than the opening red envelope. In front of everyone, Lu Chen teased Su Yuyo, then smiled indulgently and said, "What are you doing? Give it to Sister Jiang Wan." Oh. Su Yuyo realized and handed the red envelope to Jiang Wan. Shu Yao, who was standing nearby, was delighted in her heart. She truly was the boss. Looking at the red envelope handed to her, Jiang Wan had already lost her smile. Although she tried to restrain herself, her face couldn't hide the unpleasant expression. Hesitating, she took the red envelope handed over by Su Yuyo and squeezed out a smile, saying, Thank you. I might be a bit busy later, forgive me for not being a good host." Lu Chen politely said. Then you're busy, I'll leave first." Jiang Wan lowered her head, then suddenly quickened her pace and disappeared in front of the entrance of the opposite technology building. The sun was gradually rising, indicating that the morning rush hour was approaching. Lu Chen turned back as if nothing had happened and said to everyone, "Stop standing around, let's get to work." Shu Yao, who was behind him, walked over to Su Yuyo with a smile, playfully punched Lu Chen, then held Su Yuyo's hand and walked into the Rain Mirror milk tea shop. Seeing Su Yuyo still looking unhappy, Shu Yao leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Silly girl, why are you still sad? Don't you understand the boss's intentions?" Su Yuyo looked puzzled. Shu Yao helplessly patted her head and whispered, "First, the boss asked you to hold the red envelope. Second, Jiang Wan came to thank you, and the boss gave Jiang Wan a big red envelope. Third, the boss asked you to give the big red envelope to Jiang Wan. Don't you understand?" Seeing that Su Yuyo still hadn't grasped it, Shu Yao sighed deeply, worrying for her, thinking that in the future, she might end up counting money for the boss even after being sold. After a while, Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, as if waking up from a dream. "Do you understand now?" Shu Yao smiled. Yes. Su Yuyo nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. In an instant, the gloom above her head seemed to be blown away by a storm, leaving clear skies behind. Time passed. Customers kept coming in, and what was once a place of laughter and chatter minutes ago was now bustling with activity. Around 10 o'clock, a couple appeared at the shop's entrance. The young man raised a selfie stick high, put his arm around the elegantly dressed girl beside him, and took a photo in front of the Rain Mirror milk tea shop. He uploaded it to his DY account with the caption, "Checking in at the vanilla pudding I often wait for. The air slightly moist and hazy, the quiet scent enveloping every corner of me. The warmth in my palms, the happiness in my palms, friends of the past, present, and future, hold on tight." As soon as the post went live, the likes and comments skyrocketed. Nanfeng knows my intentions and updated his status. This time it's not about scenic views, the couple's photo is so sweet, truly both are talented, and the caption is so artistic. The location shows it's in Shashi. Is Rain Mirror milk tea shop a famous brand? At the entrance of Rain Mirror, Lu Chen wasn't busy with the shop's affairs inside. There were quite a few people, so he came out to maintain order, hoping it wouldn't get too noisy later. His gaze fell on the two people not far away, and he smiled as he walked up to them. "Yiming, Shinjai, I knew I didn't make a mistake, it's really you." Yiming and Shinjai exchanged smiles, and Shinjai spoke first. "Lu Chen, congratulations. We only found out after we went back that you're the owner of the recently popular milk tea shop. We heard it was opening today, so we came to show our support. It's all just online fame, but you guys, you didn't even send me a message when you arrived." I'll treat you to a meal later. We'll pass on the meal, we just came to join in the fun, we have to rush back for class later. Yiming politely declined with a smile. Seeing this, Luchan said, wait for me. After speaking, he hurried into the milk tea shop. After a while, he came out with Su Yuyo, each holding a large cup of milk tea. Yuyo, you're here too. Shinjai greeted with a bright smile, joyfully taking Su Yuyo's hand. You look so cute in that work uniform, I really want to take a picture of you. Su Yuyo handed over the milk tea with a smile and said, Jai's sister, vanilla pudding, I remember you said you like this flavor. Thank you, Yuyo, I love this. Shinjai happily accepted the milk tea. And this is a bookmark from today's event, for you. Su Yuyo's pinky finger was still hooked with a bookmark featuring a beautiful anime girl. Yiming also had a bookmark, matching the anime girl. It's so pretty, I'll definitely treasure it. After carefully putting the bookmark in her bag, Shinjai pulled Su Yuyo aside, smiling as she asked, how far have you two progressed, has Luchan confessed to you? Suddenly, a blush spread across Su Yuyo's cheeks, and she whispered in a mosquito-like voice, Jai's sister, what are you talking about? Upon hearing Shinjai's words, Su Yuyo guessed what was going on. She pouted and said, this Luchan really doesn't know how to behave. People online are praising him, but I think he's just a coward. Don't say that about him. We're just friends, Su Yuyo defended. Just friends? With your flirty eyes, who can you fool? Tell me, has Luchan done anything special recently? I have experience, let me help you analyze, Shinjai teased. Su Yuyo blushed shyly and hesitantly whispered, he held my hand. Did he initiate it or did you? Shinjai asked with a knowing smile. He. Su Yuyo hesitated. Shinjai pressed on, what else? Did he kiss you or anything? No, nothing like that, Su Yuyo shook her head. I see, Shinjai looked a bit disappointed, but judging by the trend, this young couple would soon be official. Little did she know, Luchan hadn't kissed Su Yuyo, but she had secretly kissed him, and they had spent 2 nights together. Keep it up, but remember to take care of yourself. If you have any questions, feel free to message me, Shinjai advised like an older sister. Okay. Su Yuyo thought of the box she had hidden and blushed. They chatted for a while. Yiming and Shinjai, seeing how crowded the bubble tea shop was, decided not to disturb them and planned to come back to the university town next time to go hiking together. After bidding farewell to the two, Luchan looked at Su Yuyo beside him and asked curiously, what did Shinjai ask you? Your face is so red. And nothing, it's just too hot today, Su Yuyo replied quickly and ran back to the bubble tea shop, joining the others in welcoming customers. In the high-rise of the technology building, Jiangwan held a cup of milk tea called Jiangnan Misty Rain, ordered from Eugen. She took a sip, her red lips pursed slightly, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. The fresh and elegant taste lingered in her mouth. This was a new product from Eugen and the best taste she had ever experienced. She glanced at the bustling Eugen bubble tea shop across the street. This morning, Lu Chen had returned all the money she had spent on the flower basket in the form of red envelopes, deliberately having the girl hand it to her, indicating that he wanted no further involvement with her. She couldn't believe his feelings for her had vanished so suddenly. Considering recent events, he was probably still upset and needed some time to cool off. But the thought of the girl by his side made Jiangwan frown. Despite not wanting to admit it, she couldn't help but compare herself to her in terms of looks. Outside the Eugen bubble tea shop, as time passed, the number of customers did not decrease but rather increased. Xu Yao felt her hands were about to give out. She looked beside her, where Shi Jiang was working hard to make handcrafted lemon tea, with orders piling up quickly. His rolled-up sleeves revealed well-defined muscles on his wheat-colored arms. Among the customers outside, a third of the gazes were on Yuyo, a third on Shi Jiang, and another third on the boss at the entrance. She distributed the remaining attention among them. She finally understood why people with good figures always had a chubby friend by their side. Without comparison, there would be no harm. After all, she used to be the campus belle. Xu Yao, add 10 more Jiangnan Misty Rain. Received. Seeing the situation, Lu Chen closed the delivery platform. Making money was important, but it was clear that everyone was struggling. Part-time workers needed training, and the bubble tea shop relied entirely on Xu Yao and the other experienced staff. They worked tirelessly until the afternoon, taking turns to have lunch and then gearing up for the next rush. Even Shi Jiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this handcrafted lemon tea really that good?" Outside the shop, Lu Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated. It was a message from Sleepy Bear. "Luga, I'm done with my work, are you free? I'm coming to see you now." Lu Chen typed back, "I'm afraid I can't right now. My milk tea shop is reopening, and I'm swamped. Can you come later? Are you the owner of Rain Check Milk Tea Shop? You know me? Omega, I'm on my way." "Oh no. Lu Chen wanted to refuse, but they were old friends. Since they came to show support, he couldn't just send them away. Let's take it step by step. In less than half an hour, a black commercial vehicle stopped in front of the shop, and the door opened slowly, drawing the attention of many people. A pair of dark gold patterned silk legs emerged, followed by a pair of white stockings. The once lively crowd suddenly erupted, with most eyes turning towards the same direction. A famous boy exclaimed excitedly, "Walnut! Oh my god, I see Rem!" Suddenly, a young boy in the crowd shouted, "I'm the dog of Kagura from Kamisama Kiss." Laughter erupted instantly. Everyone who got off the commercial vehicle was dressed in special costumes. In their circle, this was called role-playing or cosplay. It was rare to see cosplay in real life, let alone 5 at once. So lively. The girl cosplaying as Kagura urged Sleepy Bear from inside the commercial vehicle, "Why aren't you coming down yet? Didn't you say you were coming? I feel like Sleepy Bear is acting strange today. It's just a cup of milk tea, why did she drag us here to drink together?" A pondering expression crossed the face of the girl named A.A. Walnut. At that moment, a head popped out of the black commercial vehicle, with golden hair, phoenix eyes, a small face as white and tender as a goose egg, a small nose, and pink lips, looking as delicate as a porcelain doll. She seemed to be cosplaying as a cat girl, with a gold tag collar hanging on her swan-like neck, wearing an oversized white t-shirt, casual 3/4 pants, and pink and white polka dot shoes. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's Sleepy Bear. Sleepy Bear actually came too. The appearance of the last person was the real bombshell. Most of the boys in the crowd surrounding the black commercial vehicle rushed towards its location. As for the other half, they could only sneak a glance due to the people around them. This was a sight to behold. P.S. Group photo. Before they could get closer, 2 burly men, wearing cool sunglasses, got out of the driver's and passenger seats of the commercial vehicle, seemingly bodyguards, keeping the crowd 3 meters away. The cat girl called Sleepy Bear raised an eyebrow, her gaze landing on Raincheck Milk Tea Shop, as if searching for something. Is Sleepy Bear here specifically to drink milk tea at Raincheck? What kind of milk tea requires Sleepy Bear to come and buy it in person? Lu Chen, who was directing the order outside, felt a sense of relief and curiosity as he looked towards the location of the black commercial vehicle, which was already surrounded by a dense crowd. It was packed. At that moment, the crowd that had gathered suddenly shifted towards the location of Raincheck Milk Tea Shop. When they stopped at the entrance, a light and agile voice came from the crowd, "Excuse me, please let me through." A path opened up in the crowd, and the blonde cat girl walked out from the middle, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on Lu Chen. She walked towards him. Lu Chen, who was standing still, was puzzled as he looked around and saw no one else. Why is she coming towards me? Lu Chen wondered, but as he looked at the girl, she seemed familiar. After a moment, he remembered that she was the cosplayer who had come to his shop to buy milk tea last time. Even if she didn't like it, was there a need for such a grand entrance? When they were a foot apart, the cat girl stopped in her tracks, parted her cherry lips slightly, and smiled, "Boss, can you please treat me to a cup of milk tea?" Lu Chen stood still, feeling a bit at a loss. If it were someone else saying this to him, he would definitely ask, "Who are you?" But judging by the person's expression, it seemed like they knew him. He had just heard someone calling out for Little Bear. His pupils suddenly dilated, exclaiming, "You're the sleepy Little Bear?" Yes, a sweet voice that seemed to melt the hearts of all the surrounding guys. "Aren't you a guy? When did I ever say I was a guy?" But Lu Chen was about to speak, but after a moment of thought, it seemed that the other party had indeed never said they were a guy. When they played games together and he heard her husky voice, he subconsciously thought she was an old man. He couldn't associate the person in front of him with that image. A voice changer. He realized. Usually, it's creepy old men pretending to be young girls to deceive people, but he never expected a young girl pretending to be a rough old man. Quite an eye-opener. "Can you treat me to bubble tea now?" The blonde cat girl's lips curved into a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with playfulness and wit. "Of course. What would you like?" Lu Chen then noticed her friends beside her. "Wait, what would you all like?" "It's on me." The other cosplayers finally understood the situation, smiling knowingly. No wonder they took a detour to come here. Someone wanted to meet up and drag them along to make it look good. It would be a waste not to have a cup of bubble tea. They all chimed in unison, "We'll have what Little Bear is having." Lu Chen's embarrassed gaze returned to Little Bear. His good buddy had suddenly turned into a cute girl, and the contrast was hard to accept for a while. "Let's have the smoky rain in Jiangnan." Little Bear noticed a sign nearby and smiled lightly. "Just wait a moment." Lu Chen hurried into the bubble tea shop, ordering 8 cups for everyone, including the 2 bodyguards. Handing the last cup to Little Bear, he said, "I'm a bit busy, sorry for the oversight." Little Bear took the bubble tea with both hands, cradling it gently, and said softly, "You owe me a meal, I'll find you next time." "Of course, I'll treat you to something delicious," Lu Chen affirmed. "I'll take my leave now, I've already paid for the bubble tea." With these words, Little Bear bid farewell to Lu Chen and her sisters, boarding a black business car that drove off into the distance. Lu Chen took a while to grasp the meaning of her words, until a large group of young people flooded the street, searching for Little Bear's whereabouts. What he didn't know was that the internet was buzzing even more. First, a famous travel blogger checked in and promoted the place, and now an even more famous figure, the sleepy Little Bear, emerged. The comments were all over the place. Some said it was the boss who paid for this, as there were too many coincidences. Some even suspected that the previous rumors about the bubble tea shop were orchestrated by him, a tactic known as burning the boats and bridges in the art of war, trying to generate traffic. Shortly after, Nanfeng Jiwei updated a new post. It was a silhouette picture taken at night on Mount Shinxian, not revealing Lu Chen and Su Yuyo's true appearance, with the caption, "Thanks to all the fans for their comments. The owner of Rain Mirror and I are friends, just showing support, don't jump to conclusions." In the departing black business car, Little Bear took out her phone and updated a post with a large account, showing her holding the smoky rain in Jiangnan on her lap. The caption read, "Met in the game 4 years ago, friends and half a mentor. First meeting treated me to bubble tea, not bad in taste, Omega asterisk. Location Rain Mirror Bubble Tea Shop." After posting, Little Bear put down her phone contentedly, a smile playing on her lips, her thoughts drifting back to a few years ago, when she first met Lu Chen in a ranked match. He calmly slaughtered her Wang Zhaoju like a chicken. After the game, she angrily added Lu Chen as a friend, thinking it was intentional. At first, Lu Chen didn't agree, but after persistent efforts, he finally succeeded. As they spent more time together, they became familiar with each other and occasionally played ranked games together. Lu Chen was emotionally stable. Even though her skills were average at the beginning, he would only give a few pointers, unlike her, who would scream every time she was killed. As her skills improved, Lu Chen heard she was short on money and invited her to play games together for some extra income. With the money earned, she bought her beloved cosplay outfit and became obsessed with it. Later, as the college entrance exam approached, she quit gaming for a while. After the exam, she lost contact with Lu Chen. She remembered a milk tea shop she randomly visited recently, and there was Lu Chen. Surprisingly, he was still the quiet and gentle boy she knew. "Hey!" A girl dressed as F from a game suddenly patted her on the back. "Still thinking about that handsome boss? Invite us, your good sisters, to support you and see how you'll repay us." Another girl dressed as Rem chimed in, "You really taught us a lesson today, Bear. Still waters run deep." At that moment, a burly bodyguard took a sip of milk tea and in a thick northeastern accent said, "This boss knows how to handle things, impressive." Another bodyguard agreed, "I wonder how old he is." Bear sweated slightly on her forehead, like a small flower in the autumn rain, and explained softly, "We used to be good friends." Lingerie Linghua teased, "Just friends? Is it worth doing so much for him?" "Even us, your good sisters, were kept in the dark." Ram, Bear, Callie, and Thorn Princess nodded in agreement. "We really are just friends. It's our first meeting, don't tease me anymore." Meanwhile, Rain's Milk Tea Shop's popularity soared on the hot list in Shaw City, climbing to the top 3. However, Lu Chen remained oblivious to all this. All he knew was that the crowd was growing, and even with double the usual staff, they were still overwhelmed. The most critical issue was that they were running out of supplies that were supposed to last a week. By evening, a sold-out sign hung at the entrance of Rain's, and the queue dispersed. Inside the shop, everyone worked together to clean up. Some were lying down, some leaning against each other, and 2 even went straight to the storage room to rest. They were truly exhausted. Their limbs felt like they weren't their own. Lu Chen was in slightly better shape, mainly focusing on maintaining order today. He approached the bar, poured a cup of hot milk, and placed it in front of Su Yuyo, noticing that she seemed uncomfortable. "Boss, you're too biased," Shu Yao complained. Others nodded in agreement. "Shu Yao, I was just about to pour for you." "Sigh, I've followed the boss for over a year, and now I'm not even worthy of a glass of water. I used to be called Little Yao Yao, now it's just Shu Yao." "Sigh. Are you pretending to be half-price red packets?" Lu Chen glared at her, feeling she could use a bit more spirit. "Come on, boss, please give me a chance to reorganize my words." Lu Chen, of course, didn't mind. He poured a cup of hot milk for each person and took out a stack of red packets from Su Yuyo's bag, giving one to each person. When he reached Su Yuyo, Lu Chen noticed her complexion getting worse, even a bit pale. He immediately bent down to check, anxiously asking, "Yuyo, are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Su Yuyo didn't reply, and without a second thought, Lu Chen was about to carry her to the hospital. Shu Yao stopped him at this moment, walked over, whispered something in Su Yuyo's ear, and then Su Yuyo nodded slowly. Lu Chen looked anxiously at Xu Yao, but she didn't respond and quickly walked to the changing room. After coming out, Xu Yao stuffed something into his pocket and instructed, "Boss, you take Yuyo back to rest first. We'll take care of things here." Lu Ken felt the soft object in his pocket and suddenly understood, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Tonight, you all go out for a meal together, and then give me the bill. Boss is generous." Lu Ken quickly squatted beside Su Yuyo, looking at her pale face, feeling uneasy inside, wishing he had noticed earlier. She must have been able to get through today with such busyness. Gently placing Su Yuyo on his back, he bid farewell to Yu Jian and left. Not long after they left, Xu Yao immediately squeezed into the crowd with small steps, her face full of gossip. "Did you notice the cosplayer girl at the door this afternoon? Although we couldn't hear what was said, the eyes never lie. There must be something going on. Do you think the boss has been having good luck with relationships lately? Or is it that after cutting ties with Jiang Wan, his luck has turned around? The quality of the girls around him keeps getting better. Do you think the boss might be playing the field?" Jiang Wan's attitude during the day seemed like she wanted to reconcile. Tanya spoke up, "The boss is not that kind of person." Xu Yao glanced with a sly smile. "Every time the boss is mentioned, you're the first to defend him. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind." I don't." Tanya blushed and turned away. "I think the boss is serious about Yuyo. He pays attention to details." Shi Jiang said seriously. "Oh, tell us more." Xu Yao leaned in. Facing the approaching Xu Yao, the honest Shi Jiang couldn't help but turn his head away. "Haven't you noticed that even though it's been so busy today, the boss's gaze keeps drifting towards the shop? It can't be towards us all the time. Just now, you all saw that Yuyo was acting strange. The first one to notice was the boss, not us. What does that mean?" A female employee who had only been there for 2 months answered, "The boss has been paying attention to Su Yuyo." "Exactly," Shi Jiang affirmed. Xu Yao, who was close to Shi Jiang, stared at him intently, raising her thumb. "Impressive, Shi Jiang. You usually seem so honest, but your observations are quite meticulous. This morning, when you addressed the boss and the boss lady, was that intentional?" Shi Jiang avoided eye contact. "You all say I'm clueless, but I'm actually quite sharp. In my hometown, everyone says I'm quite clever." "Indeed, you're not clueless," Xu Yao affirmed Shi Jiang for once. Back home, Lu Ken carried Su Yuyo all the way to the bathroom door before setting her down. He placed the package from his pocket into her hand and said, "Call me if you need anything." "Okay." Su Yuyo's cheeks showed a hint of unhealthy blush as she took the item from Lu Ken and went into the bathroom. Lu Ken took this time to enter the kitchen and start working. When Su Yuyo came out, a steaming bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar was already on the table. Lu Ken rummaged through the cabinet and found the leftover heat pack from the hospital. Seeing Su Yuyo come out, he helped her sit on the recliner, opened one of the packs, and carefully placed it on her lower abdomen over her clothes. As many girls online said, it could relieve pain. "Is it very painful?" Lu Ken asked softly. Su Yuyo sat on the sofa, involuntarily curling up her delicate body. She bit her pale lips, trembling slightly. Invisible beads of sweat gradually trickled down her forehead, her small fists clenched tightly. As she opened her eyes, a mist of tears seemed to form, making one's heart ache. The pain of shedding the endometrium is something a man can never understand. "Do you want me to massage your stomach?" Lu Ken offered. Su Yuyo nodded gently. With her consent, Lu Chen reached out and placed his hand on Su Yuyo's lower abdomen, gently massaging in a clockwise direction. After a while, he spoke up, "Your shirt is too slippery, should I not massage through the clothes?" At the moment their skins touched, both involuntarily trembled. Lu Chen gently placed his hand on her lower abdomen and continued to massage gently. After a couple of rubs, Lu Chen noticed it was still slippery. "Oh well, let it be." After about 7 or 8 minutes, this method seemed to be quite effective. The paleness on Su Yuyo's cheeks had reduced, and her eyes were no longer furrowed. The ginger tea on the table had cooled down a bit. Lu Chen withdrew his hand and handed it over, saying, "Have some of this, it will make your stomach feel better. Let me feed you." He fed her a small bowl, and Su Yuyo's complexion improved significantly. In a soft voice, she said, "I feel a bit sticky, I want to take a bath, can you help me get my clothes?" This was the first thing Su Yuyo had said since coming home, indicating that she had recovered somewhat. Lu Chen set down the bowl and went to the wardrobe to get her clothes. Curiously, he sniffed his hand on the way and wondered, "It smells quite nice." Placing the prepared clothes on the rack, Lu Chen turned around and teasingly asked, "Need help with your bath?" Su Yuyo raised an eyebrow, shooting a sharp glance at him as if trying to see through him. Take your time in the bath. Call me if you need anything." Lu Chen walked away dejectedly. Su Yuyo watched Lu Chen's retreating figure with satisfaction and muttered to herself, "I asked you to help, dare you assist me? After her bath, Su Yuyo came out wearing a light pink camisole, her jet black hair glistening. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had prepared a meal, Su Yuyo's favorite tomato and egg stir-fry and a stomach-warming yam meatball soup. Put on another layer of clothing, or your stomach will ache again if you catch a cold later, Lu Chen said sternly. Just massage me again, I feel quite warm now, Su Yuyo replied, showing a hint of her stubborn nature returning. Regardless of Su Yuyo's willingness, Lu Chen brought a knitted sweater for her to wear and placed a warm pad on her lower abdomen. Mocking her, he said, who was whining just now? Don't act tough later, I won't care. I don't care if you care or not. Go find your cat lady lover, that suits you. I see now, you have a thing for that, Su Yuyo said in a teasing tone. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, taking a hairdryer from the drawer and standing behind Su Yuyo to help dry her hair. So, that's why you ignored me this afternoon? Even if you weren't feeling well, you pretended not to tell me, he said, blowing her hair with a smile on his face. It's not related to that. Then what is it related to? I didn't bully you today. I just find you annoying, no other reason. Lu Chen lifted her damp hair, blowing it dry with a smile on his face. The girl who came today used to be my brother, and I only found out today that she's actually a girl. He recounted the story of their acquaintance to Su Yuyo. He was also quite surprised today. Su Yuyo pouted, you're really clueless. Can't you see that? Just a voice changer tricked you. Just a voice changer? Lu Chen didn't think so. Who else but a clever girl could scold 5 people alone? He couldn't imagine how the soft and cute girl today could be related to the wild king who used to speak so eloquently. You're clever, getting tricked by a voice changer and losing your luggage, now living in my foolish house. Clever girl paired with a fool, a match made in heaven. Who said we're a match made in heaven? Su Yuyo crossed her arms, her cheeks looking particularly tender after the bath, pouting and turning away. Alright, let's eat first. You'll have the energy to argue with me after you're full. He looked at her dry and smooth hair, quite satisfied with his skills. At night when it was time to sleep, Lu Chen brought in the cotton and quilt that had been left outside to dry. After being exposed to the sun for so long, they were already dry. 3 minutes later, a fresh and dry bedding was set up on the floor. Upstairs on the bed, Su Yuyo glanced down at Lu Chen and thought to herself, how did it dry so quickly? Wasn't it said that cotton is hard to dry? It's good that it's dry, now I can have this big bed all to myself. As he prepared to lie down, Lu Chen looked up at Su Yuyo and asked, Yuyo, is your stomach still hurting? No. Su Yuyo interrupted herself and whispered, a little. Do you want me to massage it for you again? Do it over the clothes. Of course. Su Yuyo was now wearing a jumpsuit, so without the clothes as a barrier, there would be more bite marks on his arms. Putting on slippers and going upstairs, Lu Chen, as before, gently placed his hand on her abdomen and massaged slowly. After a few minutes, Su Yuyo suddenly spread out her hands and said, everyone got red envelopes today, you didn't give me one, don't think I forgot. You still owe me. Keep a record of it. No, each thing has its own value. Shu Yao said this symbolizes good luck. Su Yuyo insisted. Alright, I'll get it for you now. In no time, Lu Chen brought 2 red envelopes and placed them in her soft hands, satisfying her. This is about right. With joy in her heart, Su Yuyo put away the red envelopes and took out a crystal bracelet from her white canvas bag, handing it to Lu Chen. Here. This is my opening gift for you, wishing you success in all your endeavors. Oh, isn't this the bracelet you always wear? You should keep it. When he met Su Yuyo, she was penniless, with only her ID in her pocket and this bracelet on her wrist. There's no reason to take back a gift once it's given. This is something I've had since I was a child. If I had something else on me, I wouldn't have given it to you. Lu Chen smiled, then I won't be polite. If you ever want it back, you can ask me anytime. Taking the bracelet, he prepared to put it in his pocket. What are you doing? Su Yuyo raised her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, keep it. After massaging my stomach, I'll keep it safe for you. Lu Chen explained. Who said you could put it away? Of course, you should wear the gift I gave you. Are you disgusted? Of course not, it's just, this crystal bracelet was more suitable for a woman. If you don't wear it, give it back to me. Su Yuyo sat up angrily, ready to take back the bracelet. Lu Chen held Su Yuyo's head with one hand and raised the bracelet high. You said it yourself, there's no reason to take back a gift once it's given, so I'll wear it. Saying that, he put the crystal bracelet on his left hand. The bracelet reflected the light, sparkling, indeed quite beautiful, but unfortunately not suitable for a man. Seeing Lu Chen wearing the bracelet, Su Yuyo relented. Once you wear it, you're not allowed to take it off. If I see you take it off, you have to give it back to me. Su Yuyo warned. Got it. After massaging Su Yuyo's stomach until she fell asleep, Lu Chen quietly went downstairs. Lying on the floor, he took out his phone, having been busy all day without a moment to spare. Opening the account of Rain Check Milk Tea Shop on DY, he hadn't checked it for a day, and the number of followers had exceeded 100,000, reaching an astonishing 160,000. This was just a small shop's account. Achieving this was even more difficult than having 1 million followers on a regular account. Looking at the trending list in Sha City, the trick was hidden here. The South Wind knows my intentions. It was Yiming and Xinjiai. They had posted 2 consecutive updates about Rain Check, both of which were very popular. This is not the highest. The most popular is all about the Sleepy Little Bear, topping the hot list. The Sleepy Little Bear even posted a dynamic post separately, with over 500,000 likes. Others may not understand the truth, but how could he, as the person involved, not know? It's really a big favor. Opening WeChat, messages quickly popped up. Roughly scanning through, there were dozens of people. Most of them were classmates, not usually in contact. He remembered that when he first opened for business, it was never this lively. But he still replied to everyone. Opening the page named Pear Blossom Poetry, there was a voice message and a transfer of 5,200. Lu Chen replied with a smile on his face, "Mom, why did you transfer so much money to me? Your son doesn't lack money, keep it for yourself." This person is Lu Chen's mother, named Gu Shishir. The reason there is no nickname is a strong request from his mother, saying it sounds better this way. The other party is typing. A red envelope for good luck must be accepted. By the way, in a few days, your dad and I happen to be coming to Shushi for a business trip. We want to rest at your place for a night. This statement immediately made Lu Chen panic. If they come, Su Yuyo will be exposed. How will he explain to them? Let Su Yuyo pretend to be his girlfriend? Definitely not possible. His parents are business people, very sharp-eyed. With Su Yuyo's acting skills, they won't be fooled. And how will they sleep then? Why does it have to be at this time? Mom, I'll book a hotel for you. My place is too small. You won't be comfortable staying here. Your living room is quite big, the weather is warm, just lay a mat on the floor. You can't sleep on the floor, it's hard, your backs are not good, it won't work. You can sleep there. I hurt my back recently, I can't do that either. Alright. By the way, I saw online today that your bubble tea shop is doing well, make less money, take care of yourself, got it? Got it. Mom, take care of yourself and Dad, I'm going to bed now. After dealing with his mother, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Almost revealing a flaw. As long as his parents don't come, there won't be any problems. Accepting the transfer, Lu Chen felt warm inside. Although his family runs a small business and they are always running around, his parents have never lacked love for him. It is precisely because of this that Lu Chen is particularly sympathetic to Su Yuyo's situation. He couldn't help but look at the person on the bed. As long as he is around, he won't let her be harmed in the slightest, not even by her parents. Opening Ruo Shui's chat box, she asked him to come to the cafe tomorrow morning to sign the contract. It seems she saw the success of Eugen's business and became so eager all of a sudden. Lastly, the Sleepy Little Bear. He really doesn't know how to face his former good buddy now. He can't just leave him hanging. He already owed him a meal, and now he unexpectedly received a big gift from him. Opening the chat box. Lugu, surprised or not, when I saw your surprised look back then, it was so funny. More than surprised, it was downright scary. The other party is typing. I haven't slept yet. Just lay down, after you left, I almost got trampled by your fans. Hee fi, Omega asterisk, isn't this a grand opening gift for you? Your gift is really heavy. Hee fi, Omega asterisk. You little rascal. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then changed his words. Now you should be called a girl, you hit it so well, you used a voice changer before, right? I was just a teenager back then, thinking of using a voice changer to protect myself. I was planning to tell you after the college entrance exam, but then I couldn't reach you. It's not all my fault, you never asked me. Your voice is so captivating, I can't even think straight with my CPU. Hee fi, Omega asterisk. Oh right, Lugu, I haven't had the chance to edit the video you sent me. I'll finish it tomorrow and send it to you. I'll also ask a few good girlfriends to give you a boost, guaranteeing you'll make a splash in the King's Circle. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Chen said, don't bother editing the video. At my age, it's a bit difficult to think about returning to this line of work. Well, that's a shame. If you hadn't left the scene back then, you would have definitely been a hit in the King's Circle. Let's not dwell on that. You mentioned last time that you're still a King's broadcaster? What's your ID? I'd like to check it out. My ID is Lu Yu. Oh, you're the very popular Luna online. Lu Gu, you know about me? I stumbled upon it, thought you sounded familiar, but since it was a female voice, I never expected it to be you. Lu Chen thought of something and asked, I still don't know your name. It can't be Little Bear, right? Of course not. My real name is Lin Miao. Your name suits you well. I wonder what those people you scolded into silence would think if they knew you were a girl in real life. Practice more if you're not good enough. If you can't handle losing, then don't play. I'm just pushing them to improve. Ah, impressive. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It's getting late. I have to get up early tomorrow. You should rest early too. Good night, Omega. Early the next morning, Lu Chen arrived at the cafe to sign a contract with Ruo Shui. After finishing up there, he rode his electric scooter to go shopping. If the quantity was large, the merchants would deliver the goods to the door. Back at Yujian, despite the fading buzz, business was still booming today, but not as hectic as yesterday. He had intended to let Su Yuyo rest at home for 2 days, but she insisted on coming along. Yuyo, come with me for a bit. Lu Chen arrived at the door and greeted Su Yuyo at the bar. Shortly after, Lu Chen rode off with her on the electric scooter. Inside the shop, Shuya was making milk tea and admiringly said, "It's nice to have a boss who cares for the kids." "Then why don't you go after the boss?" someone teased. "Hee, the boss and I are not compatible." On the electric scooter, the morning breeze brushed against them, neither cold nor hot. Su Yuyo sat behind, hugging Lu Chen's waist, curiously poking her head out and asking, "Lu Chen, where are we going?" "Taking you out for a spin, to lift your spirits and ease the pain in your stomach." "Ah, is it okay like this?" Shu Yao and the others are still busy. There are even more people working today than yesterday. I'll give them bonuses tonight. As the boss, I can be a little indulgent. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the riverside path. The early sun shone on the water, shimmering with waves. Su Yuyo leaned on the iron railing, watching the waves crash against the embankment, creating splashes like twinkling stars. She turned her head to look at Lu Chen beside her, her gaze lingering on his wrist for a moment. While her expression remained calm, her eyes were already sparkling with joy. On the river, a cruise ship approached from a distance, carrying many tourists. Lu Chen sensed something and glanced at Su Yuyo, who was indeed staring at him with innocent eyes. "Want to go on it?" Yes. Su Yuyo nodded eagerly like a little chick. "It's 100 per person, for one round. It's almost half a day's wage for you," Lu Chen said. Su Yuyo seemed not to hear, continuing to gaze at Lu Chen with her big, adorable eyes blinking, exuding a powerful charm. All right, I can't resist you. Let's go. Lu Chen is the best." With those words, which guy could resist? There is still a distance to the pier from here. His peripheral vision fell on Su Yuyo's left hand, which was fidgeting back and forth. He shrugged his nose and discreetly reached out towards it. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The most successful attempt only grazed the edge. Lu Chen was getting anxious. Just as he was about to give up, he felt a warmth in his palm. Lu Chen's heart leaped with joy as he lowered his head to see Su Yuyo's soft little hand. The next moment, he held it tightly, afraid it might slip away. What he didn't know was that Su Yuyo had long noticed this conspicuous little gesture. Along the way, passers-by all seemed to be smiling knowingly at them. She glanced sideways and saw Lu Chen's hand sneaking closer. Lu Chen was too focused to notice anything unusual. It was so obvious. Stubborn ghost, let you hold it for once. Just this once. Arriving at the pier, after paying and waiting for a few minutes, the cruise ship docked. Once on board, Su Yuyo eagerly pulled Lu Chen towards the top deck. Lu Chen had said it would only be for a while, so they had to quickly secure the best viewing spot. In fact, there weren't many people around. It was early in the morning, not many tourists were out yet. As the cruise ship set off, Su Yuyo stood at the bow, spreading her arms joyfully, feeling the wind on her face. Behind her, Lu Chen watched silently, taking out his phone to capture a few nice photos. He selected one as his wallpaper. "Young man, could you please help us with something?" Lu Chen turned around to see a middle-aged couple talking to him, dressed quite stylishly with a small portable camera hanging around the man's neck. He knew what they were going to ask. "Auntie, go ahead. Could you please take a photo of us?" Just as he expected. Lu Chen nodded, "No problem." The middle-aged woman handed the camera to Lu Chen. "Thank you. No big deal." Lu Chen took the camera and noticed its logo, X2D by Hasu. If he remembered correctly, this thing cost around 10 grand. Money sure is nice. He had the chance to use this thing once before, so he knew how to operate it. After adjusting it, he took a few photos of the couple that he thought were suitable. Showing them the pictures, the couple smiled happily, looking quite satisfied. "Lu Chen, what are you doing?" Su Yuyo, like a wild canary, chirped happily as she approached Lu Chen. Seeing this young girl, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but say, "You are so beautiful, young lady." With those words, Su Yuyo, who had been lively and cute a moment ago, suddenly blushed and lowered her head shyly. The middle-aged woman smiled like a flower and said to Lu Chen, "Young man, you are really lucky. Enjoy your time together, we won't disturb you anymore." The couple bid farewell and walked to the other side of the ship. "Silly girl, you get shy with just one compliment. If I praise you a bit more, you'll be over the moon." Lu Chen playfully tapped Su Yuyo's head and teased her. "Mind your own business." Su Yuyo pouted, crossed her arms, and walked towards the bow. Lu Chen followed closely behind. On the other side, the middle-aged man who had been watching Su Yuyo suddenly remembered something. "I knew that girl looked familiar." Finally remembered, she's Su Tiannan's daughter. The middle-aged woman was puzzled. "You don't mean the wealthy Su Tiannan from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, right?" "That's right. How is that possible? How could Su Tiannan's daughter be here? Wasn't there a rumor some time ago that his daughter went missing? This might be the reason. If I hadn't seen this girl at a party some time ago, I wouldn't have recognized her. And did you notice the bracelet on the boy's wrist? It's worth almost the same amount." The middle-aged man extended 3 fingers. 300,000? It's 3 million, and it's a limited edition. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it. I'm thinking of calling Su Tiannan. Maybe if I help him find his daughter, we could collaborate. The middle-aged woman watched the two playing at the bow of the boat. Is it appropriate? Collaborating with Su Tiannan is the dream of many. If I miss this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. After getting off the boat, Su Yuyo's lingering expression was still not over. If Lu Chen were to suggest doing it again now, she would definitely agree. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't say that. It would be too extravagant. He still needed to save money. I wonder if the storefront fee at Jiangji University is expensive. Turning his head to look at Su Yuyo swinging her small hand, he aimed and intercepted her in the air. "Lu Chen, how can you hold a girl's hand without permission? I'll call the police, uncle." Su Yuyo stopped and warned fiercely. "Just now, you held my hand without my permission. You held my hand once, I held yours once, so it evens out." Su Yuyo was dumbfounded. Clearly, she saw Lu Chen trying to hold her hand tentatively all along, and she kindly let him hold hers for a moment. But how did it turn into her being proactive? What a rascal. Lu Chen was the biggest rascal in the world. But despite being such a rascal, a scoundrel, and a bad egg, she couldn't muster any resentment towards him. Instead, she uncontrollably started to like him. Just this once. Got it. She didn't know how many times she had said that. One time followed by a second, a third time. Right. Su Yuyo finally came up with a suitable excuse for herself. She hadn't set a time limit, so once a day should be enough. Wait, today was already the second time. Ah, the inner Su Yuyo was going crazy. Oh. Gradually getting spoiled. Nighttime. Su Yuyo lay on the reclining sofa, smiling as she watched the new anime she found. When Lu Chen sat on the armrest of the sofa, her legs naturally went up, and she said in a soft, cottony voice, "My legs are sore, massage them." At the same time, she covered her fair legs with a small blanket she had prepared in advance, to prevent Lu Chen from taking advantage. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. This move was as smooth as silk, even smoother than Dove chocolate. Massaging her legs, he couldn't help but quip, "Why do I feel like you're the boss, and I'm the employee? You just like legs. This is a reward for taking care of me. Since it's a reward, I'll take the blanket off." Su Yuyo revealed her 2 small tiger teeth and grinned. No way. Lu Chen was just teasing her. Although he occasionally took a small advantage, he always felt that liking someone wasn't about possessing them, it was about restraint, respect, and a natural connection. Ding dong. There was a knock on the door. Lu Chen ran to open it, and Zhang Xiaobai stood at the door. Zhang Xiaobai didn't seem to be in a good mood, staring angrily at Lu Chen, grabbing his clothes, and sternly saying, "You scoundrel, you already have a girlfriend, why are you still bothering little bear? I misjudged you, you're a complete scumbag. I will definitely reveal your true colors to little bear and not let you harm her in the slightest." Lu Chen, looking bewildered, heard the words little bear and vaguely guessed what was going on. "Zhang Xiaobai, there's a misunderstanding here, let me explain." Zhang Xiaobai's forehead bulged with veins. "What else is there to explain? You met one last time, there's one at home, and now you're bothering little bear. I'll fight you if you don't stop." Su Yuyo heard the commotion and ran over. Seeing Lu Chen being grabbed, she clenched her fists and rushed forward. "Let go of Lu Chen." At this point, Zhang Xiaobai seemed a bit agitated and actually reached out to slap Su Yuyo. With a snap. Originally in the advantageous position, Zhang Xiaobai was pushed out of the door by Lu Chen and fell heavily to the ground. Just because he usually didn't like to cause trouble didn't mean he was afraid of it. When it came to a real fight, 2 Zhang Xiaobais might not necessarily be a match for Lu Chen. "The little bear you mentioned, is it the sleepy little bear? Whether you believe it or not, we're just friends. If you dare to act recklessly, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Chen pulled Su Yuyo behind him protectively, and coldly addressed the fallen Zhang Xiaobai. Do you think I would believe that? Believe it or not, don't forget, I have no reason to deceive you. After falling to the ground, Zhang Xiaobai calmed down a bit. It seemed to make sense. He got up and asked Lu Chen unwillingly, then why would the little bear post a status just for you? She has never done that before. We're friends, we've known each other for 3 or 4 years. She wanted to help me promote my shop this way. With this disturbance, even Lu Chen wasn't sure if that was the real reason. He wasn't a fool. Lin Miaomiao's actions seemed to go beyond the scope of friendship. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. His relationship with Lin Miaomiao was limited to gaming, and this was the first time they had met in so many years. If he had to guess, he thought gratitude was the most likely reason. When she was not skilled before, he did indeed provide guidance. Of course, he wouldn't disclose all this to Zhang Xiaobai. As he had just said, his relationship with Zhang Xiaobai was not at the level where he needed to deceive him, let alone report everything to him. Are you really not lying to me? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Lu Chen was truly amazed by Zhang Xiaobai's way of thinking. Even if there was something between him and Lin Miaomiao, it had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobai. What surprised him even more was that the cosplayer Zhang Xiaobai was infatuated with turned out to be Lin Miaomiao. This world was indeed not ordinary. Su Yuyo stood up angrily and said, "You haven't figured it out yet, causing trouble right away. Why are you so impulsive? Lu Chen is not the person you think he is." Seeing Lu Chen's live-in girlfriend also speaking up, Zhang Xiaobai finally realized there was a misunderstanding. Thinking about his actions just now, he had indeed been too impulsive. Now he had offended Lu Chen. Not to mention whether Lu Chen would still teach him how to pursue girls, he and the little bear were still friends, and he had even less of a chance now. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Lu Chen, I was wrong this time. Don't close the door, wait for me." With that, he rushed into the room in a hurry and soon handed over a stack of original illustrations, saying, "These are all my cherished original artworks. If you find them suitable, take them all. I apologize to you for what I did just now." Lu Chen did not accept them. There's no need for an apology. Zhang Xiaobai became anxious, "Just take them. If you don't, I'll stand in front of your house all night, really." After hearing this, Lu Chen looked at Zhang Xiaobai's smiling face and couldn't decide if he was being extreme or naive. Taking the stack of original illustrations, Lu Chen quickly scanned through them. They were truly unique and creative. "I'll add 50% to the previous price. What do you think?" Although Zhang Xiaobai insisted on not taking any money for the first batch of illustrations, Lu Chen still paid him a portion according to the market price. As for the true value of these items, it was hard to determine, and Zhang Xiaobai was not very clear about it. "They're free, I'm giving them to you. I can send you the images tomorrow," Zhang Xiaobai said. "If they're free, you should take them back." Lu Chen handed back the stack of original illustrations. "Come on, Lu Ge, I have to take some money. But 50% is indeed unnecessary, 10% is enough. Let's settle on 30%, no more changes." "Okay, Lu Ge, I'll go with your decision." Lan Chen's expression softened slightly, speaking in an educational tone, "Xiaobai, after some back and forth, we can consider ourselves half friends. In the future, don't be so impulsive in your actions. When you become more outstanding, do you think girls will like the violent side of you? As long as you have time to work on the illustrations, it's fine. The batch you made last time had a great response. I didn't get the chance to thank you for your hard work," Lan Chen said. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaobai felt guilty and made a silent vow to learn from Lan Chen. "Go back and rest early. It's late at night, don't disturb the neighbors upstairs and downstairs," Lan Chen said. Zhang Xiaobai nodded, "Got it, thank you, Lan Gu." The door closed. Su Yuyo immediately approached Lan Chen, lifted his clothes to check. They were just inches apart, a faint fragrance wafted over, freezing Lan Chen in place. Seeing Su Yuyo nervously checking him, he felt a warm sensation in his heart. Suddenly, Lan Chen felt a sharp pain in his lower back. When he came to his senses, Su Yuyo had pinched his waist hard and walked away with her hands crossed in front of her. Lan Chen was full of question marks. What was going on? Rubbing his sore back, he could only obediently follow behind. Girls were truly the most unpredictable creatures in the world, going from gentle rain to a polar sandstorm in seconds. Su Yuyo was now in passive mode, her agility increased by 100%, not wanting to deal with Lan Chen at all. She went upstairs, crawled into bed, turning her back to Lan Chen. Upstairs, Su Yuyo quickly checked her phone. Following clues from netizens, she soon found the account of the sleepy little bear. She repeatedly watched the pinned video. Her lips pursed like a goldfish, cheeks puffed up like a squirrel stealing food. This was not just about promoting the milk tea shop for Lan Chen. It was too cunning. Seeing no movement downstairs, she subtly shifted her body, glancing down. The resentment in her heart grew stronger, almost overflowing the screen. This guy can actually read books. Stinky Lanchin. Bad Lanchin. And that little fox. Just because he can cosplay, acting like he's the only one who can. She once cosplayed with Xiaoyu at a Comic-Con, portraying Izumi Sajiri, 100 times prettier than that little fox. The costume was still under her bed. Unfortunately, she couldn't go back now, otherwise, she would shock Lan Chen and make him drool. Early the next morning, Lan Chen received important news. Rain Mirror Milk Tea Shop had opened 3 branches in the commercial center street at once, with all the signs ready, waiting to open. Tanya told him this. Many people online were asking if these were authentic branches. He called Ruoxue to ask about the situation. Ruoxue, based on the contract, told him she never said they would only open 1 store. Lan Chen then called Ji Tianxi for advice. Ji Tianxi told him that according to the contract, this was not a violation. At that time, Ji Tianxi hadn't thought about it in that way. This 20-year-old girl had outsmarted him. Although this incident shocked him, for Lan Chen, aside from the trouble of training staff, it was more beneficial than harmful. It meant he could profit from 3 stores simultaneously. He had to admire Ruoxue's courage. Although Rain Mirror had a large following now, once this wave of popularity faded, it could face a steep decline. Why think so much? He wasn't the one taking risks. At Rain Mirror, everyone was busy. New employees and part-timers were slowly adapting to the environment. Given some time, the manpower issue would be completely resolved. Over on the material side, he had also established a long-term partnership with the merchants. He could now have the goods delivered with just a phone call, eliminating the need for him to personally go for purchases in the future. Boss, Jianwan came in the morning. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Shu Yao reported. Lu Chen's face darkened. What did she come for? The things are in the storage room, you can see for yourself. Walking into the storage room, the items were placed at the entrance, a delicate handbag. Upon opening it, there were 2 insulated lunchboxes inside, one filled with pan-fried buns and the other with millet porridge. In addition, there was also a neatly arranged black umbrella inside the bag. It was unmistakably the one Lu Chen had given out at the KTV. Glancing at Su Yuyo who was peeking over, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. How do you think these things should be handled? Su Yuyo turned her head away indifferently. Such a delicate breakfast, don't disappoint their kindness. Wasting food is indeed not good. After some consideration, Lu Chen shared this breakfast with everyone, but he himself did not touch a bit. After everyone finished eating, Lu Chen cleaned up the remnants and looked at Shi Jiang, do me a favor. Boss, what's up? Shi Jiang walked over upon hearing. Lu Chen handed the exquisite handbag to him. Return it to Jiang Wan. If she asks you anything, just answer truthfully. No problem. After understanding, Shi Jiang took the handbag and walked towards the opposite door. Shu Yao at the counter asked curiously, Boss, what are you doing? She made breakfast for you all, you don't have to pay. Lu Chen smiled. Oh, Shu Yao instantly understood. Their conversation was being listened to word for word by 2 pairs of upright ears. By the way, these days, make sure to bring out the new employees. You old employees have an important task to do. Lu Chen added. Boss, what important task? Shu Yao was the first to ask. The others were also curious. Something that can increase your salary. Another raise. What time is it now, boss? It's 8 o'clock. No, it's the starting point of our happiness. Go go go, get to work. There was nothing Shu Yao couldn't figure out. Lu Chen glanced at Su Yuyo who was silently working. Last night, he pondered until he couldn't sleep, still unable to understand why she suddenly got angry, clearly caring a lot about him. If Lu Chen hadn't stopped her, Su Yuyo would have pounced on him. Why was she so angry? Maybe ask Shu Yao? No, with her big mouth, everyone would know tomorrow. Can someone kindly tell me? Waiting online. What Lu Chen didn't know was that Su Yuyo was always paying attention to his every move. She was torn inside whether to forgive him for his good behavior in the morning. Lu Chen was just a super-duper idiot. Why didn't he come to coax her last night? That would have been enough. Evening. When Shu Yao finished changing clothes and was about to leave, a figure quietly emerged from behind and gently tapped her. Startled, Shu Yao exclaimed, Oh my god. Shu! Lu Chen gestured to Shu Yao. Shu Yao instantly understood. Her tired eyes suddenly widened with vitality. There was another fun moment. Looking at Shu Yao's bright eyes, Lu Chen felt conflicted. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to come find her. He briefly described what happened last night. Rather than gossip, he wanted to know the real reason why Yuyo was upset. Seeing her unhappy appearance, he was going crazy. Boss, what should I say about you? I doubt your intelligence, it's all emotional intelligence. Stop beating around the bush, just say it. Isn't it obvious? Why would your neighbor misunderstand you and hold such a grudge against you? He thought my relationship with Xiaoxiong was unusual. Then why did Yu feel upset after hearing it? I explained to her that Xiaoxiong and I are just friends, and it was our first meeting. Well, let me be frank with you. Shuyao seemed in a hurry and continued, you treat that catgirl cosplayer as a friend, but she might not see you the same way. And lately, Jiangwan has been looking for you repeatedly for some reason. That's why Yu is feeling down. It's a sign of insecurity. So, enjoy yourself secretly. Only those who truly care about you will be this sensitive. I understand. Good that you do. I'll say goodbye to the boss. There's a fireworks show by the river tonight, so I'm off. Shuyao waved and left. Before leaving, Lu Ken reminded her, remember our conversation, keep it to yourself. Got it. Watching Shuyao leave, Lu Ken touched his nose, lost in thought. Just then, the curtain of the women's changing room was pulled back, and Tongyu, who was taking over, looked shocked at Lu Ken inside. Boss, what are you doing here? Lu Ken snapped out of it. He suddenly realized he was still in the women's changing room, feeling extremely embarrassed. I came to check. I came to check the hygiene. The hygiene is fine, keep up the good work. After saying this seriously, Lu Ken left in a hurry. Tongyu, standing in place, looked at the clean and tidy changing room, a smile forming on her lips. Every time the boss lied, he looked quite adorable. On the way home, Su Yu fiddled with a corner of Lu Chen's clothes, several times wanting to hug him but hesitating to reach out. She looked around in surprise, wondering why the way back home didn't seem right today. As they drove, she noticed more and more people around, all heading in the same direction. Lu Ken, where are we going? You'll find out soon. Passing through streets, they arrived outside the Ute Amusement Park, a riverside entertainment venue known for its expensive tickets due to its location. While Su Yu was still pondering, she suddenly felt a warm sensation in her palm as Lu Ken held her hand. It will be crowded later, don't get lost. Saying this, Lu Ken led her soft hand towards the amusement park. When buying tickets, the ticket seller aunt looked at the two holding hands and smiled. Couples get a 40% discount, total of 360. What a deal. Honest Su Yu wanted to explain but Lu Ken reached out, pulled her close, paid first, and said, thank you, sister. The ticket seller aunt chuckled and waved her hand like a flower. The little brother is so sweet, have fun, feel free to ask me anything. Okay. Feeling the sweat in Su Yu's palm, this silly girl, still so easily teased. Dragging Su Yu quickly into the amusement park, not giving her a chance to react. When they stopped, Su Yu's pink lips curved up, and she glanced with her eyes. Cheater. Who did I cheat? We're not a couple, you tricked that aunt. Then what are we? This question caught Su Yu off guard, a blush rising on her cheeks like delicate red agate. We are friends. Then let me ask you, what is Shuyao to you? She's a friend. Be more specific, friends can be male or female, so if Shuyao is your girlfriend, what am I to you? Su Yu reacted quickly this time, blushing and playfully scolding, you're a bad friend. Damn! How did you react so quickly this time? Lu Ken raised his left hand to check the time, forgetting he had replaced his watch with a bracelet. He took out his phone, it was still early, so they could play something else first. Yu, is there something you want to play? The blush on Su Yu's face had not yet faded, but her mood had indeed improved a lot. She looked towards the nearby carousel, her eyes shining like stars, and pointed, saying, I want to play that. Alright, let's go. After saying that, Lu Chenyang smiled and led Su Yu towards the carousel. When they reached the carousel, Su Yu hesitated again, looking at the spinning carousel, feeling afraid of falling off. Yu, what's wrong? I'm scared. Su Yu shook her head. What's there to be scared of? Look, even the little kids are playing, it's fine. Oomph. Are you saying I'm even worse than a little kid? Getting angry again, Lu Chen scratched his head, his gaze falling on the parents behind these children. Then how about I go up with you? Su Yu didn't want to agree, but looking at the happy people on the carousel, she also wanted to give it a try. The image of Lu Chen holding her while sleeping flashed through her mind, her pretty face blushing. Since it wasn't the first time he had held her, she nodded. After a while, the carousel stopped. Guided by the staff, Su Yu finally sat on the carousel, with Lu Chen sitting behind her. Young man, hold on to the handrail tightly, or hold on to your girlfriend, or you might fall off easily, a staff member reminded. Alright. Lu Chen obediently held onto the handrail tightly, pressing close to Su Yu, a faint fragrance entering his nostrils, feeling the rising temperature. The carousel started. Su Yu tightened her legs nervously. As time passed, the carousel's speed increased, from excitement at the beginning to a bit of fear. Lu Chen wasn't interested in the carousel, his attention always on Su Yu. Sensing something wrong, he released one hand from behind and gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Yuyu's delicate body trembled slightly, her heart in turmoil, but with Lu Chen holding her, it didn't seem so scary. Seeing it was effective, Lu Chen hugged her tighter. When the carousel ended, Lu Chen asked if she wanted to go again. Su Yuyu shook her head like a rattle. "Then let's go somewhere else." Lu Chen naturally held Su Yuyu's hand, already familiar with it. Deep in the amusement park, many NPCs in various costumes were taking photos with visitors. Su Yuyu also wanted to go, but a young couple went first. She stood not far away, waiting obediently, as if in line. The couple did go to take photos, but just as the two NPCs were happily posing, they suddenly kissed. The two NPCs looked disgusted and walked away. Su Yuyu's beautiful eyes widened, her white neck shrinking. She quickly pulled Lu Chen away from there. "What's wrong? Didn't you want to take photos?" Lu Chen asked in confusion. "I suddenly don't want to anymore, let's go play something else." She did want to take photos, but she never thought it would involve kissing, too scary. Time passed unnoticed until 7:30. Technology building. Jiangwan finally finished all her work. Besides her, there was only Song Ziyi left in the building, everyone else had left work early. She became a young team leader not just because of talent but mostly due to hard work. This time, she secured a major project, and if successful, she might get promoted again. However, she felt no joy. Whenever something good happened before, Lu Chen would celebrate with her. Opening her phone, besides some trivial matters, there was no message she wanted to see. She had cut off contact with all her so-called good girlfriends recently. He opened the returned handbag again, the umbrella was still inside, and a red banknote stood out conspicuously. "Lu Chen, you really don't want to give me a chance." Putting away his desolate gaze, he carried the handbag and left the building with Song Ziyi. At the entrance, there was a black Mercedes parked. When Jiangwan got out, the man standing next to the car greeted her with a smile in his eyes. It was Liang Hao. He had sent a message saying he was downstairs since 5 o'clock, inviting her to watch the fireworks together. Jiangwan was not in the mood and politely declined. She didn't expect him to wait until now. "Master, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Song Ziyi waved goodbye with a sense of humor. Liang Hao smiled as he approached Jiangwan. "Wanner, I finally caught you. I thought you had left. I've been busy with things until now. Why didn't you leave?" "Of course, I was waiting for you. There's a fireworks show by the river tonight, and I've prepared many strategies in advance to ensure you see the most beautiful scenery." I'm a bit tired. Maybe next time." "I see. Well, it looks like the tickets I bought through someone won't be used." "It's okay. I'll just take you home," Liang Hao said regretfully. "What tickets?" Jiangwan asked in surprise. "It's nothing, just a small amount of money." At 8:55, after waiting in line for half an hour, Lu Chen finally got on the Ferris wheel with Su Yuyo. This was the largest Ferris wheel in Sha City, towering as high as several tens of floors. 2 minutes later, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, urging the person behind, "Shijiang, hurry up, there won't be any seats left later." "Oh, okay." Shijiang held 2 cups of desserts and had many dolls hanging on him, all prizes from tonight. 1 minute later, the Ferris wheel was full, and others who wanted to get on were all blocked outside by the staff, their eyes full of resentment almost piercing through the staff. As the Ferris wheel turned, the cabin where Lu Chen was slowly ascended, reaching halfway up, overlooking most of the riverside scenery. The Ferris wheel continued to climb. Lu Chen kept an eye on the time, nervously praying, grateful for the good weather, hoping not to be late. Su Yuyo quietly leaned by the window, her attention drawn to the riverside scenery. At the moment the second hand hit 0, the hour hand also landed on 9. At this moment, on the small island in the river, a bright spot quickly rose into the sky, soaring high. Boom! The bright spot exploded without warning, tearing open a hole in the dark night. Its fragments scattered in all directions, forming brilliant light trails, like meteors streaking across the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful. When the fireworks fully bloomed, the colorful fireworks intertwined, like a beautiful canvas. Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes fluttered like a butterfly, the night sky scenery reflected in her eyes, even more vivid and captivating. The sound brushed past his ears, and Lu Chen's gaze fell on Su Yuyo's cheek. The scenery was indeed beautiful, but in his heart, it didn't compare to the person in front of him. At that moment, he remembered a poem. Fish sink, birds startle, flowers shy, and the moon trembles. It turned out that such scenery truly existed in this world. Coming back to his senses from the fireworks, a mist seemed to have appeared on Su Yuyo's eyelashes. From leaving the bubble tea shop until now, Lu Chen's strange behavior was all to let her see this moment, wasn't it? Just to make her happy. What a fool. You really didn't need to do so much. All you had to do was to coax me, and I would open my heart to you. I know you're not that kind of person, but I can't control my emotions. My heart is small, it only fits one you, and I won't allow your heart to hold a second person. The two gazes met involuntarily. Su Yuyo's ethereal gaze, like a clear spring, was firmly fixed on Lu Chen. Her eyes half closed, lips slightly parted, and her slender hands tightly clutching her skirt. The fireworks outside the window continued, resembling a magnificent backdrop. Moments passed. Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, "Are you tired?" As his voice fell, the air seemed to grow heavy. Su Yuyo suddenly opened her eyes wide, filled with anger, her small tiger teeth slowly revealed, showing their sharpness. "I'm like this, and you're still asking me if I'm tired? You big idiot." Suddenly, she felt her slender waist being pulled, her whole body pressing tightly against Lu Chen. In an instant, there was no gap between their lips, their breaths intertwining on their cheeks, heartbeats like drumbeats silently conveying their emotions. Moments passed. Their lips parted, Su Yuyo's cheeks blushing, burying her entire head in Lu Chen's embrace. Now, her first kiss was truly gone. Little did they know, there were a dozen pairs of eyes watching them, the unique curiosity of the Huaxia people not allowing them to miss such a thrilling scene. Older onlookers smiled knowingly, younger ones shyly turned away, and even children, though their eyes were covered by adults, still struggled to peek through a gap. Shi Jiang, did you get it? In a nearby cabin, Shi Jiang's thigh was being vigorously patted, excited voices echoing around. Got it. Shi Jiang handed over his phone. The figure reflected on the window turned around, revealing Xu Yao, who had hurried to see the fireworks in the afternoon. She looked satisfied at the photos taken, confirming the big news for tomorrow. Xu Yao. Shi Jiang looked at the brave Lu Chen, took a deep breath, and courageously whispered, "What's up?" Xu Yao casually replied, but when she looked up, she found Shi Jiang's serious face unexpectedly close, just inches away. In the previous second, she was lively and active, but her eyes widened suddenly, and the next second, she tensed her legs, gripping the seat tightly. Internally, she couldn't help but complain. She had become the subject of gossip. Realizing this, Xu Yao raised her hand in front of her, blushing and dodging. No. Seeing Xu Yao's reluctance, Shi Jiang sincerely backed off, pretending not to be disappointed. Seeing this, Xu Yao bit her lip and followed suit, pecking him on the cheek. "I'm not ready yet. Let's talk about it next time." Shi Jiang's eyes, previously dark, regained their brightness, nodding like a wooden puppet. Outside the window, the group of onlookers had shifted their attention back to the two of them. Among them were Lu Chen and Su Yuyo. They turned to the window upon hearing the commotion, only to see Xu Yao and Shi Jiang, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was simply unbelievable. These two had hidden their intentions so well that no one had noticed a thing. The first reaction, of course, was to take photos. Now, Xu Yao's loose lips wouldn't be a problem. Compared to them, Xu Yao was the real bombshell. They wouldn't be called to be undercover agents on that variety show. Sensing something, Xu Yao immediately lay low on her seat upon seeing Lu Chen and the others staring at them, not daring to show her face. Little did she know, Shi Jiang added, "I think I saw the boss taking photos." Xu Yao just wanted to disappear. After a while, Lu Chen and Su Yuyo, as well as Xu Yao and the others, gradually got off the Ferris wheel, not exchanging greetings and slipping away separately. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Wan watched Lu Chen and the others holding hands, her eyes filled with silence. She hadn't wanted to come, but upon hearing from Liang Hao that the tickets cost nearly 1,000, she felt relieved. Liang Hao wanted to take her on the Ferris wheel to watch the fireworks, but there were too many people and they couldn't get in line. Finally, when it was almost their turn, they witnessed this scene. Liang Hao noticed Jiang Wan's unusual expression, her eyes dark and deep in thought. After leaving the amusement park, Lu Chen rode his beloved electric scooter, ready to take the girl he loved home. At that moment, Su Yuyo suddenly expressed her desire to drive as well. She had never even ridden a bicycle before. Lu Chen agreed and let Su Yuyo sit in the driver's seat while he held her from behind, his hand gently placed on hers, allowing her to experience the joy of driving without the risk of falling. The only downside to this method was the fear of encountering traffic police. With the gentle autumn breeze blowing, the two playfully returned to the apartment, relieved that they hadn't encountered any police. Su Yuyo took a shower first, followed by Lu Chen. When they came out, Lu Chen noticed the room was unusually quiet. He looked up and saw a figure wrapped in the bedding, showing only half of the back of the head. What's going on? Today, her hair miraculously dried itself, so she went to bed early. Thinking Su Yuyo was still shy, Lu Chen smiled and, seeing it was not even 10 o'clock yet, decided to read for a while. As it approached 11 o'clock, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He bid goodnight to Su Yuyo upstairs, but with no response, he turned off the lights in the room and crawled into bed. Moments later, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a dampness on his buttocks. He turned on his phone's light to find the bedding was wet. He subconsciously sniffed his fingers, but there was no smell. The wet spot was right in the middle of the bedding, making it impossible for him to sleep on one side. He looked upstairs, unsure if Su Yuyo was asleep. He couldn't possibly spend the night on the couch. Lu Chen quietly approached the bed upstairs, looking at Su Yuyo lying peacefully. He tentatively called out, "Yuyo, are you asleep?" After a while, there was no response, but he noticed Su Yuyo's eyelashes fluttering. She wasn't asleep. Glancing at the wet spot downstairs, he couldn't help but smile. "Yuyo, my bed is wet, so I'll have to share yours tonight. If you don't object, I'll take that as a yes? Then I'm coming." Noticing Su Yuyo's unconsciously clenched hand, he was more certain she was pretending to sleep. He gently lay on the soft bed. Realizing there was no blanket covering them, he pulled part of the blanket over Su Yuyo and himself. The blanket was too short, so he moved closer to Su Yuyo, embracing her from behind until his hand rested lightly on her abdomen, gently rubbing it. Su Yuyo opened her eyes in surprise, wondering how Lu Chen had noticed her silent movements. Feeling the warmth from his touch on her abdomen, she felt a sweet sensation, full of security. Most importantly, it was Lu Chen. Despite her pride, she silently said to herself, "Just this once." The next day, Jiang Wan did not bring breakfast. Lu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, avoiding another loss where he gained nothing. Today, Rain Jian seemed busy as usual, but it appeared he had nothing to do with it. Back when the milk tea shop was struggling, he was the most exhausted. Now with abundant manpower and goods being delivered, along with experienced staff like Xu Yao, Shi Jiang, and others, he could truly be a hands-off boss. Over there, Ruo Shui is pushing for training, and she has gathered all the necessary people. The others are currently unavailable, so Lu Chen had to step in personally, bringing along Su Yuyo. Although her condition has improved a lot today, leaving her alone in the milk tea shop still makes him uneasy. People are like this, the more they care about something, even the smallest matters can be greatly magnified. For several days in a row, Lu Chen has been training the staff for Ruo Shui's new store. She is indeed in a hurry, as the general enthusiasm can last from a short week to a long month. Seizing the opportunity, maybe she can break even in a short time. It's the weekend again, and today they don't need him and Su Yuyo to train people. The fresh blood in the store has already taken over, so Xu Yao, Shi Jiang, and the others will take turns to train. The opening is just around the corner. At noon, Lu Chen received a call from Ruo Shui. "Boss Lu, are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal." "Boss Ruo, you must have something to discuss with me. Let's skip the old-fashioned drinking culture and just tell me what you need, as long as I can help." "Ha, it's more comfortable talking to Boss Lu. So, I won't beat around the bush. Tomorrow, I'm planning to officially open the store. Can you help me invite Xiao Xiong to join us? I'll pay her the market price, but I'm afraid only you can convince her to come." So that's it. It seems Ruo Shui has set her sights on Lin Miaomiao's following. Her fans are mostly young, which indeed fits the target audience of the milk tea shop. I'm afraid I can't help with that. Although Xiao Xiong and I are friends, I have no right to interfere with her decisions. I understand, but I'd like to ask you to help me inquire. She doesn't need to stay the whole time, just a brief appearance, and we can negotiate the price. Alright, I can ask her, but I can't guarantee her agreement. No problem, I'll leave it to you. Okay. After hanging up, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to message Lin Miaomiao, informing her of the situation. Shortly after, Lin Miaomiao replied, "Lu Ge, I'm quite busy with classes recently, so I might not be able to make it. I'll inform a few friends in my circle and see if they're interested." "Thank you for that. It's no trouble at all, just small matters. If it were your branch, I'd make time to support you too. You're so kind. I have to go to class now, so I'll be off. Take care." "Alright, bye." "Bye." Lu Chen called Ruo Shui back and roughly explained the reply from Lin Miaomiao. Upon learning that Xiao Xiong couldn't make it, she was naturally disappointed. However, if there were other cosplayers to attend, it would still generate a lot of excitement, so she agreed readily. Not long after, Lin Miaomiao forwarded a few WeChat messages to Lu Chen, who then passed them on to Ruo Shui. Let Ruo Shui handle the rest of the matter. Putting down his phone, a ringtone sounded, thinking it was Ruo Shui calling again. Upon checking, the caller ID read "Dear Mom." Answering the call, he said, "Mom, Zai, your father, and I are in Sha City. We'll be at your place in about half an hour." Lu Chen's pupils dilated slightly upon hearing this. It was indeed his mom's style to notify him when they were almost there. "Mom, don't rush to come here, I've booked a hotel for you. I'll send you the address, and I'll come over right away," Lu Chen said anxiously. "No rush, we didn't bring much, I just want to see my precious son." "Mom, I'm out discussing business, there's no one at home. Lu Chen was getting a bit flustered. I see, then we'll go to the hotel first. Just send me the room number, you go ahead if you're busy. Okay, Mom. I'll send it to you right away. Up in the attic, Su Yuyo's urgent voice came through in a fluster. Lucan, my hair got stuck inside my clothes, please come help me, it hurts. Son, what's that sound on your end? Nothing, I'm watching TV. I'll hang up first and send you the address soon. Lucan, come save me, Carrot. Su Yuyo's pitiful voice came through again. Lucan was at his wit's end. He also wanted to say, who will come save me? But luckily he hung up the phone in time, or it would have been a disaster. He hurried up the stairs, checked it out, and found a tangle of hair causing the trouble. Gently untangling her hair, he quickly booked a hotel by the river online, regardless of the cost, as long as it wasn't too close to him. Then he promptly sent the address. Su Yuyo, now rescued, resumed playing King of Glory. In the morning, she was showing off, just one win away from reaching the top rank. But it seemed like she had been playing for the whole morning just for that one star. She would mutter words from time to time, as if cursing the king of Lanling. Lucan, who were you talking to just now on the phone? My mom. Su Yuyo nervously turned her head, recalling the scene just now. She won't have heard my voice, right? She shouldn't have, luckily I hung up in time. That's good then. Su Yuyo breathed a sigh of relief. But they will be here soon. They mentioned a while ago that they were coming here for a business trip, but they didn't tell me it was today. After hearing this, Su Yuyo lost all interest in playing the game, put down her phone anxiously. Should I move out to stay somewhere else? Not for now. I arranged for them to stay at a hotel first. They probably won't come here. But what if they do come? Lucan wanted to say to just be honest if they did come, although he hadn't officially confessed to Su Yuyo. In his heart, she was already the one. But considering Su Yuyo's feelings, she might not accept it right away. It was clear she was a bit flustered. After a moment of thought, he said, don't worry, I'll be with them the whole time. They usually stay for a short period during their business trips. They might leave tomorrow. But isn't it impolite of me to do this? Lucan pinched Su Yuyo's soft cheek. Silly girl, we've only known each other for a short while. It's normal for you to be nervous. When you're ready, I'll take you to meet them. Humph, Carrot. Su Yuyo crossed her arms, her lips slightly pouted. Maybe by then, I won't like you anymore. Lucan smiled at her words. So, does that mean you really like me now? No, I didn't say that. Then why did you say that? And also last night, my bedding mysteriously got wet. Do you think? Maybe a big rat came in and spilled water from a cup right in the middle of the floor. How coincidental. Glancing at Lucan from the corner of her eye, he indeed had a smug look on his face. She pulled the blanket over, wrapping herself into a ball on the bed, muttering, I'm not listening, the tortoise is chanting. Looking at her feet peeking out, white with a hint of red, so tender and pink. He smiled, reaching out to lightly tickle them with his fingers. Whoosh! Her feet quickly retreated. Lucan smirked, realizing it was getting late. He stood up. I'm heading out, call me if you need anything, I'll bring you some snacks when I come back. Heading downstairs, Lucan packed a few things, getting ready to leave. A head popped out from the bedding upstairs, a blushing face beaming, I want sugar-coated chestnuts. Got it. Leaving the apartment, Lucien took a taxi to the entrance of the Vienna Grand Hotel. He took out his phone to call his mother, and as soon as the call connected, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Zai, we're here. Lucien turned around to see a sky-blue sports car approaching, with a smiling face poking out from inside, waving at him. In a moment, the sky-blue car stopped at the hotel entrance, and Lucien, looking closely, was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this the highly discussed Su7 Mini that hadn't been released yet? Where did his parents get it from? And what about Lu Dazhuang's old Shin Yi? Two people got out of the car. Gu Shishir, in high heels, excitedly ran over like a child, hugged Lucien, pinched his cheeks, and said with a smile, Zai, you look radiant. It seems like you've been doing well lately, finally not worrying Mom. Mom! Please come down quickly, there are many people watching. Lucien looked around awkwardly, feeling goosebumps all over. His mother was petite and didn't look old, so such an intimate gesture might make others mistake them for a couple. Gu Shishir let go of Lucien with a smile, covering her red lips and saying, you're all grown up but still so shy. On the other side, Lu Dezhuang walked over, a few centimeters taller than Lucien, standing like a javelin. He had served in the army for a few years before retiring for some special reasons. Lucien looked at the newcomer and said, Dad. Lu Dezhuang patted Lucien's shoulder, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, you've become stronger. Scratching his head, Lucien changed the subject and looked at the Su7 car behind him. Dad, why did you change the car? Lu Dazhuang raised an eyebrow and smiled. I recently landed a big deal and made some money. This car was a gift from the client. The color may be flashy, but the performance is really good.
The client? You mean Lei General?
Not bad, Lao Lu, you've made progress in the past 6 months.
Clang! A sugar-coated chestnut hit Lu Chen's head.
How dare you talk to your father like that? Lu Chen felt his head buzzing, touching it in pain. Lao Lu, just kidding, you hit me so hard.
You rascal!
Lu Dazhuang chuckled and took out a key from his pocket, throwing it over. You wanted a gift for your last birthday, here it is.
Taking the key, Lu Chen looked shocked. Lao Lu, you didn't do anything illegal, did you?
You're being so generous.
Don't give it back, I can't bear to part with it.
No, as long as it's clean, I'll reluctantly accept it.
Lu Chen had already put away the key.
He was surprised because in the past 24 years, the most expensive gift Lao Lu had given him was just a watch. He was also wary of his parents getting involved in shady dealings. Being in business, it was easy to cross the line.
What about you guys going back?
We have to go to the coast in a few days. Both your mom and I can't handle the long drive, so we plan to let your mom experience flying.
I see.
Lu Chen realized, don't just stand there, let me help you check in first, and later we can go for a big meal. Gu Shishir spoke up. We might have to eat later, we need to discuss some things first.
Alright, you go ahead.
Nodding, Lu Chen went to help with the luggage and arranged their check-in. After that, he drove them to their destination, planning to pick them up after their discussion. It had been a while since he drove, and Lu Chen suddenly felt the urge. Driving the Su-7 onto the ring road, after getting used to it, he sped along the loop road, crossing the speed limit. He finally understood the words Lao Lu often said.
If he had the money, he wouldn't even drive a Xianyi. Damn it, wasn't that the Su just now that passed by in a flash?
It seems so. Could it be a test car? Test what? Ni's car shouldn't be here in Sha City for testing, not a single cover, and I saw a temporary license plate.
Took a stroll. Lu Chen parked the car near the market.
His parents would be discussing business for a while, so he decided to prepare some food for the silly one at home. At the seafood stall, bringing back some roki shrimp for steaming should be good. He unintentionally saw something bloody in the trash can, didn't expect a girl to go through that, so tragic, must replenish.
Upon entering, the boss came over with a smile. Boss, what can I get you? Today the small shop has a special on ivory clams, delicious and nutritious, want some? Lu Chen glanced at the ivory clam's position, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Completely speechless, who would eat such a thing?
Give me 3 pounds of roki shrimp.
Alright.
When he was about to pay, the boss handed over the bag and said with a smile, today we also have a special on oysters, buy one get one free.
No need to thank me. Is this boss into some weird stuff?
He also bought some fresh vegetables. Lu Chen carried a bag of vegetables back to the parking lot. Finding a parking spot, he noticed a group of children and some adults forming a circle, and inside the circle was his car. As he approached, he heard a chubby kid sigh, this car is so cool, if only I could experience it. I promised to study hard and be at the top of the class every day. Another boy sarcastically said, if you can be top of the class, I'll eat a pound of poop standing on my head. Another boy chimed in, I'll eat 2 pounds. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, walked up to the chubby kid and teased, with their courage, you'll definitely top the class. The chubby kid looked indignant, just you wait, I'll be top of the whole school, and you'll eat your words. That's the spirit. Lu Chen gave him a thumbs up, transferred the groceries from his right hand to his left, took out the keys and pressed the switch button. The car lights flashed, Lu Chen said, here's some power for you to experience.
The onlookers were amazed, this car belonged to this young man?
There are hardly any cars like this in all of Sha City, and this guy just drove it out to buy groceries.
The chubby kid exclaimed, holy cow, give it a try. You're really cool.
After a few words, the chubby kid excitedly got into the car. The other children also wanted to experience it, and Lu Chen agreed to each one. It's not showing off, this isn't a luxury car, but planting a seed of dreams in these children, why not? Before leaving, the chubby kid shouted to Lu Chen in the car, I promise to make them eat poop until they're full. Lu Chen smiled and drove away. He got some provisions for Su Yuyo at home, and his parents' matters were settled. He drove to pick them up and took them to a nice restaurant, ordering many famous dishes from Sha City. They chatted about many things, and when they learned he was going to take the postgraduate entrance exam at Jiangxia University, they smiled in agreement with his decision and told him to let them know if he needed money or anything. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Chen's decisions were mostly left to him. When they were about to leave, Lu Chen called the waiter to pack a new batch of sugar oil cakes and a few condensed milk buns. What he didn't notice was that Gu Shishir glanced at Lu Dazhuang, and they exchanged a smile without saying a word. After sending his parents back to the hotel, they would be leaving by plane the next morning and instructed Lu Chen not to come to see them off, as they had arranged for a special car. Zai, if you encounter any trouble, call mom, okay? Got it, Mom, I'm a grown man now, I can take care of myself. Even if you grow old, you will always be Mom's son. Come here. Let Mom give you a hug. Lu Chen walked towards Gu Shishir and embraced her. After letting go of his mother, he turned to Lu Dezhuang beside him, opened his arms playfully and said, Old Lu, do you want a hug too? Hug you my foot. Lu Dezhuang retorted, then chuckled and punched Lu Chen. Take care of yourself. If you encounter any trouble you can't handle, call Dad. As he was about to leave, Gu Shishir took out a delicate sandalwood box from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. If you meet the right person, give this to her. Mom? Lu Chen paused for a moment. He had asked his mother for this thing several times before but never got it. This time, she actually gave it to him voluntarily. It was a family heirloom of the Lu family, given to Mom by Dad years ago. It's getting late, go back and rest early. Drive safely and take care of yourself. Taking the small box, Lu Chen nodded. Got it, Mom. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Chen drove away from the hotel. Gu Shishir, who remained in place, was reluctant to leave for a long time. Her slightly wrinkled eyes were now tinged with redness. Let's go, wife. Rest early, we have a meeting to attend tomorrow. Lu Dezhuang gently patted Gu Shishir's shoulder. Okay. On the way, Lu Chen glanced at the small box from the corner of his eye. It seemed that Mom had discovered something, but for her to bring out the family heirloom was beyond his expectations. He had asked his parents for the small box several times before, and they always made various excuses to avoid giving it to him. Back then, he wanted to give the family heirloom to Jiang Wan, and his feelings for her were indeed genuine. Now, things had changed. Passing by a commercial street, Lu Chen parked his car on the side of the road, risking a parking ticket, and bought a bag of sugar-coated chestnuts. When he arrived home, it was already late. As he took out his keys, the door opened by itself. Inside the room, Su Yuyu appeared at the door with a faint smile on her face, wearing a strawberry bear camisole pajama. You're back. At that moment, Lu Chen felt that the most beautiful scenery in the world was right in front of him. I brought you something delicious. Lu Chen walked into the house, changed into slippers, and handed her the still warm bag. As Su Yuyu took the bag, Lu Chen took a step forward, lifted her fragrant self onto his waist, and carried her all the way to the lazy sofa before setting her down. Don't catch a cold without wearing shoes. I won't take care of you then. Humph. Who asked you to take care of me? Su Yuyu tossed her head high. Lu Chen squatted down, brushed off the dust from Su Yuyu's feet. These are your favorite. They'll get cold soon. Oh. Opening the packed snacks on the dining table and taking out the sandalwood box from his pocket, he placed it beside her before going upstairs to change clothes. What's this? Su Yuyu, who had already picked up the chopsticks and was ready to eat, was intrigued by the exquisite box beside her. Curious, she opened it and found a sparkling jade bracelet inside. Given by Gu Shishir, Lu Chen replied. Who is Gu Shishir? Why did she give you such a beautiful gift? Su Yuyu furrowed her delicate eyebrows. First Jiang Wan, then Cat Lady, and now Gu Shishir? She's an elder. If you like it, you can have it. It wasn't originally meant for me. Really, believe it or not, I'm going to take a shower first. Enjoy your meal. Okay, for all. With Lu Chen's affirmative answer, she couldn't wait to put the jade bracelet on her wrist. The crystal-clear material complemented her fair and delicate hand perfectly. Seeing Lu Chen coming with his change of clothes, she joyfully showed it to him. Lu Chen, do you think it looks good? Are you talking about the person or the bracelet? You're trying the same trick again, but I won't fall for it. They all look good. By the way, what's your relationship with the elder who gave you such a nice gift? Is it really okay for me to accept it? What if she gets upset? Despite liking it a lot, Su Yuyu still had to make sure. My mom. As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, the room fell silent. Su Yuyu, with her single-core processor, took a long time to react. Looking at the beautiful bracelet, she asked in amazement towards the bathroom. Why did your aunt give you such a nice bracelet? It's obviously meant for a girl to wear. After Lu Chen walked into the bathroom and closed the door, he couldn't help but smirk. What a silly girl. Hasn't she realized it yet? He casually replied, this is a family heirloom. My mom asked me to give it to her daughter-in-law. Since you like it, just take it. W. Lu Chen, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. I clearly asked you just now. I answered you, didn't I? Su Yuyu, Comet Omega, Comet. Can't you just explain everything at once? After a while, she finally realized that Lu Chen did it on purpose. He was so cunning. He deliberately placed the box on the table to catch her attention, then lured her step by step, knowing well that she couldn't resist such shiny things. Lu Chen is so bad. Although she said so, looking at the delicate bracelet on her wrist, her heart was warm. This was a family heirloom from Lu Chen's family, indicating its importance, yet he didn't hesitate to give it to her. In his eyes, she must be a very important person.
Upright arrow, I'll forgive you this time. But with such a precious gift, how could she reciprocate? She had already given her only good thing to Lu Chen. She could only figure it out later. Ding ding.
Her phone made a sound. She nibbled on a sticky rice cake, glanced at her phone with a small eye. It was a message from the counselor. Her joyful smile faded from her face as the counselor urged her to return to school on time, or face serious warnings, even expulsion. Su Yuyo replied with an acknowledgement. She looked up at Lu Chen humming in the bathroom, her eyes full of reluctance.
Lu Chen had mentioned opening a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, but she didn't know how long she had to wait. Even if it was just for a day, she didn't want to be apart from him. She pursed her lips lightly, a hint of determination flickering in her reluctant eyes. During the time she spent with Lu Chen, she had learned a lot from him. Only by becoming excellent could she truly achieve what she wanted. She would wait for Lu Chen in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. She believed he would come. The bathroom door slowly opened. Lu Chen walked out drying his hair. Noticing Su Yuyo looking at him, he said self-indulgently, "How's my figure, bro?" "Put. People have 8-pack abs. What do you have?" "Back in the day, I also had an 8-pack abs, you know. Then why don't you have it now?"
"The ultimate realm of 8-pack abs is to transform nothingness into wholeness. My current state is even stronger than those so-called 8-pack abs."
"Do you think I'm still a child? You can't fool me that easily."
Su Yuyo turned her head, rubbed her eyes, and buried her head to continue nibbling on the snack.
Lu Chen lowered his head and pinched his belly, feeling a bit loose.
After drying his hair, Lu Chen lay on the bed reading for a while.
When Su Yuyo quietly lay down beside him, he put the book down.
With her by his side, the words in the book seemed like gibberish. There was no point in reading.
"Lu Chen, what do guys usually like?" Su Yuyo asked, leaning on the pillow.
Lu Chen pondered. If they're young, they probably like playing games and looking at girls, right?
"You guys are so boring. It's a bit twisted. Then tell me, what do girls like you enjoy?"
"Of course, dressing up, chasing stars in dramas, taking beautiful photos."
"That's different. The difference is significant. So what about you? What do you like?" Lu Chen pointed at himself, smirked. "Me?
I like reading, exercising, making money and striving for success."
"To be honest."
Lu Chen awkwardly tapped his nose. I'm still young. My interests are similar to everyone in front of screens."
"You also like looking at legs, don't you?"
"The first time we met, I remember you were staring at my legs, lost in thought, without coming to my rescue immediately."
"Ahem, I was assessing the situation at that time." "You rascal."
Su Yuyo lightly hummed, glanced at Lu Chen, then suddenly placed her jade-like calf on his thigh. "You haven't massaged my legs tonight."
"Oh, okay."
Lu Chen nodded, getting off the bed to fetch a small blanket.
Unexpectedly, Su Yuyo turned her head and said, "Just massage like this." Lu Chen was surprised. "Without any barrier?"
Su Yuyo's cheeks blushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Of course, one must listen to a girl."
Lu Chen consciously didn't go get the blanket.
Looking at the fair calf on his thigh, he was puzzled.
Su Yuyo had always been cautious, so why was she so generous this time?
Thinking of her strange questions earlier, could it be because he gave her a jade bracelet, so she wanted to reward herself? His eyes twinkled with a smile. She was indeed a little silly.
Wasn't she afraid he couldn't control himself and devour her?
He gently placed his hand on her calf, noticing only sparse tiny hairs, a stark contrast to his own legs.
The key was not to shave.
Once shaved, within a week, a forest of stubble would grow out. After massaging for almost half an hour, Su Yuyo went from being tense to gradually relaxing, even enjoying it a bit. This was much more comfortable than massaging through a blanket, albeit a bit ticklish.
Throughout, Lu Chen never crossed any boundaries.
However, he would occasionally tickle the sole of her foot, making Su Yuyo blush.
Lights off, time to sleep. Lu Chen tenderly embraced Su Yuyo from behind, using one hand as her pillow and the other hand holding hers tightly. A new day.
3 Rain Mirror milk tea shops in the commercial center street opened simultaneously.
It was bustling.
Influencers exploring, anime cosplayers taking photos, dolls distributing flyers, and more.
However, Lu Chen didn't pay attention to these. Everyone had their own way of doing business.
At Rain Mirror, Shu Yao and Shi Jiang had been working tirelessly, not taking a day off. Handing a notebook to Shu Yao, Lu Chen smiled. "Here's the special notebook you wanted."
"Boss, did you really come?"
Shu Yao took the notebook with both hands, smiling as she flipped through it. It was undoubtedly the boss's handwriting, containing all the insights and experiences from Lu Chen's 2 years of running the milk tea shop. Previously, the boss had said that he would hand over the shop to her in the future, thinking it was a joke. "Study well, you're so clever, these won't stump you." Lu Chen smiled and looked at Shi Jiang working silently beside them, but with Shi Jiang by your side, he should be able to complement your shortcomings. Otherwise, entrusting such a significant task to you, I'm a bit worried. Other employees didn't pay much attention to this, but Shu Yao was tense, observing her surroundings nervously, as if afraid someone would discover something. Boss, what are you saying? What's Shi Jiang by my side? Shu Yao nervously replied. Lu Chen ignored her and turned to Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang, you're not thinking of resigning, are you? The honest Shi Jiang looked over. No. Lu Chen then looked at Shu Yao with a half-smile, half-smirk expression. Well, since you don't plan on leaving, and Shi Jiang doesn't plan on leaving either, is he going out to distribute flyers without you by his side? It was then that Shu Yao realized she had been fooled. The boss was deliberately seeking revenge, so petty. Su Yuyo, not far away, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Lu Chen was truly wicked, but Shu Yao, on the other hand, always enjoyed teasing her, relishing in seeing her flustered and feeling pleased with herself. Shu Yao composed herself and asked solemnly, Boss, speaking of which, why did you suddenly decide to hand over the shop to me? Even if you want to do something else, you could just come by occasionally. In a while, I plan to open a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. I can't handle so much on my own. Jiangsu and Zhejiang? Why go so far? Lu Chen casually glanced at Su Yuyo, a smile in his eyes. While I'm still young, I suddenly feel like going out for a walk. I don't think it's as simple as just wanting to go out for a walk. Shu Yao squinted, as if she had seen through everything but hadn't found concrete evidence yet. She knew she couldn't get anything from Lu Chen, so she shifted her gaze to Su Yuyo. By the way, Yuyo, until when are you planning to work part-time? Considering your age, you should be in college. I haven't asked you which school you attend. Why hasn't it started yet? I go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. Su Yuyo replied truthfully. Shu Yao's eyes lit up. She had found the reason. The boss was going to open a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and Su Yuyo was studying there. It wasn't just a coincidence. She had been worried that Su Yuyo would be at a disadvantage being with the boss, but now it seemed the boss was serious. Opening a branch in Jiangsu and Zhejiang was like starting over, not an easy task. Moreover, Su Yuyo was still young and hadn't interacted with many boys. At a prestigious university like Jiangsu and Zhejiang, there would surely be many outstanding young men, adding pressure on the boss. Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes landed on Lu Chen, then she added, I'll be starting school in a few days. When everyone in the milk tea shop heard this, they almost simultaneously turned to look at her. Although Su Yuyo hadn't been there long, everyone liked her, especially the new male customers. If not for the boss, they would have already started pursuing her madly. Learning that she was leaving, everyone showed reluctance. Among them, Lu Chen remained the calmest. He had long counted the days. If anyone was most reluctant, it was him, but he wouldn't keep Su Yuyo by his side, even if she wanted to stay. True affection meant wanting her to become better, to grow together, progress together, and experience life together. Why be so sentimental? Yuyo isn't leaving forever. Tonight, it's on me, let's all get together. Lu Chen forced a smile and said. Shu Yao chimed in, smiling, exactly, let's celebrate, wishing Yuyo success in her studies and the boss smooth sailing in his business. Everyone exchanged smiles. Although Rain Mirror was small, it indeed had a touch of warmth compared to many other shops. In the evening, Rain Mirror Milk Tea Shop closed on time. Everyone gathered on the roadside, planning to share a ride to have dinner. Yuyo, where's the boss? Isn't he going to give you a ride on his electric scooter? Shu Yao asked curiously. Su Yuyo replied, he drove there. That's odd. Doesn't the boss usually park his electric scooter nearby? Why would he need to drive? Lu Chen's dad gave him a new car yesterday. There's no parking here, so he parked across at the technology building. Shu Yao's eyes widened with curiosity. What car? It can't be a Dijon, can it? The older generation likes that. I'm not sure either, but there's a small cat logo on the front. That's impossible. The little cat car hasn't been officially released yet. Even in the capital, only a few test cars are available. Lu Tao interjected. He was a new employee who paid attention to the automotive industry in his spare time, so he was quite knowledgeable. Maybe I just saw it wrong. Underground parking lot of the technology building. Lu Chen found little Mimi parked and ready to start. When he saw someone walking towards the exit, he decided to wait in the seat for a while. Lu Chen focused and glanced at the newcomer a few more times. He had seen this person before on the pedestrian street. It seemed like he was the man Jiang Wan was with. The man walked towards him step by step, playing with a small bottle in his hand, talking on the phone. Rat, are you sure this thing won't be noticed afterwards? If we mess up, neither of us can get away with it. The other end of the phone said something. If it weren't for the relatively quiet basement, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to hear the other person's voice clearly. Just one drop,
right? I'll try it tonight. If it works, you'll benefit too. Hanging up the phone, Liang Hao pocketed the small bottle he was playing with, revealing a subtle smirk that was hard to notice, and walked towards the elevator. Watching the disappearing figure, Lu Chen pondered the meaning of the man's words. No matter how he listened, it didn't sound like anything good. Since he appeared here, it was almost certain that he had something to do with Jiang Wan. He was reluctant to have any more contact with Jiang Wan, but since he happened to overhear this matter, he couldn't pretend not to know anything. His conscience wouldn't allow it. After all, he and Jiang Wan had once known each other. He decided to send a message to Song Zi, asking Jiang Wan to be cautious of Liang Hao. On the side of the road, taxis lined up one after another on the road, and no one in the group left. After listening to Su Yuyo's explanation, they all wanted to see what the boss's new car looked like as soon as possible. At the exit of the technology building parking lot, a light blue car drove out, its color particularly eye-catching, and most importantly, its design was very similar to a sports car frame. Looking at the car, Lu Tao exclaimed in surprise, "It's really little Mini Su-7. How is this possible? Where did the boss get this car from?" The price of this car couldn't compare to a sports car, but the problem was it hadn't even been released yet. The small car stopped directly in front of them, the car window slowly rolled down, and Lu Chen leaned out, surprised. "Why are you still here?" Everyone surrounded him with smiles on their faces. "Of course, we want a ride in your new car." There were only a few seats in total. Shu Yao stopped everyone and said, "Rock, paper, scissors. The winners get in the car, the losers take a taxi." Okay. So the group prepared to play rock, paper, scissors on the roadside. After Su Yuyo understood the meaning, she also joined in, with a determined look in her eyes, clenching her right hand tightly, determined to win. Everyone turned to look at her, saying in unison, "You don't need to." "Ha!" They looked at Lu Chen and said with a smile, "The boss's exclusive co-driver's seat is already open for you." Su Yuyo turned around and saw a blush spread across her cheeks as she quickly sat in the co-driver's seat. After a while, the results of the game came out. Shi Jiang, Lu Tao, and Li Mengmeng emerged victorious. Shu Yao lost in the first round and left. When she saw Shi Jiang win, she excitedly said, "Shi Jiang, you go take a taxi, I want a ride in the boss's car." "Okay." Shi Jiang nodded. Lu Chen smiled and said to Shi Jiang, "You can't do this. You have to be tough as the future assistant store manager. If you can't control her, how can I trust Shu Yao with the store?" Everyone looked at Lu Chen in surprise, as if they had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Shu Yao shot a fierce glare at him, as if to say, "If you dare say anything else, I'll jump up and punch you." Lu Chen calmly added, "Shi Jiang, as the future assistant store manager, you have to be firm. If you can't control her, how can I trust Shu Yao with the store?" Everyone suddenly realized, so that was what it meant. But something didn't seem quite right. The boss had mentioned this twice today. Shu Yao let out a sigh of relief. But deep down, she was seething. "You, Lu Chen, trying to play tricks again, ha?" On the side, Shi Jiang nodded earnestly, but still took the initiative to open the car door and gave up his seat to Shu Yao. Seeing this, Lu Tao also gave up his seat to Tong Yu. Once everyone was seated, Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyu beside him and noticed that her seatbelt was a bit tight, so he got up to adjust it for her. "Is it too tight?" Lu Chen asked. The blush on Su Yuyu's face had not yet faded. Her beautiful eyes met Lu Chen's gaze, their breaths intertwining. The delicate pink rose gradually turned into a bright red. She lowered her head and shook it, softly saying, "It's not tight, just right." Lu Chen reassuredly returned to his seat, glancing at the back row where 3 pairs of big Kazi-lan eyes were staring at him. He awkwardly averted his gaze, forgetting about the 3 billion watt light bulbs behind him. After dinner, Lu Chen saw that it was still early, so he booked a KTV room nearby for everyone to relax. It was the first time he had brought everyone together to KTV, and he didn't expect there to be so many singing talents. Especially Shi Jiang, who unexpectedly sang an old love song, "Love Is Not Easy," stunning everyone. "Yu, it's your turn to sing, come on." Shu Yao came to Su Yuyu's side, pulling her to the stage microphone stand where they could face the audience and see the lyrics clearly on the screen. As the melody began, Shu Yao quickly returned to the sofa. On the screen, the 4 words "My Secret" slowly appeared. On stage, as Su Yuyu saw so many people staring at her intently, she couldn't help but feel nervous, her hand holding the microphone becoming slightly damp and warm. Her gaze fell on Lu Chen, who was giving her thumbs up and smiling, encouraging her. The prelude ended. Su Yuyu's cherry lips parted, her beautiful eyes opening as she sang, "Lately, I'd been in a good mood. For some reason, I want to sing to you." The song stopped. Blushing, Su Yuyu quickly ran back to Shu Yao and Tong Yu, not daring to meet Lu Chen's eyes. This song was not just a song but also the secret she had kept in her heart. Deng Qiqi's songs were not easy for ordinary people to handle.
Suyuyu's voice was soft and gentle, unable to replicate Deng Qiqi's style, but she brought out a different mood, a taste of a small love song. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's feelings.
Seeing this, Shuyao said, "Boss, you're the only one left, why not sing a song?" Lu Chen quickly shook his head, "I can't sing, you guys go ahead, I'll just listen." "Oh boss, if you can't, then you can't, what's with the excuses?"
"Exactly, if you can, you can, if you can't, you can't, boss, if you say you can't, then we'll let it go." Suyuyu turned her head, her watery eyes looking at him, her sweet voice saying, "I also want to hear you sing. Since Suyuyu has spoken, boss, if you don't go up, we'll all look down on you."
Lu Chen smiled wryly and stood up. "I'll give it a try then."
He walked to the microphone stand, looking at the song selection screen, unsure of what to choose. Thinking back to the last time he sang, it was back in college with his roommates. He didn't have many favorite singers, but he was torn between Jielong and Wang Lihong.
Everyone's attention shifted to the screen, curious about what song the boss would choose. The 4 words "Big City Small Love" slowly appeared. Lu Chen's clear voice filled the room. The black hair tied in a circle at the end, entwining all my affection for you. All in my head is you, all in my heart is you, a little love in the big city is so sweet. All my thoughts are of you, all of them are about you, a little love in the big city is only devoted to you. Keep the train ticket for our return as a memento, don't be afraid to face the parting. Oh, as the music ends, the reaction is starkly different from Suyuyo's, and everyone makes disdainful sounds. The boss even says he can't sing, but it's just like Wang Lihong herself. "Boss, we've decided that next time we come to sing, we must definitely separate you from Yuyo." "Why?" "We like to eat snacks, fruit platters, drink beer, but we don't like to eat dog food." "Exactly, next time you two come together, one goes to the North Pole and the other to the South Pole." Everyone nods in agreement. In the early hours of the morning, everyone waves goodbye to Lu Chen on the roadside. On Lu Chen's back lies a little raccoon like Suyuyo, with a slightly drooling mouth.
After singing tired, everyone gathers to play games. How could Suyuyo beat Shu Yao and the others, who are experienced, losing terribly and drinking 2 glasses of beer? The rest is all blocked by him, otherwise she wouldn't be sleeping so soundly on his back.
Gently wiping the drool from Suyuyo's mouth. "Quite elastic. The designated driver will be here soon."
Lu Chen looks at the silly and cute Suyuyo, reaches out and flicks her lip, making her mouth involuntarily curl up, quite amusing.
Suddenly,
a tingling sensation sweeps through his body, only to see Suyuyo stick out her little tongue and lick his finger as if it were a lollipop.
Lu Chen quickly retracts his finger, not knowing what delicious snack Suyuyo might be dreaming of. She might bite it in a moment. Sleeping Suyuyo doesn't show mercy.
Maybe she'll need a rabies shot, she screamed in pain the last time she got one as a child.
Why am I thinking about that? Feeling a bit tipsy.
Finally back at the apartment, when he opens the door next to it also opens.
"Lu Ge, you're back." It's Zhang Xiaobai. He's holding an exquisite gift box. "It's so late, and you're not asleep yet?"
Zhang Xiaobai scratched his head and smiled. "There's something I want to ask you."
"What is it?" "Tomorrow is Xiaoxiong's birthday, can you
please help me give this to her?"
Lin Miao Miao's birthday. He really didn't know about this.
Last time, Lin Miao Miao gave her such a big gift at the opening, and he hadn't had a chance to return it, so he could take this opportunity to repay the favor. "I can pass the gift to her, but I can't guarantee if she'll accept it,"
Lu Chen said. No problem. Okay then." Lu Chen nodded.
Zhang Xiaobai was overjoyed at his words, followed Lu Chen into the room, and carefully placed the gift on the counter. "If Xiaoxiong is willing to accept it, and asks who sent it, just say it's from her fan, no need to mention me."
"I'm counting on you, Lu Ge."
After explaining all this, Zhang Xiaobai waved and left the room, closing the door gently. Sometimes Lu Chen really admires Zhang Xiaobai, clearly liking Xiaoxiong so much, yet being so cautious. He remembered the last time they went for a night run, he said a lot. He actually knew that even if he slimmed down, it would be difficult for Xiaoxiong to like him. The main reason he wanted to improve was not to let Xiaoxiong know that his fan was a seemingly creepy fat guy.
Suyuyo's reaction when she first saw him remains fresh in his memory.
Zhang Xiaobai's current behavior is similar to being a fan, but compared to those fans who block airports and break barriers regardless, quietly liking, taking idols as role models, and actively enriching oneself, this is the true way to be a fan. Alas, Lu Chen looked at the little silly on his shoulder, realizing that he was also being cautious. He gently placed Suyuyo on the bed, brought a basin of hot water, wiped her face, neck, hands, and feet, and covered her with a blanket. Returning downstairs, he took a comfortable hot bath and sobered up. The cotton must be dry, but he didn't feel like spreading it. Standing by the bed, gazing at Suyuyo's delicately carved little face, he couldn't help but stare a little longer.
At that moment,
Su Yuyo's beautiful eyes slowly opened, her cheeks still rosy like a red apple.
Lu Chen, hug me.
She reached out her soft little hand towards Lu Chen.
The soft voice echoed in the room. Lu Chen felt like his heart was melting. He bent down and gently touched her nose, whispering, awake? But I still want to sleep. I want Lu Chen to hold me. Su Yuyo's fair little hand hooked around Lu Chen's neck, pulling him towards her.
2 glasses of beer made her so fuzzy, he couldn't let her drink anymore in the future.
Lu Chen lay down gently on the bed,
and in a blink of an eye, Su Yuyo clung to his chest like an octopus. A faint fragrance filled his nostrils, a scent that never grew old no matter how many times he smelled it.
Wait, Yuyo, don't touch there. On the campus path of the Polytechnic University, Lu Chen followed the location sent by Lin Miaomio and found the place. I'm here, are you done with your class?
Beep beep. You're already here, my class has just started.
Lu Gu.
There are many pavilions by the lakeside, go there and rest for a while, I'll come right after class.
No rush, you go ahead.
Looking around, Lu Chen noticed some people playing badminton on the playground, and among all sports, this was the one he was most interested in. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to go and watch. The 2 guys playing were quite skilled, not the kind who just hit the shuttlecock high up. Those who play badminton know that playing against skilled opponents is more tiring than playing a full basketball game. After watching for a while, Lu Chen felt the urge to play, and seeing a small shop nearby, he bought 2 good shuttlecocks and walked over.
Classmate, mind if I join in?
The 2 had already noticed Lu Chen, and seeing him with shuttlecocks, they gladly agreed. One of the guys handed his racket to Lu Chen, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said with a smile, this guy is from the badminton club, give it a try.
Thanks.
Taking the racket, Lu Chen put the gifts aside and stepped onto the court.
Bro, what department are you from? Skipping class at this hour? I've already graduated, just here to visit a friend. No wonder you look unfamiliar, I know everyone who plays badminton. After chatting for a while, they got serious. After a while, the opponent noticed that Lu Chen seemed a bit rusty, as if he hadn't touched a racket in a long time, so he slowed down the pace to warm up with Lu Chen. Warm up done.
Lu Chen gradually regained his former skills, exchanging shots with the other guy, making some beautiful smashes that impressed the onlookers. In fact, Lu Chen won by a large margin.
The opponent was holding back.
Half an hour later, the 3 sat on the grass resting for a moment, and Lu Chen bought drinks for them. When he met genuine friends, Lu Chen was usually generous, especially since it was just a small amount of money. They were still students.
Bro, you're pretty good. If you practice more, both of us might not be your match. You've won me over with just a bottle of drink, Lu Chen joked.
Huh, but you do have a good foundation, you must have been quite good before.
You mentioned you came to visit a friend, what department are they from? Maybe we know them. I'm not too sure about that. She said she has a class in the art building. Oh, going to see your girlfriend?
You got it wrong, she's just a friend.
True, if she were a girlfriend, how could she not even know which department? Beep 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 beep. Lu Chen's phone rang, it was Lin Miaomia calling. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Ge, are you at the Emerald Lake? I'll come find you now.
He's at the 3rd badminton court. One of the boys interjected with a smile.
Oh, I see now, thanks.
The call ended. A few minutes later, a graceful figure ran down the path, her pure white dress swaying in the wind.
Lu Ge.
Lin Miaomia was still some distance away, waving towards the badminton court with a smile. The 2 turned back with smiles, wanting to see who Lu Chen was waiting for. When they saw the approaching figure, their eyes widened in surprise.
Isn't that the school flower Lin Miaomia? Oh my god.
Seeing Lin Miaomia running towards them, Lu Chen stood up, smiled at the 2 and said, let's meet another time.
With that, he picked up a gift and walked towards Lin Miaomia.
However, the 2 boys couldn't muster a smile, especially the one from the badminton club, his face turned sour. In their class, who didn't know he was Lin Miaomia's top suitor?
Lu Chen had just given in to him in a game.
This was unforgivable.
Damn it! Lu Ge, why do you have time to come see me today? Isn't the milk tea shop busy?
Lin Miaomia asked softly, her hands behind her slender waist.
Thanks to you, business is booming.
That's because you have a strong foundation, I'm just adding a finishing touch.
Lin Miaomia noticed the gift in Lu Chen's hand and smiled sweetly, is this for me? Lu Chen handed over the gift, a slight smile playing on his lips, happy birthday. The big one is from one of your fans through me, the small one is from me. Thank you. Lin Miaomia took the 2 gifts, curiously shaking the small gift box, then gazed at Lu Chen with exquisite eyes. Can I open it now? It's a gift for you, of course you can.
After opening the gift, she found a lipstick and a bottle of face cream inside.
Thank you, I love it.
Lin Miao Miao smiled and retied the small gift box, putting it in her pocket.
Don't you want to open the other gift? It's too big, I'll open it later. Thank that fan for me.
I'll convey your thanks.
Lu Ge, aren't you in a hurry to go back?
Let me take you for a walk by the Emerald Lake, it's the most beautiful spot on our campus. Lin Miao Miao suggested.
Aren't you supposed to be in class?
Lin Miao Miao shook her head. No, I'm done with classes.
I just took a break for one class, I'll copy the notes from my roommate later.
Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. It didn't seem right to leave right after arriving, so he nodded. Besides, he had something to tell Lin Miao Miao. Arriving at the Emerald Lake, the scenery was indeed as beautiful as Lin Miao Miao had described, with shimmering lake waters, rows of autumnal apricot trees, and classical courtyards scattered around, many students walking in pairs. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed. It was during their conversation that Lu Chen learned that today wasn't actually Lin Miao Miao's birthday. She had randomly filled in that information online. The topic they discussed the most was their days of gaming together. Lu Chen couldn't help but joke that if the other brothers who gamed with them knew she was a girl, and such a beautiful one at that, they would have gone crazy like Dian Wei.
And what about you? What were you thinking when you found out I was a girl? Lin Miao Miao's eyes flickered, then she looked up, asking with anticipation. Lu Chen paused for a moment, grinned. First of all, I was definitely shocked, and then I thought, could this be one of the brothers' daughters? She's all grown up. Lin Miao Miao's disdainful gaze, that's it? And also, it's very beautiful. Seemingly not hearing the answer she wanted, Lin Miao Miao pursed her lips, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of the bracelet on Lu Chen's left hand, looking somewhat despondent. A guy wearing such a beautiful bracelet, if he's not a crossdresser, most likely it was a gift from a young girl. Lu Chen obviously wasn't a crossdresser, he always wore this bracelet, so the person who gave it to him must be very important to him. She forced a smile and asked, "Did your girlfriend give you this necklace?" Lu Chen didn't deny it but raised his hand, saying, "You mean this? It was a gift from her for my store opening. Your girlfriend must be very beautiful, with such good taste." She's quite beautiful, just a bit silly. Thinking of Su Yuyo's drunken coquettishness last night, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. All these scenes were captured by Lin Miao Miao's eyes. She lowered her head, casually kicking the weeds at her feet. "I envy her, being able to find a boyfriend like you." "There's nothing to envy. I'm just average looking, full of flaws. You're so beautiful and a famous blogger. The people chasing after you could probably line up all the way to the Manhwa mountain. Sooner or later, you'll meet someone who treats you well." Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves and grinned. "Miao Miao. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell Brother Lu, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson." Lin Miao Miao seemed to understand something and smiled. "That's what you said, Brother Lu. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond," Lu Chen said solemnly. Lin Miao Miao stopped in her tracks, the gentle breeze from the lake brushing her cheeks, lifting a strand of her hair. She smiled and said, "Let's pinky promise. Do all you girls like making pinky promises? It's a girl's little secret." Lin Miao Miao slowly raised her pinky finger, staring earnestly at Lu Chen. Looking at her jade-like pinky finger, Lu Chen smiled back and extended his finger to hook hers. "If someone bullies me in the future, and Lu Chen doesn't come to help, he'll be a bad dog. Pinky promise, unchangeable for 100 years. Lu Chen softly said, "Unchangeable? What? You actually let Lu Chen go see that cat girl alone?" At the Rain Mirror bar, Shuyao's voice sounded excited. "Haven't you seen the rumors online? Haven't you seen the cat girl's updates? Yuyo, how can you be so carefree?" "I'm not bad-mouthing the boss behind his back, it's just that there's a saying, a man's true nature. Faced with such a cute little girl, the boss might not be able to control himself. And you're about to go to Jiangsu and Zhujiang, leaving the boss alone here. Who knows what he might do behind your back?" So Yuyu was cleaning molds and nonchalantly replied with a smile, "I trust Lu Chen." "Oh no, Yuyo, have you been brainwashed by the boss? How can you be so trusting? Lu Chen is not that kind of person. Besides, if he really wanted to hide something from me, he wouldn't have told me. And the gift he took with him was also something he asked me to choose." Seeing that her words were in vain, Shuya shook her head helplessly. They say girls in love are fools, and from the looks of it, Suyuyu was deeply immersed in it. "Hello, Shuyao, is Lu Chen here?" A pleasant voice made Shuyao turn her head, and when she saw who it was, her face suddenly turned cold. "Jiang Wan, what are you doing here?" Shuyao turned away, her voice cold. "The boss is not here, he's gone out." Facing Shuyao's cold reception, Jiang Wan's expression only slightly changed, not showing any anger. She continued, "If Lu Chen comes back, please tell him thank you for the reminder." "Got it," Shuyao replied impatiently. After Jiangwan left and walked away from Yujin, Shuyao couldn't help but comment, I really don't know what miraculous medicine it is that can make Miss Jiangwan's temperament change so drastically. Watching Jiangwan's slender figure, Su Yuyo softly said, I heard from Lu Chen that Jiangwan has had a tough time these years. Her father left with another woman, taking away all the family assets, and her mother, unable to bear the blow, has been traveling around the gambling tables all year round. It was only after hearing this that Su Yuyo didn't dislike Jiangwan as much. She actually went through all that. A pitiful person must have some detestable aspects. Forget it. I won't argue with her. As long as she behaves a bit better, I'll reluctantly not give her a hard time, Shuyao pouted. Across the street, Jiangwan hailed a taxi, preparing to get in, casting a complex look at the Eugene milk tea shop. This time she came, besides coming to express gratitude, she also came to bid farewell to Lu Chen. Headquarters decided to promote her and transfer her to the coastal area. Upon her inquiry, Song Ziyi relayed to her the exact words Lu Chen had reminded her of twice. From Lu Chen's attitude, it was clear that he really didn't want to have much to do with her anymore. She knew that the connection between her and Lu Chen basically ended here. Persisting would only scatter the remaining beauty. She remembered a line from Journey to the West that she and Lu Chen used to watch together. Once there was a sincere affection in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it. What she once thought was a joke now pierced her heart across the river of time. The car door closed, and the taxi gradually moved away in the sunlight. At night, Su Yuyo was tidying up her belongings in the room. She hadn't been living there for long, but she had quite a few things. Every time Lu Chen mentioned keeping accounts, he never asked her for a penny, nor did he allow her to borrow money from others. She was leaving for Jiangsu and Zhejiang the next day. The counselor had reminded her several times. The door opened. Lu Chen came in carrying large and small bags and an oversized suitcase. He called Su Yuyo over and opened each bag to introduce them to her. These 3 basins, the blue one is for washing feet, your favorite pink one is for washing face, and I heard that girls also need one for washing their bottoms, so use this yellow one. I'll write it down with a marker for you, in case you forget, just look at the back. There are also towels, dishcloths, toothpaste, toothbrush, facial cleanser, lotion, shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, hand soap. These are daily necessities, mirror, comb, umbrella, bath towel. I bought 2 sets of bed sheets and duvet covers for you to change and wash when there's sun, blankets, mattresses. Lu Chen looked up at Su Yuyo, Yuyo, see if there's anything else you need. Puff! A fragrant and warm lump of jade rushed into his arms, a small head pushing in forcefully, wanting to merge with Lu Chen. Su Yuyo raised her head slightly, her eyes seemingly a stream flowing in her eye sockets, faintly shimmering. Lu Chen, why are you so good to me? The better you treat me, the more I don't want to leave you. Sometimes I think, just stay by your side like this, run Eugene together, live together, sleep together, grow old together. You silly girl. You got snot on my clothes. Su Yuyo pouted and released Lu Chen from her cheek, turning her head away, not wanting to deal with Lu Chen. Clearly, it was such a sad atmosphere, but Lu Chen had to mention snot on clothes. Now it's about snot or not. She was about to leave, and she didn't know when she would see him again. Even if it was just a day apart, she couldn't bear it. Sulking, she was about to run upstairs alone in silent sorrow when a hand suddenly fell on her waist, gently pulling her into an embrace. Lu Chen caressed Su Yuyo's cheek gently and said, silly girl. I promise you, once I settle things here, I'll come find you right away. Don't lie to me, or else I'll bite you. Su Yuyo's watery eyes made me feel sorry for her. Lu Chen slowly released the person in his arms and extended his pinky finger with a smile. Pinky promise. Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen with a pitiful expression, wiped away her tears, nodded earnestly, and hooked her pinky finger with Lu Chen's. Promise not to change for 100 years, or you'll turn into a puppy. I won't change. Su Yuyo repeated seriously. No crying either, crying will turn you into a kitten. Lu Chen wiped away the tears at the corner of Su Yuyo's eyes, then held her hand and checked the items again. If anything was missing, he would buy it tomorrow. After some squeezing and packing, he managed to fit everything into a large box. No wonder they say not to help girls with their luggage casually, because you never know how much stuff can fit inside. After tidying up, Lu Chen took a shower first. He was sweating after carrying so many things back. When he finished, he looked upstairs and called out, Yuyo, you can take a shower now. Oh, I'm coming. Su Yuyo seemed to be holding something in her hand, nervously stuffing it into her pocket, then hurried into the bathroom with a bundle of clothes. Lu Chen watched the peculiar Su Yuyo and couldn't figure out what she was up to. Shaking his head, he picked up a cup of hot tea and prepared to read a book. After about 15 minutes, the bathroom door opened slowly. Even though the water had stopped running a while ago, Lu Chen wondered what Su Yuyo was doing inside. Lu Chen.
A soft voice reached his ears, and he took a sip of hot tea, turning to look.
Put. The hot tea sprayed out of his mouth as he was shocked. Yuyo, what are you doing?
He touched his nose, feeling a rush of heat about to burst out. Su Yuyo had changed into the outfit she wore when they first met, a white bear print shirt, khaki pleated skirt, black leather shoes. But the most crucial part was that Su Yuyo somehow got hold of a pair of silk stockings. Paired with her flushed face after the bath, it was just. He quickly got up, grabbed a blanket from the sofa, and wrapped Su Yuyo in it.
Lu Chen, don't you like it? Su Yuyo sounded a bit disappointed. It's not about liking it or not.
Shuyao said boys like it when girls wear silk stockings. You said it last time too, so it's not like it's not allowed.
Lu Chen looked embarrassed, stuttering, I do like it.
The thing is, why are you suddenly dressing like this in the middle of the night? I want to leave some good memories with you, so even if I'm gone, you'll surely think of me often.
This is also what Shuyao taught you. Lu Chen was already preparing to scold Shuyao tomorrow for instilling such strange ideas in Yuyo. It's not Shuyao who taught me, I looked it up online.
If you don't like this, I have white stockings, black and white combo. Fishnet stockings seemed weird to me, so I didn't buy them.
Su Yuyo stared at Lu Chen with innocent big eyes, cheeks slightly blushing. The internet is really something. It's just too much. Lu Chen held Su Yuyo's soft white hand, whispering, Yuyo, don't you think we already have good memories between us? Of course we do. Su Yuyo affirmed decisively. If we do, then why do you have to resort to this method to create good memories?
Su Yuyo lowered her head, glanced sideways. The internet says this can make a guy stay, and I want to make you stay.
Who's teaching these twisted values? Nowadays, you can find all sorts of people on the internet. I'll ask you this, even if you know, tonight, if I really wanted to leave, do you think you could stop me?
If in the future, for some reason we separate, and you meet someone who captivates your heart, he would surely have doubts too. The online world is full of deception. You must learn to distinguish the truth from the lies in the future. The proper sequence for two people to be together is always first getting to know each other, then confessing feelings, confirming the relationship, adjusting to each other, and finally meeting the parents.
Not skipping a single step, understand? Lu Chen earnestly advised. I understand. Su Yuyo nodded seriously, took a step forward, and hugged Lu Chen, saying, we won't separate, right? Well, Lu Chen couldn't predict what the future held.
Looking at Su Yuyo in his arms, he gently said, we will never be apart.
Su Yuyo smiled satisfactorily.
Releasing her from his embrace, Lu Chen urged, go change into your pajamas. After Su Yuyo went upstairs to find clothes, Lu Chen washed his face with cold water in the bathroom to calm himself down, as his heart was pounding wildly, more exaggerated than running 5 kilometers.
Love is not about possession, especially since Su Yuyo's thoughts are as pure as a child's. If he were to claim her now, what would differentiate him from a beast? When Lu Chen came out, Su Yuyo walked in with a set of changed clothes.
As she went upstairs,
Lu Chen lay on the bed, contemplating.
Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling sound of plastic near his ear.
Perplexed, he lifted the pillow and found something hidden underneath. Taking a look. Ultimate ultra-thin, ice-cold pleasure.
These 8 words made Lu Chen chuckle bitterly. This silly girl had prepared this.
He put away the box of bubblegum. This night was destined for insomnia. A new day dawned.
Last night, Lu Chen had arranged for Yu Jin's work. Today, he was going to have a good time with Yuyo and Shushi. Early on, Yuyo started to dress herself, putting on a pretty little dress, the French-style floral dress she bought last time at the clothing store. Her fair as jade collarbone was like a crescent moon. Stepping lightly, she resembled a fairy princess stepping out of a fairy tale. At Lu Chen's strong insistence, he draped a white knitted sweater over her, completely covering her pearl-like fragrant shoulders.
Their first stop today was the tallest building in Shushi.
On the top floor, they witnessed the red sun slowly rising from the horizon, its rosy light dyeing the clouds warm red, as if the Weaver Girl had descended to Earth, creating a picturesque scene. The second stop was a small island in the river in Shushi.
On the island, they took a sightseeing car together, exploring the entire island and even flew kites on the island's lawn.
The third stop was the maple forest. Walking hand in hand on the forest path, they felt each other's warmth, strolling leisurely. The autumn wind blew, maple leaves falling with the wind, creating a beautiful sight. Looking up, various colors of leaves intertwined, weaving a beautiful picture. It matched a poem perfectly. Half red leaves, half yellow, slowly counting the years to appreciate the autumn scenery, maple leaves in thousands of branches falling day by day.
Lu Chen, my legs are a bit sore.
Su Yuyo linked her arm with Lu Chen's, pursed her cherry lips, slightly tilting her head, smiling foolishly, like a carefree deer. Lu Chen couldn't help but rub her head in front of him, squatting down and saying, come up, I'll carry you. When Su Yuyo lay on his back, her hands around his neck, he lifted her legs and stood steadily. Su Yuyo comfortably rested her head on his shoulder, lazily swinging her legs. I'll drop you if you move. Humph, you dare. Facing the evening glow, the two walked further and further along the path in the woods. Little did they know that a renowned photography enthusiast had captured this silhouette photo from afar, winning a second prize. The first prize belonged to my district head father. The final stop, Hashi University City. After parking the car, Lu Chen led Su Yuyo to the entrance of the oldest school in the university city. Before they could get closer, two figures approached with smiles. Seeing the two, Su Yuyo excitedly greeted them. Jiai's sister. Wow. Yuyo, you look beautiful today. They say loving someone is like nurturing a flower, and it seems true. Shinjai walked towards Lu Chen, who was standing aside, giving him a thumbs up, making Lu Chen blush. Come, today I must take you to explore the scenery of Yuehua Mountain. Lu Chen told me you're about to study in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Thank you, Jiai's sister. Thank me for what? We are friends. The two girls walked hand in hand, Shinjai leading Su Yuyo to eat delicious food first, as the food here was tasty and cheap. Behind them, Lu Chen and Yiming exchanged smiles. Lu Chen asked, I heard Shinjai is about to graduate, what are your plans? Yiming smiled proudly, we are planning to get married. Ah, so sudden. Lu Chen was somewhat shocked to hear this, remembering that Yiming was 2 years younger than Shinjai. Our parents have met and have no objections. You don't know, Jai may seem lively on the surface, but she's actually a girl who lacks security. I want to tell her that in my life, it's only her, Yiming. Ming Ge is decisive. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up, sincerely admiring Yiming. When is your wedding day set? I will definitely come then. It's tentatively set during the Chinese New Year. At this time, both of us are busy with our studies. By the way, you can't come alone. Jai said you must bring Su Yuyo, otherwise she won't welcome you. Yiming teased. Realizing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, of course. What about you? Jiangsu and Zhejiang are so far away. Not to be critical, but long-distance relationships are not easy. Aren't you afraid she'll be deceived by some other guy? That's why I plan to go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang too. That's not easy. Yiming knew Lu Chen's store was in Shushi, so going to Jiangsu and Zhejiang meant starting all over again. As you said, love can cross mountains and seas. I can't bear to entrust her to anyone else. That's the way. Yiming put his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, quickening his pace to catch up with the two girls ahead. Yuehua Mountain wasn't particularly high, but hiking up was no easy task, especially after a whole day of fun. When they had climbed about 2/3 of the way, Lu Chen saw Su Yuyo sweating and tired, so he squatted down beside her and said, let me carry you for a while. No. Su Yuyo shook her head. I'm fine, you can rest on me for a while, and then we'll continue. Lu Chen suggested. No, I want to climb up by myself. Su Yuyo insisted stubbornly. At this moment, Shinjai smiled and interjected, let Yuyo climb by herself, we're almost there. Well, okay, if you're tired, we'll take a break, it's still early. Half an hour passed. The group walked and stopped, and they were finally nearing the mountaintop. Su Yuyo puffed up her rosy cheeks, silently encouraging herself to make it to the top on her own. Shinjai then walked over and placed a glowing rabbit ear headband on her head, saying, here's a gift for you. It's so pretty, but Jai's sister, why don't you have one? Mine is broken. I don't really like this one. Shinjai hesitated for a moment and said, thank you, Sister Jai. Su Yuyo really liked this gift, especially at night, it sparkled. She turned to look at Lu Chen, wanting him to see it too, only to find that Lu Chen was nowhere to be seen behind her. Shinjai spoke up, Lu Chen went to buy drinks, he'll meet us at the mountaintop later. Oh, I see. Although feeling something was off, Su Yuyo didn't dwell on it. After climbing a bit more, she encountered a middle-aged couple who suddenly stopped in front of Su Yuyo, smiling as they handed her 2 pink roses. Little beauty, these are for you. Ah! Su Yuyo was taken aback. She took the flowers politely and said, thank you, auntie. The middle-aged couple walked away not long after. A girl in sportswear noticed Su Yuyo and ran over, handing her 2 pink flowers. Little sister, these are for you. Thank you. Su Yuyo was a bit bewildered as she accepted the flowers. The higher she climbed, the more people handed her flowers until she could barely hold them all and had to cradle them in her arms. On the moonlight peak of Moonlight Mountain, there was a place called the Moonlight Platform, also known as the Matchmaking Platform. Surrounding the railings of the Moonlight Platform were various types of love locks. Jai's sister told her that only by reaching the Moonlight Platform through her own efforts and locking a love lock together could 2 people stay together forever. This was why Su Yuyo didn't want Lu Chen to carry her. Finally reaching the Moonlight Platform, where many people had gathered, especially when they saw Su Yuyo walking up with flowers. All eyes turned to her, with smiles and whispers from many couples nearby. Not long ago, a guy had come up with 2 large bunches of flowers, giving one to them and asking them to give the other to a girl wearing bunny ear accessories. It was an easy task, and most people were willing. As people descended the mountain and saw Su Yuyo, some gave her a rose, while others gave her both flowers directly. Some people stayed behind, wanting to witness what would happen next. Seeing so many people gathered around her, all looking at her, Su Yuyo felt a bit overwhelmed, clutching the flowers tightly in her hands. She instinctively looked for Lu Chen's figure, feeling safe as long as he was by her side. Finally, she saw a figure approaching from a distance. Lu Chen walked up to her with a large bunch of pink baby's breath flowers, step by step. Su Yuyo's fists clenched tightly, her heart pounding uncontrollably like a deer. She glanced at Shinjiai and Yiming not far away, cheering her on, clearly aware of everything. The broken headpiece, the drink run. It was all a lie. No wonder so many people gave her flowers. It must be related to Lu Chen's sudden disappearance. Her gaze returned to Lu Chen, and as they locked eyes, it was as if only each other existed in their sight. Yuyo. I'm not good with words, nor have I been in love before, but since I met you, I've been certain of one thing, that I don't want to miss you. I don't want to give you to anyone else, nor will I bind you with love. Right now, I just want to tell you one thing. I like you, really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? This was Lu Chen's heartfelt monologue, his most genuine self. Looking at Su Yuyo so close yet with a thin veil between them, he couldn't help but feel nervous. At that moment, a boy in the crowd cheerfully shouted, "I do." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, followed by others saying, "Say yes to him. Say yes." Su Yuyo's delicate face was already blushing red, as if a gentle pinch could make blood ooze out. She shyly lowered her head, her cherry lips slightly curved, softly murmuring a sound as if her voice was covered by feathers. She took a small step forward, her head gently resting on his chest. Lu Chen's lips curled up with a deep smile, his heart already in turmoil as he tenderly embraced the fragrant beauty in front of him. From that moment on, Su Yuyo became his girlfriend. The onlookers erupted into a commotion, the noise so loud that even at the foot of the mountain, it could be faintly heard. After a while, Su Yuyo blushed and lifted her head slightly, her lively eyes flashing with shyness. Without Su Yuyo saying a word, Lu Chen already guessed what she wanted. He held Su Yuyo's warm, moist hand, smiled, bowed to thank everyone, and led her away from the moonlight terrace. Not far away, Yiming and Shinjiai had unknowingly clasped their hands together, exchanging a glance filled with endless emotions before leaving the place. At the foot of the mountain, Su Yuyo held a sky full of stars in her hands, her eyes curved as if holding a galaxy within. The pink roses handed to her earlier were given to others along the way. She said she wanted to share everyone's blessings with others. Lu Chen, next time we must come here again, okay? Su Yuyo turned around and said, "You just said your legs were sore. It's all your fault for not letting us lock our love on the moonlight terrace." Lu Chen held Su Yuyo's hand tightly. "Isn't this like locking it now? This doesn't count. Anyway, you have to promise me we'll come back here again." Su Yuyo felt her cheeks heating up, pouting with her head tilted back. All right, I promise you, I'll take you wherever you want to go in the future. That's more like it." Arriving at the entrance of Moonlight Mountain, Yiming and Shinjiai were waiting for them there. Lu Chen led Su Yuyo to meet them, smiling as he said, "Yiming, Shinjiai, thank you for tonight. Hee, we didn't help much." Shinjiai smiled. "Jai, come clean, when were you both bribed by Lu Chen, keeping it a secret from me?" Shinjiai glanced at Lu Chen and said, "It was a few days ago." Su Yuyo glared playfully at Lu Chen, realizing he had planned it all along, being by his side every day without noticing anything. Lu Chen smiled triumphantly, as if he had won a great battle. "It's getting late, you two enjoy your time together tonight, we won't disturb you anymore." Shinjiai winked at Su Yuyo. She then looked at Lu Chen, "Take good care of Yuyo, if you dare to bully her, I'll have Yiming give you a beating." "Definitely." Lu Chen replied seriously, taking out 2 cards with the Rain Mirror exclusive logo from his pocket, handing them to the couple. "These 2 cards allow you to enjoy free drinks at Rain Mirror Bubble Tea Shop, a small gift, consider it as your first wedding gift. So there will be a second gift." Shinjiai gladly accepted the cards, saying, "Of course, we'll definitely give you a big gift then. Remember to bring Yuyo along." "Definitely." Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyo beside him, holding her hand tightly. He vowed in his heart that he would never let her go. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Chen walked with Su Yuyo along the roadside, the warm streetlights casting their long shadows. The day of departure finally arrived. Lu Chen's ticket was for the morning, so he woke up when it was barely light outside, prepared breakfast, packed all the things Su Yuyo needed to bring, and double-checked everything before feeling at ease.
It all started from the moment he woke up in the morning. Su Yuyo had been feeling down, not as lively as usual.
There was a faint circle of gray under her eyes, clearly indicating a lack of sleep the night before. Driving to the high-speed rail station, there weren't many people outside, each hurrying with their luggage. Leading Su Yuyo to the entrance, Lucien could feel the tension in her hands. With almost an hour before the train departure, he returned her phone, with notes he had written in the memo about what to do after getting off the train, how to get a taxi, what to do at school first, etc. Even though Su Yuyo knew most of these things without Lucien mentioning them, he still couldn't help but worry and organize them all. Go in first, find the corresponding entrance and sit in a nearby seat. Make sure to check the train number before boarding. Don't sit in the wrong place. Call me when you arrive. Lucien wanted to let go of Su Yuyo's hand, but she hesitated to release it.
By now, Su Yuyo's eyes were already red.
Finally, she let go of his hand, not wanting Lucien to worry about her. She wanted to be brave. Lucien had promised to come find her once he was done with his work, and she vowed to become even better by the next time they met. Step by step towards the entrance, a short distance of 100 meters felt like a long journey for her. Finally, she turned back to glance at Lucien, mustering a smile and waving before disappearing around the corner.
Lucien waved back. Su Yuyo had disappeared around the corner.
After a while, Lucien took out an ID card from his pocket and left the place.
Inside the waiting hall, Su Yuyo dragged her heavy suitcase, the two contrasting greatly.
She remembered every word Lucien had instructed her, found the entrance corresponding to her ticket, and settled in a quiet corner to wait. The first thing she did after putting down her suitcase was to message Lucien. Lucien, I'm outside the entrance, have you gone back?
I miss you a little. Ding. Lucien replied, silly, didn't we just part ways? Even though we just parted, I still miss you, don't you miss me? I miss you too. That's about right.
After chatting for about half an hour, Lucien messaged, about to board, don't lose your ID card, remember to check the train number.
Got it. *Omega. With Lucien chatting with her all along, Su Yuyo's face showed less sorrow, a faint smile hanging on her lips. Upon boarding the train, Su Yuyo found her seat and settled in.
Looking around for the train attendant, she couldn't find one. Her luggage was heavy, and she couldn't lift it.
Hello miss, let me help you.
A young man from the same row stood up, showing a smile as refreshing as a breeze over a hill, took the suitcase, and effortlessly placed it on the luggage rack.
Thank you. Su Yuyo smiled back.
Her seat was next to this young man by the window, where Lucien had said she could enjoy the view when bored. Seeing Su Yuyo sit beside him, the young man smiled and stood aside. Once settled, Su Yuyo took out her phone and messaged Lucien with a smile. I couldn't find the train attendant, a young man helped me instead.
Oh, is the young man handsome? A bit less than Lucien. At this moment, the young man beside her chuckled and asked, are you letting your family know you're safe? No, it's my boyfriend. Su Yuyo replied.
Hearing this, the young man's smile faded, he pursed his lips, and remained silent. Several hours later, as the train was about to arrive, Lucien messaged her to wait at the door a few minutes early.
Su Yuyo stood up to leave, politely smiling, young man, please let me pass.
After a while, the boy next to her slowly raised his head, glanced at her teasingly, then gave up his seat. However, he quickly returned to his seat without any intention of helping further. Looking at her luggage, she remembered what Lucien had said.
Just as she was about to go find the train attendant for help, the attendant happened to appear not far away and walked straight to her, professionally smiling and asking, need any help? My luggage is stuck. Could you please help me? Thank you. With the attendant's assistance, the luggage was successfully moved down.
She dragged her luggage and arrived at the door early to wait.
After getting off the train, Su Yuyo told Lucien about what had just happened.
She couldn't understand why the boy deliberately blocked her way even though he didn't help her with the luggage, especially when he wasn't wearing headphones or sleeping.
Lucien replied, helping you is a favor, not helping is a duty. But blocking your way was indeed a bit too much. Don't overthink it. Most people in life are still good.
Purposeful help like this is rare.
Got it. Su Yuyo felt much better. Focus on the road, and message me when you get a cab. Lucien said.
Okay. Su Yuyo put down her phone and walked towards the exit following the signs.
In the train compartment just now, the boy in the seat felt a bit annoyed.
He had just been inexplicably stepped on and wanted to get angry, but the other person gave him a cold look. Seeing that the other person was tall and not easy to provoke, he forcibly suppressed his anger. After reaching the station exit, there were taxis everywhere.
Su Yuyo randomly got into one and headed towards the school. Not long after the previous car left. Driver, go to Jeonju University. Alright. Shortly after, another taxi started and also headed towards Jeonju University.
Inside the car, Su Yuyo sent a message to Lu Chen immediately. Lu Chen, I'm in the car.
It'll take about half an hour to get to the school. Feeling a bit nervous. Nervous about what? I've been on leave for so long, afraid that my classmates won't like me.
No need to worry.
With your intelligence and beauty, Su Yuyo, you will definitely be very popular.
After a moment of silence, Su Yuyo said, I really miss you.
I wish you could come over soon.
I'll finish my work as soon as possible.
Okay, but you must remember to rest and not overwork yourself.
Got it. Over an hour later, the taxi finally arrived at the entrance of Jiangxi University, and the fare was unexpectedly over 180. In the past, she wouldn't have thought much of it, but after spending a month with Lu Chen, she realized how hard it was to earn money. 180 was almost her daily wage. Lu Chen had once told her that with her working speed, she could only earn 100.
Uncle, why is it so expensive?
Su Yuyo bravely asked her question.
Little girl, can't you read the meter in my cab?
Su Yuyo glanced at the meter, and the numbers were indeed correct, but it still felt strange, and the time taken was too long. Looking at the fierce uncle, she had no choice but to pay the money. After the taxi drove away, she told Lu Chen about this incident, feeling a bit troubled. It was only the first day after parting with Lu Chen, and she encountered so many unpleasant things.
I know. Let's grab something to eat first and then go register.
Okay.
Not far away, watching Su Yuyo's figure gradually disappearing into the campus, Lu Chen finally walked out from the green belt.
He picked up his phone and noted down the taxi's license plate that he had just taken a picture of.
He had arrived half an hour ago.
Su Yuyo had left earlier than him, so even if she encountered some trouble on the way, it shouldn't have taken this long. Besides, he had only paid a few tens of yuan for his ride, while Su Yuyo had paid several times more. Just thinking about it, he knew something was off.
Report this matter to the relevant company. If they don't give a reasonable punishment, he will report this matter to the transportation department. Making money is fine, but not by unethical means. Glancing at the time, it was getting late, and there were no tickets to go back. Let's find a place nearby to stay for now.
There aren't many options near the school, just one hotel after another.
The key is that the business is doing well. In the afternoon, Su Yuyo has been busy with enrollment matters.
The other 3 girls in the dormitory are very nice, not only helping her wipe the desk in bed, but also helping her make the bed. She shared all these things with Lu Chen. In the evening, after Su Yuyo finished showering, she climbed into bed, lying on the pink bedding, wanting to send a video to Lu Chen. After waiting for a while, there was no response. After a while, Lu Chen sent a message, taking a shower, not convenient to answer. You must be tired today, rest early. Su Yuyo's mouth curled up high, replying, I want to see you shower.
Be careful not to get poked in the eye, you rogue.
Hee, you go shower first. After finishing chatting with Lu Chen, she opened the conversation box with Sister Shuyao. Sister Shuyao asked her how she felt on the first day of school.
It's fine, just met 2 annoying people on the way.
Shuyao, didn't the boss teach them a lesson for you? He dropped me off at the high-speed rail station and went back, didn't follow.
Ah, the boss isn't with you.
He sent me a message early in the morning saying he had to go out for something. I thought he took you.
Didn't he go to Yujian today? In the afternoon, he told me that Yujian's business was doing particularly well.
No.
I've been here all day, haven't seen the boss at all. He wouldn't do anything bad behind your back, would he?
Su Yuyo didn't reply, instead put on slippers and walked out of the dormitory to call Lu Chen. After 2 beeps, the call went through.
Hey, Yuyo, still not sleeping?
I just finished showering, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable with one less person in the room.
I want to see you. I've turned off the lights. Turning off the lights doesn't mean you can't turn them back on.
After a while, Lu Chen yawned. Yujin was too busy today, don't feel like moving, let's talk tomorrow. You're lying to me again, what's with the noisy background on the phone? We live on the 20th floor, there's never such noise usually, you're not at home at all. I asked Sister Shuyao, you didn't go to Yujin today, are you in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, did you follow me? Unable to hide it anymore, Lu Chen chuckled, Yuyo is getting smarter.
Where are you? I'm coming to find you. It's late, first day of class tomorrow, rest well.
If you don't tell me, I'll search around one by one nearby.
Long pause. Lu Chen spoke, I'm at the east gate of your school, about to leave. Wait for me, don't leave.
Su Yuyo hung up the phone with a coquettish shout, hurried back to the dormitory, packed a few things, and smiled at the dormitory head Qinlan. Lan, I'm asking for leave from you.
If the teacher comes to check the dorm, say I had to go out.
Qinlan was applying a face mask, turned her head and asked, where are you going? My boyfriend is coming over.
Oh, with that, Su Yuyo had already left the dormitory.
Two other heads popped out from the curtain inside the dormitory. By Linine, who had a naturally cute and silly look, said, "When Yuyo came to class today, the boys in the class were all staring, and many boys from other classes came to audit the class, saying they were auditing, but actually just to see Yuyo. If they knew Yuyo was taken, I wonder what their expressions would be." Shinlan smoothed the eye mask, looking at Yuyo's appearance. "It's probably a long-distance relationship, 9 out of 10. Yang Shanshan was the first to speak. "Everyone knows how fickle boys can be. Even if they know that Su Yuyo is taken, they'd probably still want to pursue her, especially in a long-distance relationship." On the campus path, Su Yuyo, wearing pink flip-flops, ran towards the east gate, attracting the attention of many male students. Lu Chen stood at the entrance of the east gate, his gaze wandering around. Finally, on a side path, a figure he was all too familiar with came running towards him. Seeing this, he smiled and went to meet her. With a thud, Su Yuyo crashed into Lu Chen's arms, clinging to him like a small pendant, securely attached to him. Holding Su Yuyo's small legs steadily, he embraced her. "Why the rush? What if you fall? Because I wanted to see you sooner." Su Yuyo smiled happily. This was the happiest moment of her day. "We just saw each other this morning." "Really? It feels like it's been ages." "Silly girl." Lu Chen lightly tapped Su Yuyo's nose and smirked. "It's late, the dormitory will be closing soon." "Let it close. I brought my charger and ID. Tonight, I want to stay with you outside." "No, go back quickly. The teacher might come to check the dorm later. You've only taken a month off, and if he finds out you're not here, he'll deduct your credits." "Let him deduct them. Tonight, I want to sleep with you." "Fine, after tonight, I won't come to Jiangsu and Zhejiang again." Lu Chen's tone was indifferent. "No, you must come to Jiangsu and Zhejiang." Su Yuyo became anxious at this. "So, are you coming back to the dorm to sleep tonight?" Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Gently placing Su Yuyo on the ground, he took her hand and said, "Hurry back, or the dorm will close." They retraced their steps to the entrance of the girls' dormitory building. Despite Su Yuyo's efforts to slow down, they made it just before the dormitory closed. Urged by the dormitory aunt, she quickly tiptoed and pecked Lu Chen on the cheek before running into the girls' dormitory. "Lu Chen, be safe on your way back. Good night." Through the glass door, Su Yuyo waved to Lu Chen. "Got it. Go back and rest soon. Good night." Watching Su Yuyo disappear into the hallway, Lu Chen left with a somewhat reluctant gait, looking up at the building with a hint of reluctance. At that moment, a figure rushed out, panting heavily, and leaned against the railing, waving at him. The gloom on Lu Chen's face seemed to dissipate, and he waved back at Su Yuyo before leaving. The next day at noon, Lu Chen returned to Shushi and drove to the Rain Mirror milk tea shop. It was a hot day, and there were many people queuing outside. As Lu Chen walked in, everyone turned to look at him. "Shuyao, making milk tea?" teased. "Boss, back from your business trip? How was Jiangsu and Zhejiang?" "You big mouth, always giving me away," Lu Chen said, giving her a disapproving look. After the lunch rush, Lu Chen took the opportunity to guide Shuyao and Shijiang on some work details, and both listened attentively. Around 10 o'clock that night, Lu Chen ran into Song Ziyi, who had just finished work at the intersection. Song Ziyi greeted him with a smile. "Lu Chen, just closed up?" "Yeah, been really busy lately," Lu Chen replied. "I have to confess something to you. I didn't keep the secret you asked me to. I told everything to my master." Lu Chen remained calm and said, "It's okay, no hard feelings." When Jianwan suddenly came to find him that day and said those things, he knew what was going on. "As long as you don't blame me. Go back and rest early. Goodbye, Lu Chen." Song Ziyi stopped a taxi and waved before leaving. In fact, she had a message to pass on to brother Lu Chen on behalf of the driver, but after hearing Lu Chen's words just now, she knew that Lu Chen did not hold a grudge against the driver. It was more like he had let go and found peace. That's how it was. Driving back home, walking into the house, looking at the familiar room, but not feeling as comfortable as before. At this time, you should be rushing to take a shower and then sitting on the sofa watching anime. Opening WeChat, several messages popped up in a row. "Still not resting? Don't work too late, remember to eat. Night self-study is so boring, I really want to drink the milk tea you make. Night self-study is over, I'm on my way back to the dorm. Ding ding, I bought a crispy starch sausage. Have you reached home? I'm wearing a pretty camisole tonight, want to show you. Another day missing you, why does time pass so slowly?" Lu Chen typed on his phone, "Silly, you're not asleep yet." The other person was typing. "Have you reached home?" "Yes, just got home. Why so late today, is the milk tea shop very busy?" "It's okay, caught Shuyao and Shijiang to do some extra homework. These two still have a lot of shortcomings." "Oh, intersection__intersection, oha, did Shuyao complain?" "More than just complaining,
her eyes almost wanted to kill me. Hee omega equals, Shuya told me. She said that as soon as you went back today, you kept muttering like a tang monk in her ear. Now every time she closes her eyes, she sees you. Am I that annoying? Lu Chen shrugged his nose, thinking back. It seemed like he was too harsh on Shu Yao and Shi Jiang. He didn't feel anything himself, but they were indeed under a lot of pressure. Maybe he should let them relax tomorrow. How was school today? Did you make any new friends? Don't worry, I'm fine, everyone likes me, just that you're not by my side. That's good then. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but hearing that Yu was so popular still made him feel a bit sour. People are indeed complicated, on one hand not wanting Yu to be excluded, on the other hand afraid of others having thoughts about her. Ah, this is what a long-distance relationship feels like. Just one day and he's already starting to overthink. By the way, Yu, have your family contacted you? After waiting for a while, Yu replied with 2 words, not yet. In just 2 words, Lu Chen could feel Yu's sadness, on one hand fearing her parents continuing to pressure her into marriage. On the other hand, after all, they were the parents who raised her, how could she not care about them? She was just a girl who had recently turned 18. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen messaged, do you still remember your parents' phone numbers? I'll talk to them. Don't. I'll talk to them properly. If I'm not mistaken, they should know you've returned to school. My dad is very strict. If he finds out about you, he'll definitely be furious. It's something that needs to be faced sooner or later. Avoiding it isn't a solution. Alright then. Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment, then sent her parents' numbers to Lu Chen. Saving the numbers, Lu Chen saw that it was getting late. He would find an opportunity to communicate with them tomorrow. To be honest, he was a bit nervous. In the eyes of the other party, he might just be a yellow-haired boy who took away their daughter. I'll take a shower first. You go to bed early. Good night. Okay, good night. After showering, Lu Chen yawned and walked upstairs to lie down on the bed. There was still a faint fragrance in the bedding, the scent of Yu. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang with the sound of a video call. Picking up the phone, it was a call from Yu. After answering, a round, innocent face popped up, wearing white headphones on the ears. Su Yuyo lay on the bed, covered with a pink heart-shaped quilt, dressed in a cute little camisole. From this angle, the view of the 2 peaks was unobstructed. Ahem, Yuyo. Lu Chen hinted with his eyes. Su Yuyo was about to speak when she realized she was exposed, her face blushing, quickly grabbing a pillow to cover herself. It's time to say goodnight. Why aren't you asleep yet? I wanted to see you. Su Yuyo spoke softly, looking at the scene. The dormitory should have turned off the lights. Now you've seen me, it's time to sleep. No, I haven't seen enough. I want to look a little longer. Can't you sleep? Do you want me to tell you a story? Su Yuyo rolled her eyes. The story he told last time was still vivid in her mind. She didn't want to hear about the little girl selling nuclear bombs. After chatting for a while, they bid each other goodnight again before reluctantly hanging up the phone. In the morning, Lu Chen changed into sportswear and went out for a run. After 5 kilometers, he took a leisurely walk and sat on a park bench to rest for a while. Taking out his phone, he looked at Su Yuyo's parents' number and chose to call her father. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Hello, uncle, I am a friend of your daughter's. I want to talk to you. Oh, the voice on the other end became deeper. What do you want to talk to me about? From the way you speak, it seems like you're not surprised at all. Lu Chen paused for a moment. If I guess correctly, you must have found Yuyo a long time ago. That's right. You're quite clever. Thank you for saving my daughter and taking care of her for so long. Why didn't you take her away then? Lu Chen questioned. I've investigated you, I know all your information. In a way, you have a good character. Yuyo is too childish, so I thought this would be a good opportunity for her to mature. The tone on the other end remained casual. Thank you for the compliment, but do you think I would believe that? Leaving his beautiful daughter in the care of a strange man, solely based on good character, seemed too far-fetched. Then what do you think is the reason? Do you know my parents? Lu Chen remembered his mother's strange behavior of giving him a family heirloom. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other clues. After a long silence, there was a crisp applause and laughter on the other end. Indeed, you are still unable to recognize my voice after all this time? Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes widened. Uncle Su, is that you? With this reminder, he immediately thought of a person. An uncle who visited their home every year to celebrate the new year, a comrade of his father's who, like his father, went into business after retiring from the military. Even if he racked his brains, he never thought that Uncle Su would turn out to be Su Yuyo's father. Finally figured out who I am. Lu Chen found it amusing. This was truly comedic. So, you knew Yuyo was at my place, that's why you didn't come looking for her? Sort of. Uncle Su, can I ask you for a favor? Lu Chen's tone became respectful. In his impression, Uncle Su was a pretty good person. Do you want me to cancel the engagement between Yuyo and me?
Yes. I know Yuyo is your daughter, but she is an independent person. You shouldn't decide her marriage and future on her behalf. She should be the one to decide.
Lu Chen said solemnly. So, is this the reason you pursued my daughter? Ahem. Lu Chen was embarrassed. He couldn't believe Uncle Su knew about that too.
I don't have many principles, but keeping promises is a top priority for me. However, considering you are Lu Dazhuang's son, I can try to cancel the engagement.
Thank you, Uncle Su. Su Tiannan chuckled. So, you're sure about calling off the wedding?
The other party is the son of the CEO of a top technology group. He's much wealthier compared to being with you.
Absolutely. Lu Chen was firm. There are plenty of wealthy people in this world. If we follow your logic, does it mean all girls should just marry rich men?
I can't guarantee a prosperous future, but as long as I'm by Yu's side, I will never let her suffer.
Alright. Su Tiannan agreed readily. Don't get too excited yet.
Even if the marriage is called off, if you're still just a small milk tea shop owner, I won't entrust my daughter to you.
I will find a better match for her. I will prove to you that I can take care of her. I'll be waiting.
After a moment of silence, Su Tiannan hesitated. I promise to help you, but you have to do me a favor.
Uncle Su, go on. When you have time, persuade Yu to go home and visit. If it's coming from you, it might have a better effect. She's never liked me since she was young. It's better if you say it. That's it. I'm hanging up. He promptly ended the call.
On the bench, Lu Chen sat still for a long time, unable to calm down. The information he received was indeed significant. Taking a deep breath, he headed home, determined to work harder for himself and for Yu.
In the morning, Lu Chen worked at Yujian, also guiding Shuyao and Shijiang.
After lunch, he went to the commercial center where Ruoshua invited him to oversee Yujian's operations. According to the contract, he wasn't obligated to do so. However, as he had mentioned before, his interests were tied to Ruoshua's. If she could make money, Lu Chen's profits would increase.
In the following days, Lu Chen was constantly on the move.
The operational model of his Yujian milk tea shop was already mature, requiring only Shuyao and Shijiang to adapt to their roles as manager and assistant manager. When the time was right, Lu Chen handed over the entire operation of the milk tea shop to them, only checking in occasionally.
With such a prime location, even if Ruoshua only sold simple items, the business wouldn't suffer.
Lu Chen's business model emphasized the importance of quality materials and hygiene regardless of how well the business was doing. Customers were not fools, and cutting corners would eventually lead to a loss of trust.
In the evening, Lu Chen arrived at the university.
Passing by the school's honor wall, his eyes caught the top row. It had been 2 years since he graduated, yet his photo was still there. He first met with his teacher, Fei Hongqi, not as a counselor but as a genuine mentor. He owed his presence on the honor wall to this good teacher. Later, he went to the first canteen to find Tongyu.
Yujian's DY account was gaining more followers, and he needed to give Tongyu an explanation.
He couldn't just dismiss her with money as he had done in the past. Tongyu was already there, wearing a floral t-shirt and cropped jeans, with a high ponytail. As soon as she saw Lu Chen, she stood up and waved at him.
Boss, what would you like to eat? You used to treat me, let me treat you today.
Sure.
Lu Chen pondered for a moment. I'm craving duck leg rice.
Then wait here for me.
I'll come with you.
They went to the duck leg rice counter, where Tongyu ordered 2 servings of duck leg rice and an extra portion of spare rib corn soup for Lu Chen. When it came time to pay, Lu Chen took out a card from his pocket and covered the bill before Tongyu could. Oh, it still works. It was his old meal card, surprisingly still active after 2 years. Upon seeing Tongyu looking a bit unhappy, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Look, I only have a few tens of dollars left on this card, no need to waste it.
Next time, you can treat me to a big meal. Then next time, I'll definitely treat you." Seeing this, Tongyu could only relent. No problem. The two found a seat by the window, facing the bamboo forest on the hill behind, occasionally catching sight of some small animals. "Boss, when are you planning to go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang?" "Probably in these few days. Still have some minor matters to take care of." "In such a hurry." Tongyu ate her meal absent-mindedly, seeming to have something to say to Lu Chen but holding back. After finishing their meal, Lu Chen took out a new document from his bag. "You've been managing the Yujian account for almost a year now, and it's running smoothly. I've drafted a contract. The salary might not be as high as you imagined, but it includes full benefits like social security and housing fund. Additionally, 10% of the account's earnings will be your bonus. Take a look. If everything's fine, just sign it." As the words fell, Tongyu's eyes were already red, and she couldn't help but sob softly with her head down.
When she first met her boss, she had just started her freshman year, and by chance saw a part-time job opening at a milk tea shop. Most places wouldn't hire someone with such unstable availability like her, but Lu Chen didn't say much. Later, upon learning about her family's financial difficulties, he offered her a formal job with a fair wage that she wouldn't deduct even if she couldn't work a full day. He even entrusted her with the operation of the Eugene account and gave her an extra salary. The success of the Eugene account had little to do with her efforts. In fact, many operational aspects were still guided by the boss. Silly girl, why cry? You help me make money. I pay you a salary. I should be thanking you. Lu Chen handed her a tissue with a grin. When I'm not in Shushi, take good care of this account for me. With tens of thousands of followers, the annual income could at least get you a car. Whether the boss can drive a sports car or not, it's up to you. Tanya rubbed her red eyes and smiled faintly. I will definitely protect the account for you. After saying that, Tanya signed her name on the contract. Aren't you going to read it? What if it's a contract to sell yourself? Once you sign it, you'll be stuck with me for life. Tanya shook her head and laughed. I trust the boss. After keeping the contract, Lu Chen handed her a copy and instructed, go back and review it. If there are any changes needed, I'll draft a new one. When you're out there, always be cautious, understand? Understood. Tanya nodded earnestly, the blush in her eyes not yet fading, giving off a vibe of a girl next door. The two bid farewell at the entrance of the university. Tanya watched the car gradually drive away, holding the contract carefully in her hands, and whispered to herself, if only I could be like you, would the boss look at me differently? At Zhejiang University, inside the sports stadium, new students from all walks of life were rehearsing for the welcome party. Upon learning that Su Yuyo's cello skills exceeded level 10, the counselor forcefully arranged a performance for her, where she played the cello to accompany another pair of students who had learned dance. During the break, Su Yuyo sat in the audience seats of the stadium, complaining to Lu Chen, my fingers are so sore from practicing the cello, no one is here to help me massage them, T to the power of T. I'll massage them for you from afar. It's no use, they're still sore. Can you come over and massage them for me? Can you owe me for now, and I'll compensate you doubly when I come over? Pinky promise. Su Yuyo sent a pinky promise emoji. Alright, pinky promise. Lu Chen replied with the same. Lu Chen, when are you coming over? The welcome party is in a few days, and I want you to see my performance. I'll definitely come. Let's pinky promise again. Okay, pinky promise. On the sports field, someone waved at Su Yuyu, let's practice again. Sure, I'll be right there. Su Yuyu's cheerful voice echoed in the sports field as she quickly sent a message to Lu Chen and hurriedly walked away. Not far away, a group of boys practicing jazz dance noticed Su Yuyu. They had heard about the new, pure-looking student from the computer science department, who was as beautiful as a school flower. Seeing her today, she was not just beautiful but had an extraordinary charm. Rehearsal ended. Su Yuyu took out her phone, sent a message to Lu Chen, and prepared to return to the dormitory. As she walked out of the sports field's gate, a group of boys in black overalls approached her. The tallest boy, with his hands in his pockets, smirked, hello, junior sister. I saw you rehearsing for the welcome party. Let's exchange WeChat. If you have any questions, we can discuss them. With that, the boy took out his phone, showing his QR code to Su Yuyu. No, thank you. I need to get back to the dorm. When the group approached her, Su Yuyu was startled. She waved her hand nervously, found an opening, and hurriedly slipped away. At the sports field's entrance, the group of boys, led by Mu Feng, a sophomore in the dance department, stood still. Mu Feng was an outstanding student in the arts, ranking first in his class. Combined with his looks and height, he was popular among girls. Captain, I think she was just shy because of your charm. I saw the way she looked at you, constantly avoiding eye contact. Mu Feng watched Su Yuyu run away, a curve forming in his dark eyes. This girl was indeed different, and he liked that. Hurrying back to the dormitory, Su Yuyu immediately told Lu Chen what had just happened. Too oily, too forward. Even more so than watching Zhang Han in drizzling rain together. Thinking of the boy with his hands in his pockets and a crooked smile, Su Yuyu couldn't help but shiver. At night. There was no evening self-study today. Su Yuyu had already showered and climbed into bed, drawn the curtains, put on her headphones, and took out her phone. She had just learned that Lu Chen had gone home early. She initiated a video call. Su Yuyu sat properly on the bed, using a pillow on her lap. On the other side, Lu Chen was in the living room, sorting out a pile of miscellaneous items to throw away. Seeing this scene, Su Yuyu's beautiful eyes sparkled like a moonless night sky. She knew what this meant. Lu Chen, are you getting ready to come over? Not so soon. Since I had time today, I decided to tidy up a bit first. Su Yuyu deflated like a balloon, pouting, "Oh, asterisk.
Do you want me to come? Of course, I always want you to come. I think about you all the time. Even if I come, you have classes, and I have to prepare for the milk tea shop.
We still won't see each other often."
I don't care. As long as you're in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, I can come to you anytime. And I can move out to live with you. A blush crept onto Su Yuyu's cheeks. Renting in Jiangsu and Zhejiang is expensive. Adding another room doubles the price. I don't plan on accommodating you. How dare you? Are you going to bite me again? Then I won't come to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Epsilon. Hashtag, if you dare not to come, I'll rush to Shushi overnight to beat you up. Your petite frame can't beat me.
Su Yuyu suddenly fell silent, lowered her head, pouted her lips, like a silent movie star, tears welling up in her eyes.
A pitiful and pitiable appearance. I'll give you one more chance, or I'll cry for you to see. I was wrong. Lu Chen immediately said earnestly. Call me Yuyo, I was wrong. Not enough. Yuyo, my wife?
Su Yuyo's face was shocked. Her cheeks flushed as if brushed with a layer of crimson. She just wanted Lu Chen to call her baby, as this was how the couple who rehearsed together usually addressed each other. Yuyo. Lu Chen became serious at this moment and said, I called your dad today. Hearing this, Su Yuyo's expression turned serious, her eyebrows furrowed. Did my dad do something to you? Your dad is not as terrifying as you think.
When you have time, go back and see them. Regarding your engagement, he promised me to try to cancel it. Really? Even my mom couldn't persuade him. How did you manage to do it?
Su Yuyo looked incredulous.
Lu Chen grinned. Maybe I'm just more charming.
Seeing Su Yuyo's vigilant look, he continued slowly, I promised your dad to take care of you, but the condition is that I must have the strength to convince him, otherwise.
I believe in you. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yuyo firmly spoke. Lu Chen's lips curved into a smile. I will definitely do it.
The two chatted about the interesting things that happened today. Despite being hundreds of miles apart, it seemed like there were endless things to share, and Su Yuyo wished she could tell Lu Chen everything that happened that day. It was very late when Lu Chen finally prepared to continue packing.
Wait! Su Yuyo suddenly called out to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the screen seriously.
Su Yuyo pursed her lips and with a mischievous look, she pulled the pillow from under her legs. On the other end, that feeling of warmth in the bridge of his nose surged again. Su Yuyo was only wearing a large-sized nightgown. Her fair legs with pink floral pajamas were on full display.
Here's your reward, no flirting with other girls. With that, Su Yuyo hastily hung up the phone.
Even after the call ended, Su Yuyo still held her face in her hands. Thinking of Lu Chen, she shyly buried her head in the bedding. Her heart was pounding, but there was a sweet smile on her lips.
Yuyo, is the call over? I think we don't need to go out for supper in the future. We can have a lot of dog food every night, especially the ones with honey. Bai Linning joked.
Xinlan followed. Yuyo, I heard you say he's coming over.
Has your boyfriend graduated?
He graduated early and is planning to open a branch over here, Su Yuyo said.
A branch? What kind of store? Yang Shanshan asked curiously. A bubble tea shop called Yujian. Yujian.
The three of them were somewhat surprised.
Xinlan was the first to speak. Are you saying your boyfriend is the owner of the popular Yujian bubble tea shop?
Yes.
Wow, how old is your boyfriend? I think he's 24.
Xinlan propped her chin, 6 years older, barely acceptable.
Last time you stayed out overnight, he even escorted you back to the dorm.
We really admire him. After all, most men are just animals. Your boyfriend is willing to come all the way to Jiangsu and Zhejiang to open a branch for you. He's really something. Well, good men are always from other families, unlike the one I dated in high school who just wanted to sleep with me and got kicked out in the end, Yang Shanshan sighed. Hearing so many praises for Lu Chen, Su Yuyo felt elated, thinking that Lu Chen was indeed the best in the world. Inside the apartment, after Lu Chen finished packing and took a cold shower, his inner restlessness finally calmed down. He wondered where Su Yuyo, this silly girl, had read more toxic chicken soup for the soul.
Knock knock knock.
There was a knock on the door, and when he opened it, it was Zhang Xiaobai. Ever since Zhang Xiaobai received a response after helping him deliver a gift last time, he always showed extra respect to Lu Chen every time they met, calling him Brother Lu, and occasionally bringing new illustrations over, making others wonder if they were in a relationship.
Xiaobai, are you going out for a run?
I just took a shower, Lu Chen said.
It's not about that. Zhang Xiaobai glanced at the living room and asked, Can I come in and discuss something with you?
Of course, no problem, come in and have a seat. The two sat in the living room, and Zhang Xiaobai hesitantly said, Lu Gu, is your milk tea shop hiring?
Can I work there?
Ah, Lu Chen looked puzzled. Why do you suddenly want to work there?
Isn't your salary quite high? I can handle my current job part-time, I just want to work at your place to get some exercise. It's not that simple. Lu Chen saw through his intentions at a glance. Well, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I noticed in Xiaoxiong's recent posts, she was always holding your milk tea, so I thought of working at your place, maybe I could occasionally run into her. Don't worry, I won't bother her, I just want to see her up close. Zhang Xiaobai earnestly stared with his small eyes, leaning closer to Lu Chen as he spoke. Lu Chen shifted his chair and said seriously, so you want to work part-time at my place? Not part-time, full-time. What about your current job? I've always taken freelance jobs. If I want to earn more, I take on more. If I want to earn less, I take on fewer jobs. It's as simple as that, Zhang Xiaobai chuckled. Since you've come to talk to me about it, it means you've already made up your mind. I'll arrange it for you, but I'll give you a heads up. I'm about to leave Shushi soon, so from now on, you'll have to follow the orders of the current store manager. If they're not satisfied with you, I won't be able to keep you. No problem, I promise to follow orders. After seeing off Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Chen relayed the matter to Xu Yao. He introduced the person, but she would be in charge from now on. As the room quieted down, he looked back at several boxes of luggage, a smile playing on his lips that not even AK could suppress. It was almost time to go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Time passed day by day. Finally, the day of the New Year's welcoming party arrived. As a well-known university in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the atmosphere was extremely lively, with dozens of performances prepared. In the waiting area, many students about to perform were nervous. Most of them were freshmen, with only a few seniors, as the party was mainly for the freshmen. Su Yuyo wore a shiny black evening gown, over a meter long, exuding elegance and sensuality tonight, unlike her usual cute self. She and two other partners stayed together, comforting each other. Being alone, she seemed a bit nervous, fidgeting with her red and white hands, not knowing where to place them. Seeing this, Mufeng smiled knowingly, approached her alone, dressed in a cool black suit, with a confident smirk. Yuyo, are you nervous? Don't worry. If anyone dares to make fun of you, I'll make sure to teach them a lesson for you. Mufeng rolled up his sleeves, showing off his muscular arms. Many people looked over upon hearing his voice. Several senior sisters looked disdainful. Rumor had it that this guy was very popular among girls. His eloquence and style were evident, showing that those girls who liked him only cared about appearances and not the soul. It echoed a recent popular saying, "You must be hungry." Little did they know, there was indeed someone staring at Su Yuyo with a look of resentment. "I want to be alone for a while," Su Yuyo calmly said to Mufeng. Mufeng awkwardly twitched his mouth, "Then take a break, relax, if you need anything, you can call me anytime, I'll be with you." After speaking, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "I'm so gentle, I bet I could charm you to death." Su Yuyo ignored him. She took out her phone and sent a message to Lu Chen. "Have you arrived? Ding ding. Look behind you." Seeing this message, Su Yuyo's quiet and beautiful eyes seemed to light up. She excitedly stood up and looked behind her. Lu Chen had arrived a while ago, but the staff outside kept arguing with him and wouldn't let him in. It wasn't until he met Su Yuyo's counselor that they finally let him in. Yuyo. In the spacious waiting room, amidst the hustle and bustle, Lu Chen spotted Su Yuyo at first glance. Lu Chen. Su Yuyo's gaze fell on the entrance, and his appearance seemed to veil the surroundings, leaving only Lu Chen clearly visible. She lifted her skirt, tiptoed eagerly, and ran towards him. The smile on her face couldn't be contained any longer, until she stopped a few steps away from Lu Chen, regaining some composure and shyness. Her eyes couldn't hide her feelings. If it weren't for the cumbersome dress, she would have wanted to hug Lu Chen right now. Their eyes met, and Lu Chen reached out and touched Su Yuyo's cheek, his gaze soft as he said, "You look beautiful tonight." "Are you talking about the person or the clothes?" Su Yuyo mimicked Lu Chen's words, showing a playful expression. "The clothes are beautiful, but the person is even more beautiful." He. She had heard this countless times tonight, but only when Lu Chen said it, it felt as sweet as honey. She took Lu Chen's hand and led him to a resting place, joyfully saying, "I thought you wouldn't make it today. I made you a cup of milk tea, took some time." Lu Chen raised what he had in his hand. Su Yuyo took the milk tea with both hands, cradling it, her eyes forming a beautiful curve. "Still warm. I didn't have enough ingredients, only taro and milk," Lu Chen explained. Su Yuyo didn't mind at all. She leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and whispered, "After my performance, I'll make you a better one." Lu Chen couldn't help but blush, his heart beating irregularly. This silly girl, why did he feel she was getting better at teasing, making him, at his age, act like a young deer in love? "Not nervous anymore?" Lu Chen asked. Su Yuyo shook her head like a rattle drum. "As long as you're here, I'm not nervous. I didn't expect you to be a hidden master of musical instruments. I know a lot of things, don't underestimate me." Su Yuyo proudly raised her lips. Their interactions surprised many in the waiting area. Those who knew Su Yuyo thought she was a pure and quiet girl, never expecting her to be so proactive and even a bit out of character, like a lively child. Since the appearance of this boy, her eyes had not stopped smiling. Everyone has experienced this feeling before. Family, friends, lovers. No matter which kind, without exception, they hold an extremely important place in life, allowing one to show their truest self. While the two were chatting, Mu Feng's brows furrowed, and he walked over with one hand in his pocket, extending his hand towards Lu Chen. "Hello, I'm Mu Feng." Lu Chen observed him for a moment, then stood up and politely shook his hand. "Lu Chen." The waiting area was dimly lit, and as their hands clasped, Mu Feng exerted some force, causing the muscles under his clothes to tense up suddenly. After all, he was a dancer, stronger than the average person. For a while, although veins bulged on Mu Feng's forehead, he couldn't tell how much Lu Chen's expression had changed. Seeing the other trying so hard to impress, Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. He gradually exerted force and withdrew his hand, not wanting to embarrass the other too much. He looked down at Su Yuyo beside him and asked, "Is he your friend?" Just now, Su Yuyo witnessed the scene, feeling annoyed at first, but now she found the other party increasingly detestable, with a very indifferent look. Not familiar. Mu Feng's expression was more uncomfortable than if he had swallowed a fly. Since entering this school, he had never experienced such a great humiliation from a girl. Seeing so many people watching, he had no choice but to grit his teeth, turn around, and leave. After Mu Feng left, Su Yuyo immediately held Lu Chen's right hand in her hands to check nervously, and asked, "Lu Chen, are you okay?" Rubbing Su Yuyo's head, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. "What could happen to me? I'm not afraid even of your brother, Shi Jiang." Occasionally, he would banter with Shi Jiang at the Rain Mirror milk tea shop. If it were Shi Jiang, the other party would have to kneel down and call him father. When there were only the two of them, Mu Feng and Shi Jiang, at the milk tea shop before, they could carry hundreds of pounds of materials and goods and run around. "This guy is so annoying, always buzzing around like a fly, impossible to shake off. I don't want to deal with him, but he keeps following me." Su Yuyo frowned elegantly. Indeed a bit childish. Because of him, Lu Chen couldn't help but think of himself in junior high school, with torn 7-point tight jeans and bangs long enough to cover his eyes. At that time, he always thought he was the coolest, but now he felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Yuyo, is this your friend?" The couple who partnered with Yuyo walked over, smiling in greeting. "This is my boyfriend." Su Yuyo almost blurted out, and just mentioning it made her small goldfish-like mouth pout, unstoppable even by AK. Those who heard this were somewhat surprised. This person looked slightly older than Yuyo, giving off a very mature vibe, leading them to speculate if he was Yuyo's brother. They didn't expect him to be her boyfriend. Outside the waiting area. Thanks to the business administration department for the song clock in the opposite direction, next up is the dance next second by the computer science department. Upon hearing the announcement, the couple quickly adjusted each other's outfits and greeted Yuyo, preparing to go on stage. "Good luck." Lu Chen reached out to move aside the strands of hair blocking Su Yuyo's line of sight, revealing an encouraging smile. Watching Su Yuyo walk onto the stage, even before the host introduced her, applause erupted. Tonight, Su Yuyo, in terms of both clothing and appearance, was a stunning presence. On the other side, a staff member had already set up the cello that Su Yuyo would play. The robust cello further highlighted Su Yuyo's slender figure. Standing at the side of the waiting area, Lu Chen could see Su Yuyo's performance up close. Compared to when they first met, she now exuded a more composed demeanor. Seeing her excel like this, he genuinely felt happy for Su Yuyo. Su Yuyo sat on a chair, the large cello placed on the ground. As she gently moved her slender fingers, the melody of the music began to flow. On stage, the young couple who had just danced hand in hand on stage. Many girls in the waiting area heard the melody and gathered around. At their age, how many of them hadn't watched Love 020 before? The moment the melody played, it felt as if they were riding on Xiaonai's bicycle. In his mind, Lu Chen couldn't help but recall a scene. Yes, he had watched it too. As the song reached its halfway point, everything proceeded smoothly. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed that Su Yuyo's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. He focused his gaze for a moment and saw that the hem of her skirt was being supported by the tip of her foot on the cello. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like the support had come loose. No wonder the melody was slightly off. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Looking at the sea of audience, if there were any mistakes in the performance, it would be a significant blow to Su Yuyo. Lu Chen's gaze quickly scanned the waiting area before finally settling on a piece of black cloth, which he swiftly draped over himself before bending down and running towards the stage with small quick steps. His appearance puzzled the thousands of people in the venue.
All eyes were fixed on the black cloth, causing a significant disturbance and blemish to the performance. The black cloth stopped beside the cello and then lay down, a hand emerging from the middle to support the unstable cello. Su Yuyo looked into the eyes under the black cloth, a brilliant smile appearing on her previously anxious face. Following this, the beautiful melody resounded once again throughout the entire auditorium.
Many audience members finally realized the purpose of the black cloth on stage.
As the song ended, Lu Chen draped the black cloth over himself, bent down, and returned to the waiting area with small steps. At the moment when the three people on stage bowed to the audience, a warm round of applause echoed throughout the entire venue. The leaders in the front row, with satisfied smiles on their faces, discussed among themselves. While excellent performances were important, seeing students remain calm and help each other in times of crisis was what truly pleased the teachers. Su Yuyo gracefully walked off the stage, her cheeks as rosy as a Fuji apple. It was her first time performing in front of so many people, and it was definitely nerve-wracking, especially after the cello incident. Fortunately, Lu Chen came to the rescue, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. She looked around the exit searching for Lu Chen's figure, only to realize he wasn't there. After a while, she saw Lu Chen walking out from the direction of the props room, his brows forming a pleasing curve as he smiled and said, "That piece just now felt like we were back in the summer of a few years ago.
You were amazing, Yuyo.
Thanks to you, I had no idea what to do just now.
It's my honor to assist Miss Yuyo. By the way, how did you know there was a problem with the support device? With your restless little feet, I would have to be blind not to notice.
It's strange though, I had checked it before.
Could it be that the staff didn't pay attention when they brought it up?"
Lu Chen's eyes darkened slightly, but then he casually said, "Let's not dwell on these unpleasant matters. The event still has a way to go before it ends.
Would you like to go watch other performances together?"
Yes.
Su Yuyo nodded lightly and reached out to hold Lu Chen's hand as they walked towards the seats reserved for performers in the audience.
As a prominent figure among the freshmen, she naturally attracted a lot of attention. Seeing Su Yuyo leading a boy out, many cast curious glances, and the most discussed topic was who he was and why he had never been seen before. As time passed, with the conclusion of the final performance, the award ceremony followed. Various leaders took the stage to announce the list of winners for this event. The dance performance, the next second by the Computer Science Department, secured second place, while the first place went to the grand chorus at the end. After a generous speech by the principal, the freshman welcome party officially came to an end. On the school path, Su Yuyo changed back into her own clothes, a white shirt and a black pleated skirt, as if she had returned to the first time they met.
"Lu Chen, are you staying at a hotel or a guest house tonight?"
Holding hands, Lu Chen spoke slowly, "The accommodation is all set, it's near your school.
Otherwise, where would I make you the milk tea you had today?"
"Really?"
Su Yuyo's eyes lit up. Lu Chen shrunk his neck, feigning fear. "Why do I feel like you have some ulterior motive against me?" The next moment, Lu Chen winced in pain as Su Yuyo pinched his waist.
Clearly, she had caught him off guard once again.
"Who has an ulterior motive against you?"
"Narcissist." Su Yuyo turned her head away, her cherry lips pouting.
Lu Chen explained, "I haven't tidied up yet. Once I'm done, you can come over." Su Yuyo pretended to be confused and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. I never said I wanted to live with you, and you accused me of having ulterior motives. Clearly, it's you who has ulterior motives towards me. You're just a narcissist." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in disbelief.
This silly girl, she's only been in university for less than half a month and she's already so clever.
How will I be able to trick her in the future?
Following Su Yuyo's footsteps, Lu Chen continued to tempt her. "I brought strawberry candied haws and sugar-coated rice cakes, don't you want to eat them? Zhejiang University has all kinds of delicious food, swipe your card." Su Yuyo waved her small hand, avoiding Lu Chen's reaching hand.
Looking at the empty hand, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. "Oh no, it's really hard to deceive her now. She used to be so innocent and cute when we first met, Su Yuyo."
Seeing Lu Chen's bitter expression, Su Yuyo smiled triumphantly, then gradually slowed down her pace, lifted her soft hand, and gently placed it in Lu Chen's palm.
At this moment,
the two didn't say much, but it seemed like there were 1,000 words between them.
After the party ended, a girl named Tianhui was called to the counselor's office alone. After closing the door, the counselor directly questioned, "Did you tamper with Su Yuyo's cello?" Tianhui immediately retorted, "Teacher, what are you talking about? Why would I tamper with Su Yuyo's cello when I barely know her?"
Seeing Tianhui still denying, the counselor coldly said, "There are surveillance cameras in the props room.
Do I need to personally show you the footage?" Tianhui's heart trembled.
After hesitating for a moment, she said firmly, "If it weren't for that little vixen seducing my boyfriend, I wouldn't have done such a thing."
Smack!
The counselor slammed the table heavily, looking disappointed. You're still being stubborn.
Is that a reason? Write a 3,000-word self-criticism, or be prepared to face consequences. Tianhui, unwilling, said, Teacher, how did you find out about this? There are no secrets in this world. Once something is done, traces will always be revealed. Also, I'm warning you, don't provoke Su Yuyo again. She's not someone you can mess with.
You may think highly of your boyfriend, but in her eyes, he might be nothing at all.
In the girls' dormitory, Su Yuyo returned to the room with a radiant smile.
Qinlan clapped her hands cheerfully. Our second place is back, giving our computer science department some face.
Bai Linyin, holding her round face, trembled, the one who covered himself with black cloth and went on stage to save the day. Could it be your boyfriend? So detailed, so brave, I really like it. No need to look, it must be him. Didn't you see how Yuyo held onto him as soon as she came off stage?
The guys in our class were practically shooting daggers with their eyes.
Yang Shanshan chimed in. Stop teasing me, I was so nervous at the time, luckily he was there. Su Yuyo's face was filled with a happy smile.
Oh, luckily he was there. The three girls looked at each other with disdain.
Qinlan smiled knowingly. The teacher won't come for room checks tonight. Did you go to stay with your boyfriend? Su Yuyo pouted. He didn't let me go. Oh my, your boyfriend is really something. Could it be that he's not good in that aspect? He's only in his 20s. Yang Shanshan exclaimed in surprise.
Bai Linyin agreed. The way you put it, it's quite possible.
Ha? What aspect? Su Yuyo asked curiously.
The three girls exchanged glances and realized that Su Yuyo really didn't understand anything.
So, the three of them gave Su Yuyo an intimate biology lesson. After listening, Su Yuyo's face blushed instantly. Lu Chen is definitely not lacking in that aspect. Every morning he, my mind is getting dirty. What are your plans? If you want to stay outside, you need to report it.
We are freshmen, and the counselor will definitely inform your parents about this. Only with their consent can it proceed, Qinlan said. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo felt troubled. If she told her parents, not to mention her father, even her mother would not agree. But she just wanted to stay with Lu Chen. Her mind spun wildly, unable to come up with a good solution.
She could only submit the application first and maybe they would agree. Early the next morning, Su Yuyo drafted an application for off-campus stay and brought it to the office to hand it to the counselor.
The counselor for the computer science department was a male teacher named Li Ming, with black-framed glasses and a reflective spot in the center of his head, a sign of a seasoned master. Li Ming, after inspecting the off-campus application, his previously gentle expression turned somewhat displeased.
Last time you took a month off.
Because you are a girl, I overlooked it assuming you were afraid of military training.
How old are you now?
Staying off-campus alone poses significant risks.
Teacher, I'm not used to living in the dormitory. Please, just agree.
Besides, I've read the freshman handbook, which states that freshmen have the right to choose between dormitory and off-campus living, Su Yuyo pleaded.
You do have the right to choose, but I can't decide this alone.
Leave the application here, I'll give you an answer later, Li Ming said.
Thank you, teacher. Sorry to bother you. Su Yuyo nodded respectfully and then left the office.
After Su Yuyo left, Li Ming hesitated for a moment, found the freshman roster, and called Su Yuyo's father.
Hello, who is this? Li Ming asked with respect. Hello, is this Mr. Su Tiannan? I am Su Yuyo's counselor, and I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Su Yuyo just submitted an off-campus application to me. Does she want to go home to live?
In a building on the top floor several tens of miles away, Su Tiannan was leaning comfortably on his boss chair. When he heard this, he sat up slightly, feeling a bit displeased.
Lu Chen had just arrived in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and his daughter was already eager to apply for off-campus living. Was Lu Chen really that good? He glanced at the latest news about Su Yuyo on the table.
Helplessly sighing, Lu Chen did take good care of Yuyo.
No. Su Tiannan sighed helplessly. Don't bother about this, just let her be.
Li Ming was somewhat shocked.
Su Yuyo is still so young. Staying off campus alone, she may face some safety risks.
He thought of something else and added, Mr.
Su, please don't be offended.
Yesterday, I heard some rumors that your daughter's boyfriend came, and today she submitted an off-campus application to me. As her teacher, I naturally don't want my student to be harmed.
I haven't asked for the teacher's name, Su Tiannan said firmly. Li Ming frowned. I am Li Ming. Hello, Teacher Li. What you heard is not a rumor. That person is indeed my future son-in-law. Regarding their matters, you don't need to inquire.
Also, thank you for your concern for my daughter. Yuyo has been in school for these years, and I appreciate your care. Those who knew Su Tiannan knew that he was extremely difficult to get along with, and there weren't many who could make him speak politely. Last time, some broken group's CEO came to talk business with Su Yuyo's whereabouts. Not only was he kicked out but also permanently blacklisted. Not having him banned from the industry was already his mercy. He did appreciate the teacher's attitude towards work. "Since you know, that's fine. Sorry for bothering you," Li Ming said. "Okay, teacher, you have a kind heart." The call ended, and Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the application form. He remembered the young man who came to see him last night. He must be Su Yuyo's boyfriend. His first impression of him was indeed good. After Su Tianan hung up the phone, he instructed to withdraw all the people around his daughter. All morning, Su Yuyo was feeling down. From the moment she was rejected by teacher Li Ming, she knew her application was doomed. But if she didn't go through the proper procedure for off-campus housing, she would definitely get in trouble with the school, and Lu Chen would not allow that. It's so difficult. She had thought that as long as Lu Chen came to Jiangsu and Zhejiang, she would be able to be with him again, but on the first day, she encountered such a big problem. At noon, the counselor suddenly came to the classroom. Walking towards Su Yuyo, he said, "I have approved your application. Remember to stay safe when living off campus, and you can tell the teacher if anything happens." "Ha!" Su Yuyo stood up in surprise, took a while to react, and then smiled happily. Thank you, teacher." After the counselor left, Qin Lan and the others gathered around. They hadn't expected the counselor to actually agree. They remembered that the last time a girl wanted to apply for off-campus housing, Li Ming had directly rejected it. Yang Shanshan speculated in confusion. Could it be that the counselor's wife is having a second child, so he's in a good mood and approved it? We don't know if teacher Li Ming is happy or not, but I think Yuyo must be overjoyed. She has just moved in not long ago, and now she has to move out again. Oh, it's a bit hard to part with. Let's go. Let's have a good meal together at noon, Qin Lan said as she stood up. Su Yuyo nodded happily, and the group of them left the classroom hand in hand. As they left the teaching building, Su Yuyo's phone rang with the ringtone Little Lucky. Without a doubt, it was a call from Lu Chen. The three girls stopped in their tracks, looking at Su Yuyo with mischievous smiles, saying, "Put it on speakerphone, put it on speakerphone." Surrounded by the girls, Su Yuyo had no choice but to answer the phone and put it on speakerphone. "Baby, are you done with class?" Su Yuyo nervously clenched her fist. Why do you sound strange? Is something wrong?" "No, that's good then. I'll come to pick you up at school and take you to eat something delicious later. I want to drink taro bubble milk tea. Is it the kind without taro or milk?" The three girls watching instantly understood, looking like they had eaten their fill of dog food, making sounds of surprise. Qin Lan smiled at the phone and said, "Is it just the bubbles? Ah, your roommates are all there. Invite them to eat together." Lu Chen blushed, calling her baby for the first time, and being surrounded by so many people made him awkwardly scratch his head. Yang Shanshan stepped forward and said with a smile, "No need, we've already been fed by you. You guys enjoy your meal. Also, here's some good news for you. Yuyo couldn't wait and submitted the off-campus application early this morning, and the counselor has already approved it. We'll help her pack up, so remember to come help Yuyo move her stuff in the afternoon." "Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal another day." "No need to thank us. We didn't hesitate to eat the delicious food you bought for Yuyo, so we should help out a bit," Bai Lining added. After ending the call, Su Yuyo's face turned crimson. Several times she had asked Lu Chen to call her baby just to hear it, but he said it was too cheesy. And now, when her roommates were all there, he suddenly did it. If Lu Chen didn't know, she would suspect it was intentional. After all, Lu Chen liked to tease her, and he only liked to tease her. "Stop being so shy. We know you want to go see him, so go ahead," they urged with a smile. "Okay." Su Yuyo nodded like a little chick. After bidding farewell to the three of them, Su Yuyo followed a small path to the east gate. At the entrance, a brand new white electric scooter was parked, with Lu Chen sitting on it. The moment Su Yuyo saw Lu Chen, she couldn't contain her joy, bouncing like a little rabbit, speeding up her steps. With a thud, Su Yuyo buried her head in Lu Chen's arms. "So many people are watching, shy face." Lu Chen reached out and ruffled the bun on her head. "If you want to look, go ahead. I won't lose a piece of meat." Instead of being shy, I'd rather hug Lu Chen. It's been so long since I hugged him. Su Yuyo shrugged in his arms, looking coquettish. "Silly girl." Lu Chen flicked her nose and held her hand, smiling. "Let's go, get in the car, I'll take you to eat something delicious." "Okay, Omega." Putting a cute pink Pikachu helmet on Su Yuyo, he smiled brightly. "Miss Yuyo, your ride is ready." Su Yuyo happily patted Lu Chen's butt. "Drive." The electric scooter started, facing the wind, and the two figures disappeared together at the intersection. The noon sun shone down.
A mix of scorching heat and sweetness. After lunch, Lu Chen took Su Yuyo back to where they were staying, just a few hundred meters from Jiangxia University, similar to the place in Shashi, but not a duplex, just a small two-bedroom apartment. Lu Chen had already cleaned the whole room, leaving the other room empty, naturally for Su Yuyo. Looking at the room reserved for herself, Su Yuyo turned around. Why did you rent a two-bedroom apartment? Didn't you say the rent in Jiangxia is expensive? All her expenses now were covered by Lu Chen's card, supposedly her month's salary. But what Lu Chen gave her, even if she worked for half a year, she wouldn't be able to repay. She didn't ask her family for money, and Lu Chen didn't allow her to borrow from her close friends. Although Lu Chen was the boss, a small milk tea shop shouldn't make much money. Now renting a place and opening a new store required money. She also wanted to save some for Lu Chen. You already submitted a request for off-campus housing, so I left you this room. Lu Chen smiled. But this will cost a lot, right? Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen with a pout, her pretty face slightly red, and she lowered her head. We can share a bed. As long as there's a pillow between us. It's fine. Even though she knew it was just talk. Can we still cancel it now and rent a one-bedroom apartment? Lu Chen looked at Su Yuyo, who was only thinking about him, walked gently to her side, opened her soft hand, took out a cute cartoon keychain from his pocket, and placed it in her palm. From now on, you are the forever mistress of this place. Su Yuyo looked puzzled, then widened her eyes when she realized, you didn't buy this place, did you? And I've already paid for it, so I can't back out. Where did you get so much money? With this, how will you manage to open a new store? Su Yuyo stood still, showing a worried look. After thinking for a while, she thought of Xiaoyu. Although Lu Chen didn't allow her to borrow money, she was determined to help him. At that moment, Su Yuyo felt her waist being pulled, and she found herself pressed against Lu Chen. Lu Chen gently brushed aside the strands of hair covering Su Yuyo's eyebrows, smiling, thinking of me like this. Who cares about you? I just think you're a bit silly. Su Yuyo pouted, blushing and turning her face away shyly. Don't worry, silly girl, I'm not impulsive. This place is not in the city center, and with the real estate market not doing well in recent years, buying this place didn't cost much. Besides, I only paid a down payment. The remaining money is not only enough for me to open a new store but also to save some money to marry a wife. Lu Chen smirked. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Su Yuyo still had some doubts, but when she heard that Lu Chen had saved some money to marry, she felt her cheeks burning. Pinky promise. Lu Chen extended his pinky finger. Su Yuyo nodded earnestly and extended her slender pinky finger, hooking it with Lu Chen's pinky finger. After making the pinky promise, a happy expression finally appeared on Su Yuyo's face. It meant that from now on, this place would be her and Lu Chen's home. Looking at the empty room, her big bright eyes were already planning how to decorate it beautifully. Finally, her gaze fell on the vacant room. This would be her exclusive dressing room in the future. In the afternoon, Su Yuyo wanted to sit in on a lecture by an old professor, so Lu Chen escorted her to class first. Then he began to observe around Zhejiang University. Before coming to Jiangsu and Zhejiang, he had roughly understood the situation here through the internet. There were 8 bubble tea shops alone. 5 were branded stores, 2 were self-operated, with these 7 mainly located off-campus. A bubble tea shop every 50 steps, it was like a battleground of immortals. There was only one branded bubble tea shop on campus, located in the cafeteria near the north gate. The most suitable place to open a shop now was the cafeteria on the east side, close to the dormitory area, with several storefronts still unrented. After confirming the location, Lu Chen began to research foot traffic and demographics, standing from 3 to 4 o'clock. The majority were female students, with nearly 1,000 people passing by at this time, barely satisfactory. Putting away his notebook, Lu Chen arrived at the trapezoidal classroom where Su Yuyo was. An old professor was lecturing on literature on the stage. University classes were generally open. As long as they didn't disrupt the class, anyone could sit in. There weren't many people in this class, with hundreds of seats but only about 40 to 50 people present, and a small portion were sleeping or playing with their phones on the desks, probably just there for credits. With a sweep of his eyes, Lu Chen found where Su Yuyo was sitting, in the front row by the window, blocking the entrance, seemingly not wanting others to come in. This clever little one had indeed become more astute. Walking in through the back door, Lu Chen stepped lightly and went straight to the front row. At first, no one noticed, until he reached the front and stopped next to Su Yuyo. Many people started to gossip, wondering who this confident guy was. Before this confident guy arrived, many people had tried to strike up a conversation with this new female student but were politely rejected. Su Yuyo turned her head to look sideways, looking somewhat impatient. When she saw who it was, the gloom on her face vanished, replaced by a beautiful smile.
She quickly shifted her delicate body to make room inside, creating a space for Lucan to sit.
Lucan sat in the empty seat.
He met Su Yuyo's crescent-like eyes, exchanged a smile, and both earnestly turned their attention to the lecture on the stage. Those who were waiting to see Lucan embarrass himself were surprised, and discussions arose about who this person was, as Su Yuyo not only made room for him but also seemed so close to him.
The murmurs caught the attention of the professor on stage.
He pushed his old reading glasses up, with gray temples on the sides, and looked at Lucan with a sense of wisdom in his eyes.
"Hello, young man, could you please interpret the meaning of this poem?"
the old professor asked. Seeing the professor looking at him, Lucan smiled in confusion, as he had just arrived. Nevertheless, he respectfully stood up and looked at the blackboard. The old professor had excellent chalk handwriting, and the electronic display screen on the side was turned off. The poem read, "Fish sink, geese fall, birds startle, shy flowers tremble." He glanced back at Su Yuyo, who was covering her mouth and laughing, then turned back to the professor and answered, "Fish sinking, geese falling, moon hiding, and flowers blushing are comparisons to the four ancient beauties. Fish forget to swim, geese forget to flap their wings, the moon shyly hides, and flowers feel ashamed when they see them." This is the literal meaning, but students believe that fish sinking, geese falling, moon hiding, and flowers blushing can be compared to any girl because beauty itself has no definition.
After listening to Luchen's explanation, the old professor's gaze softened a bit. "Classmate, your understanding is profound. What's your name? I feel like I've never seen you before."
"Hello, teacher.
My name is Luchen, and this is my first time attending your class." "Luchun. I'll remember that. Please have a seat."
The old professor's gaze returned to the platform, elaborating on the meaning of the sentence. The discussions in the audience decreased, and many female classmates couldn't help but glance at Luchen a few more times. They really liked what Luchen had said. Beauty. It has no defined definition. Back at her seat, Su Yuyo poked Luchen with her finger and whispered, "How do you understand the meaning of this sentence so well? Have you said it to other girls before?"
"I haven't said it, but I did witness a scene that made me think of this sentence." Luchen grinned.
Su Yuyo pouted her pink lips, her eyes glancing. "I knew it.
Come clean, when did you see it?"
After a moment of contemplation, Luchen raised his chin slightly. It was on a Ferris wheel, with a river view, fireworks, and a little silly girl.
Su Yuyo's face suddenly turned red. This scene was exactly like her.
So that's the other meaning Luchen just mentioned. Remembering that Luchen was a science major, it was unexpected to see this literary side of him. After this little episode, the two didn't discuss it privately. The old professor was very knowledgeable in literature, and many of his words resonated with Luchen. After class, the old professor left slowly with his books, and the others dispersed. With only a few people left, their gazes lingered on Luchen, with a hint of hostility. Su Yuyo noticed these people as she turned around, playfully smiling. She linked her arms with Luchen, resting her head on his shoulder.
True love means rejecting everything for the one you love. Luchen, let's go.
Okay. After leaving the classroom, Su Yuyo's affectionate gestures lessened slightly. After all, they were in the academic building, and she felt a bit shy with so many people around.
"Using me as a shield?" Luchen chuckled, already seeing through Su Yuyo's little thoughts. "So what? You're my boyfriend anyway. If you're not happy, I'll find someone else."
Su Yuyo not only said it but also tried to release her hand from Luchen's arm. As soon as she let go, her palm was firmly held, fingers intertwined.
Now Su Yuyo couldn't break free even if she wanted to.
Blushing, she lowered her eyes and left the academic building with Luchen. When the crowd thinned out, Su Yuyo, like a deflated ball, breathed lightly, small beads of sweat forming on her forehead due to nervousness. She thought to herself that now no one would ask for her contact information again. The two walked hand in hand to the women's dormitory building, where Luchen went to the cafeteria midway to bring some snacks for Su Yuyo's roommate. After Su Yuyo went upstairs, Luchen headed towards the parking lot to bring the car over. Watching the bustling students chatting and laughing, he couldn't help but sigh. It had been 2 years since his student days. His words and actions seemed more and more like an adult. Images of Su Yuyo involuntarily appeared in his mind, making him wonder why he always teased her like a child. In that moment, he seemed to understand this issue. Perhaps from the beginning, he had been captivated by Su Yuyo's pure character, which is why he used childish methods to get her attention. Thinking this way, he realized how immature he had been. "Hello!" A timid voice echoed in his ears, and as Luchen looked up, 2 young female students stood before him.
"Hello, is there something you need?" Luchen asked with a slight smile. "Can I add you on QQ?"
The girl in the light-colored dress nervously spoke up.
"Can I add you on QQ?" Luchen couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing he hadn't opened that app in a long time. He probably didn't even remember the password. Even if he did, he wasn't into that kind of thing. Sorry. I'd love to add you on QQ, but I forgot my phone. Lu Chen politely declined with a smile, finding it the best way to refuse without hurting the other person. The girl in the light dress looked disappointed and nodded, saying, "Thank you." The two girls hurriedly walked away, and as Lu Chen walked further, he heard a message notification from Su Yuyo, saying her roommates had helped pack her things and would bring them over later. She also mentioned to tell him that the snacks he gave were delicious. Sometimes Lu Chen found his mature self a bit annoying, feeling like he appeared too old for his age. He replied to the message and headed towards the parking lot. Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, the girl in the light dress hadn't actually left. She was secretly taking photos behind him. When she saw his phone, the heart that had been hanging on by a thread shattered, and she left feeling disheartened. Below the girls' dormitory, 4 people helped Su Yuyo move her luggage. They weren't in a rush to leave, they all wanted to see what kind of car Su Yuyo's boyfriend drove. Was it a Honda Civic or a Honda University? Su Yuyo's boyfriend seemed quite steady. Hopefully, he didn't drive a big clock. Before long, a light blue car slowly approached. Its sports car design made it look like a Porsche at first glance, but when they saw the logo, the 3 girls were dumbfounded. Since when did Me make cars? The girls weren't very knowledgeable about cars, but many boys recognized it at a glance. Some Me fans even followed along. After all, during their impoverished student days, even if they hadn't bought a red Me, they had at least heard of it. Porsches were indeed expensive and eye-catching, but compared to the unreleased Me car, the latter was more mysterious. Lu Chen got out of the car, walked straight to Su Yuyo, and greeted her roommates, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Bai Lining blinked. Kindness begets kindness. We're just lending a hand. Qin Lan and Yang Shanshan smiled and nodded. With a shared smile, Lu Chen picked up the luggage and various daily necessities, placing them in the trunk. As time passed, more and more people gathered around out of curiosity. Lu Chen hadn't expected that an unreleased car could attract so many people. At this rate, it would be difficult to leave later. After bidding farewell to Su Yuyo's roommates in a hurry, Lu Chen slowly drove away with Su Yuyo. However, Lu Chen underestimated the speed of campus gossip. A single message in the group chat could reach hundreds or even thousands of people, spreading like wildfire. Coupled with Su Yuyo's prominent status as a freshman, the news quickly spread throughout Jiangxia University. This laid the foundation for the upcoming Rain Mirror's grand opening. Back home, Lu Chen placed the luggage in her room and asked Su Yuyo to rest while he went downstairs to buy groceries. Outside food was delicious, but nothing beat the warmth of a home-cooked meal. Half an hour later, Lu Chen returned with bags of groceries, including some fruits Su Yuyo liked. They say girls are made of water, and eating fruits is good for their health. Looking at Su Yuyo's room, the luggage was gone, but the bed was still unmade. Curious, he pushed open his own door, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. The simple room had been transformed into a girly haven. Su Yuyo was tidying her desk, replacing his figurine with a Su action figure. Seeing Lu Chen behind her, she proudly pouted, "How do I look? Isn't it nice?" "It looks great, but didn't I leave the room for you?" "Act. Keep acting." Anyway, there was no one else here. Su Yuyo, wearing bunny slippers, approached step by step, forcing Lu Chen into a corner until they were within arm's reach. She tiptoed closer and asked, "Do you really want me to sleep in the next room?" Lu Chen froze in place, his face turning red as he turned away. "I'll go cook." With that, he hurriedly left the room. After Lu Chen's voice faded away, Su Yuyo deflated like a balloon, breathing heavily and trying to calm down. Once she composed herself, she revealed a mischievous smile, pleased that the method sister Shu Yao had taught her worked. She looked at Lu Chen busy in the kitchen and thought smugly, "Let you be arrogant, always bullying me." Over half an hour quietly passed. 3 dishes and a soup were neatly arranged on the table. Lu Chen cooked quickly, as he had been taking care of himself most of his life. He entered his room, completely changed. Su Yuyo was squatting by the wardrobe, folding socks into neat squares. Adorable. Looking at the neatly folded clothes, including his underwear, she thought, "This silly guy." Lu Chen approached Su Yuyo from behind, slipped his hands through her arms, and lifted her up. "Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Put me down, I'm almost done," Su Yuyo protested playfully. Ignoring her, Lu Chen carried her to the dining table and sat her down. Su Yuyo struggled at first but then gave in. Sitting at the table, she gazed at the delicious food, her eyes sparkling. Spicy chicken wings, oyster sauce lettuce, spare rib corn soup. There was one dish she hadn't seen before, so she asked Lu Chen, who had just sat down, "What's this chicken leg dish?" "Salt-baked chicken leg, something new I learned." Lu Chen tore apart the tender chicken leg with his chopsticks, dipped a piece in sauce, and offered it to Su Yuyo. She obediently sat on the chair, swinging her legs and nibbling on the chicken leg like a little hamster, cheeks puffed. So delicious. If it's good, eat more. Su Yuyo picked up her chopsticks and tasted each dish, savoring them all. She glanced at Lu Chen, who was eating without a care, feeling a bit embarrassed but thinking that since she had already given him her first kiss, using the same chopsticks was no big deal. After dinner, they held hands and strolled around the school. When they reached the East Gate canteen, Lu Chen took out a notebook to record the evening's foot traffic and gender distribution. Curious, Su Yuyo decided to help him with the task. She sat on a stone bench, diligently recording every person coming and going, even more focused than in class. By the time they returned home, it was almost 10 o'clock. Su Yuyo was to take a bath first, while Lu Chen organized the data he had just collected. Similar to the daytime survey, there were more female students than male students, making it indeed suitable for opening a milk tea shop. Despite not wanting to admit it, the data showed that boys' spending power was not as high as pets. Unfortunately, boys tended to spend on treating their girlfriends well, while they would settle for less for themselves. Milk tea at over 10 yuan a cup and cola at 3 yuan would not be purchased unless for a special occasion. Clang! The bathroom door opened, and Su Yuyo, wearing a warm white camisole, walked out. Seeing Lu Chen sitting seriously at the desk, she approached quietly and peeked over. After a while, Lu Chen whispered, "If you lower your head a bit more, you'll see everything." You should have told me earlier." Su Yuyo quickly covered herself and ran back into the room. "You didn't ask either." Putting away his notebook, Lu Chen smiled. When Lu Chen finished showering and came out, the room was pitch black, only the bulging bedding could be seen. "Is Su Yuyo asleep?" After a moment, "She's asleep. May I come in to sleep?" In a mosquito-like voice, "Yes." Lu Chen's lips curled up as he slipped into the bed from the other side, both of them sleeping properly, with a small distance between them. The familiar fragrance lingered in the air. Lu Chen turned to the side, only to find Su Yuyo also turning towards him. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Can I hold you while sleeping, Su Yuyo, little beauty?" Su Yuyo shook her head repeatedly, her eyes crescent-shaped. "No, we sleep on our own sides. Whoever crosses the line will be a little dog." As she spoke, she drew a line between them with her slender fingers. Woof! Before she finished drawing the line, her delicate body was already in Lu Chen's arms. Feeling the warmth, she struggled symbolically for a moment before resting her head on his chest. After some time, Su Yuyo raised her little head in Lu Chen's arms and softly said, "I miss you so much." "Me too." Lu Chen couldn't help but hold her tighter. In the morning, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes to see Su Yuyo's pouty lips, and he couldn't help but playfully touch them before reaching for his phone. 8:30. Yuyo, wake up, didn't you say you have an important class at 9 o'clock? Shaking the sleepy Su Yuyo, she lazily opened her eyes. She had slept so comfortably. When she heard what Lu Chen said, she immediately perked up. Today was the class of the strict teacher, and missing a class meant failing. As she prepared to find her clothes, Lu Chen came in with a set of clothes and urged her from the bed, "Hurry up, or you'll be late." "Okay." Su Yuyo nodded with pursed lips. Riding an electric scooter, he rushed her to the teaching building, waved goodbye, and then Lu Chen went to the East Gate canteen, where he spent an hour researching, similar to yesterday's investigation. Then he found the principal's office, where someone was in a meeting, so he sat outside waiting. 10 minutes later, a person hurriedly came up from downstairs with a stack of documents and headed straight to the principal's office. His gaze swept over Lu Chen, and just as he was about to enter the office, he turned back. "Are you Lu Chen?" Lu Chen looked at the man in surprise. "Professor Yu. It's really you, almost didn't recognize you." The man in front of him was Yu Guanghua. They had met for the first time at the National Science and Technology Competition, where he was the leading teacher from Jiangxi University. Lu Chen represented the Science University, and they both made it to the national top 10, even competing against each other, leaving a deep impression on each other. "Lu Chen, what are you doing at Zhejiang University? Haven't seen you at any academic exchanges recently," Yu Guanghua said with a smile. "I haven't been at school for a while," Lu Chen replied with a hint of bitterness in his smile. "What? With your talent, why didn't you continue your studies at the Science University?" Yu Guanghua was puzzled. "Some things happened. What are you doing now, and why are you here?" Lu Chen explained, "I opened a bubble tea shop, the business is doing well. I'm here to discuss the school storefront with the principal." Yu Guanghua furrowed his brows, wondering how such a talented person ended up in business. Lu Chen didn't give the impression of being a materialistic person. "Professor Yu, are you still taking on graduate students?" Lu Chen asked again. Yu Guanghua's eyes lit up as he smiled. "Of course, I am." "What do you mean by that question?" "I applied for the graduate program at Zhejiang University. If I get accepted, I'm considering becoming your student." I'm not sure if Professor Yu is willing to accept me as a mature student. Although Lu Chen had limited contact with Yu Guanghua, he could sense that he was a very responsible teacher. Not long ago, when he visited the University of Science and Technology, a teacher also mentioned that if he truly intended to go to Zhejiang University, staying under Professor Yu's guidance would be the best option. Mature or not, I'm almost 50 and still doing research. As long as you work hard, there shouldn't be a problem. Coincidentally, I'm currently researching drones. Are you interested in taking a look? Me? Would that be appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it, but let me be clear, if I'm not satisfied, even if you get accepted into Zhejiang University as a graduate student, I won't take you on as my student. That's only natural, Lu Chen readily agreed. Weren't you going to discuss the shop matter? Come on, I'll take you to meet the principal, Yu Guanghua said energetically. Thank you, Professor Yu. Following Yu Guanghua into the principal's office, they arrived just as the others inside were finishing up their conversation. The principal, a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, stood up with a smile upon seeing Yu Guanghua. Professor Yu, with your presence, I can't refuse to allocate funds for you. What funds? This is about bringing glory to the school and making contributions to the country, Yu Guanghua replied. Professor Yu is right. I'll find a way to sort out the funding for you. At that moment, the principal's gaze fell on Lu Chen, and he curiously asked, who is this? Yu Guanghua took the lead. He's my prospective graduate student. 3 years ago, in a science and technology competition, it was this young man who led his team to push our school into the top 3. In just a few words, Yu Guanghua not only established Lu Chen's identity but also gave him some recognition. Oh, the principal's gaze towards Lu Chen indeed became more serious. This young man has something else to discuss with you, Yu Guanghua added. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen brought up the matter of renting a shop to the principal. With the kind words spoken by Yu Guanghua earlier, the process became much easier, and eventually, they secured a shop near the entrance of the East Cafeteria at a suitable price. All that was left was to complete the formalities. Leaving the office building with Professor Yu, Lu Chen hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, and the price was indeed reasonable, not cheap but definitely not expensive. Most importantly, Professor Yu agreed to take him on as a student, even if temporarily. Professor Yu, thank you so much for today. From Professor Yu's standpoint, there was no need for him to help. You, it's been a few years, and you've indeed become more steady, but I still prefer the spirited you from before. Yu Guanghua patted Lu Chen's shoulder and handed him a stack of documents. This is the draft of my latest research project. Take it back to study. Once you've sorted out the shop matter, come find me. Is it appropriate for me to have something so important? Lu Chen asked solemnly. It's just a draft. Anyone with a bit of knowledge in the field can understand these drawings and data, Yu Guanghua reassured. Alright then, thank you, Professor Yu. Stop with the thank yous. If you really want to thank me, put more effort into this. Achieving results speaks louder than words. Now, I have to go attend to some matters, and you should focus on your own tasks, Yu Guanghua said. Alright, Professor Yu. After bidding farewell to Professor Yu, Lu Chen took the items given by the principal and completed all the procedures for the shop. Unexpectedly, the principal had made a phone call in advance, and the process went smoothly without any obstacles. Before noon, everything was settled. Indeed, having connections made things much easier. Sending a message to Yu, he found out she still had half a class left, so he went to the printing shop to print recruitment advertisements first, all of which were readily available on his phone. After pasting the ads, Lu Chen arrived at the classroom where Yu was having her class, standing at the door waiting. Yu was still sitting in the front row, saying that sitting in the front not only was quiet but also helped avoid some annoying people. Seeing Lu Chen at the door, Yu blinked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with a smile. Before long, Lu Chen's phone rang. From Jiangsu and Zhejiang, someone contacted him so quickly. Lu Chen walked to the corridor, answered the phone, and indeed, it was someone applying for the job. A student from the school mainly looking for a part-time job. His plan was to recruit 2 full-time workers and several part-time students. After noting the contact information, when Lu Chen turned to go back and wait, he found that there was actually someone behind him. It was a boy, tall and thin, with a somewhat green and sunny appearance. You are Yu's boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a little helpless. Most likely, this was another pursuer of Yu. Yes, I am. How old are you? It's none of your business, right? I like Yu, so it is my business. So, does this mean that as long as someone likes Yu, they can come over and ask me like this? Then I'll be annoyed to death. Lu Chen smirked, realizing that this young boy seemed to have no strong hostility towards him, at least much more pleasing than the last guy who put his hands in his pockets.
The young boy didn't know how to respond, and after a while, he said, I can tell that Yu really likes you. I came here to warn you to treat her well, or else I won't be nice to you.
He was indeed an interesting boy. Youth is truly wonderful. How won't you be nice? Will you beat me up and get expelled with a disciplinary record, or just stand here and yell at me? Lu Ken teased.
The young boy fell silent again, finding Lu Chen's words reasonable. When the teasing was almost over, Lu Ken became serious for a moment. Yu is my girlfriend, so I will naturally take good care of her and not let her be wronged. If she is not happy with me, how can you tell that she really likes me?
Lu Ken patted his shoulder and prepared to leave.
At that moment, the young boy turned around with a firm warning tone, I am Gunanfang. If Yu is not happy with you in the future, I will definitely snatch her away. Lu Ken turned his back to him, waved his hand, and said, you better give up early. The bell for the end of class rang, and Yu bounced over to Lu Ken. In that instant, Lu Ken felt like dozens of eyes in the trapezoidal classroom were on him. She smiled indifferently and reached out her hand, let's go have lunch.
I have good news to share with you. Really? Let's go then.
With that, Yu naturally extended her soft little hand and placed it in Lu Chen's palm. She didn't care about what others thought. Walking on the campus path, Yu learned about what happened to Lu Ken in the morning and seemed particularly happy. What surprised her was how capable Lu Ken used to be. She couldn't help but think of Jiang Wan. If it weren't for her, perhaps Lu Ken would have already been a very capable graduate student.
But if it weren't for that, how would she have met Lu Ken? That must be fate.
Thinking of this, Yu showed a happy smile and leaned her head on Lu Chen's shoulder.
What's wrong? Lu Ken asked, lowering his head. Nothing, I just want to lean on your shoulder.
Oh, don't drool on my clothes.
Lu Ken, I'm here.
Yu pouted, revealing a side of her small tiger teeth, clearly an intimate gesture between lovers, but Lu Ken had to mention drooling, which was quite a mood killer.
Also, when did she ever drool?
Thinking of this, Yu's cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head.
It seemed like occasionally. He drools sometimes, but only occasionally. Blame Lu Chen for that. If his cooking wasn't so delicious, she wouldn't dream about it. It must be the reason. Su Yuyo humorously nodded her head.
In the afternoon, he first took Su Yuyo to class, while Lu Chen went outside to deal with renovation and materials. After all, it wasn't the first time opening a shop, so most things were settled in an afternoon. The rest were just minor matters, nothing urgent. In the evening, after finishing lunch, they walked in the campus playground. Lu Chen was in sportswear, planning to exercise. Su Yuyo sat on the grass, watching Lu Chen quietly. 1 lap, 2 laps. The playground was an 800-meter track, and Lu Chen ran 3 laps without looking tired. She became interested, and when Lu Chen approached, she ran with him.
Lu Chen's gaze fell on Su Yuyo, slowing down his pace.
Unaware of this, Su Yuyo raised her head proudly, teasing, Lu Chen, no wonder you're not tired after running for so long, you're just slow.
I can run 10 laps like this. Silly girl, slow down and warm up first. Hee, tired already? Can't even outrun a girl. Lu Chen, you're not that great. Su Yuyo not only didn't listen but sped up. Unknowingly, her last words ignited Lu Chen's competitive spirit.
You can criticize a man's looks or physique, but never his physical fitness. Lu Chen smiled, put in more effort, caught up with Su Yuyo, and said, if you can't keep up, take a break. Watching Lu Chen smiling beside her, Su Yuyo, rebellious as ever, felt restless. She was a bit tired but increased her pace. While others ran to exercise, she was there to play basketball or run with weights. Lu Chen behind her smiled helplessly. Why was she so stubborn? He had to slow down, otherwise, Su Yuyo would tire herself out. The pain of lactic acid accumulation would show its true power the next day. Su Yuyo panted heavily after just half a lap, sweating profusely. Seeing Lu Chen not catching up, she slowed down. Lu Chen caught up, panting, I'm a bit tired, walk with me. Alright, for your tiredness, I'll walk with you. Otherwise, I could run a few more laps. Sure, Miss Su Yuyo, thank you for walking with me. Lu Chen walked beside her, wiping the sweat off her forehead. They were close, and his sweat soaked his clothes, especially his abdomen. Su Yuyo seemed to notice something and, like discovering a new continent, lifted Lu Chen's shirt. Seeing his defined abs, she widened her eyes in surprise. Lu Chen, you have abs now. Didn't you say you were getting rid of them? Not just words. Su Yuyo curiously touched them, feeling how firm they were. She couldn't help but touch her own soft belly. You rogue. Lu Chen quickly pulled his shirt down. Several girls were chatting on the lawn, and the scene made them glance and gossip. I'm your girlfriend, I can look if I want. Su Yuyo confidently looked at Lu Chen, smiling mischievously, let me touch them again. You always touch my belly at night, why can't I touch yours?
If you don't let me, I won't let you touch mine tonight. There's nothing to touch, it's hard. I like it hard. One was chasing, the other dodging, their unrestrained banter attracting amused glances from passers-by. Su Yuyo didn't notice anything unusual, but Lu Chen did. He quickly reassured Su Yuyo, avoiding her gaze as he whispered softly, "Little ancestor, tonight. Are you going to study?" Su Yuyo relented, pursing her lips and saying, "Fine. But you have to come clean. How did your belly suddenly change like that?" "Of course, it's from exercising, not drawing," Lu Chen explained. "Then why didn't you have abs before when you exercised?" Lu Chen took a deep breath. "Before, I was just working out to keep fit. But these days without you around, I felt like something was missing. I found that sweating helped ease that feeling, and before I knew it, I had developed abs. That was indeed the main reason. Secondly, he also wanted to become better. If he indulged himself too much, he would eventually end up with a beer belly, which Su Yuyo detested the most." "So, it's because you missed me so much," Su Yuyo teased with a sly smile. Lu Chen scratched his nose. "Something like that. You are. Alright, I am." Looking at Su Yuyo, who resembled a canary, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile and reached out to pinch her rosy cheeks. Holding hands, they strolled around the playground. The aftermath of their sprint was starting to show, with Su Yuyo feeling her calves sore and swollen. "It's so uncomfortable, carrot." Lu Chen Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen with pitiful eyes, her lips pouting in a cute manner. "Now you know why, for not warming up," Lu Chen said. "Stop scolding me, I know I was wrong." Lu Chen walked over to Su Yuyo, feeling sorry for her. He bent down and said, "Come on, I'll carry you home and soak your feet." Mega. Su Yuyo bounced back to life and jumped onto Lu Chen. After a while, she insisted on getting down. Lu Chen turned his head and asked, "Is it still painful?" "It's still a bit sore, but you must be tired too." "Do I look tired to you? But didn't you say you were tired just now?" "If I didn't say that, your calves would probably hurt even more now. Your stubbornness is harder to handle than a pig on New Year's." "Ah, you're calling me a pig again. Little piggy." Su Yuyo pouted, her round eyes brewing something mischievous. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a warm sensation on his earlobe. Turning around, he saw Su Yuyo biting his ear, threatening incoherently, "Admit. You're wrong, or I'll bite off your ear and turn you into one-eared Inspector Gadget. He. Go ahead and bite." Seeing her threat fail, Su Yuyo became anxious and said, "I'll really bite you." "Ah, epsilon. Hashtag. Lu Chen helplessly glanced at the restless Su Yuyo on top of him. "Haven't you noticed that there are two things about to be squeezed into a twisted mess?" I was wrong. In the end, Lu Chen gave in. "Then tell me where you were wrong." "Lu Chen? This plot seems familiar." Back home, Lu Chen took a shower first. When Su Yuyo finished washing up, he prepared another basin of hot water for her to soak her feet. After drying her feet, Su Yuyo naturally placed her legs in Lu Chen's lap, coquettishly saying, "Massage me. I can't resist you." Lu Chen appeared helpless, but he looked at Su Yuyo indulgently and gently massaged her legs. When she felt better, she went to the desk, took out her computer, and started organizing Rain's-related affairs. Not long after, Su Yuyo brought a chair and sat next to Lu Chen, sitting like a little kitten, quietly watching Lu Chen work. "Not going to sleep?" Lu Chen turned his head. "Waiting for you. I might be busy until late. I'll wait for you. You do your work, I won't disturb you." Lu Chen couldn't help but reach out and rub Su Yuyo's head, then continued with his work. As time passed, Lu Chen yawned, checking the time to see it was already early morning. Looking down, Su Yuyo was lying on his thigh, her lips slightly curved, lost in sweet dreams. Gently closing the laptop, the sound was not as loud as the mosquitoes at night. Tenderly holding her head, he carried her back to bed to rest. As he was about to get up, a pair of soft hands held his neck. Su Yuyo, with sleepy eyes, softly said, "Lu Chen, hold me to sleep." Lu Chen's lips curled up involuntarily. He kicked off his shoes, got into bed, and the little kitten by his side immediately snuggled up to him. With the soft warmth in his arms, calmness lingered for a long time. The next day, early in the morning, Su Yuyo was awakened by her sore legs. If it weren't for Lu Chen's timely remedy last night, the discomfort would have been stronger. So for those who exercise for the first time, don't expect immediate results. Warm-up and gradual progress are essential, but one must still attend classes. Limping into the classroom, as soon as Su Yuyo sat down, she felt a soreness in her buttocks. How could running make her but hurt? Taking out her book, Su Yuyo suddenly shivered. She turned her head to find 3 pairs of eager eyes staring at her. Before the teacher arrived, the 3 of them approached her with excitement. Shin Lan squinted and smirked, "Given?"
Su Yuyo, with a single core processor, was clueless, her face showing a big question mark.
Given what? Stop pretending. You're still pretending even now.
The three of them didn't believe her at all, thinking Su Yuyo was afraid of others hearing, so they moved closer to the inner seats, squeezing Su Yuyo in and blocking her.
How does it feel? How many times have you done it?
Judging by your appearance, you must have been through a lot. They say the quieter a girl looks on the surface, the more unconventional her thoughts are. Bai Lining seemed innocent but turned out to be quite experienced.
Although Yang Shanshan didn't say anything, her eyes seemed to tell a story. O degree omega degree O. Su Yuyo finally reacted, a blush spreading from her neck to her ears. She quickly explained what happened last night. Hearing that it was just running, the three didn't believe it, but they knew Su Yuyo and that she wouldn't lie.
The intense gazes of the three gradually lost their color, returning to a tired look as if they hadn't slept well. The blush on Su Yuyo's face hadn't faded, and Bai Lining's words lingered in her mind.
According to them, would the feeling be the same as after running? What if one day Lu Chen lost control? Would she have to endure such pain again? No, not just once.
Online it says some guys with good physical fitness can do it several times a day.
That's terrifying.
The fear of men starts from this moment on. A few days later, Lu Chen's Rain Mirror Milk Tea Shop officially opened. Besides the usual patterns, he introduced activities more suitable for college students.
The card top-up activity plus version.
Typically, when a milk tea shop opens, it's either buy one get one free, or top up 100 and get 20, 30, 50, and so on. Once the hype dies down, interest gradually wanes. Lu Chen copied these patterns, the only difference being the last activity, where you get 1,000 for 1,000, and you can exchange these 2,000 for 10 200 cards. Additionally, all cardholders are members and can enjoy free delivery services on campus by joining the Raincheck delivery group. Upon learning that Lu Chen's milk tea shop was opening, Zhang Xiaobai rushed to make a set of suitable bookmarks for him overnight, perfect for college students. If it weren't for the trainers delaying some time, the milk tea shop would have opened even earlier.
Apart from 2 long-term workers, all the others recruited were part-time students.
Lu Chen was confident in his raw materials, and these part-time students were not only employees but also his free promotional workforce. As the boss, Lu Chen didn't plan to get his hands dirty today, but Su Yuyo was so enthusiastic and insistent on helping that he naturally followed along. On the first day of opening, Lu Chen thought business wouldn't be too bad, but what he didn't expect was that it would be so busy beyond his imagination. It wasn't until the afternoon that he found out that Tongyu, Yiming, Shinjai, and Lin Miaomiao had all come to support the newly opened Raincheck milk tea shop. What he didn't know was that on the top floor of a building along the coast, Gu Shishir was joyfully watching videos online about the opening of the new Raincheck, many of which featured Lu Chen. Of course, her main focus wasn't her son but the energetic Su Yuyo, who was beautiful, obedient, and sensible, making her more and more likable.
Dezhuang,
I'm going to give our son some DOU+, what do you think about $1 million? Lu Dezhuang, sitting on the boss's chair, turned his head with an indulgent yet helpless look. $1 million is too much, don't make things too difficult for our son.
Then how much do you think is appropriate? 10,000 should be enough.
I'll go with your suggestion. So Gu Shishir happily invested 10,000 DOU+ in the official Raincheck account. In another villa, a wealthy woman was engrossed in watching videos about Zhejiang University's Raincheck milk tea shop, feeling sorry for the busy Su Yuyo in the footage. She turned to Su Tiannan and complained, "Look at how tired you've made our daughter. You said Lu Chen treats her well, but I think it's just average."
You don't understand the ways of women. I think things are fine now.
In just a month or two, she has grown so much, at least better than being by your side.
What do you know? Raising a son in poverty and a daughter in wealth, don't you understand this principle?
Yes, a daughter raised to be pure and clean will be easily deceived with just a few words.
She's been taken away by Lu Chen now, hasn't she?
She hasn't come back to see her mother for so long, and you won't let me go see her.
Su Tiannan was left speechless by the retort, as he couldn't argue with the fact that his beloved daughter had indeed been taken away. By the way, what about the last time you said the engagement was cancelled? What happened? You said you wouldn't change your mind about it. Why the sudden change?
I wouldn't go back on my word, but he asked me to cancel it himself.
You mean Lu Chen?
Yes, I asked him repeatedly. Su Tiannan felt somewhat smug about this. Lu Chen was a bit clever, but he was still far behind.
The wealthy woman gave him a disdainful look, canceling it but still being by Lu Chen's side. It was unnecessary. Oh well, let him show off a bit. Outside the Raincheck milk tea shop.
Yuyo, I want a handcrafted lemon tea, made by you personally.
Yuyo, I want a taro bubble milk tea.
Yuyo, I want to get a card. The boys who didn't usually drink milk tea, upon seeing Su Yuyo in her work uniform bustling inside the shop, came one after another to show their support. It was fine in Shashi before, but here it was a university, right in the midst of their hormonal peak. As a boss, having a distinctive signboard here should make him happy, but this person is his girlfriend, so the nature is completely different. Lu Chen readjusted the work positions, assigning Su Yuyo to do some simple tasks at the back, while he stood at the cashier, his tall figure blocking part of the view. Money could be earned less, but looking at his girlfriend more was a must. With a label attached, Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen, who deliberately straightened his body, covering her mouth as she chuckled secretly. His little scheme was too obvious. Thinking back to the time at Shashi Yujian, Lu Chen seemed to never assign her to stand in front of the bar. Perhaps at that time, he had already taken a liking to her, but for various reasons, he always pretended not to care.
What a tsundere! In the afternoon,
Su Yuyo wanted to help, but Lu Chen strongly insisted she go to class, emphasizing that students should prioritize their studies.
In fact, Lu Chen had already put Su Yuyo on the blacklist.
Without Su Yuyo around, business decreased in the afternoon, maybe the peak had been consumed in the morning. Although less money was earned, Lu Chen visibly felt more at ease.
In the evening, an unexpected person arrived. It was Gu Nanfeng.
He wasn't there to cause trouble for Lu Chen but to apply for a part-time job.
Lu Chen saw through his intentions at a glance and readily agreed.
Since you want to come, then come anyway. From now on, he wouldn't arrange for Yuyo to come to work. Having a rival working under him, just the thought of it felt great. After finishing things at Yujian, Lu Chen and Su Yuyo went to the market together to buy some favorite vegetables. Back home, with Su Yuyo on one side bustling around picking and washing vegetables, and Lu Chen calmly tidying up, occasionally glancing at the earnest Su Yuyo, he couldn't help but be captivated.
Lu Chen! Lu Chen!
The vegetables are burning.
Ah! Lu Chen reacted, looking at the smoke rising from the pot, quickly turning off the heat and covering the pot. When he opened the lid, the green beans had turned into charred beans. Obviously, they couldn't be eaten.
Su Yuyo stood beside him, hands on hips, watching Lu Chen. These were the vegetables she had chosen today, and now they were definitely inedible.
Lu Chen awkwardly smiled and silently cleaned up the mess. Don't think everything's fine just because you're not talking. What were you staring at just now, lost in thought? Staring at you.
Lu Chen spread his hands, saying, can't help it, with a stunningly beautiful cutie by my side, who wouldn't be distracted. With just a sentence, Su Yuyo felt a bit flustered. Then I'll go out first, you focus on cooking. Originally sulking, she now blushed and shyly left the kitchen. Behind her, Lu Chen was smug. His girlfriend was simply the cutest creature in the world. In the evening, both of them studied at the desk. Su Yuyo was catching up on the morning's missed lessons, her serious demeanor giving off a vibe of a female study genius, not even sparing a glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen first sorted out things at Yujian, then took out the initial draft given by Professor Yu from the drawer and focused on studying it. After going through all the materials, it was already several hours later.
Professor Yu's research directions were truly innovative, not just about drones, but also about endurance, simulation, and camouflage, among other aspects.
Designing a drone was not a difficult task, considering that drone technology worldwide had gradually matured. If Professor Yu could break through any of these research directions, it would have a significant impact nationally and even globally. However, these were just ideas for now. After organizing the materials, Lu Chen quietly approached the room to see what Yuyo was doing. She was in loose pajamas, leaning on the bed, her hands typing rapidly, looking very happy, even her feet dancing joyfully.
What are you doing, Yuyu?
Hearing the voice, Su Yuyu quickly put away her phone, her eyes avoiding as she said, nothing.
Just nothing. Seeing Su Yuyu's strange expression, Lu Chen didn't continue to ask.
Everyone has their own privacy, and if Su Yuyu wanted to tell him, she would naturally do so. After taking a shower, Lu Chen slipped into the soft fragrant quilt, and Su Yuyu wriggled over, pressing her body close. Staring with her watery eyes, she asked, I'm sorry, Lu Chen.
You're not angry, are you? You mean what just happened?
Yes, I don't not want to tell you what I was doing, it's just that I'm not ready yet.
Give me some time, and I'll tell you, okay?
Su Yuyu explained, pursing her lips. Embracing the warm jade in front of him, Lu Chen smiled gently, silly girl, we don't need to say sorry to each other. The most important thing between lovers is trust, and I will always trust you.
Okay. Su Yuyu nodded vigorously, smiling brightly, I also trust you, Lu Chen.
Just a few minutes ago, a new book appeared on the Foreign Tomato novel website, leaving home and being brought back by a proud boyfriend. Additional comments begged for updates, free small gifts, and book recommendations. Omega. Like a silver plate, time passed, and a new winter season arrived. In recent days, the weather in Jiangsu and Zhejiang gradually cooled down, and many people who used to wear skirts now switched to long pants.
Occasionally, you could see a few leg-bearing fashionistas passing by.
Riding his electric scooter, Lu Chen suddenly felt a pain in his waist. With one eye on guard and the other on lookout, he was caught red-handed.
Is it nice? A cold voice came from behind. Lu Chen couldn't help but shiver and grinned. I wonder what brand those leg-bearing fashionistas are wearing. They look good. I'll get you some too. Pretending. Keep pretending. In fact, Lu Chen was really thinking about which brand of leg-bearing fashionistas would be warmer and more comfortable.
Su Yuyu loved wearing all kinds of pretty skirts, so a leg-bearing fashionista that was both warm and stylish was particularly important. In this situation, going out for a haircut in the middle of the night, even if it was a real haircut, no one would believe it. After dropping Su Yuyu off at the teaching building and comforting her with a playful smile, he headed to the laboratory. Once the rain-check milk tea stabilized, he immersed himself in Professor Yu's research. After nearly half a month, from being doubted and looked down upon at the beginning to gradually being accepted. After all, he had wasted 2 years, even though he had some minor achievements before.
That was in the past. He remembered a sentence Lin Niaomu once said, which stuck in his memory.
Practice more if you can't afford to lose, don't mix up the past with the present, don't treat a moment as permanent. With a humble and diligent attitude, although he didn't contribute much, at least he wasn't seen as someone who got in through the back door. Research days were dull, and sometimes, before you knew it, hours had passed.
Lu Chen's pocket vibrated. The sound wasn't loud, but in the enclosed laboratory, it sounded particularly clear.
Several senior brothers and sisters looked at Lu Chen. Some teasingly said, "Lu, is your girlfriend reminding you to eat again? Unlike us single guys, whose phones never ring all day.
Let's go eat. The canteen won't have good food left later." Another person chimed in.
Some of them were Professor Yu's students, while others belonged to other mentors. Sometimes they shared a lab, so everyone knew each other. Although Lu Chen was new, he wasn't young, so some people called him Lu Ji, Brother Lu, and he referred to them as senior brothers and sisters. Gradually, everyone started packing up, knowing it was time for lunch. At this moment, Yu Guanghua walked over with 2 students, looking at the parts on the table and asked, "What are you making?"
"It's a simulated drone."
Walking beside Yu Guanghua, Tang Jian glanced over and chuckled. "Are you imitating a dragonfly or a bird?
"Can this thing fly?"
"It's neither a dragonfly nor a bird, but an imitation flying fish," Lu Chen explained nonchalantly.
"Flying fish?"
Yu Guanghua was somewhat curious. Yes, although flying fish can't fly, with its special body structure, it can glide for hundreds of meters above the sea surface. If we incorporate it into a drone, the flying distance will be greatly increased. Of course, this is just my speculation, we'll have to test it to know for sure, Lu Chen explained slowly.
"Good idea, let me know when you test it." Yu Guanghua nodded.
"I'd like to see it too," another student, Shu Tian, chimed in with an eager look. She was a senior in the 3rd year, a year older than Lu Chen, and had a more lively personality.
"No problem," Lu Chen agreed. Tang Jian raised an eyebrow, showing a disdainful expression, thinking it was all about a glider, making it sound mysterious. Today, the master and disciples left the research building together. At the main entrance, Su Yuyo stood quietly waiting.
When she saw Lu Chen, she took small steps towards him, a sweet smile on her face.
Yu Guanhua, seeing her, looked surprised. "Is she your girlfriend?"
"Yes, teacher." Lu Chen stepped forward, held Su Yuyo's hand, gently rubbed it in his palm, telling her not to come, but she still did, her hand cold.
"Hello, Professor Yu." Su Yuyo faced Yu Guanghua, respectfully greeting him. Professor Yu's stern face curved into a smile. "If I remember correctly, you sat in the first row by the side in my class, right?"
"Yes, Professor Yu," Su Yuyo replied obediently, held by Lu Chen's hand and stared at by several people, her face blushing slightly as she lowered her head. Professor Yu smiled knowingly at Lu Chen, as if understanding something. "You rascal, no wonder you had to come all the way to Jiangsu, turns out you have this girlfriend here."
Chu Tian added with a smile, "Your girlfriend was recently voted onto the school's beauty list, right?" Tang Jian's disdainful eyes revealed his thoughts, thinking they were not focusing on their studies. Lu Chen awkwardly smiled.
Wherever Yuyo was, it became a hot topic. Sometimes he felt really lucky to have met such a good girl. "Get along well, Yuyo is a good kid, be nice to her," Professor Yu, like a senior figure, patted Lu Chen's shoulder and advised.
One after another, many students came down from the experimental building.
Seeing the freshman school flower Su Yuyo here, they were also surprised.
When they saw her intimate actions with Lu Chen, they probably understood something. They never expected Lu Chen's girlfriend to be Su Yuyo. Cradle snatching.
And she was the cream of the crop. The envious looks were beyond words.
Science students were not like arts students, they didn't usually pay much attention to dressing up, nor did they have a charming way with words. Despite the research building being mostly graduate students, very few were actually single, let alone having such a good-looking girlfriend. They used to tease Lu Chen, but now they were truly jealous. Feeling the unfriendly atmosphere around him, Lu Chen felt helpless, sensing immense pressure for no apparent reason. Saying goodbye to the teacher, senior sister Chu, and Tang Jian, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Chen held Su Yuyo's hand and left. If they didn't leave soon, they would really feel like they were being stared through. Watching the two leave, Chu Tian smiled and sighed. Junior brother Lu was really lucky. Young and promising. She remembered the Rain Mirror milk tea shop that had recently opened near the school, owned by Lu Chen, which required quite a capital investment. Later, she learned that Lu Chen had 4 more shops in Shushi. Now, with such an outstanding girlfriend, he could be considered a winner in life. In Yu Guanghuo's eyes, a hint of worry was revealed. He had inadvertently heard the principal mention that Su Yuyo's identity was not just as simple as being a school beauty. Even though Lu Chen was quite outstanding, in the eyes of that person, being merely outstanding might not be enough. At night, on the commercial streets of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the two held hands, leisurely strolling along the road. Su Yuyo swung her small hand, her innocent smile and canary-like voice attracting many onlookers along the way. Lu Chen had been too busy lately and hadn't taken Su Yuyo out to play for a long time, so he decided to take her out to buy some warm clothes. Beauty in warmth. Lu Chen wanted Su Yuyo to feel warm. Suddenly, Lu Chen's hand was pulled to the side. Without needing to look, he knew that Su Yuyo had found something delicious again. Therefore, Lu Chen had also learned a set of implicit meanings. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. I don't know if this is good or not. Su Yuyo's round eyes looked at Lu Chen and then at the snacks on the stall, showing a look of wanting to eat but hesitating. This sentence simply meant that she was unsure if it was good but wanted to try it. After buying and tasting a portion, Su Yuyo frowned slightly and made a low sound of This meant it wasn't tasty. Give it to me. Lu Chen took the snack he had just bought, and Su Yuyo's expression seemed as if she had lost a big burden. Coming across a place selling iron plate tofu, Su Yuyo turned back with a smile, pointing to the shop and asked, "Do you want to eat this?" This meant she wanted to eat it, but since she had just given Lu Chen a bowl of snacks, she felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to be reserved. "I kind of want to eat it, so let's have one." Knowing without saying, he spoiled his girlfriend himself. After the boss prepared it, Su Yuyo took a small bite and her beautiful eyes instantly lit up, making a high-pitched sound of Lu Chen, try one. Su Yuyo quickly took a bite for herself, mumbled something, and handed a piece to Lu Chen. This meant it was very delicious, but he could only have one, the rest was hers. Lu Chen took the tofu handed to him, dripping with sauce. He took a bite, and indeed, it tasted great. They continued walking ahead. When there was only one piece of tofu left in the box, Su Yuyo smacked her lips, looked up at Lu Chen, and reluctantly said, "Lu Chen, have the last piece." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "I'm full, you eat it." "Really?" "Of course, look at my round belly." Su Yuyo happily finished the last piece of tofu in small bites, even licking the corners of her mouth afterward. Looking at Su Yuyo's flat belly, Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder, are girls' stomachs bottomless pits? The key is, Su Yuyo still had the kind of body that remained slightly plump no matter how much she ate. The two turned a corner and arrived at a clothing store, filled with a variety of clothes. Lu Chen was dazzled by the styles of women's clothing, wondering why there were so many options for girls while men had only a few. Su Yuyo spent a while picking out several suitable fluffy coats and went into the fitting room. Each time she changed into a new outfit, she would run to Lu Chen to ask if it looked good. When the weather was warm, she mostly wore skirts. Now was no exception, with a cute skirt paired with a warm coat, revealing her slender legs, exuding a unique beauty. She also tried on the coat with boots, showing a few centimeters of thigh, which seemed to be called the absolute territory, truly eye-catching. The most important thing was her good foundation. Even if she carried a bag of urea, she would still look beautiful. After selecting her own clothes, Su Yuyo dragged Lu Chen to the men's section, holding up various pieces of clothing and gesturing on Lu Chen. Lu Chen's most abundant collection of clothing was in the sportswear category, so Su Yuyo didn't even bother looking in that direction. Instead, she walked over to where the trench coats were hanging. She picked out 2 Korean-style trench coats for him. Given Lu Chen's height and physique, when he put them on and stood in front of the mirror, he felt like he could debut on the spot. The unwavering gaze of the female shop owner made it clear. When it came to bargaining, just as Lu Chen was about to speak up, Su Yuyo spoke first. "Boss, how much are these clothes I've picked out?" The shop owner introduced them one by one, a total of 6 sets of clothes, with Su Yuyo choosing 4 and Lu Chen 3, adding up to over 3,000 yuan. Over 3,000 is too expensive, do you offer any discounts?
Su Yuyo put the clothes back, pursed her lips, and shook her head. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll give you a discount, 28.88, wish you both success.
8.88. I'll take them all.
Lu Chen, who was watching from the side, choked up for a moment. Most people would haggle by half, but Su Yuyo was practically breaking bones.
Was she under the impression that this was how bargaining worked, mimicking without understanding that this wasn't bargain bin merchandise? Miss, you can't haggle like this. I won't even make back my costs.
Just as Lu Chen was about to intervene, Su Yuyo put on a thoughtful look and extended her slender white fingers, at most 12.88, no more.
That's too low.
I'll give you a fair price, 26.66, and if you take them all, I'll throw in a few pairs of branded leggings.
18.88, that's my final offer. If not, then forget it. Su Yuyo took Lu Chen's hand and, without forgetting to shoot him a glance, walked towards the door.
The shop owner looked worried. Wait, miss, 18.88 is really too low. How about 2,500, and I'll give you 4 more pairs of leggings, so you can mix and match, all top brands, no pilling or snagging.
Lu Chen looked down at Su Yuyo, who still showed no intention of turning back. 2,300.
I can't go any lower, the shop owner said with a pained expression.
21.88. I don't need you to give me anything.
Su Yuyo stopped in her tracks, her eyes gleaming as she flashed a faint smile.
Fine, well, if it weren't for the slow business, I wouldn't even consider this price.
The shop owner looked like she was taking a big loss. Her gaze towards Su Yuyo had changed. She had initially thought she could easily fool this young girl, but she turned out to be quite shrewd. After packing the clothes, the shop owner still gave Su Yuyo a set of silk stockings, smiling and saying, "Come back when you have the chance."
Thank you. Taking the bag handed to her, Su Yuyo looked very satisfied.
Walking down the street, Lu Chen lowered his head and rubbed Su Yuyo's head, giving her a thumbs up. When Yuyo takes charge, you know it's a win. I wouldn't even dare to negotiate at that price, but you managed to get it.
Impressive. Oomph, carrot. Follow this lady, and you'll thrive.
Su Yuyo, upon hearing the praise, became even more pleased, her nose held high. She was actually quite nervous. This was her first time bargaining with someone else. She didn't expect bargaining to be so enjoyable, and by doing so, she could save Lu Chen quite a bit of money. What Lu Chen didn't know was that her online novel was about to reach 80,000 words, and when she made money from it, she planned to buy many things for Lu Chen. Passing by a lingerie store, Lu Chen spoke up, "You didn't buy any pants, let's go get some magic leggings."
Okay. Su Yuyo nodded repeatedly, leading Lu Chen into the lingerie store.
The two went straight to the section selling stockings, which covered an entire wall. The shop owner, a woman with lingering charm, came over and slowly introduced the products.
In a corner, Su Yuyo curiously picked up a pair of stockings as thin as cicada wings, her curiosity overflowing. Why are these so thin? Won't they tear as soon as you pull them?
The female boss raised her eyebrows and looked at Lu Chen beside her. Her vermilion lips couldn't help but smile. "It's designed this way, it's a one-time style," she said. Su Yuyo shook her head, thinking it was wasteful to use one-time items, so she ignored that section. After selecting for a while, she ended up taking 6 pairs of sheer stockings, mostly flesh-colored, with 1 white pair and 1 black pair.
After agreeing on the price and paying, the boss packaged the thin silk stockings that Su Yuyo had considered earlier as a gift.
Su Yuyo, abiding by the principle of not taking advantage of cheap deals, accepted it with a smile.
As they were leaving, the female boss didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at Lu Chen.
Of course, Lu Chen understood her intentions, but for now, he couldn't enjoy this kindness. On the street, Lu Chen noticed many apples displayed in front of fruit shops, indicating that Christmas Eve and Christmas were approaching.
"Yuyo, is there anything you want for Christmas?" Su Yuyo pondered for a moment, holding Lu Chen's hand tightly. "I don't want anything." "Really, nothing at all? You're not trying to save money for me, are you?" Since realizing how hard it was to earn money, this little fool no longer treated money lightly as before, always considering everything for himself. Su Yuyo shook her head. "Of course, I want to save money for you, but that's not the main reason." "Then what is it?" Lu Chen was a bit curious. "In the time I spend with you, no matter what I want or like, you always fulfill my wishes. I know you're good to me, but I want to tell you that what I truly want, and have always wanted, is to have you by my side." Su Yuyo blinked her beautiful eyes earnestly at Lu Chen. "If the person giving the gift isn't you, then no matter how good the gift is, it's just a gift. But if you're by my side, even if it's just a candied hawthorn stick, I'll be happy for a long, long time. So, my Christmas gift is simply to have you with me forever and ever." Watching Su Yuyo's sincere expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but bend down, gently brushing her nose and smiling tenderly. "We will always be together, my little fool."
The day of the postgraduate entrance exam arrived. Everything was ready. Early in the morning, Su Yuyo quietly got up and prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Lu Chen. 2 eggs and a yotio bought downstairs, symbolizing a perfect score. After finishing the victorious breakfast made by Su Yuyo, he packed his exam tools, first dropped Su Yuyo off at school, and then headed to the designated exam venue. There were a total of 4 subjects to be tested over 2 days. When the last exam ended, Lu Chen walked out of the exam hall, feeling the sunlight in the sky, and suddenly felt a sense of relief. He never expected that 2 years after graduation, he would have to take an exam again one day. "Hey, brother, how did you answer the last big question? Can you help me out?" Lu Chen turned around, and there was a slightly rough-looking guy next to him, asking with a smile. He didn't hold back, explaining this way and that way. After finishing, the guy felt delighted, feeling more confident now. "Thanks, bro. Where do you live? If it's on the way, I can give you a ride on my electric scooter," the guy offered warmly. "No need," Lu Chen politely declined. The two headed in the same direction, and along the way, the guy asked Lu Chen about a few more questions. From the smile on his face, it was clear he was very satisfied with the results. Lu Chen was also satisfied, indicating he had answered without any major issues. Walking out of the exam hall, Lu Chen scanned the surroundings, looking for Su Yuyo's figure. He had told her not to come pick him up, but Su Yuyo had still taken the day off to come. Before long, he found Su Yuyo standing under a tree, dressed in a JK outfit, wearing the black stockings she had bought last time, paired with white knee-high socks, small leather shoes, a light-colored coat draped over her shoulders, a high ponytail, holding flowers in her hands, her beautiful eyes searching the crowd. "Oh my, that girl is so beautiful. I never thought that apart from online, there could really be such a stunning girl in real life." A boy beside noticed Su Yuyo and couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Chen had intended to approach directly, but upon hearing this, he smirked and said, "If you like her, why not ask for her contact information?" The boy shook his head. "A girl of that caliber would never be interested in someone like me. If you go, maybe there's a 30% chance." "Really? Have some confidence, buddy, give it a try, who knows, it might just work out," the boy encouraged. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'll give it a try." With a confident smile, he walked straight towards where Su Yuyo was. The boy nearby widened his eyes in disbelief. "Dude, are you really going for it? Where did you get the courage?" From a song by Fish Leon. Before Lu Chen could get closer, Su Yuyo had already spotted him in the crowd, but with too many people around, she couldn't go up to greet him, so she stood there with a sweet smile, waiting quietly. The outfit she wore today was carefully chosen with advice from her sister, Shu Yao, designed to captivate over 99% of men. Passing through the crowd, Lu Chen approached Su Yuyo and gently said, "Have you been waiting long?" Su Yuyo shook her head. "As long as it's for you, any wait is worth it." The words of endearment from the beloved girl, no matter how simple, could make his heart swell with emotions all day long. In the eyes of the boy not far away, it seemed like Lu Chen was about to be rejected when the girl shook her head, indicating no chance. "I was just kidding, and this guy actually believed it," he thought to himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened because the goddess actually handed the flowers to Lu Chen and took his hand, leading him. The boy's mental processor went into overdrive, crashing like a computer. As the two walked away, he finally realized, "Dude, she played you like a fiddle. If they didn't know each other, I'd eat my hat." It was infuriating. More frustrating than failing an entrance exam. Lu Chen had chosen to ride the electric scooter for convenience today. If he had known Su Yuyo was coming, he would have driven out to meet her. Su Yuyo placed her hands in Lu Chen's coat pockets, holding him tightly. "Are you cold?" "No." Su Yuyo shook her head with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Chen straightened up, shielding her from the cold wind. Back at home, he closed the door. Lu Chen unbuttoned his coat and placed Su Yuyo's small hands inside. This gesture made Su Yuyo feel warm and fuzzy inside. Suddenly, Lu Chen lifted her up, holding her by the waist, and headed straight for the bedroom. At that moment, Su Yuyo's mind went blank. When she consulted her sister Shu Yao, she had been warned to be careful with her attire, as Lu Chen might lose control, given the irresistible allure of JK and high silk stockings. Oh no, what should she do now? Why is this happening so suddenly? What should I do later? Should I refuse? Will Lu Chen be upset if I refuse? But she didn't want to end up sore like last time from exercising. It's too scary. She remembered the advice from her sister Jai, to protect herself if Lu Chen couldn't resist, but she couldn't find that thing since the last time she took it out. In just a few steps, Su Yuyo had already imagined a whole scenario in her head. Finally, Lu Chen carried Su Yuyo to the soft bed and closed the door with his foot. As the door clicked shut, Su Yuyo nervously closed her eyes, knowing that this time, Lu Chen meant business.
Before long, Su Yuyo was gently placed on the bed by Lu Chen.
She nervously clenched her small hands, her face flushed, already prepared for the worst. Drip! She heard the sound of the air conditioner turning on in the room, squinted and saw Lu Chen using the remote control to adjust the air conditioner and set the electric blanket on the bed to the right temperature.
Why are you standing there stupidly? Get into bed and keep warm, don't catch a cold.
After dinner, I'll call you, Lu Chen instructed as he stood at the foot of the bed.
Su Yuyo? It wasn't until Lu Chen left the room that she realized she had been overthinking.
She opened her hands, palms sweaty, feeling extremely nervous just now. But for some reason, there was a hint of anticipation. Hearing the clanging sound coming from the kitchen, Su Yuyo took out her phone and told Shuyao and Shinjiai what had just happened. They were greatly shocked upon learning about it, marveling at how Lu Chen seemed to have everything under control. The two strategists began a wild discussion, advising Su Yuyo on how to win over Lu Chen. After listening to their suggestions, Su Yuyo blushed deeply, feeling embarrassed. Thinking back to the pain of the last workout, she shook her head as if trying to shake off the memories. Later. Ending the conversation with the trio, Su Yuyo opened the writer's assistant app on her phone. She had already written 100,000 words, yet only a few hundred people had added it to their bookshelves. Frustrated, she thought about how this wouldn't be enough to buy a gift for Lu Chen.
In the laboratory building. Lu Chen hadn't been around for a few days due to preparing for the entrance exam.
Upon his return, he received a message that the school was planning a drone light show on Christmas Day, and everyone was getting ready for it.
Lu Chen, you're just in time.
We're working on the program, everything is ready, now we're brainstorming what kind of patterns and scenes would be most attractive. Chu Tianxin pulled Lu Chen to the computer, surrounded by a group of graduate students designing the light show model. Sister, I'm not good with computers, Lu Chen declined. You don't need to program, just provide ideas, someone else will handle the production, Chu Tianxin explained. Seeing Lu Chen's arrival, everyone made space for him and their eyes focused on him.
Lu Chen was puzzled, but I'm not a design student. Why would you think of me for creative ideas?
The main purpose of the school hosting this light show is to promote relationships among us Zhejiang University students, fully implement the national eugenics policy, and prevent Zhejiang University girls from being deceived by playboys. Chu Tianxin smiled knowingly.
But that has nothing to do with me. Everyone gave Lu Chen a look. Among us, only you have a girlfriend. If you can win over a campus beauty like Su Yuyo, you must be a master in love affairs. Stop pretending, this time the light show program will be designed by you.
So that was the reason.
Lu Chen couldn't help but wryly smile.
This reminded him of Zhang Xiaobai, who would occasionally message him for advice on pursuing girls ever since he agreed to teach him. It was like being the second to last tutor for the last student. He had to keep up the act. His ability to win over Su Yuyo was truly a matter of fate. His tactics in pursuing Jian Wan were outdated in this fast-paced era, as Shuya would say, he was the king of lapdogs. Each episode was better than the last. Facing the gazes of the group, Lu Chen could only nod. Once the first impression was made, it was hard to change. Chu Tianxin breathed a sigh of relief, finally solved the biggest challenge. Letting a group of science and engineering students handle technical matters was a piece of cake, but asking them to design love-related things was harder than passing the English Level 6 exam. So, Lu Chen spent most of the day in the laboratory building. By evening, he finally completed the design. The final result was satisfying to everyone except Lu Chen, who felt guilty. Leaving the laboratory, Lu Chen headed towards the teaching building where Su Yuyo was supposed to have finished her class by now. Why hadn't she replied to his messages? Arriving at the classroom where Su Yuyo was, most people had already left, leaving only a few.
Lu Chen saw a familiar face, Bai Linyin. He walked over and asked, Bai, do you know where Yuyo went? Bai Linyin turned around, looking surprised. She went to find you right after class, didn't you see her?
No. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling a heavy weight in his chest, his brows furrowed. He called Su Yuyo, but no one answered. It was Christmas Eve, and he had planned to watch a movie with Su Yuyo. Even if she came to find him, she wouldn't ignore his calls.
Should I inform the counselor? Bai Linyin sensed something was wrong.
It was only 10 minutes after class, it seemed excessive to inform the counselor now.
Lu Chen asked Bai Linyin to wait for his call while he ran along the path Su Yuyo usually took to find him.
People on the way avoided him as he rushed. Arriving at a small grove behind the hill, Lu Chen noticed some students looking towards the grove. He asked, "What are you looking at?" Two female students glanced at Lu Chen, then one of them said slowly, "We saw several girls entering just now, so we looked."
Thank you. With that, Lu Chen dashed into the grove.
Not far in, he abruptly stopped and saw a dropped phone.
The cute case made it unmistakably Su Yuyo's.
His heart tightened. Looking deeper into the grove, his pace quickened, hands clenched tightly, his expression indescribably grim.
Whatever the reason, whoever dared to harm Yuyo, he would make sure they paid.
Meanwhile, deep in the grove, Su Yuyo was pushed down harshly by someone, falling among the fallen leaves. There were many dry branches on the ground, one of which scratched her arm, leaving a red mark.
Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you doing this to me?
Su Yuyo touched her arm in pain, looking at the 4 people in front of her in panic. She had planned to find Lu Chen right after class, but these 4 people intercepted her as she passed through the grove. She tried to run, but one of them threatened her with scissors, forcing her to follow them here.
Her phone had rung, showing Lu Chen's name, but one of them had thrown it away.
She didn't recognize any of these 4 people.
Why? You little slut, stop pretending to be innocent in front of me. Behind my back, you're a cunning hypocrite.
If you hadn't tried to seduce Brother Mufeng and report me to the teacher, he wouldn't have dumped me. The girl in jeans and a leather jacket pulled out a sharp pair of scissors, glaring at Su Yuyo. Since the freshman welcome party, Brother Mufeng had ignored her. She had also been punished by the teacher to write a 3,000-word self-criticism.
Soon, many people knew she had damaged Su Yuyo's cello, and since the teacher wouldn't disclose it, it must have come from Su Yuyo.
Her reputation was now tarnished. The person was none other than Tian Hui, who had been criticized by Li Ming.
Thinking of this, Tian Hui approached Su Yuyo step by step with the scissors, sneering bitterly, "Aren't you the one with a pretty face? Don't you like to pretend to be innocent? If I ruin your face, do you think anyone will still like you? I'd like to see how you'll pretend then. Don't expect anyone to come and save you because there's no chance for that. Even if I scratch your face, I'll just pay some money and move on. My family has plenty of it."
Su Yuyo had never encountered such a situation before. Her eyes moist with fear, she tried to step back, only to realize her calf seemed twisted from the fall earlier, causing excruciating pain with every slight movement. She remembered Lu Chen, who once advised her that if faced with an unsolvable problem, she should try to buy time. Su Yuyo choked back a sob, trying to hold back her tears, and said, "Tian Hui, intentionally harming someone physically can lead to up to 3 years of imprisonment, detention, or surveillance, and the school will definitely expel you." She then looked at the other 3 people. Accomplices are not exempt either. Although the punishment might be lighter, it will be a lifelong stain on your record, and even if you're a genius, no company will hire you once you enter society. After her words, the 3 people behind Tian Hui exchanged glances, their eyes avoiding hers. Seeing her delay tactics working, she continued, "If you stop now, I can pretend nothing happened.
I know you acted on impulse, and I don't blame you. Also, there's truly nothing between me and Mufeng. He's the one who kept bothering me." "Shut up!" Tian Hui snapped. "How could Mufeng bother with you? He's outstanding. What are you compared to him?" With a determined and venomous look in her eyes, Tian Hui, holding scissors, advanced step by step. Su Yuyo endured the pain, panic rising as she retreated, but no matter what she said, Tian Hui remained cold and mocking. At that moment, only one person occupied her mind. "Lu Chen, I'm so scared. Where are you?" The sound of rustling leaves drew closer, footsteps approaching rapidly. A figure sprinted towards them, and before the 4 girls could see who it was, Tian Hui, holding scissors, was grabbed from behind, lifted off the ground, and flung several meters away like a small chicken, crashing into the bushes. The other 3 girls wanted to help, but a furious gaze stopped them in their tracks. It was Lu Chen. Just one look at Su Yuyo on the ground, and his expression turned from grim to fierce, his eyes bloodshot. The 3 girls finally attempted to flee, but Lu Chen swiftly caught 2 of them, leaving a 45-yard shoe print on the back of the remaining one, kicking her hard to slide several meters on the leaves. Swift, precise, and ruthless. "Big brother, we know we were wrong. It was Tian Hui who asked us to come. We didn't do anything," asked Su Yuyo. "We didn't even touch her." The girl in Lu Chen's right hand was almost petrified. They were all girls after all, and this man treated them as if they were nothing. The other girl nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Lu Chen released them, letting them fall to the ground. As they tried to get up and leave, a cold voice stopped them. "Did I say you could go?" The 2 girls were frozen in place, afraid to move an inch, having witnessed the man's brutality moments ago. Even if they wanted to run, they knew they couldn't outrun him, so they stayed put, trembling in fear. He was truly ruthless. In less than half a minute, one fell silent in the bushes, another lay on the ground like mud, and the remaining 2 were on the verge of wetting themselves. Trembling, Lu Chen turned around and quickly bent down towards Su Yuyo. As he drew closer, his hands, dark and heavy, immediately enveloped her. Already teary-eyed, she burst into tears, feeling relieved. "Lu Chen, you finally came." Listening to Su Yuyo's frightened voice, his heart was about to break.
At this moment, he really wanted to crush these 4 people like ants. It is said that dragons have scales that when touched will lead to death, and Su Yuyo is the scale of Lu Chen.
Lu Chen gently held Su Yuyo, a forced smile appearing on his fierce face as he spoke softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. If anyone dares to harm you, I will kill her."
Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen with watery eyes. She had always seen Lu Chen as calm and gentle, but she never expected him to become so terrifying because of her. The way Lu Chen had just acted even scared her, let alone the others. She looked at Lu Chen's eyes filled with hostility and bravely smiled, "I'm fine, please don't do anything." She hoped more for Lu Chen's well-being than for the punishment of these 4 people.
"Okay, I'll listen to you."
After a while, Bai Lining, accompanied by the counselor and several security guards, hurried over. Seeing the mess and the injured individuals, Li Ming's face turned even uglier.
Lu Chen didn't care about all this.
He took off his coat and covered Su Yuyo's shoulders, lifting her up. Bai Lining and Li Ming approached, while the other security guards went to check on the condition of the 4 students.
"Yuyo, are you okay?" Bai Lining asked with concern. Su Yuyo was not a strong girl.
Every time she felt wronged, she would confide in Lu Chen. But this time, she just shook her head and forced a smile on her pale lips. "I'm fine." Luckily Lu Chen came. Li Ming probably guessed the situation and sighed with concern. "Let's go to the hospital first." The incident in the small grove quickly spread throughout the campus, and soon a wave of videos and images flooded the internet. The school's public relations team acted swiftly to try to calm things down, but they underestimated the speed of online dissemination. It wasn't until the authorities received internal information that the incident disappeared as if it had never happened.
In the hospital, Lu Chen stayed by Su Yuyo's side, never leaving.
After the doctor's examination, it was only minor abrasions and a slight twist in her leg, requiring 2 days of rest.
Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But the other 4 were not so lucky.
The 2 lightest injuries had large bruises on their backs, and the girl who was kicked had minor internal bleeding. As for the mastermind Tian Hui, she was the most miserable. There was a bare rock in the bushes, and the moment she hit the ground, she passed out. Concussion, broken ribs, bruises all over her body, especially on her back. When the doctor learned that all this was done by the boy next to the lightly injured girl, he was taken aback. After practicing medicine for so many years, it was the first time he had seen a boy hit a girl so severely, as if he didn't regard her as a human being. The principal and Yu Guanghua arrived shortly after.
Yu Guanghua walked to Su Yuyo's bed and asked with concern, "Yuyo, are you okay?"
Su Yuyo shook her head. Her injuries were not serious, she was just scared. Lu Chen, who had been holding her hand all along, seemed to understand her thoughts and never left her side.
"Lu Chen, come with me for a moment.
I have something to tell you," Yu Guanghua said to Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at Su Yuyo, hesitated for a moment, and then called Bai Lining and the other 3 girls, "Please stay with Yuyo.
I'll be back in a moment."
"Don't worry, we're here."
Qi Lan and Yang Shanshan also rushed over from the dormitory upon hearing about the incident, while Bai Lining stayed behind.
After leaving the ward, Yu Guanghua took Lu Chen to a corner and frowned. "Lu Chen, you were a bit impulsive this time. At this rate, even if it's self-defense, it's definitely excessive self-defense."
How could Lu Chen not know? But at that time, he didn't think that much.
Now that he had calmed down, he realized how terrifying he had been back then.
"Alas, the police will be here soon. Cooperate actively first. The principal and I will try to help you. It's best if we can resolve this amicably.
Otherwise, it will greatly impact your future," Yu Guanghua advised. Yu Guanghua has never married nor had children. Although he and Lu Chen only had a short master-disciple relationship, he genuinely liked Lu Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was intelligent, sincere, and not fake.
He couldn't let this incident ruin him.
"Understood, teacher," Lu Chen nodded.
As if on cue, the police sirens sounded outside, and several tall police officers walked in.
After a preliminary understanding of the situation, they decided to take Lu Chen away for further investigation. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyo rushed out of the ward without even putting on her shoes and stood in front of Lu Chen, blocking the way. "Police officers, it was them who forced me to the grove with scissors and wanted to scratch my face.
Lu Chen only hurt them to protect me.
I'm willing to compensate no matter how much, as long as you don't take Lu Chen away," she pleaded. "We will investigate thoroughly," the police officer said sternly.
Lu Chen walked to the side, holding Su Yuyo's hand.
He smiled as if nothing had happened, "Just going to have a chat. I'll be back soon." "No, I'm going with you." She firmly held onto Lu Chen's hand, refusing to let go. Seeing her determined gaze, Lu Chen felt helpless but knew he couldn't stop her. They ended up going to the police station together to undergo questioning, along with 2 injured girls.
Upon arriving at the police station, a familiar figure caught their eyes. It was Su Tiannan.
Su Yuyo seemed a bit flustered upon seeing him, gripping Lu Chen's hand tightly.
Su Tiannan hurried over, checking anxiously, Yuyo, are you hurt anywhere? Su Yuyo shook her head, I'm fine. After a brief check, Su Tiannan breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and looked at Lu Chen with a serious expression. Lu Chen felt guilty towards Su Tiannan.
He had promised to take care of Yuyo, yet she had encountered such danger. If they hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Thud! Su Tiannan lightly hit Lu Chen's chest.
With a smile, he said, I know the whole story. Be a man, cooperate with the investigation, and leave the rest to me.
Su Yuyo couldn't help but relax her tense body.
She had been prepared to stand in front of Lu Chen, fearing her father would harm him.
The two followed the police into the station for questioning, while Su Tiannan asked the others to stay behind.
He got into a golden car and made a phone call.
Old Su, are the kids okay? Nothing serious, but Xiaxia might be in trouble. I'm going to handle it now.
As long as they're safe. I might have misjudged your son. If it were our time, he would be a tough one. Don't forget whose blood runs in his veins.
Well, I can't understand your way of thinking. With Xiaoxia's character, if nurtured from a young age, she could take your place. Alas, old Su, are we truly happy in our positions? You wouldn't want your daughter to marry a man who's always busy, right? I don't want to restrict Lu Chen. Let the children live as they wish, as long as they're happy. I'll give you that.
Hang up. The sooner this is resolved, the better.
Yes, thank you. Both of us have taken bullets for each other, let's not bring that up.
After recording all statements, the police left him alone in the room.
Time passed, until dawn.
Lu Chen sat in the empty room, wearing a bitter smile, never imagining he would one day be left in a police station. When it came to the law, Lu Chen had some knowledge. He knew that his actions would likely be deemed excessive self-defense, and if the other party refused to settle, he would have to spend some time behind bars. Once inside, it would stain his record permanently.
But did he regret it? No, he didn't.
The situation was urgent at the time. Had he been a few seconds late, Yu might have suffered irreparable harm for life.
He wondered about Yu's well-being.
Anyone would be frightened after such an ordeal, likely suffering both physically and mentally. The thought made a hint of hostility flicker in Lu Chen's calm eyes.
Clang, clang, clang. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Lu Chen raised his weary gaze to see Uncle Su and Su Yu, accompanied by a few police officers. Su Yu anxiously scanned the surroundings.
When she spotted Lu Chen sitting quietly in a chair, her eyes reddened, and she rushed over. Lu Chen, Dad said everything's fine.
Those people agreed to mediation, and we can go home soon. One of the older police officers came over, unlocked the door, and gave Lu Chen a few instructions. He just needed to sign something later. Thank you, Lu Chen nodded at the officer.
Young man, don't be too impulsive in the future.
I understand.
Stepping out of the interrogation room, Su Yu rushed into Lu Chen's arms at the door, refusing to let go.
Lu Chen's stiff cheeks softened into a gentle smile as he held her, patting her back reassuringly. Silly girl, I'm fine, see?
Su Yu buried her head deeper, holding on tightly. Watching this scene, the police officers couldn't help but feel moved by the couple's strong bond.
They understood the situation.
As a man, it was normal to act impulsively when seeing harm come to a loved one, but it had gone too far. When it was time to use legal means, they should be utilized.
Su Tiannan, standing behind them, took a deep breath.
His precious daughter had been hurt, and while he was upset, knowing that Yu had found a man willing to risk everything for her brought him comfort.
Reflecting on convincing Lu Chen to call off the wedding, he now realized it was unnecessary.
All right, the police officers are waiting to finish their shift. Let's not take up more of their time. Lu Chen wiped away the tears from Su Yu's eyes, smiling brightly.
Su Yu nodded gently, holding Lu Chen's hand tightly as they left the police station. Lu Chen turned to Su Tiannan. Uncle Su, I don't know what you did, but thank you for today. Su Tiannan rolled his eyes, frowning. Why are you so naggy, just like your father?
You risked your life for my daughter, and I won't let this small matter go unsettled. What face would I have to be your father-in-law in the future?
Dad, does that mean you approve of Lu Chen now?
Su Yu's face lit up with surprise.
Su Tiannan sighed. I don't know what spell Lu Chen has cast on you to make you so devoted to him. Even if I don't approve, would you be willing to leave him? Su Yu blushed, shyly holding onto Lu Chen's arm. Her actions had already proven everything.
She looked at her father in astonishment. Their conversation just now made it seem like they had known each other for a long time.
Moreover, it appeared that her father knew Lu Chen's father, hinting at a more complex relationship. Dad, do you know Lu Chen? Su Tiannan looked at his innocent daughter, realizing that she had been overly sheltered by her mother. Finally, he found some clues.
Not only do I know him, when Lu Chen was born, I was right outside the delivery room.
I even changed his diapers. Su Tiannan chuckled. Source text, ah? Su Yuyo showed a shocked expression.
Going thousands of miles away without meeting the arranged blind date I set up, running away secretly from home, only to end up back to square one. Su Tiannan sighed, fate is truly a mysterious thing.
With these words, not to mention Su Yuyo with a single core processor, even Lu Chen was puzzled. What did this mean? Su Tiannan looked at Lu Chen and smiled. The blind date partner of Yuyo is you. How is that possible? Lu Chen couldn't believe it.
Yuyo had mentioned that her blind date partner was the son of a top technology company CEO, while Lu Dazhuang was just an ordinary businessman, worlds apart.
You better ask Lu Dazhuang about this issue. He dug this hole himself. I'm not going to help him fill it. Lu Chen followed up with another question. If what you're saying is true, that Yuyo appeared by the river and I took her away, were you aware of everything? Or was it all part of your plan?
Su Tiannan shook his head. I do have to thank you for one thing. After Yuyo was deceived of her luggage and phone, losing her location, my people lost track of her. By the time we found her again, she had already moved into your house.
Knowing it was you, I had them withdraw. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. On the side, Su Yuyo was too shocked to speak.
She had heard their conversation clearly.
In other words,
the blind date partner her father mentioned, who was a few years older, was Lu Chen. She and Lu Chen were already engaged from the beginning. But don't get too excited too soon. Don't forget our last conversation. You already verbally cancelled the engagement. I confirmed it with you.
So, from that moment on, there is no longer a marital relationship between Yuyo and you.
If you mistreat Yuyo, or if she no longer likes you in the future, I won't let her marry you.
Su Tiannan spoke with emphasis. Lu Chen, coming back to his senses, wasn't bothered by the cancellation of the engagement.
Even if he had known earlier, he would have said the same.
Yuyo was an independent individual, not someone's appendage. Her choices were hers to make.
He gazed earnestly at Su Yuyo. I will work hard to make Yuyo marry me.
A faint blush appeared on Su Yuyo's face, like the evening glow of early summer, who said, I will marry you.
She had just figured out the situation and heard her father and Lu Chen talking about marriage. Her mind was in a whirl, but her heart was sweet. If you don't marry me, then I'll be your boyfriend for life.
No, I don't want you to be my boyfriend for life.
Not marrying me, not letting me be your boyfriend for life.
Then what do you want me to be to you? Lu Chen leaned down, smiling as he spoke.
I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I figure it out.
Su Yuyo shyly lowered her head. Watching the playful couple, Su Tiannan's serious expression softened slightly.
Perhaps Lu Dazhuang's choice was the right one after all. At their level, how could they still experience such happiness?
Saying goodbye to Su Tiannan, the two returned home hand in hand.
After freshening up, they embraced each other on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time.
Lu Chen gently held Su Yuyo's soft hand, his gaze falling on the red marks on the side, and he asked softly, does it still hurt?
Su Yuyo shook her head nonchalantly.
It's fine, I went to the hospital in time, otherwise the wound would have healed by now. Lu Chen reached out and flicked Su Yuyo's nose, learning some random stuff online again. He.
Su Yuyo shrugged her head, leaning comfortably against his chest.
Lu Chen, can you promise me something? Lu Chen nodded. I promise you anything.
Even if I'm in danger in the future, you must stay calm and prioritize your own safety, he said. I can't agree to that, Lu Chen refused outright. Su Yuyo climbed up from Lu Chen's body, her round eyes fixed on him as she said, you must agree to me, otherwise I'll.
Anyway, you must agree to me.
I can agree to anything for you, but not this, Lu Chen replied.
Why?
I don't know why. When I see you in danger, my mind goes blank, and all I want to do is eliminate any threat to you. At the police station, I couldn't help but think, what would I do if I could start over? After thinking for a long time, no matter how rational I am, when you are truly in danger, I will still rush to you without hesitation, even if it means paying a heavy price.
Suddenly,
a pair of pink lips sealed Lu Chen's mouth shut, unable to open for a long time. The slightly fierce look in Lu Chen's eyes softened once again. He wrapped his arms around Su Yuyo's slender waist from behind, as if trying to merge her into his body. It was only after a while that the two slowly separated. They locked eyes, breathing heavily. Lu Chen gazed at Su Yuyo with fiery eyes, while his other hand landed on a blob of slime as if guided automatically. Su Yuyo sat on Lu Chen's lap, holding onto his neck, blushing and lowering her head shyly, like a lotus emerging from water, a peach blossom in the rain.
In the end, Lu Chen's rationality overcame desire.
Just as he had said before, true affection was not just a moment of passion, but responsibility and commitment.
He would eventually devour the tempting Su Yuyo, but not now. At least, he would wait until they were engaged.
Lying back on the bed, Lu Chen held Su Yuyo from behind, using one hand as a pillow for her head and the other resting on her slender waist. The room was dim, their heartbeats drumming rhythmically. Facing away from Lu Chen, Su Yuyo pursed her lips and asked, "Lu Chen, is that thing more painful than our last run?" With that question, Lu Chen's CPU had already stopped running. How could Su Yuyo suddenly ask him that? "Who told you?" "That thing is more painful than running," Lu Chen replied tactfully. "It's..." Lan and the others said that. "After I finished running and went to class, they all thought you had done that to me. So, are you afraid of hurting me, that's why you don't dare to touch me?" Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. His little Su Yuyo was truly adorable. Holding her hand like a sticky rice candy, he whispered, "Are you afraid of pain?" "Yes." Su Yuyo hesitated for a moment. "But if it's Lu Chen, even if it hurts, I can bear it. If I told you that it's not very painful when doing that, would you believe me?" "Of course I would. But if that's the case, since you really want me, why don't you touch me?" Su Yuyo thought of what Shu Yao and Shinjai had said, but she was afraid of hurting Lu Chen, so she whispered, "Is it that you're not very good in that aspect?" "It's okay, even if you're not good, I will still be with you forever. If it's really not working, we can take medication." "I don't care about that." In the dark night, Lu Chen's eyes widened like bells, finding it hard to believe Su Yuyo's heartfelt confession. A 24-year-old single man suddenly couldn't perform? If he didn't explain, his reputation would be ruined. "Yuyo, I need to give you a proper lesson." With that, Lu Chen started a biology class. After half an hour of cramming, Lu Chen emphasized repeatedly, "So, it's not that I can't, I just want to save this beautiful moment for the most important time of your life, understand?" Now it was Su Yuyo's turn to open her beautiful eyes wide. It turned out that only the beginning would be a bit painful, not like the last time when running made her back sore, legs ache, and butt hurt. So that's how it is. But what did Lan and the others mean by pain and pleasure? Should she ask Lu Chen about it? Alright, go to bed early. Finally getting rid of the unwanted title, Lu Chen was very satisfied. A man doesn't have to be handsome or tall, but in that aspect, he absolutely cannot be considered inadequate. That's the bottom line. "Oh, okay." Su Yuyo nodded her small head. She would ask next time. A few minutes later, as Lu Chen held Xiang Yu in his arms, about to drift off to sleep, a soft voice came to his ears. "Lu Chen, do guys really like touching that?" Lu Chen, feeling drowsy, asked, "Touch what? The thing you just touched?" His mind involuntarily recalled the scene just now, making his heart restless again. It seemed like he had been too subtle in his teaching. He would have to be more explicit next time. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt his hand being tugged, and a lump of slime fell into his palm again. Beside him, Su Yuyo's innocent laughter rang out, "As long as Lu Chen likes it." Lu Chen felt as if he were frozen in place, devoid of sleepiness, not daring to move at all. For a long time, an evil thought emerged. Once this thought arose, it seemed to be branded in his mind, impossible to shake off. "Maybe it's better this way." At the classroom door, before the first class had even begun, Su Yuyo appeared holding a warm cup of soy milk. Her presence instantly silenced the playful atmosphere in the classroom, as everyone's gaze fell on her. As she entered the classroom, another figure appeared behind her. It was Lu Chen carrying a simple canvas bag. Lan and the other two girls looked surprised at the two of them. They had seen the police take Lu Chen and Su Yuyo away yesterday. While they could accept Su Yuyo's safe return, they didn't expect Lu Chen to act as if nothing had happened. What was going on? Su Yuyo placed the cup on the front row seat, reached out to hold Lu Chen's hand, and pulled him to sit beside her. There was nothing special in the lab today, but Lu Chen said he wanted to accompany her to class. What she didn't know was that Lu Chen was worried that yesterday's incident would affect her, so he came alone. Not everyone can control their mouths and eyes. From the moment he entered, he could already feel it. Lu Chen's appearance caused many girls to stand up from their seats and move to a farther place, as if mice had seen a cat. Rumors about Lu Chen had already demonized him. Only Lan and the other two didn't leave. Taking this opportunity, they moved behind him, knowing the truth. Not far behind. How did this guy end up in our class? What bad luck! I really misjudged him before. Lu Chen looks gentle and refined, but deep down, he's a violent maniac. It's best to stay away from him and be careful in case he suddenly goes crazy. I heard from students present that those 4 girls looked miserable, covered in blood, and some still haven't woken up. How come he was released so quickly? What could be the reason? I heard that only mentally ill people who harm others don't need to take responsibility. He could be capable of such cruelty towards girls. Maybe there's a real issue with him. Hearing the discussions behind her, Su Yuyo was about to stand up in anger to argue. Lu Chen was not a violent maniac. Lu Chen grabbed her hand, shaking his head as if to say it was okay.
It's okay, let them say what they want. But I don't want them to say you're a violent maniac. You did it to protect me. I did hurt those girls, no matter the reason. We shouldn't make excuses for violence. Lu Chunkin smiled. Actually, it's not a bad thing that everyone is afraid of me. This way, those flatterers around you will also be fewer. Anyone who dares to have ill intentions towards my friend you must first consider dealing with me, the violent one. I'm happy to have some peace and quiet. Despite Lu Chen's words, Su Yuyo felt very sad. The discussions did not end because of Lu Chen's concession. Instead, they became more intense. I don't think Su Yuyo is a good person either. As the saying goes, flies don't perch on seamless eggs. With such a pure face, she might be a little slut behind the scenes. Why else would someone like her? Before the words had even settled, the classroom erupted with a thunderous sound of desks being slammed. Many people were startled by this. Lu Chen stood up, walked boldly towards the person gossiping recklessly, and stopped beside them with a cold gaze. Classmate, have you ever heard a saying that grades can only exclude bad students, not bad people? By spreading malicious rumors behind someone's back, have you considered the consequences? Just like the beautiful black dress you're wearing now, with such exquisite makeup and paired with stockings, can I guess that you're a call girl? The girl in the black dress blushed and retorted, you're the call girl, I just like to dress up. But I think you are the call girl. What makes you say that? Do you have any evidence? Lu Chen sneered, then what evidence do you have to say that about Yuyo? Do you know the truth? Do you have evidence? You go with the flow, do you use that big brain of yours as a decoration? The girl in the black dress was left speechless by his retort. A petty person with a sharp tongue and shallow morals. A rotten wood cannot be carved, a wall of dung cannot be plastered. All show and no substance. He could brush off a few remarks as if they were nothing. But anyone who dared to harm Yuyo should not blame him for not giving her face. You. What about me? Do I need to translate it for you? The girl in the black dress was so angry that her mouth trembled, and seeing so many classmates looking at her strangely, she directly buried her head on the table and sobbed softly. Having vented for Su Yuyo, Lu Chen stopped there. He scanned the people around him with a sharp gaze, making them involuntarily avoid his eyes. He wanted to take this opportunity to tell these people that while Su Yuyo might be easy to bully, he was not someone to mess with. Anyone who wanted to harm Su Yuyo had to consider whether they could bear his wrath. This was quite different from his usual character, but since the events of yesterday, he had a new perspective on dealing with certain people and situations. Do not provoke me, and I won't provoke you. But if you provoke me, I will repay 100-fold. Lu Chen returned to Su Yuyo's side, and the three pairs of big eyes from the card-captor girls stared at him, especially Belanin, who held her cute face in her hands, looking infatuated. In the past 2 days, Lu Chen's words and actions were just like the perfect man in her mind. Cool and handsome. Belanin was someone who spoke her mind. She pouted at Su Yuyo. Yuyo, if you ever get tired of Lu Chen, you must let me know first. I don't mind taking over. With these words, the classmates around them all looked at her, but Belanin didn't flinch and replied with a look, from today on, I am Lu Chen's #1 backup. Lu Chen in his seat almost spat out blood. He never expected that the cute Belanin would say such a thing. No wonder some people say that the more refined a girl looks, the more contrasting she is. Su Yuyo tightly held Lu Chen's hand, protecting her territory, and looked at Belanin. Lu Chen is mine. I don't recommend being small. The shocking statement almost choked many classmates with their own saliva, including Lu Chen. Belanin chuckled, just kidding with you all, why so serious? The crowd rolled their eyes at her, thinking her joke was too much. But Su Yuyo was serious, holding onto Lu Chen's hand throughout the next class, unwilling to let go. As for the girl in the black dress, after being retorted by Lu Chen, she behaved obediently for the whole day, keeping a low profile. From then on, there was one less troublemaker in the world. Night fell. The Zhejiang University playground was closed off, with hundreds of drones neatly arranged everywhere, ready for action. Students from all years had received the message early, and there were no evening classes scheduled. Everyone scattered around, waiting for the light show to begin. When the time came, all the drones on the playground took off collectively, creating various patterns in the sky. Su Yuyo, freshened up, wearing a cool camisole, lay by the window at home, watching intently. She knew that today's designs were all suggestions from Lu Chen. Lu Chen, it's starting. I'm coming. In the living room, Lu Chen placed the stew on the dining table, touched his earlobe, and walked lightly behind Su Yuyo, placing his hands on her slender waist, lowering his head to watch the drone light show on the playground with her. Su Yuyo pouted happily, turned her head, faced his lowered head, tiptoed, and kissed him. Lu Chen, standing still, was stunned for a moment, then responded. For a long time, their lips parted. Both of them felt their heartbeats and breath quicken, their eyes locked as if drawn together. Let's go eat. Su Yuyo's soft voice. What? Don't you want to watch anymore? I want to eat the food Lu Chen makes.
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Let's go then. Today's all your favorite dishes.
Don't want to go, want Lu Chen to hug me.
Su Yuyo smiled, tilting her head, her small hands like spring onions hooking around his neck. Facing Su Yuyo's coquettishness, Lu Chen couldn't resist. He reached out, embraced her petite waist, and lifted her up. Su Yuyo then wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's waist, from hooking his neck to embracing him, from looking up to looking down, her smile never fading. Holding the girl gently, Lu Chen quietly brought her to the dining table, finally letting go of the clingy Su Yuyo.
At night, on the campus path,
the two walked hand in hand, fingers intertwined. Arriving at a small pavilion surrounded by dense shrubs, a lamppost stood nearby, but it seemed to be malfunctioning, casting dim light. At that moment, Su Yuyo seemed to have spotted something. She let go of Lu Chen's hand and ran over, only to find a few glowing fireflies on the ground.
Lu Chen sat inside the pavilion, took out his phone from his pocket, and tried calling Lu Dazhuang.
This guy had been avoiding him all day. After calling for a while, just as he was about to hang up, the call connected.
Old Lu, finally willing to answer the phone.
Son, Dad is busy. If you need something, call your mom first.
Lu Chen felt uneasy hearing Lu Dazhuang's unexpectedly gentle tone. Passing the buck to Mom? Alright, stop pretending. I've investigated everything thoroughly.
Lu Dazhuang, chairman and CEO of Yenyuan Technology, one of the top 500 companies in the world.
Awkward laughter came from the other end of the phone.
Although I don't know what you're thinking, old Lu, you don't have to worry about me blaming you.
These years, I've been living freely and happily.
It's not easy for you guys out there. Take care of yourselves and Mom, enjoy life when you can.
Lu Chen advised. Son, as long as you understand.
I only wanted to make more money when I entered this circle, to give you and your mom a good life, but things got out of hand.
Now, it's hard to get off this tiger's back. Now that you know, if you want to enter this circle, Dad will definitely support you to take my place.
If you don't want to, the empire Dad has built is enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime, Lu Dazhuang said solemnly.
Lu Chen couldn't help but look at the grass where Su Yuyo was squatting, reaching out in surprise to catch the fireflies on the leaves.
Every time she was about to touch them, her little hand recoiled as if shocked.
I'm fine as I am now. I understand. I'll have the finance department allocate some funds to you later.
Take them first, and if it's not enough, tell Dad.
I don't lack money. Just keep a little money. Don't think you're alone now. Yuyo has always lived a luxurious life since she was a child. Don't let her daughter suffer with you.
Take good care of her. Besides, you need money for your research.
Make some achievements, and Dad will be proud.
After a while, Lu Dazhuang remembered something and spoke in a deep voice, regarding Jiangwan's matter. Your mom and I actually knew about it.
It's not your mom's fault.
It was my decision. Jiangwan is indeed capable, but her family background has issues, and she has major character flaws. That's why I kept it from you for so long. Otherwise, I would have told you the truth when you were in college.
Lu Chen interrupted Lu Dazhuang. I have never blamed you for this. When it comes to emotions, if you have to measure it with money, what's the difference from trading flesh? Let's not talk about this anymore.
He completely cut off contact with Jiangwan, which was not a sudden decision. It was just that when he was in a low point, he met Su Yuyo, this little ray of sunshine. To others, it might seem like he was falling in love with someone else, but he didn't care about others' opinions, which were like dog poop to him. As long as he was happy, that was all that mattered.
Alright, let's not talk about it. Also, don't tell your mom about what happened yesterday.
I've sent someone to take her to Sanya for a vacation, so she won't worry.
Got it.
My mom is already an adult. Why do you treat her like a child? In my heart, she will always be 18.
Okay, take care of yourself too, bye. Hanging up the phone, Lu Chen was about to walk towards Su Yuyo when she excitedly ran over holding something. Lu Chen, look what I caught. Stopping in front of Lu Chen, Su Yuyo opened her hands, and a twinkling firefly flew out, disappearing into the woods.
After releasing the firefly, Su Yuyo naturally sat on Lu Chen's lap, enjoying leaning against him.
Playing with her soft little hand, Lu Chen smiled and said, Do you want me to read your poem? Oh, you can read poems too. I know many things. Then show me.
Excited, Su Yuyo shifted her body and placed her rosy hand in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen touched it in a practiced manner, starting with a smile but gradually becoming serious. I observe the celestial bodies at night and read your poem, and I see that your destiny is full, destined for wealth and prosperity.
However, these 5 elements seem to be lacking something. What's missing?
Lu Chen continued to play with her soft hand, looking serious, but it seems like this missing piece has been filled recently, so you don't need to worry too much.
You're not saying that I lack you in the 5 elements, are you? Su Yuyo glanced at him with a mischievous look. Lu Chen awkwardly smiled. You noticed that? Well, actually, I have a little secret that I haven't told you. I've been hesitating whether to tell you. Su Yuyo looked at Lu Chen with a serious expression, sighed, and lowered her head. Ah, what secret? Tell me. Lu Chen said earnestly. If I tell you, you must not get angry. Okay, I promise you. Then I'll say it. Just as Su Yuyo was about to speak, the words at the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. Or maybe let's forget about it. Lu Chen was going crazy inside. What on earth was going on? Do you really want to know? Su Yuyo confirmed once again. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, wondering what secret could make Yuyo look like this. Su Yuyo cautiously looked around, making sure there was no one nearby, then whispered in Lu Chen's ear, it's just, when I wake up tomorrow, I still only like you. After saying that, Su Yuyo slipped away from Lu Chen's thigh like an eel, the evening breeze brushing his face, lifting a few strands of hair. Under the moonlight, she let out a silver bell-like laugh, a mischievous look as she stuck out her tongue at Lu Chen inside the pavilion. You big idiot. After a while, Lu Chen finally realized he was being teased. It used to be him teasing Su Yuyo, but now, not only did he fail to tease her, he was the one getting flustered by her teasing. You little silly, just you wait for me. Lu Chen stood up, smirked, and quickly rushed towards her. Meanwhile, Su Yuyo, who was trying to escape not far away, couldn't outrun Lu Chen. In just a few seconds, he caught her and lifted her up in a princess carry. At the same time, a hand sneakily reached her waist and lightly tickled her. Ah, it tickles, I know I was wrong, please don't tickle me. Lu Chen stopped at the sound, bent down with a smile, and said, if you call me something nice, I'll let you go. Lu Chen. The next moment. Ah, baby, I was wrong. Still not nice enough. Brother. Dear brother, I really know I was wrong, please don't bully me, I can't take it. Su Yuyo's cheeks flushed, as if a pinch could make blood come out, sweat mingling with her hair, breathing softly, looking alluring. Seeing Su Yuyo's pitiful look, Lu Chen bent down and kissed her. For a long time, their lips parted. Su Yuyo gasped heavily, looking at Lu Chen's smug expression, she shyly buried her head in his chest, lightly pounding his chest with her small hands. You only know how to bully me. A soft voice came out. Then you better be prepared to be bullied by me for a lifetime. Then I'll switch it up. As the words fell, I don't want to switch, I only want Lu Chen, however he wants to bully me, he can. You said it yourself. Lu Chen grinned mischievously. The innocent Su Yuyo nodded vigorously, the feeling of being tickled was really terrifying. Back home, Su Yuyo, drenched in sweat, went to take a shower first. Lu Chen sat at the desk, where there were many sketches of drones he designed. His gaze fell on a glass jar nearby. There wasn't this jar here before. The glass jar was filled with many little stars, all folded paper notes. With a smile, he floated towards Su Yuyo in the bathroom. This little silly had been sneaking around in the room recently, probably preparing this gift for him. This gift might not be the most expensive, but for Lu Chen, it was the best. Opening the jar, Lu Chen randomly picked one up to examine, noticing some black dots at the edges, seemingly writing. He glanced towards the bathroom and then opened the note. The delicate and exquisite handwriting was undoubtedly Su Yuyo's. I am the little treasure assigned to you by the country, no returns allowed. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at this little fool. Looking at the jar full of pentagram stars, he wondered if each one had a message written on it. With his curiosity piqued, he couldn't help but open a few more. If anyone dares to like you, I'll trip them up, you can only be mine. When I first saw you, I never thought I would like you so much in the future. As the mountains have trees and you have intentions, when I look up, everywhere I see is you. Unconsciously, Lu Chen opened more than a dozen, and when he realized it, his thighs were covered in little notes. He then realized he had no idea how to fold these little things. Hearing footsteps coming from the bathroom, he quickly hid the notes along with the glass jar. Su Yuyo strolled out of the bathroom, wearing a lovely home pajama, her thick hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her lively gaze fell on the desk, noticing the carefully prepared gifts were missing. She couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. She had spent all the money she earned from writing novels during this time for this gift. Lu Chen smiled with a guilty look, watching Su Yuyo walk into the bedroom. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He must learn how to fold stars online tomorrow. This was a gift Su Yuyo had prepared for so long, and he had to preserve it well. Inside the bedroom, Su Yuyo swiftly dove into the covers. She felt something cold inside. Lifting the blanket, she found a small pink laptop covered in cute stickers she liked. Seeing Su Yuyo so happy, Lu Chen showed a satisfied smile. Su Yuyo's little actions couldn't hide anything at all. In just 2 days, he found out. Typing with a lowered head was bad for the eyes and neck,
so he prepared this little gift. It would come in handy when he started practical classes in a while. After he finished showering, the bedroom was already dark, and Su Yuyo wasn't playing with her phone. She was holding the blanket, only showing half of her head.
Why not try the computer? Su Yuyo shook her head, her eyes floating.
Blow-drying his hair, Lu Chen slipped into the covers from the side, subconsciously reaching out to hug Su Yuyo. They usually slept hugging each other.
Suddenly, Lu Chen recoiled his hand as if shocked. There was nothing inside. He stuttered, Yuyo. You. This is more convenient.
Su Yuyo showed a smug smile, her cheeks blushing.
He almost spat out blood. How could he sleep like this all night?
At his strong request, Su Yuyo wrapped herself up again. Lying in bed, Lu Chen cautiously placed his hand on her waist. Relieved, he said, "Good night, Yuyo."
Good night.
After some time, his hand was guided upwards again, landing on a blob of slime.
Su Yuyo's soft voice said, "I know you like it, stop pretending." Lu Chen felt a warm sensation on his nose.
He touched it and realized it was bleeding.
He needed to cool down with some bitter melon tomorrow. Early in the morning, Lu Chen was preparing breakfast in the kitchen when his phone in his pocket chimed with a bank account notification.
He took it out and glanced at it, not knowing how much money old Lu had transferred to him.
He said it was just a small amount. He wouldn't transfer millions, right? 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Until the 9th zero, a solemn expression appeared on Lu Chen's calm face. Was this what old Lu called a small amount in billions? His imagination was not big enough.
After a bitter smile, he realized that after so many years of hard work, he had suddenly become a billionaire. After calming down, he didn't show too much excitement. No matter how much money, it was just a number. True happiness came from within. Putting his phone back in his pocket, looking at the bubbling taro and millet porridge, his current joy was making breakfast for his little one. Pour out 2 bowls and place them on the table to cool first. Su Yuyo was brushing his teeth lazily, his eyelids seeming unable to open fully. A thought popped into his mind: if Lu Dezhuan wasn't a billionaire but just an ordinary person, would he exchange Su Yuyo for $1 billion? Without any hesitation, the answer was no. In his mind, Su Yuyo's worth was immeasurable by money. Walking behind Su Yuyo, he naturally picked up a wooden comb and helped her tidy up her hair into a neat high ponytail. No need for excessive adornment, her simple and elegant appearance was already the most beautiful scenery. After washing her face, Su Yuyo turned around, her delicate face still adorned with some water droplets, her fair hand resting on Lu Chen's shoulder, raising her head with slightly drowsy eyes and slightly parted cherry lips.
Without any communication, Lu Chen understood and lowered his head. Kissing the one you love can be addictive.
After breakfast, the two went out together, and the weather outside was even colder today. "I'll go to the underground parking lot to get the car, you wait for me at the entrance," Lu Chen said.
Su Yuyo didn't let go of Lu Chen's hand but pouted and said, "I want to ride your little electric scooter. It's cold outside, it's warmer in the car." Lu Chen gently patted her head. "It's just a short drive, it's still early for class, and I'm not cold. I just want to ride your little electric scooter so I can put my hands in your pockets and hug you from behind." "Alright, as you wish." Finding the electric scooter, although not far, Lu Chen put a cute helmet on Su Yuyo and carefully fastened the strap for her.
Taking advantage of the lack of people around, the two got close again.
Not suitable for children.
Arriving at the east gate, the security guard uncle was practicing the 8-section brocade at the entrance.
Seeing Lu Chen and Su Yuyo smiling and greeting, "Xiaoxia, sending your girlfriend to class?" "Yes," Lu Chen replied with a smile.
He escorted Su Yuyo to the front row of the classroom and greeted Qinlan and the others. Since the events of yesterday, Lu Chen noticed a hint of avoidance in Beilinian's eyes. This guy didn't seem to be joking with the way he looked at him. In the laboratory, Lu Chen's appearance made many people stop what they were doing and look over. The incident from the day before was now known throughout the school. Rumor had it that the 4 girls were seriously injured, but Lu Chen managed to come out unscathed.
Lu Chen ignored these gazes and went straight to Professor Yu's exclusive laboratory, where Chu Tianqin and Tang Jian were also present. "Lu Chen, you're finally back.
The drone light show was quite impressive yesterday, and the school leaders praised us.
Thanks to your design, truly a master in both love and work," Chu Tianqin teased. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly, confirming the saying online that in the world of rivers and lakes, identities are given by others. "You're too kind, it's everyone's effort. I'm just adding the finishing touch. But that's important too." Chu Tianqin looked at the drawings in Lu Chen's hand and curiously asked, "Is your design complete?" "It's almost done. Can I take a look?" "Of course." Lu Chen handed over the drawings.
Chu Tianqin glanced at them briefly, but as she delved deeper, she became more engrossed. When she snapped out of it, more than half an hour had passed.
"Your design is quite complex. Tang Jian, who was observing with Chu Tianxin, took the drawings as soon as she put them down. Lu Chen didn't interrupt.
His impression of Tang Jian wasn't particularly good, but Chu Tianxin had told him that he was just a bit clueless and not intentionally targeting anyone.
Lu Jr., you missed some elements in your dynamics formula. Lu Chen heard the voice and went up to greet them. Following Tang Jian's instructions, he did miss a step.
Tang Jian brought a blank piece of paper and a pen, and the two of them started calculating on the lab table. Chu Tianxin watched the two of them closely, exchanging serious remarks one after another, and couldn't help but smile. Tang Jian's dislike for Lu Chen mainly stemmed from Teacher Yu. He felt that Lu Chen was not here to study and was not worthy of being Teacher Yu's student. However, the recent drawings were enough to prove Lu Chen's dedication.
Misunderstandings between men are much easier to resolve than those between women. Unconsciously, it was almost noon. Lu Chen stretched his neck.
He didn't expect that there were so many problems in the drawings he had repeatedly checked.
Once these problems were included, the probability of failure during testing would greatly increase.
Seeing Lu Chen about to leave, Tang Jian frowned. Off to see your little girlfriend again?
Yes, she should be done with class.
Mentioning Su Yuyo, even in his fatigue, Lu Chen's lips carried a smile.
For those of us in scientific research, the less external interference, the better. You are very talented.
If you can focus on research, you will surely achieve something, Tang Jian said seriously. Chu Tianxin watched the two of them with a smile that was not a smile.
Finally, Tang Jian made a move on Lu Chen.
He was a true disciple of the old teacher and a standout in the world of singlehood.
Her gaze fell on Lu Chen, wanting to hear what he would say. Lu Chen smirked. No matter how good the research is, it needs the next generation to carry it forward. I'm just contributing to the country in another field.
Brother Tang, don't push yourself too hard.
Sometimes, relaxing a bit might bring more inspiration.
This design of mine was inspired by watching a documentary with my girlfriend.
With her around, research doesn't feel dull. With that said, Lu Chen showed no intention of lingering.
If he stayed any longer, Yuyo would come looking for him. Inside the lab, Tang Jian seemed lost in thought. His teacher had also told him similar things, advising him to go out more as research was not achieved overnight.
Thinking of what Lu Chen had just said, could falling in love really bring inspiration? If that was the case, he might as well give it a try.
His eyes landed on Chu Tianxin, who was packing her things on the side. She was also single, so he approached her seriously and said, Chu Tianxin, for the sake of the country's next generation, for better scientific research, let's date.